Chapter 1. Startled awake, he found himself in a familiar, yet surreal situation that on the planet of Water Blue Star, within the First People's Hospital of Guay City, China, the sterile scent of disinfectant pervaded the air. A woman, dressed in simple attire, sat anxiously by the side of the hospital bed, her eyes swollen and brimming with tears as they cascaded down her cheeks. She gazed at the figure on the bed, An Xing, her expression suffused with worry and heartbreak. Come now, it's merely a case of him fainting from excessive excitement. Why are you crying? Remarked a middle-aged man nonchalantly, reclining on a nearby chair with his legs crossed. He incessantly cracked sunflower seeds, tossing the shells carelessly into the bin. The woman shot him a furious glare, her emotions surging as she retorted, "You heartless wretch! An Xing is your son. He lies here, teetering between life and death, and you dare to make light of the situation." The man merely shrugged, indifferent to her accusations, popping another seed into his mouth with a casual crunch, spitting out the shell, and continuing his leisurely snacking. On the hospital bed, An Xing furrowed his brow, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In his mind, a flurry of fragmented memories flashed by like a kaleidoscope, some hazy and others vividly clear, reminiscent of a chaotic old film. Finally, one particular image crystallized in his mind. Suddenly, An Xing's body jolted, and he opened his eyes wide, disbelief etched across his face. With great effort, he pushed himself up from the bed, exclaiming uncontrollably, I remember everything." Sitting upright, his chest heaved with intensity as memories continued to surge within him. A complex glimmer danced in his gaze as he murmured, "I am not of this world." His thoughts raced like wild stallions, and at last he recalled the truth. 25 years prior, he had inexplicably been transported to this realm by a large freight truck. The fleeting images that had just traversed his mind were memories of his previous life. Familiar scenes, the faces of loved ones and friends, now stood out with remarkable clarity before him. Moreover, the songs that had once resonated through the streets, familiar and beloved, echoed in his mind, every note and melody etched with precision. Is this the sensation of having an extraordinary advantage? And Xing slowly articulated, his voice tinged with confusion, yet laced with exhilaration, hardly able to believe he had acquired such a marvelous golden finger. Truly, he had awakened with a start, and the walls around him were imbued with his essence. It seemed that the gears of fate began to quietly turn from this very moment. You see, I told you this fellow was overly excited. He's not even from this world. Could it be that you are a time traveler? The middle-aged man, and one, continued to munch on his seeds, a faint smirk of derision gracing his lips as he playfully teased. "And Xing, are you all right? You scared your mother half to death." The woman, Lu Yun, disregarded the man's words, her eyes still glistening with tears as she enveloped An Xing in a tight embrace, her voice laden with endless concern and worry. It seemed as if she wished to meld her son into her very being, confirming his safety and well-being. "Mom, I'm perfectly fine. I was just overly excited and spoke some nonsense." Cradled in his mother's embrace, An Xing's restless heart gradually found solace in that moment. He felt the warmth of his mother's hug, the familiar scent calming his frantic spirit. Regardless of whether he was a traveler from another world, this woman before him was undeniably his mother. The seemingly carefree man beside her was also his father. He was Lu Yun's son, and likewise, An Wen's child. This bond of kinship was invaluable, transcending any realm. "Little Xing, are you truly all right?" Lu Yun slowly released An Xing, her hands gently caressing his cheeks, her fingertips quivering ever so slightly. Her gaze brimmed with concern and worry as she scrutinized her son's face, seemingly searching for any sign of anomaly. "Of course, Mom. Just look at me now. I'm full of life." An Xing's lips curled into a radiant smile. Afterward, he playfully bounced on the bed a couple of times, eager to reassure his mother completely. In truth, he understood that he had merely fainted due to the sudden influx of memories from his past life. His mind had been overwhelmed, akin to a system crash, but now those memories had seamlessly integrated, and he felt as vibrant as ever, without a trace of trouble. "That's wonderful to hear." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's previously taut nerves relaxed entirely, her worried expression vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, and without hesitation, she stood up, adjusting her clothing as she spoke. "Since you're fine, am off to play mahjong with Aunt Lou and the others. I can't keep them waiting too long. As she spoke, she gently patted An Xing's shoulder. Take good care of yourself here. If you need anything, just tell your dad. With that, Lu Yun briskly exited the hospital room without a backward glance. Watching his mother depart, An Xing couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head in resignation. His mother was indeed a whirlwind. Once something piqued her interest, she couldn't wait a moment longer. He then turned his gaze to his father, and one, who was seated nearby, his eyes glinting with playful sarcasm. What are you staring at? I'm off to play chess with your second uncle. And one, noticing his son's gaze, curled his lip with a hint of disdain. He tossed the unfinished sunflower seeds onto An Xing's bed. Here, take your time with these. You'll manage your discharge by yourself. It's a trivial matter you can surely handle. Striding toward the door, An had his hand on the doorknob when a crucial thought struck him. He abruptly turned, his expression turning serious as he spoke earnestly. By the way, the production team will be arriving tomorrow. I put in considerable effort to secure this opportunity for you. Don't mess it up. If anything goes awry, you'll face my wrath. With that, An turned and exited the room with swift, purposeful strides, his footsteps fading away into the corridor. In the hospital room, only An Xing sat alone on the bed, gazing at the scattered sunflower seeds, slowly picking them up and cracking them open. Yet, his mind lingered on his father's words. Having graduated from a music academy, he found himself facing the reality of an ordinary appearance and mediocre vocal abilities. After completing his university education, he struggled to secure a stable job, occasionally taking on part-time roles as a music teacher. Now, in an unexpected turn of events, his father had somehow managed to secure him a position as a music director in a variety show. This is quite intriguing, An Xing mused, a smirk playing on his lips. With my newfound abilities, I've been granted a stage of my own in this world, where the songs from his past life did not exist. He realized he could create a sensational impact. Chapter 2, just a few songs, and wouldn't this show just explode? An Xing mused, reclining on his hospital bed. He reached for his phone resting on the bedside table, his fingers deftly gliding across the screen as he began to search for detailed information about this variety show. Just before he fell into a coma, his father had informed him of this news, but he had the opportunity to truly delve into it. Now, at last, he had the time to investigate. Soon, a program title born from music caught his eye. It was a highly challenging competitive variety show. The rules appeared straightforward. An Xing was to select 3 contestants from a multitude of competitors. He would then provide them with comprehensive training and guidance, leading them through the competition to ultimately claim victory. The entire contest spanned 8 episodes over 2 months. Intrigued, An Xing contemplated. With the classic songs from my past life stored in my mind, if I were to share a few with them, wouldn't that set the show ablaze? A slight smile crept onto his lips, revealing a grin reminiscent of a Dragon King. Just as An Xing was lost in delightful reverie, the door to his hospital room creaked open. A girl with a high ponytail entered with a buoyant stride. Clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans and pristine canvas shoes, her complexion was as fair as snow, with eyes that sparkled with vivacity and playfulness. The corners of her mouth lifted in a perfectly measured smile. Xing, Uncle said you've woken up and that you're not in serious trouble, right? Zhou Yusin exclaimed, her voice brimming with urgency as she hurried to An Xing's side, her gaze filled with concern. Habitually, she reached out to gently touch his forehead, her gesture natural and affectionate. I'm fine, much better actually. I'm just about ready to be discharged, An Xing replied, his lips curving into a radiant smile as he responded with ease. The sight of the familiar face before him filled his heart with warmth. The girl, Zhou Yusin, was the daughter of his father's comrade and his childhood companion. They were the same age, with Zhou Yusin being a month older. From carrying little backpacks together in primary school to chatting leisurely on the tree-lined paths of middle school and later striving side by side for college entrance exams. They had journeyed through life hand in hand. They were fortunate enough to attend the same university as well. And Xing's parents held Zhou Yusin in particularly high regard. Whenever she visited, they would prepare a lavish spread of her favorite dishes, showering her with warmth and care. Their enthusiasm sometimes made An Xing feel like an outsider. This led him to secretly ponder on more than one occasion whether Zhou Yusin was perhaps his parents' illegitimate daughter. as their affection for her often seemed to surpass that for their own son. "Are you really okay? Shouldn't we let you rest a few more days?" Zhou Yusin asked, her delicate brows furrowing, her eyes filled with worry as she scrutinized An Xing's face, not missing a single detail. It was worth noting that he had previously been in a coma for 2 full days and nights. Just as she had awakened, the prospect of discharge weighed heavily on her mind. "It's really nothing. Haven't you noticed my mother isn't here?" And Xing shrugged helplessly, a bemused expression gracing his face. To him, his mother's absence was the most convincing evidence of his well-being. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yusin finally grasped the situation. If An Xing were truly unwell, Aunt Zhang would undoubtedly remain by his side like a protective hen, never leaving his bedside. "Where did Annie go?" she inquired, deftly tidying up the items beside An Xing. "She's off playing mahjong," An Xing replied with a slight smirk, a hint of disdain curling his lip. With that, he nonchalantly began changing into the clothes nearby. In Zhou Yusin's presence, he felt no embarrassment. After all, she had seen him in his most vulnerable state during their childhood. Oh, Zhou Yusin nodded obediently, suddenly recalling something of great significance, her eyes lighting up. "By the way, little star, have you watched the program that Uncle helped you find?" Her tone was filled with curiosity and concern. "I have. My discharge is just in time for me to prepare for it," And Xing replied briskly, completing his change of attire and gathering some belongings as he made his way toward the door. "Are you not opening your shop today?" As they walked side by side out of the ward, and Xing turned his head to casually ask. Since graduating, Zhou Yusin had been running her own flower shop, often found tending to it diligently. "I am, but once I learned you were awake, I decided to come see you," Zhou Yusin beamed, her radiant smile transforming her eyes into crescent moons. The sincerity and warmth in her smile were profoundly moving. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough in over 20 years?" And Xing feigned annoyance, rolling his eyes at her. "I could never tire of looking at you for a lifetime," Zhou Yusin replied, tilting her head, joy radiating from her expression. The conviction in her tone left no room for doubt regarding her sincerity. "Cut out. You won't feel that way when you meet a handsome guy." And Xing scoffed, though an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, akin to a gentle tickle from a small ant, leaving him puzzled about the emotion. "I think you're quite handsome," Zhou Yusin teased, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Her unabashed compliment caused An Xing's cheeks to warm slightly. At a loss for how to respond to such direct praise, he coughed lightly to regain his composure and quickened his pace toward the hospital's discharge window to finalize the necessary paperwork. Once they reached the ground floor of the hospital, the warm sunlight bathed them, casting long shadows on the ground. And Xing halted, turning to Zhou Yusin with a serious expression. "You should get back to your work. I must prepare for the program tomorrow. Time is of the essence, and I need to contemplate thoroughly." Yes. After I close up tonight. Let us go out for dinner," she replied with enthusiasm. In Zhou Yusin's eyes, a bright sparkle shimmered, brimming with anticipation that seemed on the verge of overflowing. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze imbued with a hint of playful coaxing, as if silently imploring him not to refuse her. And Xing, observing her demeanor, revealed a reluctant smile and gestured an okay with his hand. He then turned and hurriedly made his way to the roadside, skillfully hailing a taxi with a swift motion. The moment the car door shut behind him, he glanced back to wave goodbye to Zhou Yusin, as the vehicle whisked him away, leaving a faint trail of dust in its wake. What a foolish fellow, she thought, watching An Xing's departing figure, a gentle reproach escaping her lips. Yet, her tone held no trace of resentment, only an abundance of affection. Murmuring to herself, she stepped aside and mounted her petite electric scooter. Sunlight cascaded upon her, outlining her youthful and vivacious silhouette. Donning her helmet and starting the engine, she hummed a cheerful tune as she rode towards her little shop, her heart delightfully fluttering at the thought of her evening rendezvous with An Xing Chapter 3. Who would choose to strain when one can earn money while lying down? An Xing returned to his modest abode, a 50-square-meter, one-bedroom rental, costing $1,300 a month. Upon his graduation, he was mercilessly thrust out of his family home by his father, under the guise of teaching him to experience life and become self-sufficient, deemed it essential for his growth. The interior was simply yet warmly decorated. A somewhat worn sofa occupied the living room, facing a plain television cabinet that housed a modest television. In the corner stood a wooden guitar. In the aftermath of graduation, An Xing's life could hardly be described as affluent, yet was filled with flavor. He sustained himself through piano tuning jobs and occasionally took on work as a music teacher. He sank into the sofa, retrieving a stack of sheet music from the drawer beneath the coffee table. These were his past compositions, now aging with yellowed pages and slightly curled edges. As he gently flipped through the lyrics, a bitter smile crept onto his face upon reflection. His earlier works seemed utterly dreadful. He shook his head in self-deprecation, his tone laced with disdain for his youthful creations. Setting aside the old scores, he produced a fresh stack of blank sheets, placing them flat upon the table, and began to write with a pencil. These were classic songs etched in the depths of his previous life's memories, and in this moment, he diligently transcribed them, hoping to impart a touch of culture to the people of this world. Unbeknownst to him, the sun's rays gradually faded, casting a soft twilight over the room, which remained unlit, relying solely on the feeble light filtering through the window to outline the furniture. Immersed in the realm of music, An Xing focused intently on the notes he was inscribing, rendering the outside world irrelevant. Suddenly, the sharp ring of his phone shattered the silence, startling An Xing and nearly causing him to drop his pencil. Instinctively, he glanced at the screen, where Zhou Yusin flashed prominently. "Hello, Yusin, what is up?" He answered, his voice still slightly dazed. "I said, little star, weren't we supposed to go out for dinner tonight? Where are you?" Zhou Yusin's melodic voice resonated through the receiver, laced with anticipation. At this moment, An Xing slapped his forehead in realization. He had completely forgotten their dinner arrangement. His gaze fell upon the scattered sheet music on the coffee table, and with a sigh of resignation, he spoke apologetically. Yusin, I'm still not finished here, all right? Just make sure you prepare well. The program is important," she replied, her tone understanding despite an undercurrent of disappointment. She knew this event held significant meaning for An Xing. After all, there would be many more opportunities for dinner in the future. Missing one meal was inconsequential. "Next time, I'll treat you to something delicious," An Xing quickly added, eager to atone for his forgotten promise. "Hee, I shall treat you to a feast," remarked Zhou Yusin with a cheerful grin, attempting to mask her inner disappointment with a light-hearted tone. She was aware of An Xing's financial constraints. The so-called feast would merely amount to a modest buffet costing a few dozen yuan. Yet, this did not diminish her anticipation for their agreement. An Xing's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a trace of a smile, as he remained unfazed by her words. He understood Zhou Yusin all too well. Despite her playful banter, she was always considerate of his circumstances. After ending the call, An Xing took a deep breath and turned his attention back to the musical score. With these songs in hand, the days of counting money until his fingers ached were not far off. In this world, the status of lyricists and composers was quite commendable. Official regulations stipulated that both lyricists and composers could earn 10% of the song's revenue, calculated after tax deductions. Thus, as long as the work was sufficiently outstanding, a hit would yield a steady stream of royalties, ensuring his financial security. Once he established a reputation in the industry as a recognized and esteemed lyricist and composer, his bargaining power would only increase. Whether collaborating with rising stars or negotiating with major entertainment companies, he could leverage his talent and fame to secure more favorable revenue shares. After all, many could sing, but a truly exceptional song was a rare gem, and he was fortunate to possess such precious resources with a promising future ahead. As for performing himself, An Xing shook his head. His vocal abilities were merely average, and why exert himself unnecessarily? Earning money effortlessly was far more appealing than toiling away. As night deepened and the city succumbed to slumber, An Xing remained diligently at his desk. At last, he set down his pen, rubbed his aching wrist, and opened the Huagua music platform. The soft glow of the screen illuminated his focused visage as he uploaded the completed compositions one by one, meticulously filling in the information to finalize copyright registration. This was crucial for securing income. Henceforth, regardless of who sang his songs, royalties would flow steadily into his account. Tomorrow would surely bring better prospects. A smile graced An Xing's lips, his eyes brimming with hope. He closed his computer, carrying a vision of the future with him, and drifted into a tranquil sleep. In the studio for the program, An Xing, An Xing wore a gentle and humble smile as he stopped a staff member hurriedly passing by with a stack of documents. "Excuse me, I am An Xing, the musical director for this show. May I inquire where the contestants are selecting their songs today?" The staff member paused, enthusiastically gesturing to indicate the way. "You go straight ahead, turn right at the first intersection, ascend to the third floor, enter the second door on your left, and then turn right at the end of the hallway. The fourth room is the one you seek." An Xing's brow furrowed slightly as he silently repeated the convoluted directions. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he thought it akin to navigating a maze. Half an hour later, An Xing finally located the mysterious room within the expansive recording base. At the entrance, a young girl was busily seated at a table. She raised her eyes to survey An Xing, then lowered her gaze to compare the information displayed on the computer screen. Confirming, "You are An Xing, correct?" An Xing nodded slightly, his tone laced with a hint of apology. "Yes, that's me. I'm sorry for my tardiness." The young girl casually waved her hand and remarked, "You finally made it. Hurry inside and select your contestants." In truth, she understood that the remaining contestants inside were primarily those who had been overlooked by the other mentors, showcasing a diverse range of abilities. An Xing sighed inwardly, helplessly ruffling his hair. He certainly did not wish to arrive late. He had been delayed by traffic and had also expended considerable effort finding his way. Taking a deep breath, An Xing pushed open the grand door. In an instant, dozens of eyes within the room were simultaneously directed towards him. Chapter 4. The three students in the midst of the crowd, two pairs of eyes fixated intently on An Xing. The moment Yang Yi and Su Mingyao laid eyes on him, their mouths gaped open uncontrollably, their faces etched with disbelief. "Goodness, is that really a Xing?" Yang Yi's heart soared with joy. He never anticipated that the final music instructor would be An Xing's Su Mingyao. Equally astonished, stared at An Xing in a daze. As if caught in a dream. "An Xing, at long last, you have arrived. Please proceed with the selection." A man, clad in a suit with a slight paunch, exuding an air of authority, hurriedly navigated through the throng and approached An Xing. "Apologies for the delay. I was caught in traffic." An Xing slightly inclined his body, a smile of apology gracing his features as he offered a brief explanation. "Not a problem at all. You are the last music instructor. Simply select 3 individuals from this group." The man waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor urgent, his gaze darting towards the eager students waiting for selection, signaling An Xing to expedite the process. An Xing refrained from further elaboration, his eyes slowly sweeping over the seated students. Upon encountering the familiar faces of Yang Yi and Su Mingyao, he halted momentarily, surprised to see old acquaintances in this setting. "You, and you," An Xing declared without hesitation, pointing directly at them. Surprise flickered in the eyes of Yang Yi and Su Mingyao, their lips curling into smiles as they eagerly sprang from their seats and hastened to stand before An Xing. "These two are excellent choices. I shall take them," An Xing remarked with a calm demeanor, as if he had deliberated thoughtfully, seamlessly integrating them into his team. "Teacher In, the one in the blue attire, is my friend. He possesses exceptional skills," Su Mingyao said lightly, gliding to An Xing's side, slightly raising herself on tiptoe to whisper in his ear. Without a moment's hesitation, An Xing turned his gaze towards the man in blue and called out, "You come over as well." Since he was the last music instructor to select, the remaining students were largely those left unchosen. Rather than laboriously assessing their abilities, he preferred to trust the judgment of acquaintances, offering him greater peace of mind. The man's eyes sparkled with surprise as he quickly rose and made his way to stand beside An Xing. Thus, An Xing completed the selection of his 3 students. The remaining candidates wore expressions of disappointment. Those not selected would have to forfeit their chance to participate in the program. "Well, since the selections are finalized, the program will commence in 1 week. Let us give it our all," the authoritative-looking man addressed An Xing. An Xing nodded slightly. A week was ample time. Upon exiting the program's premises, An Xing and his 3 companions ventured into a coffee shop. "An Xing, I truly didn't expect you to be the program's instructor," Yang Yi exclaimed, striding over to An Xing and plopping down beside him, his face beaming with joy. "I was equally surprised to find you as a participant," An Xing replied, his lips curving into a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling with the delight of their reunion. The individual before him was none other than a close friend from his university days, one of his steadfast comrades. He possessed remarkable vocal talent and was quite handsome. In matters of the heart, one cannot help but feel concerned. Indeed, it is a classic case of being love-struck. Upon hearing An Xing's words, Yang Yi's once upturned lips swiftly fell into a frown. He shook his head in resignation and let out a heavy sigh. The complexities of life are difficult to articulate. His tone harbored countless untold stories and a sense of helplessness. An Xing raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that he must have endured a great deal over the years. However, given the bustling surroundings, it was hardly the moment for probing inquiries. "Teacher, and this is my good friend, Han Liang," at that moment. Su Mingyao's gentle voice chimed in. With a sweet smile illuminating her face, she introduced the man clad in blue to An Xing. An Xing offered a subtle nod, his gaze quickly scanning Han Liang with a hint of friendliness. Su Mingyao had made a lasting impression on An Xing. Their acquaintance began when she came to repair her piano. Upon discovering her passion for music, An Xing became her music teacher for half a year. During that time, he witnessed her remarkable growth. Su Mingyao's voice was unique, reminiscent of a nightingale's melodious song. After 6 months of training, her vocal prowess had undergone a qualitative leap. Now, quite impressive. A flicker of curiosity stirred within An Xing. It was surprising that exceptional talents like Yang Yi and Su Mingyao remained at the end, not having been snatched away by other mentors. "Teacher, Han Liang is quite remarkable. You must guide us well," Su Mingyao said, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Rest assured, the championship shall be ours," An Xing replied with a confident smile, painting an ambitious picture. The group engaged in casual conversation for a while longer, eventually agreeing to meet the next day at Su Mingyao's home to discuss the program details. After Su Mingyao and Han Liang departed, dusk settled in, and the city's neon lights flickered to life, adorning the streets with a vibrant charm. An Xing and Yang Yi strolled side by side, the air fragrant with the aroma of delicious food. They arrived at a bustling barbecue restaurant, filled with lively chatter and the essence of culinary delight. "What troubles you?" An Xing inquired, lifting a beer bottle to fill Yang Yi's glass, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Yang Yi's brow furrowed, his face etched with weariness and resignation. He raised his glass, tilting it back to consume its contents in one swift motion, the sound of his throat swallowing echoing dully. "An Xing, do you think I deserve this?" he lamented, placing the glass down heavily, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Oh, do tell." An Xing refilled his glass, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Yi, urging him to continue. An Xing was well aware that Yang Yi came from a decent background, with his family running a small business. After graduation, he had opened a musical instrument shop, thriving among his peers. Yet now, he was not only participating in this program, but also appeared burdened by worries. There must be a significant story behind it all. The business on my parents' side, along with my instrument shop, has collapsed, and I am now preparing to divorce Asia. Yang Yi's voice was low and hoarse, encapsulating the tragic experiences of recent years in just a few sentences, his tone imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, An Xing, who was poised to pour wine, abruptly halted, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he gazed at Yang Yi, his mouth agape, finally managing to exclaim, "What? I thought you two were always so affectionate. How could you possibly be getting a divorce?" In his memory, the love story between Yang Yi and Acacia was a campus legend, an object of envy for many. They had been together since their freshman year, their passion unwavering throughout their journey. After graduating in their senior year, they had even married right away. Yet now, merely 3 years later, everything had changed. What could have happened? An Xing furrowed his brow in concern. "Alas, Acacia has taken up with a younger man, depleting our savings and even mortgaging the house." Yang Yi slowly lifted his gaze, staring at the sky at a 45-degree angle, striving to hold back his tears. An Xing's face instantly reflected sheer astonishment. his eyes widening further as if he could scarcely believe what he had just heard. Are you saying that your current predicament is all due to her? His voice involuntarily rose a few pitches, laden with shock. Chapter 5. You've watched too many tomato novels, haven't you? Young, he nodded slowly, each movement imbued with profound heaviness and melancholy. Over $1 million in savings, along with 2 properties, all lost. Now my parents and I have been cast out, forced to reside with relatives. His voice brimmed with exhaustion and bitterness, as if recounting a tragic tale utterly detached from his own life. Yet the redness in his eyes betrayed the anguish within. Upon hearing this, An Xing could not help but shake her head slightly, inwardly lamenting the terrifying nature of marriage. When they initially purchased those 2 properties, An Xing and their friends had repeatedly advised Yang not to inscribe only a Zhen's name on the deeds. However, enraptured by the sweetness of love, he was impervious to their counsel. Now, their words echoed as a grim prophecy, all reduced to nothingness. Your divorce is akin to leaving with nothing, isn't it? An Xing furrowed her brow and spoke slowly, her tone laden with sympathy. No, there's a distinction, Yang Yi replied with unusual conviction. What distinction? An Xing pressed, leaning forward, her gaze fixed intently on him. A Zhen has debts on her side, which we'll likely have to bear together. After uttering this, Yang Yi bitterly smiled and shook his head, as if mocking his own foolishness and the caprices of fate. Upon hearing this, An Xing's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. She could scarcely fathom how events had spiraled into such absurdity. A once harmonious family utterly shattered. And what does a Zhen say? When will the divorce take place? An Xing inhaled deeply, striving to quell her inner rage as she gently inquired. She does not wish to divorce. Yang Yi sighed helplessly, his eyes brimming with confusion and despair, shaking his head weakly as if all strength had been drained from him. Damn it, she intends to wreak havoc. An Xing slammed her hand on the table. Rising to her feet, her voice rife with indignation and injustice. How could this woman, despite the chaos, refuse to divorce? Did she plan to continue draining Yang, driving him to the brink of despair? I have already consulted a lawyer. We will pursue legal proceedings. Yang Yi forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, lifting the glass from the table and draining its contents in one gulp. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, momentarily numbing the pain within. Seeing this, An Xing remained silent, quietly raising her own glass to join him in the drink. Brother, rest assured, follow my lead, and I will help you rise again, An Xing declared, setting down her glass and heavily patting Yang Yi's shoulder. Rising again is not my immediate concern. After all, it is not a matter that can be resolved overnight. I have other objectives for participating in this program. Yang Yi straightened, his tone steady and resolute, a glimmer of sharp determination flashing in his eyes, a resolve born from the wounds he had suffered. You wouldn't mean to say that a Zhen is also participating in this program, would you? And Xing raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, her voice laced with teasing uncertainty as she questioned him. After all, A Zhen, like them, graduated with a degree in music, so her participation in such a musical program seems rather reasonable. However, Yang Yi slowly shook his head, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. It is not A Zhen, but rather A Zhen's pretty boy who has entered this contest. Yang Yi's words landed like a heavy bomb, leaving An Xing momentarily stunned. Goodness, this is undoubtedly a rhythm of revenge and face-slapping. Hey, is there something going on in your mind? An Xing leaned forward as if a sudden thought struck him, cautiously inquiring. What do you mean? Yang Yi replied, his expression bewildered, his brows knitting into a frown as he looked at An Xing, utterly perplexed by his question. I mean the system from novels, An Xing stated directly, his tone serious. Just look at your experiences. Isn't this a classic protagonist setup? The system ought to pay you a visit. You must have read too many tomato novels. Yang Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, shooting An Xing a disapproving glance. In his view, there are countless individuals in this world who are far more unfortunate than oneself. If everyone were to possess a system, wouldn't chaos ensue? To him, systems were merely a source of amusement found within the pages of novels. Without a system, aren't you worried about being slapped back by A Zhen as pretty boy? And Xing teased, rubbing his nose, half joking yet half serious. Well, I was indeed a bit concerned before, Yang mused, gazing into the distance as if recalling his painful past. However, he quickly regained his composure, a confident smile gracing his lips. But now you're here, right? He patted An Xing's shoulder gently, his eyes filled with trust and reliance. You just said you'd help me turn things around. I'm keeping that in mind. An Xing was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Yang viewed him as the golden key to his resurgence. Upon reflection, he found this perspective quite accurate. The treasure trove of hit songs in his mind indeed served as the most formidable advantage. Armed with these musical gems, wouldn't he thrive in the fiercely competitive music program? With this thought, An Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter, his hearty chuckles echoing loudly in the bustling barbecue restaurant, drawing the attention of surrounding diners. Brother, what I say holds true. He thumped his chest with determination in his gaze. Yang, witnessing this, felt a flicker of emotion. He raised his glass slightly, gesturing towards An Xing. An Xing smiled nonchalantly, lifting his glass to gently clink it against Yang, producing a melodious sound. Observing Yang An Xing pondered internally. With Yang outstanding vocal abilities, coupled with his own hit songs, they would undoubtedly shine in the future. Furthermore, he would serve as an excellent means of generating income. Together, they would carve out a niche for themselves on this musical stage. An Xing returned home. Upon entering, he casually tossed his keys onto the shoe cabinet and strode directly towards the sofa, where he sat down with a thud. Leaning slightly forward, he opened the drawer beneath the coffee table, which was brimming with various musical scores, all hastily composed the previous night. His gaze swiftly scanned the scores as his fingers delicately flipped through them, meticulously selecting songs suitable for Yang, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang. Once he had made his selections, An Xing set aside several chosen pieces, preparing them for their selection the following day. With these songs in their repertoire, the trio would undoubtedly shine in the program. As the creator of these compositions, he too would rise into the public eye with the show's success. At that moment, his talents would be recognized by the masses. The prospect of selling more songs and reaping substantial royalties filled him with anticipation, bringing him closer to realizing his dream of a laid-back life. With this thought, a satisfied smile graced An Xing's lips. Chapter 6, Some Brothers, Some. In the luxurious Shihong residence community, An Xing and Yang, under the guidance of his security personnel, arrived at Su Mingyao's doorstep. Wow, sister, with such impressive family circumstances, why participate in this program? As they entered the spacious and grand foyer, Yang couldn't help but exclaim in awe. That's my dream, Su Mingyao replied, a sweet smile gracing her lips. She then warmly gestured for them to enter the bright and expansive living room. At that moment, Han Liang was already seated on the plush sofa. He stood up, smiling as he greeted An Xing and Yang. A dream is wonderful. There are not so many worries. Yang said with a slight smile, a pang of bittersweetness stirring within him. Su Mingyao, unfazed by the complexity of Yang's emotions, turned her gaze towards An Xing, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Teacher in, will the songs be provided by you, or shall we seek out songs ourselves? She was well aware that while the production team would offer some cover song copyrights, to perform original songs in such a fiercely competitive program would undoubtedly help them stand out among numerous contestants, garnering more attention and acclaim. As the music instructor, An Xing, with his remarkable talent, was the ideal candidate for creating original compositions. However, she was concerned that he might not have suitable songs at hand, hence subtly suggested the idea of reaching out to other creators for songs. I happen to have penned a few songs that could be quite useful, An Xing said, a confident smile gracing his lips. He sat down on the sofa, adeptly retrieving a stack of sheet music from his document bag, and then pulled out a single sheet to hand to Yang. Here, this is for you. As Su Mingyao and Han Liang heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. They almost simultaneously rose, hastening to Yang's side, their heads leaning in close, necks stretching eagerly. Release? Yang received the sheet music, softly voicing the song title. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the deeper meaning behind the song. His gaze swiftly traversed the notes and lyrics on the sheet. While Su Mengyao and Han Liang also focused intently on the music, their faces gradually revealing expressions of astonishment. "An Xing, this is truly remarkable," he couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with admiration. "This song resonates with my current state of being. After the divorce, he felt as though he had been reborn." Teacher, the quality of this song is genuinely impressive. Su Mengyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone betraying her unreserved admiration. She mused internally that the melody was simple and memorable, easy to sing along with. The lyrics were straightforward yet powerful, both accessible and deeply moving. If performed in the program, it would undoubtedly become a hit, winning the audience's favor. "Well, it's just average," An Xing said, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he humbly waved his hand. To him, such caliber of songs was abundant in his mind, merely a matter of casual creation. "Teacher, and what about mine?" In Su Mingyao's bright eyes, an eager light shimmered as she gazed intently at An Xing without blinking. "What type of song do you wish to sing?" An Xing responded with a gentle and warm smile. Su Mengyao extended her index finger, lightly touched her chin, and furrowed her brow in earnest contemplation for a moment. She then spoke, "I would like a love song that can express the pain of longing." Her voice was clear and melodious, imbued with a resolute determination, as if revealing the deep-seated desires of her heart. Upon hearing this, An Xing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He scrutinized Su Mengyao, pondering how such a young girl could wish to perform a song saturated with profound emotions. In his mind, he had envisioned her opting for an upbeat style, showcasing her youthful vitality, or perhaps a cheerful and sweet tune that would complement her charming persona. Nevertheless, An Xing was well prepared, having brought along several scores of varied styles before stepping out. "Ah, just the right piece. This is a treasure," An Xing remarked mysteriously. He then leisurely rummaged through his folder, retrieving the score and handing it to Su Mengyao. Yi and Han Liang instantly leaned in closer, their three figures forming a small, tight-knit circle. "Longing?" Su Mengyao softly articulated the song's title, her eyes sparkling with surprise, a wave of indescribable anticipation swelling within her. The straightforward yet poetic title ignited her imagination about the song. Eagerly, she continued to read, her gaze darting swiftly over the notes and lyrics on the score. The more she read, the wider her eyes grew, and her expression became increasingly focused. Upon finishing the last note, she couldn't help but gasp, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands, deeply shaken by the profound impact it had on her. The melody was enchanting and lyrical. Each note seemed to narrate a story of deep-seated yearning. The lyrics were exquisite and poignant, articulating the inner turmoil and agony of longing with precise clarity. This song was, without a doubt, the love ballad she had always dreamed of. "Teacher, I adore this song," Su Mengyao exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, her face radiating uncontainable joy. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I feel like this song is the one I've been waiting for. It is simply perfect. As long as you like it." An Xing replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Seeing Su Mengyao so satisfied filled him with a sense of accomplishment. In his eyes, this carefully selected song was undoubtedly a powerful piece that would shine brilliantly on stage. He was confident that when Su Mengyao took to the stage with it, she would astonish the entire audience. An Xing then shifted his gaze from Su Mengyao to Han Liang, his expression gentle and laced with concern, asking, "And you, what type of song do you plan to perform?" Han Liang was somewhat flustered by the unexpected question. He instinctively touched his head, lowered it slightly, and a faint blush appeared on his face, revealing a hint of shyness. He scratched the back of his head and hesitantly replied, "Teacher, I don't have a particular type of song that I wish to perform. I just want to find a piece that allows me to showcase my abilities." His voice was soft, tinged with a trace of nervousness. Observing this, An Xing shrugged lightly, a casual smile gracing his face, as though he had long grown accustomed to such situations. Without hesitation, he extracted 3 sheets of music from his folder and presented them to Han Liang, saying, "Here, take a look and see if any of these resonate with you." Gratefully, Han Liang accepted the sheets with both hands. He carefully unfolded them, his gaze swiftly traversing the notes and lyrics, and his expression gradually transformed into one of intense concentration. As he delved deeper into the material, his brow furrowed tighter, and a subtle look of distress crossed his face. After a moment, Han Liang slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with a touch of apology as he awkwardly regarded An Xing biting his lip and hesitating for a moment. He summoned his courage to speak. "Teacher, and these songs are indeed quite excellent, with captivating melodies and lyrics. However, they are somewhat challenging for me. Is there a more straightforward option available?" Before he could finish his sentence, An Xing interjected with confidence and enthusiasm. "Indeed, there are simpler songs. I have 9 more that are quite straightforward." As he spoke, he lowered his head, quickly rummaging through the folder. Chapter 7. The Return of the Young Couple. "Fortunately, I brought along," An Xing remarked, sifting through a folder until he precisely extracted a sheet and handed it to Han Liang. As Han Liang accepted the score with both hands, his gaze fell upon the title, Lilac. The moment those 3 characters registered in his mind, a flicker of curiosity illuminated his eyes. He eagerly began to examine it, meticulously studying the lyrics word by word, his eyes gliding along the melodic lines. Su Mengyao and Yang Yi were drawn in as well, their heads quickly leaning in beside Han Liang. "Teacher, and this is the one." Han Liang suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and his face radiating an uncontrollable joy, his voice quivering with exhilaration. At that moment, it felt as though he had discovered the key to unlocking the door to success, brimming with confidence for the upcoming performance. Observing the expression on Han Liang's face, An Xing's lips curled into a gentle smile, and he nodded slightly in appreciation. He understood that Lilac was astonishingly simple. Its melody flowed beautifully, as natural as a gentle stream. The vocal range was relatively narrow, devoid of daunting leaps that would intimidate a performer. For Han Liang, it was entirely manageable. Moreover, the song's rhythm was remarkably regular, free from complex syncopations or a convoluted assembly of rhythms. More importantly, it demanded no excessively advanced vocal techniques. It simply required the singer to express their innermost emotions candidly, touching the audience with sincere feelings. "Let's begin our practice," An Xing said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he rose leisurely. He was aware that Su Mengyao's home had a basement that had been transformed into a small recording studio. Previously, he had trained Su Mengyao in that very subterranean sanctuary. "Teacher, and shall I call the arranger to come over so we can also prepare the accompaniment?" Su Mengyao proposed enthusiastically, her bright eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Certainly, that sounds good," An Xing replied with a slight nod. He contemplated that these 3 were indeed his only students. Were it anyone else, merely the selection of these 3 carefully chosen songs could easily fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, he found no loss in the current arrangement. Once these songs were released in the program, he would retain the copyrights, and the music platform would automatically allocate profits according to regulations. Earning a 20% share from each song would accumulate to a quite substantial income. With that, An Xing led the way to the basement, and Yang Yi and the others hurriedly followed suit. Time passed quietly, and a few short days flew by. During this period, Yang Yi, Su Mengyao, and Han Liang dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to practice, making significant progress with hardly any major issues arising. An Xing watched their increasingly proficient performances with a heart full of satisfaction, anticipating the forthcoming program with heightened eagerness. On this particular day, as An Xing sat on the sofa, leisurely perusing the score, the sudden ringing of his phone shattered the tranquility. He picked up his phone and saw it was a call from his mother. On the other end, her warm voice resonated, "Son, come home for dinner today. The family is gathering." An Xing responded affirmatively a few times, and just as he set the phone down, the screen lit up again. This time it was a call from Zhou Yusin. "Little star, when are you coming home? Let us go together." Zhou Yusin's lively and sweet voice flowed through the receiver, imbued with a touch of playfulness and affection. An Xing was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "Are you going too?" "Today is Uncle and Wu's birthday. Of course I'm going." Zhou Yusin's laughter traveled through the airwaves. Suddenly, An Xing realized with a start, slapping his forehead in realization. No wonder his mother had specifically asked him to return home. It was Uncle and Wu's birthday. He smiled wryly and said, "Come over after work, and we'll head back together." "All right, wait for me," Zhou Yusin cheerfully replied before hanging up. An Xing returned to the sofa, gently shaking his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. His father was the head of the family, followed by Uncle and Wu and his younger uncle. And in his memory, such family gatherings, although lively, were fraught with numerous rules, often leaving him with a headache. Prepare a red envelope and make a quick exit after dinner. An Xing muttered to himself, rising from his seat. He walked over to the TV cabinet, crouching down to skillfully rummage through and retrieve a stack of pristine red envelopes, stuffing a few hundred yuan into one. Before long, Zhou Yusin arrived, gracefully parking her charming little pink electric scooter downstairs, dressed in a simple white dress. The gentle breeze caressed her, causing the hem to flutter slightly, making her appear fresh and vivacious. "Little star, let us go." Zhou Yusin's eyes sparkled as she waved excitedly upon spotting An Xing, playfully patting the back seat of her scooter. "You got off work so early?" An Xing inquired with a puzzled expression as he briskly approached. He was well aware that at this hour, Zhou Yusin's small shop would still be open, usually closing at 6. "Aren't we going to eat?" "It starts at 5, Zhou Yusin replied, expertly starting her scooter, the engine humming a cheerful tune. She glanced back at An Xing with a playful wink. "You should have asked for details in advance." An Xing pouted, realizing his mother hadn't specified the exact time. It seemed she had anticipated that he would be returning with Zhou Yusin. As they rode along, the gentle breeze brushed against them, and the scenery sped by in a blur. After 40 minutes, the little scooter came to a gentle stop at the entrance of a compound. The courtyard was lush with greenery, and several old buildings were scattered about, exuding a rich sense of everyday life. "Hey, the young couple is back," exclaimed Uncle Zhang, leisurely enjoying his pipe at the entrance. Upon seeing An Xing and Zhou Yusin, a broad smile spread across his face. "Uncle Zhang, aren't you going inside to sit?" An Xing replied, his lips curving into a gentle smile. He was already accustomed to Uncle Zhang's playful teasing about being a young couple and took it in stride without giving it much thought. Uncle Zhang slightly squinted his eyes, the wrinkles on his face becoming increasingly pronounced. He gently exhaled a puff of smoke and leisurely remarked, "I've been waiting for you. The meals are all prepared, just waiting for the feast to commence." His tone suggested that they were the very essence of this family gathering. Without their presence, the meal would lack flavor. An Xing touched his head, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he and Zhou Yusin stepped into the courtyard alongside Uncle Zhang. This modest courtyard housed 7 families, all comprised of retired soldiers and their loved ones. The relationships among neighbors were exceedingly harmonious, providing mutual support and camaraderie akin to that of a single family. As the trio entered the courtyard, they were greeted by the sight of 2 grand tables laden with an abundance of delectable dishes, the aromas wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. The courtyard was alive with chatter and laughter, the atmosphere vibrant with joyous conversation. "You little rascal, you always return the latest," shouted one, An Xing's father, upon seeing him enter. Although his tone was filled with reproach, the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. Chapter 8. Take your time eating, Dad. Take your time, Mom. Take your time, Uncle. How can this be my fault? An Xing, unwilling to be outdone, pouted slightly. As he spoke, he furtively cast a glance at Zhou Yusin, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. Zhou Zhenghao, Zhou Yuxin's father, a robust middle-aged man, abruptly stood up from his chair, his face a canvas of surprise and discontent. "You rascal, you let Yuxin drive?" He placed his hands on his hips, his eyes wide, gazing An Xing with a questioning look. "Dad, it was my decision to drive. I'll try to be quicker next time," Zhou Yuxin interjected, bouncing like a little rabbit to her father's side. She playfully stuck out her rosy tongue, grasping his arm with both hands and shaking it insistently, her tone sweetly coaxing. Watching his daughter's adorable antics, Zhou Zhenghao's stern demeanor softened instantly, and he shook his head helplessly, a fond smile breaking through. "I must say, you didn't bring anything?" Lu Yun, An Xing's mother, crossed her arms over her chest, slightly pouting, her face betraying dissatisfaction as she murmured softly, "How could I not come prepared? I brought a generous red envelope." And Xing replied, his lips curling into a confident smile. He retrieved a meticulously prepared red envelope from his pocket, waved it in front of his mother, and then strode over to his uncle and Wu. "Uncle, you've aged another year," and Xing said cheerfully, a hint of mischief on his face. As soon as the words left his mouth, laughter erupted from those around him, and Wu was no exception. He threw back his head and laughed heartily, his voice resonant and bright. "You rascal, can't you say something nice to your uncle?" And Wu chuckled, playfully pointing at Xing, his eyes brimming with affection. Though he feigned annoyance, he felt genuinely pleased. After all, a family gathering, lively and animated, was better than anything else. And Xing, embarrassed, scratched his head and quickly added, "Uncle, wishing you a happy birthday, good health, and all the best." "All right, this lad has always been like this. You know him well." And Xing's father, approached and patted Wu on the shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his face. "I didn't say anything, brother. You were just being protective." And Wu pretended to be angry, shooting him with a mock glare. But the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. Such light-hearted banter between the brothers had long been a staple of their interactions, familiar and comfortable for everyone present. "Let us all keep our chatter to a minimum. Dinner is ready," Jiang Yin, and Wu's wife, hurried over to mediate. A warm smile adorned her face, her gaze flitting among the guests, radiating concern. As she spoke, she ushered everyone to take their seats. Everyone settled down, and soon the courtyard was filled with joyful laughter and chatter. At the head of the table sat An, with Lu Yun to his left, and Xing nestled closely beside Lu Yun, his heart swelling with warmth as he surveyed his relatives. To the right of An sat Wu, engaged in soft conversation with his wife, Jiang Yin, and Xing's elder brother, and Ri, and his sister-in-law, An, sat nearby, exchanging knowing smiles. Following them were Yu and Su Wei, and Xing's second sister and brother-in-law. Both Ri and Yu were the children of their second uncle, and Wu. Further along were Da and Li Chui, and Xing's younger uncle and aunt, accompanied by their son, and Chun, who had just turned 20, embodying the exuberance of youth. The entire family gathered together, radiating warmth and joy, each face adorned with the glow of happiness. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuxian and her companions occupied another table, engaging in light-hearted banter with their neighbors, equally relishing the joyous occasion. Laughter and merriment filled the dining table, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and heartwarming. At that moment, Henri picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and chewed slowly, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he turned to Xing and jestingly inquired, "And Xing, when will you marry Yuxian?" The moment those words left his lips, the once boisterous dining table fell into a sudden hush, all eyes converging upon Xing brother. "Please don't speak carelessly. I have no romantic involvement with her." And Xing exclaimed, nearly choking on his food. He quickly set down his utensils, waving his hands in a flustered denial. In his heart, Zhou Yuxian felt more like an older sister to him. Their interactions were easy and comfortable. He had never envisioned their relationship evolving into anything romantic. "Really? Didn't you two promise to be together for life when you were children?" And Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with feigned astonishment, a teasing glimmer dancing in her gaze. She recalled a childhood memory of stumbling upon Xing and Zhou Yuxian playing house, pretending to wed, and couldn't help but laugh. "Those were just childish words. They don't count," and Xing retorted, a look of helplessness washing over his face, inwardly lamenting the resurfacing of that topic. "It was merely a game from our youth. Who would have thought it would become a weapon for my sister to tease me with?" Still mentioned to this day. Childish words are often the most sincere. Li Chui chimed in, her lips curving into a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with affection and playful jest towards the younger generation. As the teasing continued, and Xing felt his cheeks burning with embarrassment, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to disappear into. He offered a shy smile, refraining from further comment, and instead lowered his head, hastily shoveling rice into his bowl, his chopsticks moving with fervor as if they were in a battle with his meal. At that moment, his mind was solely focused on finishing his meal swiftly to escape this battlefield. Although the others noticed his discomfort, they refrained from pressing further. Yet, apart from An Xing, everyone had already come to regard Zhou Xin as part of the An family. An Xing quickly polished off his rice and hastily set down his chopsticks. "What's wrong? Have you only eaten that little? Do you aspire to be an immortal?" Lu Yun observed An Xing's actions with a furrowed brow, her tone inadvertently tinged with reproach. No, I'm just full." An Xing hastily waved his hands, forcing a slightly awkward smile. "Everyone, please take your time." No sooner had he spoken than he eagerly stood up, making as if to leave. Anwen's voice suddenly took on a stern tone, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he fixed it upon An Xing. A jolt of apprehension coursed through An Xing, who inwardly lamented his predicament. He recognized that this seemingly simple inquiry was, in fact, a long-standing family tradition. Before the younger generation departs, they must bid farewell to their elders individually. Though An Xing internally groaned at the prospect, he understood that such customs were sacrosanct. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he turned to face the assembly, his voice resonant and clear. "Father, please enjoy your meal. Mother, please enjoy your meal. Uncle, please enjoy your meal. Aunt, please enjoy your meal. Younger uncle, please enjoy your meal. Younger aunt, please enjoy your meal. Elder brother, please enjoy your meal. Sister-in-law, please enjoy your meal. Second sister, please enjoy your meal. Brother-in-law, please enjoy your meal." With each name uttered, he inclined his head slightly, embodying the decorum befitting a junior. Upon completing his farewells, An Xing looked expectantly toward his father, believing that he might finally be allowed to escape. To his dismay, Anwen merely lifted his chin slightly, gesturing toward the adjacent table, the implication unmistakable. An Xing felt his lips twitch involuntarily, a wave of regret washing over him. Had he known, he would have delayed his departure until everyone had finished their meal. Yet at this moment, he had no alternative but to steel himself and, with reluctant steps, approach the neighboring table. "Uncle Zhou, please enjoy your meal. Aunt Lu, please enjoy your meal. Grandfather Zhang, please enjoy your meal. Grandmother Song, please enjoy your meal. Grandmother Sun, please enjoy your meal." As he spoke, he silently counted the individuals, fervently wishing for this protracted farewell to conclude swiftly. At last, as the final words slipped from his lips, An Xing felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. He swiftly made his way back into the house. He exhaled deeply, his back already drenched in perspiration, feeling as though he had just emerged from a fiercely contested battle. Chapter 9. Regardless of his actions, you will never be him. As An Xing settled into the chair within the room, he had scarcely caught his breath when he noticed Zhou Yusin entering with a buoyant stride, her face radiating a warm, sunlit smile. "Have you finished your meal as well?" An Xing inquired, glancing up at Zhou Yusin, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. After all, the atmosphere at the dining table had been quite lively, and he had not anticipated her to conclude her meal so swiftly. "Indeed, I've been dieting lately. I mustn't indulge too much," Zhou Yusin replied, her lips curving into a gentle smile that revealed two delicate dimples. As she spoke, she casually picked up a nearby red plastic stool, gracefully sitting beside An Xing, the stool making a faint sound as it scraped against the floor. Hearing her words, An Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Zhou Yusin from head to toe. She appeared slender, clad in a simple dress that accentuated her delicate figure. Unable to suppress a smirk, he remarked with an air of playful skepticism, "With such a petite frame, you're on a diet? At this rate, you'll be as thin as a reed. One gust of wind, and you might just vanish. Do you prefer a bit more fullness?" Zhou Yusin teased, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief as she countered his comment with a smile that was both coy and enigmatic. "Moderately, I suppose. I'm not particularly fond of excessive thinness. You look quite fine as you are," An Xing responded, scratching his nose and clearing his throat, his tone nonchalant. He recalled that Zhou Yusin had mentioned weighing 108 pounds not long ago, given her height of 168 centimeters. He believed that weight suited her perfectly. "Very well, then I shall stop my dieting," Zhou Yusin replied without a moment's hesitation, her tone bright and cheerful. In truth, her previous desire to lose weight had stemmed from her speculation that An Xing might prefer a more slender girl. Now that he had expressed his opinion, She felt liberated from the burdensome plans of dieting and exercising. As she contemplated this, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Just as they were conversing, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a tall and handsome young man, Zhang Wuhong, the grandson of Grandpa Zhang, dressed in casual attire. With neatly styled hair and a confident smile radiating youthful vitality, he approached them. "Yusin, why not eat a bit more? Here, I brought you some fruit," Zhang Wuhong said, effortlessly taking a seat beside Zhou Yusin. He produced a bright red apple from behind him and extended it toward her, his eyes filled with concern. "Thank you, but I'm not fond of fruit," Zhou Yusin replied politely, gently declining with a smile as she subtly shifted to create a slight distance between herself and Zhang Wuhong. "Are you free this evening? A wonderful film has just been released. Let us go see it together," Zhang Wuhong suggested, seemingly undeterred by her refusal. His face still adorned with a warm smile and his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhou Yusin did not respond immediately. Instead, she instinctively glanced at An Xing, her eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. "Little star, are you going? I only have 2 tickets." Zhang Wuhong's expression shifted slightly, and before An Xing could speak, he hastily interjected. His tone carried an undeniable firmness, implying that An Xing was not welcome at this film screening. In response to Zhang Wuhong's subtly hostile remark, An Xing merely furrowed his brow slightly, a faint smirk of disdain playing on his lips, too disinterested to engage in such juvenile provocation. Leaning back in his chair, he maintained a calm demeanor. "I won't be attending. I need a good rest tonight. Tomorrow is the day of the program broadcast, and I plan to get a good night's sleep. If I agree to watch the movie, it will undoubtedly run late. Then I won't go either," Zhou Yusin stated firmly without hesitation. "Don't, Yusin. This movie is truly spectacular and will not disappoint you," Zhang Wuhong pleaded, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face as he infused his tone with a touch of flattery. He leaned forward, attempting to sway Zhou Yusin's decision, his gaze brimming with eagerness. Observing Zhang Wuhong's demeanor, An Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes, internally muttering, "What a sycophant." He shook his head slightly, a wry smile gracing his features. Reflecting on their childhood, An Xing remembered the bond they once shared as inseparable playmates. Zhang Wuhong, a year younger, had once laughed and played joyfully in the courtyard with them. Those cherished memories felt as if they belonged to yesterday. However, upon entering middle school, Zhang Wuhong seemed to transform into a different person, inexplicably harboring animosity towards An Xing, the reasons for which remained unclear. Gradually, their relationship became estranged and complex, irretrievably losing the intimacy they once enjoyed. "I said I'm not going. Do you not understand?" Zhou Yusin's tone abruptly intensified, her eyes betraying evident disdain. She could not tolerate Zhang Wuhong's treatment of An Xing. In her heart, anyone who maintained a poor relationship with An Xing would never receive her goodwill. Were it not for their long-standing neighborly ties, she would have relished the opportunity to confront Zhang Wuhong directly, to instruct him to cease his relentless pursuit. Speaking of confrontations, she recalled how she had once thrashed him as a child, and the thought of this brought a glimmer of something unusual to her gaze. "Fine, what about tomorrow night? Would you like to go?" Zhang Wuhong remained undeterred, a glimmer of hope still lingering in his eyes. No, I really find you bothersome." Zhou Yusin's patience had worn thin. She sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes wide open as she glared fiercely at Zhang Wuhong. Zhou Yusin's chest heaved dramatically, clearly infuriated by Zhang Wuhong's incessant pestering. I just wanted to invite you to see a movie." Zhang Wuhong trembled at Zhou Yusin's sudden outburst, instinctively retracting his neck, his voice dwindling to a mere whisper. "Stop wasting your efforts on me. Why not find another target? It's impossible between us." Zhou Yusin gazed at Zhang Wuhong's demeanor, letting out a resigned sigh. Although her tone softened somewhat, the refusal in her words remained resolutely firm. She truly could not comprehend why Zhang Wuhong refused to give up. She had made her feelings abundantly clear on numerous occasions. An Xing, seated nearby, sensed the tension in the air and inwardly lamented the brewing storm. Realizing that retreat was the wisest course of action, he rose gracefully, preparing to discreetly slip away. What was it that made Zhang Wuhong so persistent? Just as An Xing was about to take his leave, Zhang Wuhong suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Zhou Yusin. His voice brimmed with bitterness and envy, as if An Xing were the architect of his unfulfilled desires. Upon hearing this, An Xing hesitated momentarily taken aback. Turning to face Zhang Wuhong, he replied with a hint of resignation, "I am not good. I am truly quite wicked." As he spoke, he waved his hand, attempting to defuse the impending conflict. "You two carry on. Do not involve me." With that, An Xing quickened his pace, eager to escape this contentious situation. He thought to himself that it was best to keep his distance from such a character. Today was a family gathering, marking his uncle's birthday, and it was hardly the time for quarrels. Should discord arise, it would cast a shadow over everyone present. Regardless of his actions, you're not him. Observing An Xing's departure, Zhou Yusin turned her attention back to Zhang Wuhong, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. After uttering a decisive remark, she swiftly pursued the direction in which An Xing had left, leaving Zhang Wuhong standing alone, his expression vacant and filled with despair. Chapter 10. Your daughter is taking an interest in my son. An Xing sat beneath the crooked tree in the courtyard when suddenly the sound of footsteps reached her ears from behind. Turning around, she saw Zhou Yusin bouncing out with exuberance. "What brings you out here?" An Xing inquired, raising an eyebrow with a hint of curiosity. "It was too stuffy inside, so I came out for some fresh air," Zhou Yusin replied, a playful smile gracing her lips, revealing her dimples. Without a care for the cleanliness of the ground, she plopped down in a carefree manner, imitating An Xing's earlier posture. An Xing chose not to respond, her gaze drifting towards the distance where An Chun approached with a light-hearted stride. "Have you had enough to eat?" she asked, her expression serene and her tone tinged with a brotherly concern. "Not quite. I still have to wash the dishes later," An Chun replied, his laughter ringing clear and bright in the courtyard. As he spoke, he settled beside An Xing with a thud. Once seated, he turned slightly towards her, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "Third brother, I heard from Uncle that you've become a musical director for a show. I just want to pass the time." An Xing replied with a self-deprecating smile, shrugging lightly. In the hierarchy of their family, he felt somewhat overshadowed. His elder brother, An Ri, thrived within the system, while his second sister, An Yu, had ascended to an executive position in a prominent company. Even the younger An Chun had secured a place in the police academy through his own efforts, with a promising future ahead. In contrast, An Xing spent his days immersed in music, perhaps appearing to others as a mere drifter. Thankfully, his brother and sister had never looked down upon him, which brought him some solace. "Third brother, you call that drifting? This show has garnered quite a buzz lately. Many of my classmates know about it." An Xing exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement, punctuating his words with animated gestures. To him, participating in such a popular program was no trivial achievement. Upon hearing this, An Xing was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. Is it really that sensational? He mused, filled with doubt, especially considering the show featured fresh talent with neither big-name stars nor extensive promotion. How could it attract such fervor? "It's not an exaggeration at all," An Chun insisted, his enthusiasm palpable as his head bobbed side to side like a little rattledrum. After ensuring that no one was watching, he leaned closer to An Xing, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I heard from a classmate that one of the musical directors is Qin Lanfang. Is it really her?" Zhou Yusin couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes wide with shock and excitement. Qin Lanfang was a leading figure in the music industry, her name resonating throughout the realm of music. Her ethereal voice and unique singing style, along with her perfect figure, had captivated countless admirers. An Xing raised an eyebrow, his mind swirling with a tempest of thoughts. He was acutely aware of Qin Lanfei's stature. This formidable vocalist, merely a step away from the coveted title of diva, held a significant position in the music industry. It was unexpected that she would participate in this program and become his rival. Contemplating the program's stipulation that mentors must not disclose their identities, An Xing couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. If even Qin Lanfei was involved, the other mentors would likely be of no lesser caliber. This show, it seemed, was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. Regardless of who they were, he resolved to showcase his performance. A subtle smile of confidence graced An Xing's lips as he clapped An Chun on the shoulder. Of course, I'll have my classmates come and watch tomorrow. An Chun replied with a hearty laugh. His admiration for An Xing was palpable, as if his third brother were his eternal hero, invincible in every regard. But after watching, don't fall too much in love with me, An Xing teased, winking with a mischievous grin reminiscent of their childhood days spent together. To his surprise, An Chun scoffed, wearing a proud expression, as if, even without watching, you remain my idol. He nodded emphatically, determination gleaming in his eyes. The two brothers bantered back and forth, their laughter echoing joyfully. Unbeknownst to them, their elders had also enjoyed their fill. And when rose, patting his round belly, a slight flush of inebriation gracing his cheeks. He waved his hand toward An Xing, feigning seriousness as he said, "Young man, it's getting late. You should head back." Though his tone seemed stern, it concealed a subtle tenderness. An Xing understood that this was his father's way of ushering him out. He shrugged in resignation, a wry smile appearing on his face, before turning to mount Zhou Yusin's little electric scooter. At the moment he started the vehicle, he glanced back at An, playfully raising his middle finger. With the roar of the scooter, he gradually distanced himself, momentarily reclaiming the rebellious spirit of his youth. "That kid dares to flip me off," An muttered as he watched An Xing's departing figure, a smirk on his lips. Yet, there was no trace of anger on his face, only a hint of affectionate amusement. In his heart, this son would forever be his pride, and even when he occasionally acted mischievously, he found it endearing. "Who told you to send him away too soon?" And Wu observed this scene with a gentle chuckle, shaking his head slightly, a warm smile illuminating his face. "I'm merely providing him an opportunity. If I don't send him off, how will he enjoy a moment alone with Yusin?" An explained with a mock seriousness, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. His gaze followed An Xing and Zhou Yusin's retreating figures, secretly hoping for a spark to ignite between the two young souls. "I knew it. You have your eyes on my daughter." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jinghao immediately pointed his finger at An's nose, feigning anger as he exclaimed, "It must be your daughter who has designs on my son." An, undeterred, retorted with resilience. He straightened his posture, a confident smile gracing his face, as if he had already triumphed in this verbal sparring match. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange between the two, and soon the courtyard was filled with laughter and joy. The warm atmosphere enveloped everyone, evoking a profound sense of familial love and deep neighborly bonds. The following day, at the venue for the program Sound of You, An Xing, accompanied by Yang, Yi, and the others, entered their designated contestant room. "Hey, I just noticed that Qin Lanfang seems to be one of the guiding instructors," Yang Yi remarked, sitting on a nearby bench, his tone somewhat grave. Chapter 11. "The premiere of You Are Born for Music, is this for real?" Su Mingyao's eyes widened like saucers, her voice abruptly rising in pitch. Her hands instinctively covered her mouth, her face etched with astonishment. After all, Qin Lanfei is a leading singer at the pinnacle of her career, a formidable figure in the music industry. The prospect of her serving as a music mentor is undeniably daunting. Han Liang was equally taken aback, his expression frozen in a state of disbelief. "How come you didn't know about the mentor selection earlier?" An Xing inquired, looking at the three of them with confusion. "Of course they didn't know. They were all wearing headsets, except for you, the last one who didn't need to," Yang Yi explained from the side. Upon hearing this, An Xing pouted, realizing the situation. The production team had indeed been remarkably discreet about the mentors. "Don't be afraid. We all bear the same burdens," An Xing remarked, observing the trio quaking in their boots, shaking her head in exasperation. It was amusing that they had already sentenced themselves to defeat even before the competition had begun. Furthermore, just because Qin Lanfei is skilled does not guarantee that her mints will outperform everyone else. And Xing felt that the trio was unnecessarily burdening themselves with anxiety. "I never said I was afraid. I just find it exhilarating," Yang Yi retorted, straightening his posture defiantly. As he spoke, he pretended to toss his hair, though the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner nervousness. "I wonder if we can get her autograph later." Su Mingyao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, her gaze dreamy as if she could already envision herself holding a signed photo of Qin Lanfei, a small drool escaping her lips in uncontainable enthusiasm. Han Liang, who had been lost in shock, was instantly invigorated by Su Mingyao's words, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. His eyes brightened with anticipation, his expression clearly saying, "Why didn't I think of that?" He rubbed his hands together, brimming with eagerness, as if ready to dash out and request an autograph from Qin Lanfei at any moment. Watching the two, An Xing couldn't help but twitch her lips in disbelief, mentally exclaiming, "Goodness!" Just moments ago, she had been anxiously fretting that they might lose their fighting spirit from fear, yet here they were, with thought processes as unique as they were bewildering. However, upon reflection, this was indeed a positive development, far preferable to being paralyzed by fear. She shook her head helplessly, a bemused expression crossing her face. Backstage, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Director Zhang Feng stood at the helm, a confident smile gracing his lips as his gaze surveyed the surroundings. "Shaoli, are all the participants assembled?" Zhang Feng turned to his assistant, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Assistant Xiao Li stepped forward briskly, standing tall and resolute, and answered loudly, "Director Zhang, everyone is here." "Good, let us begin." Zhang Feng's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, slicing through the din of the backstage chaos like a clarion call. At this command, the entire backstage sprang to life, akin to a finely tuned instrument. The staff moved swiftly, some hurriedly navigating the corners while carrying equipment. Simultaneously, the live broadcast page appeared punctually, instantly capturing the attention of countless viewers and online spectators. On stage, the host Zhao Ning, adorned in a splendid evening gown, radiated brilliance as she gracefully stepped to the center. Each of her steps was light and elegant, her movements captivating everyone's gaze. "Welcome to the program Born With You, exclusively sponsored by Tomato Novel. I am your host, Zhao Ning." Her voice, crisp and melodious, exuded warmth and charm, reverberating throughout the live studio. With her opening remarks, the much-anticipated show officially commenced. "Now, let us invite our 5 esteemed music mentors to take their seats." Zhao Ning's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, her infectious energy igniting the atmosphere. No sooner had her words settled than the camera swiftly focused on the entrance beside the stage, drawing the collective gaze of the audience. The first mentor is the leading contemporary singer, Ms. Qin Lanfei. Zhao Ning elongated her tone, emphasizing the title leading singer. Amidst the throngs of eager admirers, Qin Lanfei emerged gracefully from the entrance, donned in a flowing royal blue gown. Her smile was warm, her eyes exuding kindness and brilliance. She waved elegantly to the audience and to the viewers at home, her demeanor both poised and gracious. "My Fei, I love you. Step aside, she is my wife. Draw your swords, brothers." The live chat was flooded with fervent comments, akin to a surging tide. Following this, host Zhao Ning cleared her throat and announced with renewed fervor, the second mentor, the esteemed songwriter, Mr. Lei Menglin. No sooner had she spoken than a gentleman, clad in a minimalist suit and donning black frame glasses, stepped out with a steady gait. Lei Menglin adjusted his glasses, a humble smile gracing his face as he nodded slightly to the audience. The third mentor is the renowned music producer, Ms. Yang Yuxia. Zhao Ning's voice resonated again, imbued with respect for this artist. Yang Yuxia appeared in a tailored ensemble, her short hair exuding a sense of vitality. With a confident stride, she followed closely behind Lei Menglin. The fourth mentor, the popular artist, Mr. Wu Yu. Zhao Ning's voice rose in pitch, elevating the excitement in the room once more. A young man with striking features, exuding an adorable charm akin to a playful puppy, made a dazzling entrance. Wu Yu wore a carefree smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief and vivacity. As he strolled, he playfully blew kisses to the audience and netizens, his exaggerated yet endearing gestures instantly eliciting shrieks from the female fans present. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted once more, with young admirers fervently expressing their affection for him. "Brother is amazing, I adore him. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm going to faint. He smiled at me. He actually smiled at me and blew me a kiss." The entrance of Wu Yu was met with a cacophony of cheers and frenzied comments in the live broadcast. The final guest was a music teacher, Mr. An Xing. The host, Zhao Ning, spoke with a professional smile. However, this time, her voice fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, creating only faint ripples. As Mr. An Xing appeared on stage, an immediate hush enveloped the venue, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The audience exchanged puzzled glances, their faces etched with confusion and their eyes filled with bewilderment, as if witnessing a mortal lost in a fairyland. In the live stream, netizens were equally astir. Chapter 12. The difficulty of earning money and the discomfort of eating unpleasant things. What is going on? How did a music teacher end up here? Though it aligns. This individual's stature is utterly incongruous with the other four. Perhaps a hidden talent resides among the masses? What nonsense! If he had any real skill, I would broadcast a live stream of a fan on the 5th gear. Brother above, I've taken a screenshot, so I'll be waiting for you. An Xing inhaled deeply, feigning composure as he slowly approached his designated position. His steps appeared steady, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. Upon his arrival, the production team had merely mentioned his role as a music director, without any indication of public appearance. Now, not only was he required to show his face, but he also had to serve as a judge. Truly, plans could never keep pace with changes. It is indeed difficult to earn money and equally challenging to endure unpleasant experiences. Beside him, Qin Lanfeng, Lei Minglin, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu simultaneously directed their gazes toward An Xing. Having navigated the music industry for years, they had all crossed paths to varying extents. However, the sudden emergence of An Xing, a complete novice, ignited their curiosity. Am I good-looking? An Xing half-joked, half-complained, turning towards Qin Lanfeng. The other three seemed to restrain their stares, but Qin Lanfeng's unwavering gaze pierced through him like a beam of light, making him feel exposed. Qin Lanfeng clearly did not anticipate An Xing's forthright reply. She paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment flitting across her face. She quickly recovered, a sly smile curving her lips as she teased, "Not bad. Neither handsome nor unattractive." With that, she covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. An Xing curled his lip. This Qin Lanfeng might very well be a bit eccentric. He promptly averted his gaze from her and focused intently on the host at the center of the stage. At that moment, the host, Zhao Ning, was methodically outlining the rules of the program. The first episode featured a segment for free talent showcases. The students of the 5 mentors would take turns performing songs. Subsequently, rankings would be determined based on audience support and online votes from viewers. Following this, the challenge segment would commence, where the student with the lowest ranking would select students from the other 4 mentors for a competition. Furthermore, the song for the next episode would be chosen based on keywords, such as type and elements by the 5 mentors. Upon hearing this, An Xing couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated such significant alterations to the program's rules, which deviated considerably from prior discussions with the production team. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mindset, a confident smile gracing his lips. In his view, these changes posed no real threat. After all, he possessed an abundance of songs in his mind. Any type or element could be effortlessly conjured, and he felt fully prepared to meet this challenge head-on. Now, let's welcome the first student to the stage. After succinctly explaining the rules, Zhao Ning promptly introduced the first performer. "Hello everyone, I am Yi Chen, an intern who has been practicing for 2.5 years, and I am a student of teacher Wu Yu. I will now perform a song titled Only Because You Are a Bit Beautiful." On stage, a strikingly handsome young performer made a dazzling entrance. Clad in fashionable attire, his meticulously styled hair shone brilliantly under the spotlight. As he introduced himself, a confident smile illuminated his face, and his eyes sparkled with a fervent passion and anticipation for the stage. No sooner had he finished speaking than dynamic music filled the air, and he instantly transformed into a captivating performer, embarking on his journey of song and dance. At the rear of the stage, director Zhang Feng stood with his arms crossed, intently focused on the monitoring screen before him. He slightly turned his head to his assistant, Xiao Li, and in a low voice inquired, "What are the current statistics?" Xiao Li's face radiated with excitement, his breaths becoming involuntarily rapid as he reported in a booming voice, "Director Zhang, The number of online viewers in the live broadcast has surged to 130,000. The television rating has also reached 1.4. This data undoubtedly heralds a promising sign. Moreover, the viewer count continues to skyrocket like a rocket launching into the sky. He calculated in his mind that it was likely to surpass 300,000 by the end. Very good, very good. A satisfied smile graced Zhang Feng's face as he nodded repeatedly. His eyes gleamed with brilliance, as if he had already envisioned the glorious scenes following the show's success. He sensed that this program would undoubtedly become a shining monument in his directorial career. However, Director Zhang, I am somewhat puzzled as to why you invited a music teacher. Shaoli scratched his head, confusion etched across his face. After hesitating, he voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. To him, the other four mentors, regardless of their stature or popularity, resembled dazzling stars, while An Xing appeared as a dim little star, hardly comparable to them. He could not help but ponder that if a more renowned figure were to replace her, the program's popularity might ascend to new heights. You do not understand. The inclusion of an ordinary participant adds intrigue to the show. Otherwise, it would merely be a clash of titans, and the audience would soon suffer from aesthetic fatigue and lose interest. A mysterious smile crept onto Zhang Feng's lips. This position for An Xing was a deliberate arrangement he had thoughtfully considered. The program required such a contrast to captivate the audience and offer a refreshing perspective. Moreover, Zhang Feng harbored another calculation in his mind. If An Xing truly possessed exceptional talent, his program would undoubtedly achieve phenomenal success, becoming a topic of widespread discussion. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Shaoli shook his head in resignation, still bearing an expression of confusion. In his perception, stature was everything. An ordinary participant seemed unlikely to stir any waves in a show brimming with illustrious figures. Zhang Feng noticed Xiao Li's expression and gently patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Just watch closely. There are many intricacies within this program from which you can learn a great deal. Although doubts still lingered in Xiao Li's mind, he refrained from arguing and redirected his gaze to the monitoring screen. As time progresses, the contestants gradually take to the stage to perform. At this moment, in the contestants' lounge behind the stage, Yang Yi wears a grim expression, his eyes fixed intently on the performer basking in the limelight, none other than Su Ziyang. The very individual with whom his wife, Aijun, has betrayed him, the insufferably handsome young man he loathes. Witnessing Su Ziyang's radiant presence on stage, Yang Yi's heart is a tumultuous blend of emotions, and he cannot help but let out a deep sigh. What an infuriatingly handsome man. This exhalation is laden with helplessness and resentment. However, Yang Yi quickly regains his composure. He understands that this stage is not merely a contest of appearances. It is a realm where heartfelt melodies move the audience. Yang Gu, it's almost your turn. Su Mingyao's melodious voice shatters the brief silence. Her eyes are glued to the nearby screen. Confirming that Yang Yi is next, she excitedly taps him on the shoulder. I am ready, he replies, a subtle smile of confidence gracing his lips. He rises slowly, his gaze resolute, and strides steadily towards the entrance of the stage. Little did he expect to follow Su Ziyang in the lineup. This realization ignites an inexplicable thrill within him. How intriguing. Today, let me show you who truly reigns supreme on this stage. Chapter 13. Perhaps it is better to part ways and let me live alone. The stage lights suddenly illuminated, revealing Yang Yi standing tall at the center. His face radiated a confident smile, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Hello everyone, I am Yang Yi, a student of teacher An Xing. Next, I will present an original piece titled Letting Go, written and composed by teacher An Xing. These words instantly stirred a wave of excitement among the audience. Whispers filled the air, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation as they shifted their gaze between Yang Yi and teacher An Xing at the judges' table. I hope that when faced with an unresolvable relationship, we can choose to let go and liberate one another, allowing both parties to rediscover their own paths in life. Yang Yi's voice softened, imbued with sincerity as he slightly tilted his head, a hint of melancholy shimmering in his gaze. As if narrating a story from the depths of his soul. His words flowed like a warm spring breeze, gently caressing the hearts of the audience, evoking a profound resonance. Enthusiastic applause erupted from below the stage. Wow, this guy has quite a few insights. I just wonder how much talent this amateur music teacher possesses. I just experienced a breakup. I want to see what this fellow's original work is about. The title intrigues me, if it resonates. I might just break up with my girlfriend. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged like snowflakes in the wind. In a modest 3-bedroom apartment, An Xing lounged lazily on the sofa, her eyes fixated on the television screen. A flicker of surprise crossed her otherwise indifferent face. She had been glued to the screen to watch Su Ziyang, savoring his charismatic presence on stage. To her astonishment, the next performer was Yang Yi. Teacher An Xing wrote this song? These two are up to something together again, An Xing mused, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, tinged with disdain. In the recesses of her memory, she recalled An Xing as a carefree drifter, devoid of ambition. She thought of An Xing's unremarkable appearance, finding nothing special about him. His singing skills, in her opinion, were mediocre at best, lacking any brilliance. Previously, An Xing had penned a few songs, but to her, those works were akin to neglected scraps, utterly unworthy of attention. After graduation, An Xing had struggled within their peer group, and each recollection of this filled An Xing with an inexplicable sense of superiority. With this thought, An Xing found herself more intrigued than ever, refusing to change the channel. She leaned forward, her gaze fixed on Yang Yi on the screen, as if anticipating a grand performance. What kind of good song could An Xing possibly write? She pondered, eager to see what Yang Yi would bring to the stage. Meanwhile, in the venue, as Yang Yi's words settled, a melodious prelude began to unfold. The simple notes carried a thread of sorrow, silencing the previously bustling chatter. The audience collectively held their breath, immersed in the ethereal melody that enveloped them. The scene was set in a corner of the city. Time stood still at the stroke of midnight. It is often here that the bored wander, exchanging a kind of solitude. Yang Yi's ethereal voice flowed gently, each word seemingly cradled by tender hands, carrying its clarity to every corner of the venue, supported by a steady and rhythmic breath. His song was imbued with profound emotion, as if narrating a tale long sealed by the sands of time. In that fleeting moment, an atmosphere of tranquility, depth, and sorrow enveloped the space, akin to a surging tide that swiftly permeated the entire auditorium. The murmurs of the audience ceased abruptly as all sat transfixed, their eyes unwaveringly fixed upon Yang Yi on stage. These 4 simple lines detonated within the hearts of the audience like 4 potent emotional bombs. A sudden tremor coursed through them, as if struck by a powerful current. With just a few lyrics, time, place, characters, and emotions intricately wove together. Like a magical key, it instantaneously unlocked the gateway to the realm of the song, unreservedly transporting everyone into a scene steeped in loneliness and melancholy. The audience seemed to genuinely feel the chill of the midnight breeze on the streets and the presence of wandering souls in the darkness. I sat quietly behind you. You appeared to desire silence. I surmised our love had reached its end. The absence of words was more tormenting than any quarrel. On the judging panel, Qin Lanfeng and her companions sat with mouths slightly agape, their eyes flickering with surprise. Beside them, An Xing leaned back in his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips, genuinely satisfied with Yang Yi's performance. Perhaps it is best to part ways and let me live alone. Please do not hold on so tightly. Alone. At least I am unencumbered. If I must fall, then let it be. Love brings chaos. As the chorus resounded, Yang Yi straightened his back, his chest expanding with strength. His already captivating voice magnified, seamlessly infused with a sense of power. This power was not a deafening shout, but rather the eruption of a long-suppressed volcano, releasing boundless tension after accumulating sufficient energy, layering the emotions of the song and driving them toward the climax. In an instant, the audience was engulfed by a powerful emotional vortex, immersing themselves in the overwhelming pain and helplessness that surged like a tide within the song. Some furrowed their brows, tears glistening in their eyes. Others shook their heads gently, as if sighing over the sorrowful narrative. A few unconsciously clenched their fists, resonating intensely with the emotions conveyed. On the judging panel, Qin Lanfeng, Lei Menglin, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu, who had been absorbed in admiration for the song, now turned their collective gaze toward Xing. Their mouths fell agape, eyes wide with shock and disbelief, as their faces reflected their astonishment. As professionals in the realm of music, they are acutely aware of the immense energy encapsulated within this song. The emotional eruption in the chorus pierces straight into the depths of their souls, stirring them profoundly. Coupled with Yang Yi's magnetic voice, every note seems to be imbued with life, dancing and resonating in the air. His heartfelt rendition perfectly interprets every detail of the song, as if he embodies the protagonist ensnared in anguish and helplessness. This flawless amalgamation leads Qin Lan Fei and others to realize that they have encountered a formidable rival. And Xing and his students have undeniably emerged as an undeniable presence. Fang Sheng by Fanny Cheng, lyrics by Wu Xiong, composed by Liang Qiao, released in 2006. Chapter 14. Tears soaked the white laccoon, severing the unresolvable heartache. In the backstage area of the show, director Zhang Feng intently scrutinized the monitor screen, his chest heaving violently, breaths coming in rapid succession, his face a canvas of astonishment and delight. Director Zhang, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now, murmured assistant Xiao Li. His head hung low, voice subdued. Youth should not perceive matters too one-dimensionally, Zhang Feng replied, his tone steady and reflective, revealing the wisdom of experience. Deep down, however, he too was profoundly shaken by Yang Yi's performance, unable to quell the tumult within. Moreover, this song was actually penned by Xing. Zhang Feng realized that this was an exceptional opportunity, certain to elevate the program's popularity. He compared in silence, recognizing that Yang Yi's rendition of the song, both in melody and lyrics, surpassed the quality of other contestants' performances. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, sensing that this song was destined for great success. You're absolutely right, director. Xiaoli nodded slightly, his heart brimming with admiration for Zhang Feng. He mused that if An Xing's contestant secured the top spot tonight, the show's impact would undoubtedly be phenomenal, potentially setting new viewership records. I am particularly eager to see what the other two contestants from An Xing will present. Zhang Feng turned, his eyes alight with anticipation. He could hardly contain his excitement to uncover what further surprises An Xing had in store. On the other side, in the contestants' lounge, Su Xiang sat alone in a corner chair, his hands gripping the armrests tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. His expression was ominously dark, teeth grinding audibly, eyes fixed intently on the screen before him. Although he had only met Yang Yi once, the encounter was indelibly etched in his memory. On that day, he had been entwined with a Zhen in a moment of intimacy, when Yang Yi had unexpectedly intruded. Now, fate seemed to mock him as Yang Yi was set to perform immediately after him, showcasing such a remarkable song and extraordinary vocal prowess, dazzling on stage. A fierce wave of resentment and anger surged within Su Xiang, as he seethed internally. This guy, is he doing this on purpose? Trying to trample me underfoot? Suddenly, Su Xiang sprang to his feet, fists clenched, veins throbbing on his forehead, murmuring under his breath, I can sleep with your wife. How could I possibly be overshadowed by you? A glint of determination flickered in his eyes, silently vowing to outshine Yang Yi in the forthcoming performance. Meanwhile, on stage, Yang Yi's eyes shimmered with a hint of red, as if stained by the surging emotions from deep within, with the melody ascending in layers. His feelings erupted like a deluge breaching its dam. Once, solitude compounded upon solitude birthed love's flame, consuming both you and me. Now, silence compounded upon silence has bred an even deeper quietude, leaving nothing to cling to. At this moment, his voice soared, becoming brighter and more powerful. Each note seemed to carry immense weight, striking heavily upon the hearts of the audience. The slight rasp in his tone resembled the marks left by time, adding a poignant depth to this profound sentiment. From initial suppression to a complete eruption, the transformation was palpable. Yang Yi masterfully conveys the emotional turmoil that accompanies the end of a romantic relationship through his evocative singing, presenting it with exquisite detail for all to witness. Under his interpretation, the song's emotional resonance escalates exponentially. Each listener feels as though they are ensconced within the very essence of the pain and struggle that churns within their hearts. Some with tear-filled eyes discreetly turn their heads away, attempting to mask their inner tumult, while others appear entranced, lost in the melody, as if confronted by their own past wounds of love. I shall let you live your life alone. You know that even if we continue, the outcome remains unchanged. Let us release each other, allowing freedom to prevail. As the final notes cascade from the stage, Yang Yi takes a deep breath, harnessing his breath to sustain the notes with unwavering steadiness. His voice carries a heart-wrenching sense of helplessness, imbued with the resolute courage to let go. Each quiver, each pause, profoundly articulates this intricate emotional landscape. An initial silence envelopes the venue, as if everyone is ensnared in the poignant atmosphere crafted by the song. This silence is soon shattered by thunderous applause from the audience. With tearful eyes, they applaud fervently, their hands turning crimson from the fervor, oblivious to their own physical sensations. In this moment, every soul is profoundly moved by Yang Yi's voice. Letting go is not about seeking her release, but rather about liberating oneself. Forgiving others is simple. Forgiving oneself is a far more arduous task. I was the one to propose the breakup. Yet, deep down, I knew who truly wished to leave. Silence can be more torturous than conflict. I believed I succumbed to time and novelty. Yet in truth, I was defeated by my own self. Letting oneself fall is one thing. Loving recklessly is another. And indeed, being alone has its charms. Bored individuals often linger here. This is a shout out to those of you typing comments. For heaven's sake, if we are to part ways, why must you come to my estate to harass my chickens? The moment I was dragged from the closet, I realized that affection cannot be concealed. If given another chance, I would undoubtedly sing leave a way out to him. Tears dampened the white fabric, severing the threads of unresolved emotions. In the live streaming room, comments surged like a tidal wave, scrolling rapidly and obscuring the entire screen. In this space filled with strangers, netizens seem to have found an outlet for their emotional release, articulating their innermost feelings through words. Meanwhile, sitting on the couch, Asian finds her eyes unexpectedly reddening. She gazes intently at the television screen, as Yang Yi's voice acts as a key, unlocking the doors of her memory. The moments shared with Yang Yi flash through her mind like a revolving lantern. Is solitude compounded by solitude the fire of love? Asian's lips quiver slightly as she repeatedly whispers this lyric. Once she and Yang Yi shared a sweet and loving bond, those cherished moments seemingly just yesterday. Yet now, she finds herself with Su Ziyang, equally immersed in the sweetness of newfound romance. Asian found herself engulfed in contemplation, repeatedly questioning within her heart, have I been lonely and desolate for far too long? This inquiry lingered like a shroud of mist, clouding her thoughts and leaving her somewhat bewildered. Soon, Asian gently shook her head, a bittersweet and self-mocking smile tugging at her lips as she murmured softly, I ascend life just like this, in the prime of youth. Why should one confine oneself to a single person? Deep down, Asian understood that her relationship with Su Ziyang might also be difficult to sustain. Ultimately, there would come a day when their paths would diverge, and by then, Su Ziyang would likely resemble the current Yang Yi in no significant way. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Yang Yi upon the stage. After a moment's pause, she softly declared, Since you wish to divorce, I shall grant you your wish. As a recompense for the unwavering care I have bestowed upon you over the years. A subtle smile graced her lips, imbued with both a sense of liberation and a barely perceptible hint of melancholy. Chapter 15. What nonsense are you writing, you good for nothing? We extend our heartfelt gratitude to contestant Yang Yi for delivering such a mesmerizing performance. Host Zhao Ning radiated warmth as she gracefully stepped to the center of the stage, firmly standing beside Yang Yi. Now, let us invite the 5 esteemed mentors to share their insights on Yang Yi's performance. As Zhao Ning's words echoed, all eyes turned in unison toward the panel of mentors, and the camera deftly followed suit. Qin Lan Fei smiled gently, her lips curving into a soft expression as she began. Yang Yi's performance truly left me profoundly impressed. His mastery of breath control is exceptional, particularly when navigating high notes and sustained tones, where he adeptly maintained a full and stable sound. This is indeed a rare talent. As Qin Lanfei articulated her analysis with clarity, the audience nodded in agreement. At this juncture, she paused slightly, casting a glance toward An Xing, who was the lyricist and composer of the very song performed. Hearing this, An Xing's previously relaxed demeanor abruptly faltered. He internally questioned, why am I suddenly being brought into this? Isn't the focus on Yang Yi? What relevance do I have? A furrow of confusion crossed his brow. Qin Lanfei continued, An Xing's composition employs progressive intervals, with subtle variations between adjacent notes that intricately convey the emotions within the song, much like an intimate confession of inner turmoil and helplessness. As she spoke, her gaze towards An Xing was unabashedly appreciative, filled with admiration. In response to her praise, An Xing felt a twinge of bashfulness, clearing his throat lightly and donning a humble smile, hastily waving his hand. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely grasp a bit of the surface. Teacher Qin is too kind. Please do not exaggerate. Though he feigned modesty, a flicker of pride lingered in his heart. In truth, I believe Teacher Qin is quite right. Lei Menglin adjusted his glasses, leaning slightly forward, his earnest gaze fixed upon the stage. He continued from where Qin Lanfei left off. To be honest, at my current level, I am not certain I could compose such a song. As his words left his lips, it was as if a pebble had been cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples of astonishment throughout the audience. Whispers filled the air, faces adorned with expressions of disbelief and shock. The collective gasps echoed, as everyone was taken aback by Lei Menglin's candid assessment. Isn't Teacher Lei a renowned lyricist? He claims he can't write such a song? This is just mutual flattery, undoubtedly. What nonsense! Is An Xing's song really not beautiful? I think perhaps An Xing had a moment of inspiration when he wrote it. That is quite normal. Everyone has their bursts of creativity. In a live stream, the viewers' comments surged like a tidal wave, each voice fervently debating. Differing opinions clashing vigorously on the screen, elevating the atmosphere of the broadcast to a fever pitch. At that moment, Yang Yuxia gently picked up the microphone, cleared her throat, and spoke with grace. I wholeheartedly concur with Teacher Lei's perspective. Teacher An's song eloquently conveys profound emotions, with lyrics that authentically depict the essence of love, particularly for those who have endured emotional setbacks. Hearing this song evokes a deep sense of empathy. Her voice, tender yet resolute, is imbued with a profound understanding and appreciation of the piece. This song serves as an emotional sanctuary, providing a means for individuals in distress to express their sentiments. As we listen, we cannot help but reflect upon our own romantic experiences, resulting in a powerful resonance. As soon as Yang Yuxia finished her remarks, Lei Menglin eagerly interjected. Indeed, the song's capacity for empathy is remarkable. Coupled with Yang Yi's heartfelt rendition, the sorrowful emotions within the song are magnified, reaching deep into the soul. Lei Menglin nodded in agreement, his face radiating approval for both Yang Yi and An Xing seated in the mentor's chair. An Xing listened to the praises from several esteemed seniors beside him, his mouth slightly agape, his expression filled with perplexity, and his eyes betraying a sense of bewilderment. He pondered repeatedly how the reality deviated so drastically from his expectations. Renowned figures in the music industry, like Qin Lanfei, Lei Menglin, and Yang Yuxia, were addressing him. An unexpected newcomer. Rather than dismissing him with scorn, they were offering generous accolades. According to the archetypes found in novels, should they not be lambasting him, pointing fingers and berating him as a failure for his lack of merit? Or perhaps they might have sought to critique Yang Yi to assert their status as industry veterans. Yet now, after merely one song, they were lavishly offering such high praise, leaving An Xing utterly bewildered, feeling it defied all logic. Having spent 5 years on the Zhongshu app immersed in novels, he found the plot lines did not unfold in such a manner. Had his 5 years of literary engagement been in vain? Ahem, Teacher Lei, Teacher Yang, you flatter me excessively. An Xing inhaled deeply, a humble smile adorning his face as he respectfully nodded to the two seniors. "I am not as remarkable as you claim. I'm merely ripe for leisure, nothing extraordinary." With that, An Xing slightly turned his head, his gaze settling on Wu Yu beside him. He mused. Wu Yu is a top-tier star, adored by countless fans, and always in high demand within the entertainment sphere. Surely he would not join in the compliments, perhaps waiting to critique him instead. If so, he would not hesitate to counter with his own prowess. "Ah, teacher An, please do not say that. If you can produce such quality with casual writing, then those of us who have struggled in the music industry for years should start packing our bags to go home," Wu Yu remarked with a gentle smile, half joking, yet imbued with sincere admiration. His tone was measured, carrying a hint of jest while remaining entirely genuine. And Xing had initially anticipated that Wu Yu would deliver a resounding critique. Upon uttering those words, the reaction he received was strikingly divergent from the tempest he had anticipated. In that moment, he felt a blend of surprise and a slight sense of disappointment. Why was there no one to point out the flaws in this harmonious discourse? Teacher Wu was indeed correct. Teacher An, do refrain from excessive modesty, for such humility may come across as insincerity. Qin Lanfei could not help but stifle a giggle, her eyes sparkling with admiration for An Xing. Her laughter was bright and melodious, resonating like silver bells upon the stage, prompting the audience below to share in a knowing smile. Teacher An, excessive modesty can seem a bit disingenuous, remarked Lame Menglin, adjusting his glasses, a hint of amusement gracing his features, his tone imbued with the warmth and candor of one who has walked this path before. "Your level of skill is evident to all." Yang Yuxia, seated nearby, maintained a gentle smile. She nodded slightly, her silence speaking volumes in agreement. To her, if An Xing truly believed his own words about merely dabbling for amusement, then it was time for them to return to the fields. Listening to the mutual compliments exchanged among his senior colleagues, An Xing could only suppress a smirk. He was simply speaking the truth. Who was pretending? Yet he understood that further words would be futile, so he chose to remain silent, sitting quietly with a polite smile adorning his face. Chapter 16 is merely a casual endeavor. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed mentors for their insightful critiques. To the audience who adores contestant Yang Yi, do not hesitate to cast your precious vote in his favor. The host, Zhao Ning, radiated warmth with her beaming smile, her voice resonant and captivating. As her words faded, she gracefully gestured for Yang Yi to exit the stage. Shortly thereafter, the next contestant confidently ascended the stage, heralding the commencement of a new musical performance. As time quietly slipped away, contestants showcased their talents one after another, and the program was already past its midpoint. And Xing, seated among the mentors, watched the performances unfold, silently marveling at the undeniable prowess of the contestants, each possessing their own distinctive charm and brilliance. It was precisely for this reason that he felt fortunate to have chosen Yang Yi and Su Mengyao. At that moment, the stage lights suddenly illuminated, their brilliance akin to dazzling stars, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Amidst the radiant glow, Su Mengyao, donned in a gown as pristine as snow, appeared at the center of the stage like a princess from a fairy tale, gliding gracefully as if treading upon clouds. "Hello, everyone. I am Su Mengyao, a student of teacher An Xing." Her voice was clear and melodious, reminiscent of a gentle mountain spring, flowing soothingly into the hearts of the audience. With a smile gracing her lips and confidence sparkling in her eyes, she warmly introduced herself to the spectators below. "The song I will present is also an original composition by teacher An Xing." As Su Mengyao spoke, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of excitement through the crowd. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Concurrently, the barrage of comments in the live stream fluttered like falling snowflakes. "Oh wow, another piece by An Xing? Is this guy truly that talented? Surely it can't be of the same caliber? If it is, then this individual is remarkable. I doubt it. If he were indeed that skilled, how could he remain an obscure music teacher? I'm not concerned about anything else. I just find Su Mengyao utterly enchanting. She has become yet another goddess in my heart." At the mentor's table, Qin Lanfang, Lei Menglin, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu turned in unison to gaze at An Xing, their faces etched with astonishment. Another original piece? Just how much material does An Xing possess? Is he genuinely talented or merely fortunate? These questions whirled in their minds. An Xing, sensing their scrutiny, merely lifted the corners of his mouth into a modest smile, revealing a hint of humility, choosing not to elaborate further. That subtle smile seemed to respond to their uncertainties while simultaneously conveying his self-assurance. Upon witnessing this expression, Qin Lanfang and her companions involuntarily recalled An Xing's previous words. "It's just something I wrote casually, nothing particularly special." The words now resonate with an unmistakable air of Versailles. The four exchanged glances, their faces briefly reflecting a sense of resignation, before they shrugged in unison. Subsequently, they redirected their attention to the stage, filled with anticipation for Su Mingyao's performance. How would her original piece compare to Yang Yi's recent rendition? On the vast screen at the back of the stage, the details of the song gradually materialized. The black font stood out vividly against the silver backdrop. Longing, performed by Su Mingyao, composed and penned by An Xing. Soon, a soothing melody flowed from the speakers on either side of the stage. The notes cascaded like a gentle stream, tender yet imbued with subtle emotions. This melody resembled an invisible hand, delicately plucking at the heartstrings of the audience. In that fleeting moment, the entire venue was enveloped in a tranquil yet poetic atmosphere. The spectators below began to gaze dreamily, their thoughts instantly transported to a realm of distant longing. Some furrowed their brows, seemingly recalling a beloved far away, while others gently closed their eyes, lost in a whirlpool of memories. The four guiding teachers, who were previously engaged in quiet conversation, froze at the instant they heard the melody. Their expressions stunned and their movements halted. This seemingly simple tune stirred tumultuous waves within their hearts, as if a boulder had been cast into the lake of their emotions. Their faces were etched with shock and disbelief, silently marveling at the surprises An Xing still had in store for them. On stage, Su Mingyao, her gaze tinged with melancholy, stared into the distance, as though she were gazing upon a distant figure from her memories. Accompanied by the gentle melody, she extended one hand slowly, her movements tender and laden with affection, as if she were attempting to grasp that elusive feeling of longing. Then, her crimson lips parted, and her voice flowed forth. "Red beans grow in the southern land, a distant matter indeed. What is longing when it has long ceased to matter? Drunkenly lying in the sleepless city, everywhere is adorned with neon lights. In my glass, a splendid array of sentiments." Throughout her performance, Su Mingyao showcased the unique qualities of her voice, meticulously crafting each note. Her voice fluctuated between gentle caresses like a soft breeze and profound depths, akin to a quiet night's whisper. She conveyed the subtle sorrows of longing in the most sincere manner. The audience listened, entranced, as if she had ushered them into a world brimming with nostalgia and yearning, immersing them in an irresistible embrace. At the judges' table, Qin Lanfeng, who had initially wore a scrutinizing expression, widened her eyes in astonishment the moment Su Mingyao began to sing, her gaze filled with wonder and disbelief. Years of musical experience had acquainted her with countless talents, yet at this moment, she felt certain that she was witnessing the radiant emergence of a hidden gem. Su Mingyao's profoundly moving voice, paired with her exceptional vocal technique, unleashed the emotions of the song without reservation. Each tremor, each modulation, struck deeply at the heart. Qin Lanfei could not help but lean forward, her hands instinctively clenching as she listened intently, fearing she might miss any splendid moment. Beside her, Lei Menglin and Yang Yuxiao were equally astonished by Su Mingyao's performance, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Lei Menglin gaped, his eyes filled with incredulity. He repeatedly savored the lyrics sung by Su Mingyao, feeling that each line was imbued with poetic beauty and romance. These phrases, though succinct, resonated with profound meaning, deftly sketching a poignant tapestry of longing that transported one into a world brimming with nostalgia and sorrow. Yang Yuxia, slightly furrowing her brow, had excitement glimmering in her eyes. She discerned the cleverly woven elements of traditional instruments within the melody. Those distinctive tones flowed like a crystalline spring, gently coursing through the modern composition. This infusion enriched the entire song with a vibrant classical ambience, elevating its cultural depth to a remarkable degree. She could not help but silently admire An Xing's prodigious talent in songwriting, marveling at the ability to seamlessly blend tradition with modernity to create such a unique masterpiece. Chapter 17. Tears soak the white-cut chicken. Farewell, as she becomes a wife. An Xing leisurely leaned against the backrest of the mentor's chair, his legs gracefully crossed, and his hands gently resting on the armrests. His gaze was filled with unabashed admiration, fixated on Su Mingyao on the stage. Su Mingyao's performance this time was nothing short of breathtaking, even more brilliant than during rehearsals. Each note was perfectly articulated, and every emotional nuance was expressed with precision. Her melodious voice momentarily transported An Xing, making him feel as if he was witnessing the original singer's revival from his memories. As his thoughts drifted, an unexpected image from the epilogue of a travelogue suddenly surfaced in An Xing's mind. Wukong was left in a disheveled state, swaying as he spat out numerous beads. He recalled the anguish and fatigue etched on son Wukong's face. The previous grandeur now vanished, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness in his eyes. This scene had always left a lasting impression on An Xing, making him realize for the first time that beneath the facade of boundless power, the seemingly invincible monkey bore a fragile, easily shattered aspect. With Su Mingyao's song resonating continuously, An Xing felt a torrent of emotions within. The most easily forgotten is the ancient poetess verses. The most disregarded is the longing, holding on to love, fearing the laughter of others, yet also dreading being seen through. Spring has returned to witness the blooming red beans, yet there are no lovers to gather them. Fireworks embrace the fleeting truth of love that no longer exists. Below the stage, an atmosphere of tranquility enveloped the audience, as if the very air had solidified. The spectators sat quietly, their eyes intensely focused on Su Mingyao. Unconsciously, reminiscences manifested on their faces, their gazes reflecting deep affection and wistfulness. Su Mingyao's voice echoed throughout the venue, the repetitious chorus akin to a gentle yet powerful hand, relentlessly striking at the hearts of the audience. Each note was imbued with profound longing, transforming into an invisible force that surged against the spectators' emotional defenses. The solitude and loneliness concealed deep within their hearts were gradually drawn out and magnified by this overwhelming power. Some furrowed their brows, their eyes growing moist, seemingly reminded of distant relatives long unseen. Others bit their lips lightly, their faces etched with disappointment, perhaps recalling a love that had ended without resolution. Still, others gazed vacantly ahead, lost in thoughts of fleeting youth and irretrievable cherished moments. Within the embrace of this yearning song, each individual became immersed in their own world of memories, unable to extricate themselves. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast streamed densely across the screen. All-consuming is deep affection. The most dismissed is longing. The phrase, the most dismissed is longing, is indeed a satire, mocking our modern selves who care deeply yet feign indifference. Holding on to love, fearing laughter, and dreading being seen through. As a gay man, hearing this line evokes profound sorrow. I am uncertain of my path forward. The pink hues I yearn for, adorned with glistening white dew, grace each dawn and dusk. Tears dampen the white-cut chicken as I bid farewell to her. Now a married woman, I do not truly relish smoking. Rather, it is the lingering scent of smoke that envelopes my fingers, for otherwise the essence of you would forever linger upon my middle finger, an indelible reminder. In a dimly lit corner of the city, the room is small and suffocatingly intimate. Zhou Yusin curls up on the sofa, her knees drawn tightly to her chest, arms wrapped around her legs. A faint trace of sorrow lingers at the corners of her mouth, imbuing her once vibrant visage with a touch of desolation. The melancholic notes of Su Mingyao's song echo in this confined space. Guarding love, fearing laughter, and apprehensive of being seen. Zhou Yusin murmurs softly, her voice imbued with resignation, yet tinged with stubbornness. A flicker of grievance passes through her eyes as she gently bites her lower lip, adding, "But everyone around has seen it clearly, except for you. That oblivious fool." With a slight pout and her cheeks slightly puffed, her face adopts a feisty expression. At that moment, the television screen shifts, and An Xing's figure flits by. Zhou Yusin's eyes widen in an instant, ignited by a surge of emotion. She opens her mouth, as if poised to leap forth and snap An Xing, eager to unleash the pent-up dissatisfaction dwelling within her. Her gaze holds a mixture of reproach and blame, yet more prominently, an undeniable affection. As the final note of Su Mengyao's performance gently descends, a brief silence envelopes the venue. Then, like a volcano erupting, thunderous applause erupts. The audience rises, their hands fervently clapping, faces alight with excitement and admiration. Their applause surges like a tidal wave, echoing throughout every corner of the hall. Host Zhao Ning, her face adorned with a smile, strides gracefully onto the stage, standing elegantly beside Su Mengyao. Her smile carries a hint of heartfelt admiration as she expresses gratitude, stating, "Thank you, contestant Su Mengyao, for delivering such an extraordinary performance." However, she quickly regains her composure, a professional smile returning to her face. Slightly turning, she directs her gaze toward the panel of judges, her voice ringing clear. "Now, let us invite the judges to provide their professional evaluations for contestant Su Mengyao." As Zhao Ning's words resonate, the camera swiftly shifts, capturing the judges' reactions. At this moment, Qin Lanfeng, Lei Menglin, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu, still recovering from the stunning performance, hurriedly compose themselves, sitting upright. Qin Lanfeng straightens slightly, delicately brushing her hair behind her ear, her movements graceful and poised. She then slowly lifts the microphone, her eyes filled with appreciation and affirmation, as she states with unwavering conviction, "Listening to Su Mengyao's singing feels as though one is experiencing the performance of a true diva." Qin Lanfeng's words explode in the hall like a bombshell, sending waves of astonishment rippling through the audience. The audience beneath the stage was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into waves of astonished gasps and whispers of discourse. No one anticipated that Qin Lanfei would bestow such lofty praise upon her opening words. Su Mengyao's rendition infused the song with an essence that resonated deeply. Qin Lanfei continued, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Mengyao upon the stage. The unique timbre of her voice, coupled with a solid foundation in vocal technique, conveyed the emotions embedded within the song without reservation. Particularly during the chorus, it was palpable that her voice crescendoed, with the intensity of her feelings magnifying correspondingly. Qin Lanfei slightly narrowed her eyes, lost in the reverie of Su Mengyao's performance. As the piece reached its climactic high notes, her singing radiated a breathtaking sense of power, vividly portraying the helplessness and struggle entwined with yearning, executed flawlessly. What left me further astounded was Su Mengyao's adept use of techniques, such as vibrato and slides, throughout her performance. These nuanced touches lent a distinctive charm to the song, rendering it even more poignant. Qin Lanfei's words flowed like a relentless torrent, each sentence brimming with accolades for Su Mengyao. This effusive commendation not only elicited continuous exclamations from the audience below, but even the contestants in the backstage room were left wide-eyed in disbelief, voicing their astonishment. It is noteworthy that this marked the first occasion since the program's inception that Qin Lanfei had accorded such high praise to a contestant. In contrast, Yang Yi, who had previously delivered an impressive performance, now seemed somewhat diminished. Chapter 18. Blow. You may blow to your heart's content. Seated beside Qin Lanfei were the three mentors, Lei Menglin, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu, all of whom nodded in agreement, refraining from any dissent. Their gazes brimmed with approval, evidently captivated by Su Mengyao's brilliant performance, which had profoundly impressed them. After Qin Lanfei concluded, Lei Menglin leaned forward, gently grasping the microphone, and spoke with measured calm. Su Mengyao's performance is indeed as remarkable as teacher Qin has stated. Her rendition is noteworthy, showcasing the song's allure with exquisite finesse. He paused slightly, shifting his attention to An Xing, his eyes reflecting admiration. However, what truly commands my respect is teacher An's compositional prowess. Upon hearing this, An Xing internally rolled his eyes, smirking to himself, "Blow, you may blow to your heart's content." Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous smile, attentively listening. Teacher An's song is suffused with poetic essence, particularly in the opening lines. The classic imagery of red beans as a symbol of yearning evokes a hazy yet melancholic sentiment, transporting one into the labyrinth of unbreakable yet tangled emotions. As Lei Menglan spoke, he gestured lightly, his face alight with rapture. Furthermore, the depictions of the city that never sleeps, neon lights, and wine glasses create a stark contrast to the theme of longing. Against the backdrop of bustling splendor, the solitude and loneliness of the lovesick are magnified, evoking profound empathy. What astounded me most was the line, "Most willing to forget ancient poetry, most disdainful of longing, guarding love, fearing laughter, and dreading exposure." This passage intricately delineates the complex and contradictory feelings inherent in longing, artfully balancing feigned nonchalance with deeply buried concern and entanglement. Truly exquisite. As Lei Menglan's evaluation concluded, the audience erupted in fervent applause, their enthusiasm ignited. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, affirming Lei Menglan's sentiments, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. Indeed, what Teacher Lei articulated is absolutely accurate, Yang Yuxia exclaimed, barely concealing her excitement, her hands gesturing involuntarily, her voice slightly quivering. From a melodic standpoint, this song employs a classical pentatonic scale, harmoniously intertwined with traditional instruments, crafting a rich classical ambience that transports us to an era steeped in poetry. Yet, from the perspective of rhythm and arrangement, it cleverly incorporates modern musical elements, perfectly aligning with contemporary audience aesthetics. This fusion of the ancient and modern endows the song with profound cultural significance while remaining stylishly relevant, a veritable classic. As Yang Yuxia spoke, her eyes brimmed with admiration for An Xing, as if re-evaluating this gifted newcomer. Hearing such praise, An Xing felt his face flush, internally questioning. These people truly excel at flattery. They are nearly elevating me to the heavens. He diligently adjusted his breathing, taking a deep breath in an effort to calm himself. A modest smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I merely scribbled this on a whim." It is primarily due to Su Menyao's exceptional performance that the allure of this song is so vividly showcased. Despite his words, An Xing could not suppress a flicker of pride within. After all, what was wrong with feeling pleased to receive recognition from such esteemed figures? Upon finishing, he glanced at Wu Yu, his eyes seemingly conveying, "It's your turn now, my friend. Let us see what you have to say." Wu Yu, sensing An Xing's gaze, managed a somewhat awkward smile, clearing his throat before gently stating, "Ahem, the three esteemed mentors have already articulated everything I wish to express." Internally, he lamented. Although he was a top-tier talent, he could not compare to Qin Lanfeng in vocal prowess or to Lei Menglan and Yang Yuxia in songwriting. These three had provided comprehensive critiques of the song from every angle, leaving him at a loss for words, compelled only to echo their sentiments. Nevertheless, Wu Yu had to concede that the collaboration between An Xing and Su Mengyao was indeed breathtaking. Thank you to our mentors for their insightful critiques. Now, let us welcome the next contestant to shine on stage. The host, Zhao Ning, proclaimed, standing tall with a radiant smile illuminating his face. Su Mengyao gracefully descended from the stage as the program continued to progress smoothly. Throughout the subsequent performances, An Xing adhered to the principle of not striking a smiling face, generously praising the other contestants. After all, the mentors had been lavish in their praises of both him and his students. It was merely a matter of reciprocation. Ultimately, such commercial flattery was just verbal exchange. As time quietly slipped away, the singing segment of the program approached its conclusion. When the final contestant, Han Liang, appeared center stage, guitar in hand and exuding calm confidence, all eyes in the audience were instantly drawn to him. Dressed in simple attire and wearing a self-assured smile, he looked quite spirited. Good evening, dear audience and esteemed mentors. I am Han Liang, a student of An Xing. His voice, steady and powerful, carried a youthful exuberance. Next, I shall present a song penned and composed by An Xing, and I hope it will delight you all. At this announcement, the venue erupted in excitement. The audience exchanged whispers, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. Wow, An Xing is quite impressive. I suspect this guy has brought out all his best material for the first episode to make a strong impression on the other mentors. What about that previous claim regarding a 5-star rating? I have screenshots. When will that be fulfilled? If he says it, then it shall be so. Once An Xing claims the championship, I shall not back down. On the judges panel, Qin Lanfeng, Lei Menglin, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu simultaneously turned their gazes towards An Xing, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, as if to say, An Xing, what further surprises do you have in store? An Xing felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny, clearing her throat twice. She gestured towards the stage with a feigned calmness and said, Ahem, let's first enjoy the music. It was only then that Qin Lanfei and the others regained their composure, taking a deep breath to suppress their curiosity and anticipation. They slowly turned their gaze to the slightly bashful Han Liang on stage. At that moment, Han Liang was gently lowering his head, his fingers delicately strumming the guitar strings, fine-tuning the sound. A hint of nervousness flickered in his eyes, intertwined with a resolute yearning for this performance. The mentors silently speculated about the style of the song An Xing had crafted for Han Liang. Chapter 19. You said your favorite is the lilac on the screen behind the stage. The lyrics of the song gradually emerged, word by word. Lilac performed by Han Liang, composed by An Xing, and penned by An Xing. Han Liang sat poised on a tall stool at the center of the stage, inhaling deeply, his eyes reflecting a blend of tension and determination. His hands gently rested upon the guitar, fingers dancing gracefully across the strings. Soon, a soothing melody unfurled like a gentle spring breeze, wafting from the guitar, permeating the entire venue and creating a refreshing, ethereal atmosphere that tenderly ensnared the hearts of every listener. The audience fell into an instant silence, immersed in the enchanting melody. The once boisterous murmurs ceased abruptly, leaving only the faint strumming of the guitar reverberating through the air, as if narrating a tender tale. Upon hearing the melody, Lei Menglin and Yang Yuxia exchanged a glance of surprise, instinctively raising their eyebrows. They turned towards each other, their eyes meeting in search of a shared understanding. Reminiscent of the folk music vibe, leaning slightly forward, Lei Menglin drew closer to Yang Yuxia and lowered his voice to speak. Ah, such a refreshing feeling, imbued with a strong sense of campus life. Yang Yuxia nodded gently, her lips parting slightly. Though her voice was soft, it betrayed an unmistakable astonishment. They had never anticipated that after showcasing remarkable talent in pop and lyrical songwriting, An Xing would so effortlessly traverse the realm of folk music. They exchanged a glance filled with anticipation before redirecting their focus back to the stage. You said your favorite is the lilac, for your name is akin to her. What a melancholic flower. What a sentimental soul. Han Liang's lips parted, his deep, magnetic voice resonating like echoes from the depths of time, laden with a unique sense of storytelling, floating gently through the venue. As the song spread, a vivid image unexpectedly materialized in the minds of the audience. A girl clad in a white dress, standing gracefully beneath a lush lilac tree. A soft breeze caressed her, and lilac petals, as delicate as snow, cascaded onto her shoulders. She smiled serenely, her expression pure and warm, her eyes sparkling with a lively light, as if harboring the tenderness of an entire spring. This scene was strikingly clear and tangible, akin to a long-forgotten precious memory, quietly resurfacing in response to the song's awakening. For each audience member, this girl represented the purest and most beautiful moonlight hidden deep within their hearts. In that moment, she broke free from the shackles of layered memories, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Drifting through the ebb and flow of life, how many beautifully woven dreams have been spun. Just like that, you hurriedly departed, leaving me with a lifetime of longing. Han Liang's voice flowed like an unending torrent of emotion, reverberating throughout the venue. As the song unfolded, the sentiment of yearning intensified, surging forth like a tidal wave, unabashedly flooding the hearts of every listener. Immediately, profound sorrow and helplessness followed, enveloping their hearts like dark clouds, suffocating them. Han Liang's voice was imbued with genuine emotion, a poignant reminiscence of what was lost and a deep-seated nostalgia for days gone by. Each of his verses and every modulation resonated precisely with the softest corners of the audience's souls. The spectators were immersed in the performance, unwittingly swept into a vortex of memories, recalling the beauty they had once lost. Flowers bloomed abundantly by the grave, a beauty they so fervently yearned for. Look, it sprawls across the mountains. Do you still feel lonely? Listen, someone is singing that beloved ballad. Amidst the worldly chaos, you need no longer worry. As the chorus echoed, Han Liang's voice soared dramatically, each note bursting forth from the depths of his heart, laden with boundless grief and sorrow. This intense emotion surged like a tidal wave, crashing repeatedly against the listeners' hearts, immersing them in an ineffable atmosphere of sadness. At that moment, a poignant scene seemed to manifest before the audience. Atop a serene, distant mountain, a solitary grave stood quietly, devoid of the world's clamor. Only the sound of the whispering wind filled the air. Above the grave, clusters of lilac flowers bloomed freely, their pale purple petals swaying gently in the breeze, as if whispering tales of endless longing and melancholy. In this dreamlike tableau, a man's song echoed continuously through the vast valley, infused with a deep affection and reluctance for the departed, each note seemingly composed of his tears. The melody ebbed and flowed, at times somber and restrained, at others soaring and impassioned, as if conversing with a beloved in the heavens, or lamenting fate's cruel hand. The first line of that chorus held me captive for several seconds. I discerned a profoundly sorrowful love story within a single song, from acquaintance to affection, culminating in the separation of worlds. For a man, there is no greater tragedy than encountering the woman he wishes to cherish for a lifetime in his youth, only to find her absent when he finally possesses the means. Youth can sometimes feel like a cruel joke, only to reveal its punchline years later. In the future, I wish for my grave to be adorned with flowers. When you visit, just bring me some chips, jelly, and milk tea. And during the tomb sweeping, I desire not water or wine, but a Coke. Alas, even a cunning merchant like me was brought to tears. Henceforth, I shall only sell prepared meals to college students. In a live stream, the audience's enthusiasm was ignited by Han Liang's performance, the barrage of comments flooding the screen like a tumultuous tide. On the mentor's panel, An Xing leaned slightly forward, a faint smile gracing her face. Her gaze remained steadfastly on Han Liang on stage, nodding appreciatively, her eyes reflecting recognition and satisfaction. He was acutely aware that Yang Yi, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang, the three participants, delivered a performance on stage today that was nothing short of breathtaking, far surpassing their usual rehearsals. And Xing, unable to contain his curiosity, slightly tilted his head and cast his gaze towards Lei Menglin, Qin Lanfeng, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu beside him. He observed that all four were completely immersed in the music, comfortably reclining in their chairs, eyes gently closed, their faces radiating expressions of rapture. Witnessing this scene, An Xing couldn't help but mutter under his breath, a hint of disdain creeping into his tone. These four, really? Have they never heard a good song before? Why are they so entranced? Nevertheless, a subtle glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. The courtyard was filled with lilac flowers, blooming in resplendent shades of purple. I am here by her side, vowing to protect her for a lifetime. Han Liang's voice gradually deepened, akin to a weary traveler finally arriving at his destination, slowly descending. In that moment, a rare and brief silence enveloped the entire venue. Everyone was lost in the lingering echoes of the song, still reeling from the emotions it evoked. As if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, someone reacted first, clapping vigorously, and this applause rippled through the space like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. instantly stirring 1,000 waves. In an instant, a thunderous applause erupted, wave after wave, deafening in its intensity. The audience rose to their feet, clapping fervently, their faces aglow with excitement and admiration. Lilac, Tang Lei lyrics, Tang Lei music, Tang Lei chapter 20. Is this fellow about to start boasting again? Host Zhao Ning strode to the center of the stage, microphone in hand, her voice resonating with clarity. Thank you, Han Liang, for delivering such an extraordinary performance. Now, let's invite our esteemed mentors to share their professional insights. The camera seamlessly transitioned to the panel of mentors. Qin Lanfang, Lei Menglin, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu gradually opened their eyes, as if awakening from a splendid musical dream. Qin Lanfang sighed softly and spoke first. Han Liang's singing captivates me immensely. His voice possesses a rich texture, and his heartfelt delivery, tinged with a hint of shyness, imbues the song with a profound narrative, evoking cherished memories. After sharing her thoughts, she gently set down the microphone, her expression still reflecting lingering emotions, struggling to articulate further. Lei Menglin straightened in his seat, shifting his gaze from the stage to An Xing, a knowing smile gracing his lips. As a songwriter, I find myself more moved by the song itself than by Han Liang's performance. An Xing was taken aback, thinking, is this guy about to start boasting again? The 3 songs composed by tonight, each distinct in style and rich in charm, fueled Lei Menglin's competitive spirit for the forthcoming challenge. With renewed confidence, Lei Menglin addressed the camera, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I am particularly eager to engage in a musical duel with Teacher An. Upon hearing this, An Xing's gaze sharpened, contemplating, a challenge has been issued. Nevertheless, a confident smile crept onto his lips as he responded. Since Teacher Lei has said so, I must give it my all. All right. During the critique session, let us not digress. Yang Yuxia interjected, eager to steer the conversation back on track. Just as Lei Menglin parted his lips to continue, he swallowed his words upon hearing her. Yang Yuxia turned her attention to Han Liang on stage, her expression earnest. Han Liang, your vocal technique has room for improvement. Your breath control needs to be steadier. This aspect requires further training and careful attention during performance. Han Liang nodded earnestly on stage, humbly accepting the guidance. When it was Wu Yu's turn to speak, he pondered for a moment before uttering a few lukewarm remarks, allowing himself to partake in the critique while maintaining the harmonious atmosphere of the program. Thank you, mentors, for your insightful comments. Now, let us welcome the contestants to shine on stage. Zhao Ning's voice echoed through the venue. No sooner had she finished speaking than the large screen at the back of the stage illuminated with the names of the contestants, one by one. Everyone understood that the rankings for the first round were about to be revealed, and each heart raced with anticipation. In the lounge, the contestants hurriedly gathered their composure and ascended the stage. As Yang Yi stepped onto the stage, his gaze fell upon Su Ziyang, his expression instantly sharpening. In his eyes dwelled both past grievances and the competitive spirit of the moment. Sensing the oppressive gaze upon him, Su Ziyang turned his head and met Yang Yi's eyes. A subtle smirk graced his lips, exuding a hint of provocation as he slowly raised his hand, giving Yang Yi a thumbs-down gesture. Yang, don't act impulsively. Su Mingyao, standing nearby, noticed the exchange. Although she was unaware of the underlying tensions between the two, the expressions and actions they displayed signaled an unusual atmosphere. It's fine. Yang Yi inhaled deeply, gesturing with his hand to indicate he was unperturbed. He regarded Su Ziyang with a faint smile, one tinged with derision. In his mind, Su Ziyang was merely a jester, playing with the remnants of others' efforts. As the contestants ascended the stage in succession, they arranged themselves according to their respective teams. Yang Yi, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang stood together, exchanging encouraging glances. The other contestants returned to their positions, 5 teams neatly aligned, waiting silently for the rankings to be announced. Now, let's turn our attention to the big screen. Zhao Ning's voice resonated once more, causing all eyes to fixate on the display. The support rates beside each contestant's name surged rapidly, akin to pulsating musical notes, stirring the hearts of all present. Mere seconds felt like an eternity. At last, the support rates stabilized. Su Mingyao, with a support rate of 23.01, claims the title of this episode's champion. Zhao Ning declared with excitement. A look of surprise and exhilaration illuminated Su Mingyao's face, her eyes shimmering with tears as she bowed slightly in gratitude towards the audience and mentors. Han Liang, with a support rate of 12.44, secured the second place. Clenching his fists, pride radiated from his smile, his efforts finally acknowledged. Shen Yinshu from Qin Lanfei's team achieved third place with a support rate of 9.21. He breathed a sigh of relief, displaying a satisfied smile while nodding to his teammates and mentors. Yang Yi followed with a support rate of 8.31, claiming fourth place. He nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of regret over his rank, yet he recognized that opportunities still lay ahead. The journey was far from over. Notably, Su Ziyang's support rate was a mere 3.14, placing him 13th. Nevertheless, he gained the privilege of priority selection, a fleeting smirk crossing his face. As the votes solidified, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Spectators discussed fervently, cheering for their favorite contestants or lamenting the outcomes. Meanwhile, in the live chat, netizens erupted in excitement, comments flowing like a tide. The dark horse. Minter An Xing's duo has swept the top two, and Yang Yi is in fourth. What can we say? Minter An Xing students are formidable. Their songs resonate deeply. Yet our Choo Choo is impressive, securing third place. It seems the next step is selecting opponents. I wonder who will face whom. On the Minter's bench, Qin Lanfei was the first to respond, smiling at An Xing. Your student is truly exceptional. Congratulations. Yang Yushan nodded in agreement, a hint of admiration gracing her face. Indeed, teacher, and the prowess of your team cannot be underestimated. Lei Minglin and Wu Yu also extended their congratulations, and soon the Minter's podium was filled with voices of commendation. An Xing's lips curled into a modest smile, as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is merely luck, mere luck. All credit goes to the efforts of the students." Yet, the pride that danced in his eyes betrayed the joy he felt within. As the votes were finalized, the atmosphere in the venue remained fervent. The host, Zhao Ning, cleared her throat, her voice ringing clear and bright. Next, we are about to embark on the exhilarating challenge segment. Let us welcome Zhao Yuqing from Minter Lei Minglin's team, Yi Chen from Minter Wu Yu's team, and Su Ziyang from Minter Yang Yusha's team, who will select their respective challengers. Her voice echoed throughout the hall, drawing the gaze of all present to the three contestants poised to take the stage. Curiosity buzzed in the air as everyone wondered whom they would choose as their opponents. Chapter 21. Keyword for the next episode. As the host's voice faded, two men and a woman, visibly tense yet brimming with excitement, stepped forward confidently to stand beside the host, Zhao Ning. With a warm smile gracing her face, Zhao Ning gazed gently at one of the young women and spoke, "Ms. Zhao Yuqing, please select your opponents." Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, Zhao Yuqing slowly turned around. Her eyes scanned the students in each Minter's team, as if she were grappling with a difficult decision. After a brief moment, she lifted her chin and declared with clarity and conviction, "I choose Gu Xinglan from Teacher Qin's team, Dong Yueyin from Teacher Yang's team, Han Liang from Teacher N's team, and Lin Yueshi from Teacher Wu's team." Her words sparked a subtle stir among the audience. The students named looked momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure, stepping forward with renewed confidence. Han Liang's eyes glimmered with excitement, a slight smile gracing his lips as he anticipated the challenge ahead. Gu Xinglan maintained a calm demeanor, adjusting her attire before stepping forward steadily. Dong Yueyin inhaled deeply, determination evident in her gaze. Lin Yueshi bit her lip nervously but mustered the courage to step out. "Everyone, please stand to my right," Zhao Ning instructed, guiding the selected contestants to take their positions. Once the contestants were settled, she turned back to face the panel of mentors. Raising her voice, "Now, we shall reveal the keywords for the next episode. Mentors, please make your selections." Upon hearing this, An Xing and the others instinctively directed their gazes towards the large screen above the stage. Gradually, four keywords emerged: deskmate, roommate, regret, joy. Each of the five mentors was to select two from these four keywords. Subsequently, the two keywords with the highest frequency would serve as the thematic foundation for the contestants' songs in the upcoming competition. This signified that from the moment the program concluded, mentors would need to dive into their work, composing songs or refining vocal techniques of their students. Of course, songs could be purchased from others, but they had to be original. An Xing contemplated the four words on the screen, resting his chin on one hand, momentarily lost in thought. For him, the choice was not arduous. Rather, it was remarkably straightforward. Casually glancing at Qin Lanfeng, Lei Menglin, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu nearby, he noted their furrowed brows, indicating they too were weighing their options. A subtle smile crept onto An Xing's lips as he withdrew his gaze and swiftly selected deskmate and regret on the screen. Almost simultaneously, the other four mentors finalized their choices. Now, I shall announce the keyword for the first group of contestants' upcoming song. Host Zhao Ning elongated her tone. The atmosphere in the room thickening with anticipation as everyone held their breath, eyes fixated on her. Deskmate and regret. Zhao Ning's voice soared, announcing with vigor. In an instant, a soft commotion arose in the audience. Contestants began to whisper amongst themselves, while the mentors appeared lost in contemplation. As Zhao Ning announced the two keywords, classmate and regret, an amused smile crept across An Xing's face. Surely, if he presented that particular song, it would elicit an explosive reaction. Qin Lanfeng closely observed An Xing's demeanor. Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but chuckle softly and teased. It seems, teacherin, that you are quite confident. Yang Yuxia chimed in, adding playfully, these keywords are precisely your forte, teacherin. Everyone understood that the term classmate inherently evoked a nostalgic school atmosphere, while regret paired with the folk genre was simply harmonious. Reflecting on Han Liang's earlier performance of Lilac, it was undeniably representative of this style. Lei Menglin, however, maintained his composure, slightly raising his chin as he remarked leisurely, teacherin, do not disappoint me. Though he was aware that crafting a song of Lilac's caliber would not come easily. He doubted that An Xing could create another breathtaking piece in such a short span of time. In response to the collective gaze of his peers, An Xing remained unflustered, confidently asserting, rest assured, everyone, you will not be disappointed. His tone carried a hint of assurance, and his eyes sparkled with a resolute light, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Witnessing his self-assuredness, the others ceased their inquiries, each silently contemplating their forthcoming creative endeavors. On stage, the first group of contestants descended amidst a swirl of complex emotions. No sooner had their figures vanished backstage than the atmosphere reignited with Zhao Ning's voice. Zhao Ning gracefully approached Yi Chen, speaking softly yet distinctly. Mr. Yi Chen, please select your opponents. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's expression turned stern, determination gleaming in his gaze. He swiftly turned, his eyes scanning the contestants with piercing intensity before decisively stating, I choose Shen Yinshu from Teacher Qin's team, Xiao Chenxin from Teacher Lei's team, Chun Jiao from Teacher Yang's team, and Su Mengyao from Teacher N's team. His words resonated throughout the venue, each syllable akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of anticipation. As Yi Chen concluded his selection, the chosen contestants exhibited varying reactions. Shen Yinshu paused momentarily, then broke into a confident smile as he stepped forward. Xiao Chenxin inhaled deeply, clenching his fists as if rallying his spirit. Chun Jiao appeared calm, adjusting his attire before proceeding leisurely to his designated spot. Su Mingyao's eyes flickered with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, advancing gracefully to stand by the host's side. Now, I invite the 5 mentors to select your keywords, Zhao Ning announced once more, heralding the commencement of a new round of competition. Instantly, 4 fresh keywords materialized on the screen before An Xing and the others. Woman's heart, man's heart, sea, and desert. An Xing furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing these 4 terms, pondering to himself, how intriguing. This combination is quite novel. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively extended his finger and tapped the keywords woman's heart and sea on the screen. When the time for selection concluded and the results were unveiled, the audience erupted in astonishment. Everyone was incredulous, as the 5 mentors had unanimously chosen the keywords woman's heart and sea. Such remarkable consensus had never been witnessed since the recording of the show commenced. The atmosphere in the venue instantly intensified, with everyone eagerly anticipating the magnificent songs the mentors would craft around these 2 themes for the contestants. Soon after, the second group of contestants descended from the stage, leaving only 5 individuals behind. Wei Jiasin from Teacher Qin's team, Su Yino from Teacher Lei's team, Su Xiang from Teacher Yang's team, Jiang Yingxue from Teacher Wu's team, and, of course, Yang Yi. Chapter 22. Can one be insecure without feeling inferior? Let us invite the mentors to select keywords for the remaining contestants. The voice of the host, Zhao Ning, resonated crisply throughout the studio. With this command, 4 keywords swiftly appeared on the screen before An Xing. Forgetting, longing, water, wine. An Xing glanced at them and thought to himself how simple it was. Without a second thought, he squinted and chose longing and wine. To him, these 2 words seemed relatively straightforward. However, when Zhao Ning announced the results, An Xing was genuinely taken aback. He had presumed his choices would align with the majority, but to his surprise, the most selected keywords by the other mentors were forgetting and water. This outcome greatly exceeded his expectations, causing his eyes to widen slightly, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. Qin Lanfeng had been observing An Xing's reaction, and, noticing his expression, couldn't help but smile faintly before asking, "Teacher An, are you a bit surprised?" An Xing quickly regained his composure, smiled nonchalantly, and replied with a relaxed tone, "Not really. I just find these 2 keywords quite intriguing. I was thinking of going easy, but since everyone is so bold, I shan't hold back." Lei Minglin, smiling at An Xing, leisurely remarked, "Teacher An has always been so confident." An Xing raised an eyebrow and, half-jokingly, replied, "Well, if one is not confident, does that mean they must be inferior?" This remark elicited laughter from those around him, with Yang Yuxia covering her mouth and chuckling, teasing, "Teacher An, you truly have a sense of humor." An Xing shook his head, choosing not to respond further. As the keywords for the 3 teams of contestants were finalized, the current episode gradually came to a close. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely a temporary calm. The next episode, featuring a musical competition centered around these keywords, would undoubtedly be more intense. In the backstage lounge, the door was gently pushed open, and An Xing entered with a steady gait. An Xing, Teacher An, Yang Yi, Su Mengyao, and Han Liang, who had been engaged in discussion, immediately stood up upon seeing An Xing, their faces adorned with warm smiles as they greeted him. An Xing smiled and nodded, stepping forward to give Yang Yi a hearty pat on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with affirmation. "You all performed remarkably tonight, exceeding my expectations." Su Mengyao frowned slightly, her expression laden with concern as she said, "Teacher An, the difficulty of the songs for the next episode seems quite high. With only 7 days to complete 3 songs. That is no small feat. How about I ask someone to help write 1 or 2? An Xing waved his hand, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Do not worry about the songs. I have a plan. I will stay up tonight to compose them, ensuring it does not interfere with your practice." In truth, melodies and lyrics suitable for the trio had already begun to crystallize in his mind. He merely needed to organize the memories of the tunes and words upon returning home. "An Xing, don't overexert yourself," one of them cautioned. Yang Yi gazed at him with concern, suggesting that other mentors might seek external assistance as well, rendering their efforts unnecessary. An Xing looked at Yang Yi with a serious expression, stating, "If you do not aspire to secure first place or shine on this stage, then you might as well invite outsiders to compose for you. I believe we should trust Teacher An." Han Liang, who had been quietly listening, said in a soft yet resolute tone. An Xing cast a grateful glance in his direction, thinking that this young lad was quite perceptive. "An Xing, we are counting on you," Yang Yi remarked with a smile, giving An Xing's shoulder a reassuring pat. The look of trust in his eyes seemed to convey that as long as An Xing was present, they feared nothing. The 4 of them then linked arms and exited the lounge. An Xing and Yang Yi deliberately slowed their pace, lingering behind. An Xing leaned closer to Yang Yi, lowering his voice to inquire, "Who exactly is that pretty boy around a jeune?" "That would be Su Xiang," Yang Yi replied, his tone calm. though a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes at the mention of the name. Upon hearing it, An Xing abruptly halted, momentarily stunned. If memory served him well, Su Xiang was to be Yang Yi's next competitor. Let's take him down. An Xing's gaze sharpened instantly, gripping Yang Yi's shoulder tightly, his voice laced with undeniable determination. Originally, An Xing had intended to use another song, but given the current circumstances, he might just have to unleash a true ace. Yang Yi turned to An Xing, his expression resolute and trusting. I believe in you. The four of them continued their banter as they strode out of the production team as premises. After the program concluded, Su Xiang spotted Yang Yuxia in the underground parking lot. Taking a deep breath, he approached her directly, stating, "Teacher Yang, could you help me write an extraordinary song for the next episode? I have a bit of a grudge with Yang Yi, and I cannot swallow my pride." Yang Yuxia smirked slightly, her lips curving in a teasing manner as she regarded him. "What? Are you afraid?" Su Xiang quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. "It's not that I'm afraid of him. It's just that if I lose to him, I cannot bear the thought." Hearing this, Yang Yuxia sauntered closer to Su Xiang, her gaze playful as she gently lifted his chin. A wave of resistance surged within him, and a fleeting look of disdain crossed his face. However, he was acutely aware that his future lay in Yang Yuxia's hands, so he suppressed his emotions, concealing them tightly. "Well, it will depend on your performance tonight," Yang Yuxia remarked softly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Su Xiang gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. "All right." Yang Yuxia smiled with satisfaction, taking his arm as they headed towards the parking lot. The two of them entered a car, swiftly disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, the other mentors were not idle either. They understood that they had merely 7 days at their disposal. They needed to deliver the songs to the trainees within 2 to 3 days, or else the trainees would have no time to practice. Lei Minglin sat in his studio, staring intently at the computer screen, his brow furrowed as he incessantly scribbled and sketched on paper. Qin Lanfei and her creative team gathered closely, engaging in an intense discussion regarding the direction of their musical composition. Meanwhile, Wei was reaching out to various music producers, hoping to uncover suitable inspirations for their songs. At this moment, An Xing returned home and promptly pinned down his compositions. After securing the copyrights, he sent them off to Yang Yi and the others. Upon sending the message, he leaned back in his chair, stretched languidly, and muttered to himself, "3 extraordinary songs used in this competition feel somewhat like overkill." He was acutely aware that should these songs be offered for sale, each could easily fetch a starting price of at least 100,000. Nevertheless, An Xing was not overly concerned with monetary matters. He understood that he had yet to make a significant name for himself in the music industry. Even if he were to sell them, receiving a mere few thousand would be a stroke of luck. "Oh well, let them have it," he chuckled, shaking his head. Regardless, once the competition yielded results, he would still receive his share. Imagining the surprise on the students' faces upon receiving the songs, a smile crept across An Xing's lips, revealing a paternal warmth. Chapter 23 Teacher and Song was absolutely astounding. Yang Yi returned home, weary from the day, and after a brief wash, he collapsed onto the sofa, engaging in light conversation with his father, Yang Des. "You did remarkably well today, my son." Yang Des beamed with a sincere smile, the deep wrinkles etched on his face seeming to soften at that moment. "Father, the song written by Xing was simply extraordinary." Yang Yi recalled the performance on stage, an uncontrollable excitement illuminating his face. "If it weren't for Xing, I wouldn't know when I would have the chance to stand on stage again." Yang Des nodded sleepily, his gaze filled with approval. Indeed, Xing is a child of great loyalty and sentiment. Having a friend like him is a blessing for you. Given our current circumstances, you'll need his support to repay our debts and to make life more bearable moving forward. Yang Yi's eyes shimmered with determination as he replied, "Father, rest assured. Xing lent me a helping hand when I was at my lowest. I will cherish this kindness for a lifetime. Once I achieve success, I will repay him handsomely." In Yang Yi's heart, An Xing had long transcended the bounds of mere friendship, becoming a guiding light on his life's journey. "How is Xing preparing for the next episode?" Yang Des inquired with concern, his eyes reflecting both worry and hope for his son's future. He promised to provide me with a song. All I need to do is practice diligently. Yang Yi answered truthfully, harboring profound trust in An Xing. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang, revealing a message from An Xing containing the song file. Father, just as he said, Yang Yi sleeps Juerlet PUA'd, his eyes sparkling with delight. So soon? Yang Des exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. He had watched the program and understood the complexity of the keywords. He had not anticipated that An Xing would complete it in just one night. Yang Yi, unable to wait, eagerly opened the file. Once a youthful dreamer, yearning only to soar forward. As he read the lyrics, his heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving him in a profound state of reflection. The words seemed to narrate his own story, each phrase resonating deeply within him. Is it remarkable? Yang Des could not comprehend the musical composition, yet from Yang Yi's reaction and the lyrics, he sensed that the song was indeed extraordinary. Father, this time I truly believe I am on the verge of success. Yang Yi exclaimed, setting down his phone and gazing at his father with a mixture of aspiration and confidence. Hearing this, Yang Des chuckled with joy, the creases on his face radiating happiness. That's wonderful. You should hasten to divorce that woman. Do not allow her to hinder you any longer. You must live well in the days to come. Yang Yi nodded earnestly. The lawyer mentioned that the court will convene in a few days, and this matter should be resolved before the next episode. The thought of finally escaping that failed marriage filled his eyes with relief and anticipation for a new life. Yang Des observed his son, choosing not to speak further. His age had rendered him weary, and the upheavals within the family had left him feeling powerless. Yet, witnessing his son now, filled with hope and a promising future, brought immense comfort to his heart. All of this was thanks to An Xing. This young man, who frequently visited their home, had long been recognized by Yang Deji as someone extraordinary. Yes, my son, your father believes in you. Yang Deji firmly patted Yang Yi's shoulder, the warmth of his hand conveying the most sincere encouragement and trust of a father. Yang Yi smiled, straightened his back, his eyes brimming with determination. He understood that his life was on the brink of a significant transformation. As night enveloped the Zhangzhen villa community, tranquility reigned. Han Liang stood before Su Mingyao door and raised his hand to knock. With a creak, the door opened, and Su Mingyao looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's so late. Why are you still awake? She asked, stepping aside to let Han Liang in. They both walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. I can't sleep. I'm too excited, Han Liang said, scratching his head, a hint of innocent joy on his face. He had just received a song from An Xing, which left his mood in a delightful turmoil. Su Mingyao's lips curled into a sly smile as she tentatively inquired, Did Teacher An send you the song too? Yes. Teacher An's song is simply explosive. I feel like I can hardly contain myself, Han Liang replied, rubbing his hands together, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Really? Show it to me. Su Mingyao's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that Teacher An's song for Han Liang was even more stunning than her own? Han Liang, une serviette, quickly pulled out his phone, opened the file, and handed it over. Su Mingyao focused her gaze and saw the song title, The Desk Mate You. Upon reading the title, she slightly furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, this title sounds rather simple. But she quickly realized that it might embody the essence of returning to simplicity. As she read through the lyrics, her eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open in astonishment, almost as if it could fit an ostrich egg. Wow, Liang, you are on the verge of soaring to new heights. After finishing, Su Mingyao set down the phone and looked at Han Liang with delight, her tone filled with envy. Feeling a bit bashful from Su Mingyao's direct praise, Han Liang lowered his head shyly and murmured, Mingyao, I'm afraid I won't sing it well. What are you worried about? This kind of song doesn't require too much technique. Just sing it with genuine emotion, Su Mingyao said, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead, somewhat troubled by Han Liang's lack of confidence. Having grown up together, Su Mingyao was well aware of Han Liang's singing ability. In her eyes, his vocal skills were on par with hers. However, Han Liang's tendency to hesitate and second-guess himself made it difficult for him to fully unleash his potential. Can I bring you into it? Han Liang slightly lifted his head, his gaze tinged with anticipation as he cautiously asked. Su Mingyao was taken aback, clearly not expecting Han Liang to pose such a question. However, she soon broke into a radiant smile and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "No problem. After all, we've always been desk mates since childhood." Upon hearing Su Mengyao's agreement, Han Liang's face lit up with a joyful smile as he nodded emphatically. "You really ought to change this disposition of yours. Otherwise, when you become a big star in the future, how will you face the media?" Su Mingyao gently patted Han Liang's shoulder, her tone earnest and sincere. "I understand. I will strive to improve." A flicker of determination shone in Han Liang's eyes as he silently resolved to make a change. "That's the spirit. With teacher and guiding us, we will undoubtedly carve out our own niche in the entertainment industry." Su Mingyao exuberantly threw her arm around Han Liang's shoulder, her voice resonating with aspirations for the future. Observing Su Mengyao's hopeful demeanor, Han Liang couldn't help but smile as well. At that moment, their eyes sparkled with visions of hope for the future, as if they could already see themselves shining brightly in the entertainment realm. Chapter 24. Astonishingly, the most beautiful flower in the world is this. The following day, in the basement of Su Mingyao's residence, Yang Yi, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang were immersed in a rudimentary singing practice area, wholly devoted to rehearsing the song composed for them by An Xing. The fervent melodies reverberated throughout the basement, each note infused with their profound passion for music and hopeful aspirations for the future. Meanwhile, An Xing sat leisurely on a nearby chair, casually engrossed in his mobile device. The previous night's program had skyrocketed in popularity, soaring to the trending charts with not just one, but multiple entries. An Xing's attention was captured by the trending topics displayed on the screen. The most underrated is Longing, a song that makes you understand instantly. Astonishingly, the most beautiful flower in the world is this. Born for music, the greatest dark horse. These three trending topics prominently occupied the 4th, 7th, and 10th positions. Intrigued, An Xing tapped on the first trending topic. What unfolded before him was a captivating stage performance of Su Mingyao singing Longing. Her melodious voice and graceful figure vividly conveyed the essence of Longing. The comments below were uniformly complimentary. More beautiful than the song. Su Mingyao's aura is absolutely stunning. She sang this song with soul. It hurts so much pain. Every word was a testament to Su Mingyao's brilliance. Next, An Xing delved into the second trending topic, featuring a segment of Han Liang performing Lilac. Han Liang's heartfelt voice possessed an enchanting quality, transporting listeners into the world depicted in the song. The comments section revealed that many were moved by the song's melancholic emotions, with remarks such as, "I was brought to tears. It feels like mourning for my youth. This song has so much story, every line pierces the heart. No wonder lilacs are so expensive today. I tried to buy some this morning." A faint smile graced An Xing's lips, tinged with anticipation, as he clicked on the final trending topic. Unsurprisingly, the discussion revolved around him. "Wow, this music teacher is incredible. Unbelievable. 3 original pieces, each one blowing up the stage. Indeed, none of the students in my Feifei Miners team can compare. Is he really an amateur? Could he be a hidden music maestro, using a pseudonym to dominate the show?" Eagerly awaiting the next episode to see what An Xing will deliver next. Casually browsing through a few comments, An Xing noted the accolades directed toward himself and his students, devoid of any vexatious, malicious remarks, leaving him quite content. He set his phone down and gazed at the trio diligently practicing, his heart swelling with pride. After a day of intense rehearsals, An Xing did not rush home. Instead, he turned toward Zhou Yusin's flower shop. At that moment, the shop was tranquil, devoid of other customers. Zhou Yusin sat at the front desk, her eyes glued to the computer screen, utterly engrossed. An Xing gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, yet Zhou Yusin remained oblivious to his presence. "What are you looking at?" An Xing suddenly inquired. Startled, Zhou Yusin jumped, nearly leaping from her chair. "Little star, why do you walk as silently as a cat?" She turned her head, casting a reproachful glance at An Xing. An Xing pouted and retorted, "It's clearly because you were too engrossed. How can you blame me?" "Oomph. I don't care." Zhou Yusin placed her hands on her hips, glaring at An Xing. "You must accompany me for dinner tonight. or I will tell Uncle and that you bullied me. All right, all right. I actually came here intending to treat you to dinner, and Xing replied, scratching his nose with a wry smile. The last time they had planned to dine together, he had to cancel at the last minute due to unforeseen circumstances. And in the ensuing chaos, he completely forgot about it. Remembering it today, he hurried over. That's more like it. Zhou Yusin's face lit up at An Xing's response, her previous gloom dissipating. An Xing settled onto a nearby stool, noticing the shop's entrance adorned with an array of lilacs. Why did you bring in so many lilacs today? He inquired, puzzled. It's because of that song you had Han Liang sing last night, Zhou Yusin replied, standing up to sit beside An Xing. As soon as I heard it, I knew there would be plenty of customers looking to buy lilacs today. So, I placed an order overnight for a lot, and are nearly sold out now. With that, she shut her computer, her face beaming with pride. An Xing gazed at Zhou Yusin in astonishment, unable to restrain a compliment. I didn't realize you had such a business acumen. Of course. Zhou Yusin lifted her chin slightly, radiating confidence. My mind is quite sharp. And Xing, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, gently asked, when do you plan to get off work? Right now. Let us go. There's a new buffet nearby, and I've managed to get 2 discount coupons. Zhou Yusin exclaimed, immediately jumping up from her chair and hastily rummaging through a drawer for 2 coupons, waving them in front of An Xing with eager anticipation. She had stood in line to obtain those coupons, hoping that An Xing would invite her to dinner. Oh, you are quite well prepared, An Xing chuckled at her exuberance. Although a buffet isn't overly expensive, he was currently short on funds, so every bit saved counted. Help me bring the flowers inside, and once we close the door, we can set off. Zhou Yusin commanded, hands on her hips. Are you treating me as free labor? An Xing teased. Yet he moved quickly to assist her with the flowers. Oh, let us get moving so we can eat more later. Zhou Yusin winked playfully in response. You can't eat too much at a buffet. I've heard some places sneak in filling substances in the food that fills you up quickly, An Xing remarked, having encountered many such claims online, unsure of their validity. It doesn't matter. It's all about the atmosphere. Zhou Yusin waved her hand dismissively. After closing the door, she clapped her hands and then took An Xing's hand, hurrying toward the nearby buffet. Upon arriving at the tomato buffet restaurant, Zhou Yusin busily navigated the dining area. In no time, she had piled their table high with an array of delectable dishes, a veritable feast for the eyes. You're taking so much. You won't be able to finish it all. I really can't help you stuff it down, An Xing remarked, shaking his head in resignation, a wry smile gracing his lips. Fear not. I have no intention of dieting lately. Today, I must indulge wholeheartedly. I simply cannot let this money go to waste, Zhou Yusin confidently declared, patting her stomach as if to proclaim her ability to consume it all. And Xing, observing her determined demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking how endearingly charming she remained. As ever. By the way, An Xing, Zhou Yusin suddenly paused her actions, looking at him with curiosity. Isn't Yang Yi's music shop closed? I've been wondering how he could abandon his role as the owner to participate in a show. Upon hearing this, An Xing fell silent for a moment. Chapter 25. Like a pig, eating so much there were some troubles at Yang Yi's home. An Xing furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before choosing to gloss over the matter. He understood that Yang Yi's situation was a personal affair. Even though Zhou Yusin had a good relationship with him, discussing it casually behind his back was not appropriate. What a pity indeed. Zhou Yusin sighed gently, her gaze revealing a hint of sentiment. In her memory, Yang Yi had come from a prosperous family during their school days. Who could have imagined that in just a few short years, fortunes could change so drastically? Oh, by the way, Zhou Yusin seemed to suddenly recall something. Raising her head abruptly to look at An Xing, Mu Ling contacted me today. Huh? What does she want from you? An Xing asked with a puzzled expression, halting his actions. Mu Ling was an old classmate of theirs, and they had maintained a good relationship. After graduation, it was said that Mu Ling had opened her own entertainment company, and it was thriving. Previously, Mu Ling had invited An Xing to work for her multiple times, but he had politely declined each time. What else could it be? She probably just wants to invite you to work with her, Zhou Yusin said, taking a sip of water from her cup. An Xing shrugged helplessly, a wry smile on his face as he remarked, why does she keep pursuing me? An Xing had little interest in working. The monotonous routine of a 9-to-5 job felt too constricting for him, not suitable at all. Actually, I think you should consider it. Zhou Yusin leaned forward slightly. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at An Xing earnestly. You see, you have gained some fame from show now. If you go to Mu Ling's place, not only will you have a stable job, but you might also find better opportunities. But you know that the daily grind of clocking in and out just isn't for me. An Xing spread his hands in exasperation, his face a canvas of reluctance. The mere thought of being bound by rules made him feel uneasy. She told me that you wouldn't have to clock in. You can come and go as you please, and the schedule is quite flexible. Zhou Yusin hurriedly explained, attempting to alleviate An Xing's concerns. Upon hearing this, An Xing furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, what is Mu Ling really up to? Are there no other conditions? He still felt uneasy and pressed for more information. There is. You just need to produce 1 or 2 songs each month. Zhou Yusin blurted out. An Xing couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, it seems Mu Ling truly values my talent. However, creating 1 or 2 songs a month was certainly not a daunting task for him. How about we set a time to discuss it with her? Zhou Yusin suggested, her eyes gleaming with hope as she looked at An Xing. An Xing fell silent for a moment, swiftly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He was not opposed to chatting with Mu Ling. He primarily wanted to see what more enticing conditions she could offer. After all, as long as he didn't have to clock in at set times, he could accept it. With this thought in mind, he slowly nodded and said, all right, let us set a time to talk with her. I'll contact her right now. Zhou Yusin exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement, neglecting her meal as she hurriedly pulled out her phone. Why doesn't she contact me directly? Why send you to convey her message? An Xing asked, his face a mask of confusion, unable to fathom why Mu Ling chose this route. Zhou Yusin shot him a glare and retorted, who told you to refuse her every single time before? She probably fears approaching you now. An Xing awkwardly rubbed his nose, refraining from rebuttal. Deep down, he understood that without awakening those extraordinary memories, he would never have penned so many beautiful songs. Nor would Mu Ling have offered him such lenient terms. Yet, even so, the monotonous routine of work remained something he fundamentally resisted. Tuning pianos at home, occasionally playing the role of a music teacher with flexible hours. How blissful that was. Let's South gather at my place the day after tomorrow, Zhou Yusin declared, her face aglow with happiness as she turned to An Xing. Oh, by the way, why not invite Yang Yi as well? We could consider it a reunion of sorts. Before An Xing could utter a word, Zhou Yusin, as if struck by inspiration, excitedly made her suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, An Xing recalled the time spent with Yang Yi, and how, post-graduation, everyone had been caught up in their own busy lives, leading to a prolonged separation. He nodded slowly, saying, that sounds good. It has indeed been quite a while since I've seen them. Since graduating, those once close brothers and friends have been diligently pursuing their own lives and dreams, resulting in infrequent gatherings. Observing Zhou Yusin bustling about, An Xing couldn't help but smile warmly. In no time, Zhou Yusin set her phone down and triumphantly raised her fist. Done. Don't you dare be late the day after tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Rest assured, when have I ever been late? An Xing shrugged, feigning indifference. Huh. It was always me picking you up before, so of course you wouldn't be late. This time, you have to come on your own. I need to prepare food at home. Zhou Yusin playfully made a face, mercilessly exposing him. An Xing felt a tad embarrassed, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly to cover his discomfort. The two continued to chat casually while enjoying a feast. Unbeknownst to them, the dishes on the table began to dwindle. Zhou Yusin leaned back in her chair, contentedly rubbing her slightly protruding belly, letting out a loud burp. I'm so full. You resemble a pig, eating so much, An Xing teased, observing her satisfied demeanor. I may eat a lot, but I don't gain weight, Zhou Yusin replied, lifting her chin with pride, as though flaunting an extraordinary achievement. Over 100 pounds, and you still claim you're not overweight? An Xing blurted out without a second thought. At this, Zhou Yusin's expression changed drastically. Her eyes widened with indignation. Oh, little An Xing, back at my uncle's house he said I was too fat. Now you're criticizing me for gaining weight? An Xing quickly composed himself and replied seriously. Haven't you heard? Absence makes the heart grow fonder. At that time, I didn't notice, but upon closer inspection now, it seems you have indeed put on a bit of weight. He gestured towards the entrance where a weighing scale stood. If you don't believe me, step on it. Fine, I'll go. But if there's no change, you're in big trouble. Zhou Yusin shot him a disgruntled glare, rising from her seat and striding toward the weighing scale. An Xing's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leisurely followed her. Secretly amused, after a hearty meal, it was only natural to expect an increase of a pound or two. As anticipated, Zhou Yusin's expression soured upon seeing the scales reading, which indicated she had gained 3 pounds since a few days prior. Little Xing, have I truly overeaten? She lamented. Perhaps, but it could be manageable. Excessive weight would be a concern. And Xing stifled his laughter, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. It's all your fault. If you hadn't treated me to dinner, I wouldn't have gained so much. Zhou Yusin placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him with a mock ferocity, as though An Xing were the culprit. Then why don't you just throw it up? An Xing replied with a smirk. I extend a kind invitation for a meal, and now I am the villain? Come on, let us find a secluded spot, Zhou Yusin declared, grasping An Xing's arm and pulling him aside without hesitation. What are we doing? An Xing queried, bemused, nearly stumbling from her tug. I'll make you regurgitate it. I'll feed it back to you until you burst. Chapter 26, A spoonful of soup and a sip of wine the following afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, cascading gently onto the streets. And Xing, cradling a case of beer, hummed an off-key tune as he strode toward Zhou Yusin's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he raised his hand to knock, a satisfied grin adorning his face. As the door swung open, and Xing cheerfully declared, Look, I'm the first to arrive. Right on time. He shook the beer case with pride, eager to share the good fortune with everyone and enthusiastic about their gathering. Zhou Yusin glanced at the time, noting it was 2:30. Indeed, he had not arrived late. She pursed her lips and, pulling An Xing towards the sofa, murmured, Why did you buy beer? An Xing placed the beer on the coffee table and asserted, Isn't this a gathering? We ought to indulge in some drinks to enliven the atmosphere. I assumed you had prepared something else, so I just bought the beer. As the words left his mouth, he noticed that aside from a pot of clear soup, the table bore nothing else, prompting him to raise his voice in disbelief. No way. Is this all you prepared? Zhou Yusin sheepishly scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile as he explained, I overslept last night and only got up around noon. I hurried to the shop to post a notice about my absence and rushed back, completely forgetting to buy anything. And Xing sighed in resignation. You should have mentioned it. I could have picked something up on my way here. Never mind, let them bring something. Well, it's fine if they bring it too. Zhou Yusin replied with a playful smile, sticking out his tongue. He quickly grabbed his phone to message the others, requesting them to bring some supplies. Curiously, An Xing leaned back on the sofa and inquired, Who did you invite? Yang, Yi, Mu Ling, and Zhou Changshu along with El Shirhan. Zhou Yusin counted on his fingers. An Xing nodded, and memories of their university days flooded back. They had been inseparable friends during that time. He had heard that Zhou Changshu was now a somewhat renowned silver medal lyricist, thriving in the industry, while El Shirhan was on the verge of becoming a second-tier singer, making her mark in the entertainment world. Check how long until they arrive. It's almost 3, An Xing remarked, glancing anxiously at the clock. Yang Yi reported that he was already at the door. Mu Ling was downstairs, and Zhou Changshu and El Shirhan said they would be arriving shortly. Just as Zhou Yusin finished speaking, a knock echoed through the air. He opened the door to find Yang Yi, beaming with joy as he entered, carrying 2 cases of beer. Tada, look what I brought. We're going to party hard tonight. He placed the beer heavily on the coffee table, eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at An Xing and Zhou Yusin. They exchanged glances filled with exasperation. An Xing chuckled helplessly. You were supposed to bring something, and all you brought was beer? What else? It's a gathering. A little drink makes it all the more enjoyable. Yang Yi retorted nonchalantly as he plopped down onto the sofa. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the pot of clear soup, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned. You guys didn't prepare any food either? It's all right. Mu Ling and the others will surely bring something. Zhou Yusin chuckled awkwardly, though uncertainty loomed in his heart. At that moment, another knock resonated. Zhou Yusin opened the door to find Mu Ling entering with a smile. An Xing hurriedly inquired. Mu Ling, you didn't just bring wine, did you? How could that be? Mu Ling smirked, brimming with confidence. I would never buy beer. An Xing and the others sighed in relief. But before they could revel in their joy, Mu Ling proudly declared, I brought a bottle of red wine. A fine vintage that I procured with great difficulty through a friend, as she delicately extracted a seemingly exquisite bottle of red wine from her bag. An Xing, Zhou Yusin. In Yang, he felt a pang of despair. What's wrong? This is a splendid item. Why the sour faces? Mu Ling asked, her expression one of bewilderment, completely unaware of their reaction. She placed the wine on the coffee table, and upon noticing the solitary pot of clear broth, her demeanor froze in disbelief. Were we eating just this pot of broth? We can't possibly drink wine and nibble on plain broth tonight, can we? Her face was a canvas of questions, utterly perplexed by how the gathering had devolved into this. The food is with Zhou Changshu and Lu Shihan. I asked them to bring it. Zhou Yusin quickly explained as she urged Mu Ling to take a seat. You know their character. Let's just order takeout. Mu Ling, unamused, was all too familiar with Zhou Changshu and Lu Shihan. They all got along well, sharing similar habits, and perhaps they too had brought wine. Indeed, those two likely brought wine as well. An Xing pondered, finding wisdom in Mu Ling's words, and quickly grabbed his phone to order takeout. Otherwise, they would truly be left sipping wine alongside a pot of broth, alternating between soup and wine. As anticipated, Zhou Changshu and Lu Shihan arrived, each carrying a bottle of white liquor. The group stared at the coffee table, now laden with various bottles of alcohol, momentarily stunned before erupting into hearty laughter. All right. Enough of the laughter. We're all in the same boat, so let us not point fingers, An Xing chuckled, waving his hand to quell the mirth, though a smile still lingered on his face. Dinner isn't the main concern. What matters is that we're all together again after such a long time. Zhou Changshu said with a beaming smile, adjusting his glasses, his eyes reflecting nostalgia for days gone by. Exactly. Just some peanuts as a side to accompany the drinks will suffice, Lu Shihan added playfully, her lips curving into a smile, her tone casual. You drink so much and yet don't take care of your voice. Among us, you have the highest profile, Yang Yi remarked, looking at Lu Shihan with a grin. Oh, a little drinking now and then isn't a big deal. I don't drink every day, Lu Shihan waved dismissively, responding with an air of ease. By the way, I heard you participated in the show Sound of You, and An Xing, those songs you've written have utterly enchanted me. She turned to An Xing, her gaze filled with admiration, her face adorned with a beaming smile of praise. Just a casual endeavor for fun. An Xing humbly shook his head, as if dismissing it as an ordinary matter, his tone light and breezy. You call that casual? What does that make my efforts? Zhou Changshu could not help but burst into hearty laughter, the sound resonating throughout the room. On the way, Lu Shihan spoke to him about An Xing's performance on the show. He listened to those songs and was profoundly astonished. The quality and caliber of those three pieces far exceeded his expectations. As a professional lyricist and composer, he found himself overshadowed by An Xing's seemingly effortless creations. He could not help but acknowledge that An Xing's talent in musical composition indeed surpassed his own. What a stroke of misfortune for you, laughed Zhou Yusin, doubling over in amusement, her hand covering her mouth, eyes narrowed into slits, revealing her dimples. Upon hearing this, Zhou Changshu did not take offense. Instead, he joined in the laughter. The lively demeanor of everyone seemed to transport them back to their student days. Chapter 27. Copyright. You can rest assured, it will definitely belong to you. Half an hour had elapsed, yet the group had yet to savor any peanuts. Fortunately, the delivery person arrived just in time, rescuing the gathering. The wine was moved beneath the table, and steaming dishes adorned the surface. Mu Ling picked up some food, her demeanor casual yet tinged with anticipation, and casually inquired, An Xing, how have you been considering the matter we discussed earlier? What are you two talking about? Yang Yi asked curiously, glancing back and forth between the two. An Xing swallowed his food and replied with a smile. Mu Ling wants to recruit me to her company. Ah Xing, this is a wonderful opportunity, Zhou Changshu interjected. Mu Ling's company is experiencing remarkable growth with promising prospects. If it weren't for my contract still being in effect, I would have jumped at the chance. An Xing chuckled and turned to Mu Ling, his gaze inquisitive. Do share the specific conditions. I must weigh them carefully. Mu Ling set her chopsticks down, straightened her posture, and, with a serious expression, stated, There are no constraints on you. Whether or not you come to the company is entirely up to you, as long as you produce at least 2 original songs each month. The profit share would be 40%. This is a sincere offer, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Zhou Changxiu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw. Such remuneration rivaled that of the industry's top lyricists and composers. As a silver-tier songwriter himself, he lacked the standing to negotiate profit shares, earning only the standard remuneration dictated by national regulations. Typically, only gold-tier songwriters can negotiate profit shares, and even then, it was usually around 30%. Moreover, the freedom of working hours was a dream come true for any employee. All eyes swiftly turned towards An Xing, as if awaiting his decision. He did not respond immediately, but furrowed his brow, lost in brief contemplation. The matter of copyright was of paramount importance. It pertained to the core rights of his creative endeavors and could not be taken lightly. After a moment's reflection, he lifted his gaze and looked directly at Mu Ling, asking earnestly, what about the copyright? This crucial question had not been addressed by Mu Ling earlier. In An Xing's mind, copyright was the lifeline of creation. Losing it for the sake of immediate benefits would indeed be a grave mistake. Mu Ling seemed to have anticipated An Xing's inquiry. Her demeanor calm and unhurried as she explained, You need not worry about the copyright. It will undoubtedly belong to you. If you choose to have the company represent your songs, you will still receive a 40% share, and we will ensure that this is clearly documented. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from An Xing's heart, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Retaining the copyright meant he held the reins of his creative authority. Moreover, a 40% profit share was already quite substantial within the industry. All right, it's settled then. I have no objections, and Xing decisively nodded in agreement. Having a professional company to assist with promotion and affairs related to his songs would save him considerable effort. Mu Ling, is this arrangement truly feasible for me? Zhou Changxiu, enticed by the generous offer, could not help but ask, his eyes alight with anticipation. What do you think? Mu Ling smiled helplessly and cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Changxiu. The scale of your company far surpasses mine, and the resources for development are much richer. Remaining there would undoubtedly be more advantageous for you. Alas, it seems I shall continue to spend my days idly at my original company. Zhou Changxiu feigned a sigh of resignation, yet a smile lingered on his face. Clearly, he understood the truth in Mu Ling's words and accepted the situation with equanimity. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, An Xing's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had recalled something significant. He set down his chopsticks and earnestly addressed Mu Ling. By the way, Mu Ling, why not sign Yang Yi and my 2 trainees as well? They possess immense potential and are sure to shine brightly in the entertainment industry in the future. Mu Ling squinted slightly, a smile gracing her features, and nodded without hesitation. Turning to Yang Yi, she inquired, Yang, would you be willing to join my company? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and without a moment's hesitation, he readily replied, I would absolutely have no objections. Being able to follow An Xing and such a reliable boss as you is far superior to joining some unfamiliar company. I am wholeheartedly willing. He understood that this was a rare opportunity, one that allowed him to strive alongside trusted individuals without the fear of being taken advantage of. A situation he could only dream of. Mu Ling, in the mere span of a meal, has secured 2 formidable allies, truly remarkable. Zhou Yusin chuckled softly from the side, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, her dimples appearing as her teasing words lightened the mood further. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling waved her hand with a smile, playfully asserting, Do not say it that way. We are not in a superior-subordinate relationship, but rather in an equal partnership. Let us all strive together to grow our enterprise and create brilliance anew. After speaking, she mischievously winked at An Xing and Yang Yi, her playful demeanor eliciting peals of laughter from everyone, filling the room with joy and merriment. At that moment, Lu Shihan, who had been quietly listening, also chimed in with a playful remark. Mu Ling, Why not wait until my contract expires and join you for some excitement? I hope you won't mind my presence." Immediately, Mu Ling responded with enthusiasm. "That would be splendid. You are on the verge of becoming a second-tier superstar. Your joining would be a tremendous honor for me, one I would greatly welcome." She understood that Liu Shihan's addition would undoubtedly enhance the company's allure. After indulging in food and drink and feeling satisfied, An Xing took out his phone and messaged Su Mengyao and Han Liang, inquiring if they would be interested in signing with Mu Ling's company. Soon after, he received affirmative replies from both. Consequently, the group rose and made their way to Mu Ling's company. In the bright office, everyone meticulously reviewed the contract terms and subsequently affixed their signatures, thereby formalizing their collaborative relationship. Once all the formalities were completed, An Xing and his party departed the company. At that moment, Mu Ling sat in her office, reflecting on the recent signing process with a contented smile. Just then, the office door swung open, and her brother, Mu Feng, walked in. Mu Feng furrowed his brow, a serious expression gracing his features as he approached Mu Ling and took a seat before her. He spoke earnestly. "Ling, do you not think the conditions you offered that individual are rather excessive?" Moments ago, having heard that Mu Ling had recently hired someone who enjoyed the esteemed status of a master lyricist and composer, his curiosity compelled him to take a glance. To his astonishment, he found that the name An Xing was absent from the list of renowned lyricists he was familiar with. Moreover, Mu Feng recalled that An Xing was, in fact, a classmate of his sister. Concerned that his sister might extend undue favor due to their personal relationship, potentially jeopardizing the company's progress, he had come to inquire. Mu Ling seemed to have anticipated her brother's inquiry, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she replied calmly, "Brother, do not be so hasty in forming a judgment. Here, listen to the song he composed, and you'll understand why I offered him such terms." With that, she handed her phone to Mu Feng. Puzzled, he accepted the device, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the song title on the screen. Gently, he pressed the play button, and the melody resonated throughout the office. As the first note graced his ears, Mu Feng's pupils dilated, and a look of incredulous astonishment spread across his face. Chapter 28, Brother. You must broaden your horizons for the duration of 3 songs. A melodious harmony flowed through the office. As the final note gently faded into silence, Mu Feng inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling with intensity, the astonishment etched on his face still palpable. "Ternen Tomulink." He gazed at her in disbelief. Is this truly the work of An Xing? In his mind, it was difficult to fathom that such high-quality creations could emerge from someone seemingly obscure. "Of course, I wouldn't deceive you," Mu Ling replied, a confident smile gracing her lips. "Do you still think the terms of the contract I presented were unfavorable?" Her eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, as if she had stumbled upon a tremendous treasure. Mu Feng slowly shook his head, his brow furrowed in earnest contemplation. Although these 3 songs are indeed stunning, it is challenging to ascertain whether he can consistently produce such exceptional works in the future. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, he had witnessed countless ephemeral songwriters and composers. Some may have been fortunate enough to compose a hit or two, only to fade away from public view. In his estimation, the likes of renowned lyricists, master composers, and the most esteemed songwriters earned their accolades through a plethora of high-quality hits that stood the test of time. It was entirely plausible that An Xing's 3 songs were the culmination of years of dedication. Maintaining such a creative standard was no simple feat, brother. "I have faith in An Xing," Mu Ling asserted, determination radiating from her gaze. "Moreover, if his future compositions continue to shine, I intend to offer him a share in the company." "Have you lost your mind? Offer him a stake?" Mu Feng abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. To him, granting shares was no trifling matter. It signified relinquishing a portion of the company's control, a perilous gamble that should not be taken lightly. Observing her brother's astonishment, Mu Ling sighed in exasperation and spoke with patience. "Brother, you must broaden your horizons. Consider this. If An Xing maintains this level of creativity, how many artists could he elevate to stardom? Have you calculated the value of that potential?" Her eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if she could already envision the company's future splendor. By granting him shares, we would be forging a profound partnership. with vested interests. He would undoubtedly pour his heart into his creations, and together we could expand and strengthen the company. What a remarkable opportunity! As Mu Ling grew increasingly animated, she stood and paced the office, gesturing passionately with her hands. Our company's artists could perform the hit songs penned by An Xing. How could we possibly lack for recognition? Listening to his sister's fervent words, Mu Feng found himself momentarily speechless, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of her arguments. Yet, lingering doubts clouded his mind, and he furrowed his brow as he asked, "But can you truly guarantee that An Xing possesses the ability to maintain this level of excellence? After all, it remains an unknown variable. What is there to fear?" Mu Ling halted her steps, hands on her hips, speaking nonchalantly. Even if An Xing's creative prowess were to wane, our losses would not be substantial. Investment inherently carries risks. How could we stand idly by and allow such a talented lyricist and composer to be signed by another? Moreover, it is precisely due to our shared academic background that I have this opportunity to bring him into the company. Should we let this chance slip away, it would be difficult to secure another. Mu Ling's tone was resolute, clearly determined to take this gamble. Mu Feng scrutinized her intently, his gaze seemingly attempting to penetrate her thoughts, searching for any hint of insight. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice laced with a hint of speculation. "Are you perhaps interested in An Xing?" Upon hearing this, Mu Ling was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, the sound reverberating through the office. "Brother, what on earth are you thinking? An Xing and I are truly just friends." She laughed while waving her hand dismissively, finding her brother's conjecture utterly absurd. "Furthermore, I already have someone I admire, so there's no need for your unfounded concerns." A hint of shyness graced her features, yet her tone remained unwaveringly certain. Mu Feng, despite harboring a flicker of doubt, refrained from probing further. He sighed in resignation, stating, "Very well. The company is now in your hands. You must manage it diligently and avoid any blunders." With that, he rose to leave. Mu Ling, upon hearing this, also stood up, her eyes brimming with determination and a fighting spirit. "Brother, just you wait. Within a year, I will undoubtedly reach the heights attained by our father." Her voice was bright and resonant, infused with confidence, as though she could already envision herself standing at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. "A year? You truly have the audacity to claim that." Mu Feng chuckled, an expression of skepticism gracing his face. He was acutely aware that their father was a luminary within the entertainment realm, a pinnacle few could aspire to reach. Achieving such heights within a mere year? It was no small feat, nevertheless. He resolved to afford his sister an opportunity, eager to witness the extent of her capabilities. "Then I shall observe closely, hoping you do not disappoint me." With that, Mu Feng turned and exited the office. "Rest assured, brother, I will not let you down." A confident smile graced Mu Ling's lips, curving into an arc of assurance. Once Mu Feng departed, Mu Ling returned to the sofa, leaning slightly forward, her gaze fixed intently on the documents regarding An Xing and Yang laid upon the table. "Yang, and Xing, let us strive together. We shall undoubtedly create our own brilliance." Mu Ling murmured softly, her voice gentle yet filled with strength. In that moment, she was entirely consumed by her aspirations for the future, firmly believing that the collaboration among herself and Xing and Yang would spark a monumental upheaval within the entertainment industry. Days swiftly passed. At the venue for the Sound of You program, An Xing entered the exclusive lounge designated for them, accompanied by Yang, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang. "Are you feeling nervous?" An Xing inquired with concern, gently patting Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi took a deep breath, slowly beginning to speak, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, just a little. His gaze wandered, involuntarily conjuring the scene from the courtroom the previous day. Following the judge's ruling, the chapter of his marriage with Acacia was finally closed. Su Xiang had been present at the time, and as soon as the verdict was rendered, he hastily whisked Acacia away. In the upcoming match, he would make sure to trample on him. And Xing's eyes sharpened suddenly, like a drawn sword, fixed intently on Yang Yi. "Rest assured, I will ride the dragon and face him. How could I possibly lose?" Yang Yi exhaled forcefully, as if expelling all the pressure and gloom from his being. He lifted his head, confidence gleaming in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile indicative of his determination to succeed. In that moment, he was fully prepared to prove himself on this stage. An Xing regarded Yang Yi with a reassuring nod, choosing not to say more. He then turned to Su Mengyao and Han Liang, his gaze filled with concern and encouragement, softly imparting a few words of advice before leaving the dressing room with a sense of ease. Chapter 29. Born for Music Episode 2. The stage was illuminated with brilliant lights, resembling the brilliance of day, casting a radiant glow over the entire venue. The host, Zhao Ning, donned an exquisite gown, her face adorned with a professional and radiant smile as she gracefully stepped to the center of the stage. Her voice, crisp and melodious, resonated through the microphone, reaching every corner of the space. Welcome to Episode 2 of Born for Music. I am your host, Zhao Ning. As her words fell, the venue erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. The audience below waved their glowing sticks excitedly, a vibrant wave of colors rising and falling in unison. Concurrently, the program officially commenced, heralding the onset of a musical feast. On the other end of the internet, the live broadcast gained momentum, rapidly escalating in popularity. Shortly after the broadcast began, the barrage of comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Finally, the show has started. I've been waiting for days. The theme elements from the last episode were so exhilarating. I wonder what surprises Teacher Lei and Teacher Yang will present this time. They will surely shine. I heard that Qin Lanfeng specially invited a professional team from her company to tailor songs for the contestants. This move is impressive. Wu Yu is no less formidable. They enlisted a renowned songwriter, and now we have a show to watch. I truly anticipate the performance of their students. I bet An Xing will make a comeback this episode. His previous performance was stunning. Perhaps he will surprise us once again with an unexpected piece. Within mere minutes, the number of viewers in the live room skyrocketed, surging into the hundreds of thousands in the blink of an eye. Enthusiastic expectations and speculations flowed through the comments, each line brimming with fervent anticipation for this musical extravaganza. In the control room behind the stage, lights flickered and the equipment emitted a soft hum. Director Zhang Feng intently monitored the data screen before him, observing the soaring numbers as the program commenced, a beaming smile spreading across his face, his lips nearly reaching his ears. He turned to his assistant, Xiao Li, with a sense of pride, saying, "Xiao Li, do you see this? This is the influence of the previous competition. The effect is remarkable." Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face flushed, and his gaze toward Zhang Feng was filled with admiration. "Director Zhang, you truly have an eye for talent. If An Xing can continue to defy expectations this time, the next episode will undoubtedly break through the roof. The popularity will surely reach new heights." The mere thought of such a bustling scene set Xiao Li's heart racing, his voice involuntarily elevating a few pitches. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Feng slowly shook his head, his expression turning serious. Adjusting his glasses perched on his nose, he spoke earnestly. If An Xing can indeed continue to surprise, the program will certainly thrive. But achieving victory in this episode is far from simple. His gaze drifted through the control room's window towards the stage, as if he could perceive the fierce competition unfolding behind the scenes. Zhang Feng understood that the previous competition was merely a preliminary trial. The other four mentors had only allowed their students to test the waters. It was from this episode onward that the true contest would begin, with all parties fully committed, and the competition would only intensify. If An Xing can deliver songs of the same exceptional quality as last time, there is a possibility of another surprising victory. Xiao Li remains steadfast in his faith in An Xing, recalling the stunning performances of An Xing's previous students on stage, and with each reflection, he grows increasingly convinced that An Xing could work wonders once more. Impossible. Zhang Feng interjects with a single word, his tone resolute and unequivocal. He pauses briefly before continuing his analysis. In a mere span of 7 days, to compose 3 distinct songs that align with thematic elements. While maintaining high quality, this is not an endeavor for the average individual. One would need the prowess of a seasoned lyricist and composer. As he speaks, he shakes his head slightly. To him, this task appears almost insurmountable. Yet, based on An Xing's previous performance, He possesses the capabilities of a distinguished lyricist and composer. Xiaoli remains undeterred, believing that Zhang Feng's assessment is overly cautious. He feels that An Xing's previous works sufficiently attest to his talent and is confident that this time will not disappoint. Xiaoli, a distinguished lyricist and composer, is evaluated not by a single song, but by their overall creative ability. Do you understand? Zhang Feng gazes at Xiaoli, his eyes imbued with a hint of mentorship. Creativity is a long-term endeavor. One remarkable performance does not encapsulate everything. Listening to this, Xiaoli pouts slightly, still unconvinced but reluctant to voice further dissent. He redirects his attention to the monitoring screen where the contestants are making their final preparations. At this moment, An Xing, along with mentors Qin Lanfeng, Lei Minglin, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu, steadily approaches the mentor seats, taking their respective places. As soon as they sit down, Lei Minglin slightly turns towards An Xing, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarks, "Teacher An, I have come well prepared today, eagerly awaiting to see what your student can deliver. Don't let me down." His eyes shimmer with confidence and anticipation, as if victory is already in his grasp. An Xing remains composed, a gentle smile still adorning his face, as he responds with certainty, "Rest assured, Teacher Lei, we will hold nothing back. I guarantee you will be astounded." His confident demeanor seems to declare to all that he has unwavering faith in his student's capabilities. As soon as he finishes speaking, Qin Lanfeng turns her gaze towards An Xing, a polite smile on her face as she softly states, "Teacher An, the preliminary round has concluded. The first place in this episode will undoubtedly belong to my student." Her tone is gentle yet resolute, her eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. In response, An Xing merely shrugs lightly, his expression full of calm and composure, seemingly indifferent to the competition, as if rankings are nothing more than ephemeral distractions. Meanwhile, Yang Yuxia has remained quietly seated since taking the stage, her eyes gently closed, embodying a meditative state. It seems the clamor of the outside world bears no relevance to her as she immerses herself in her own thoughts, maintaining an enigmatic silence in anticipation of the impending fierce competition. Wu Yu sits in his seat, occasionally casting furtive glances toward Xing, a subtle hint of inner turmoil flickering in his eyes. The company had issued an unequivocal order for him to create a conflict with An Xing during the program, allowing the marketing team to seize the opportunity to generate buzz. However, Wu Yu found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to instigate such a confrontation. It would be unthinkable to resort to outright insults from the outset. Such matters require subtlety. If the approach were too blatant, it would be difficult for the company to later salvage his reputation. He sighed inwardly, silently muttering to himself, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In due course, he would adopt a step-by-step approach, remaining adaptable to the unfolding situation. Chapter 30. Teacher, and excessively modest yet prone to overdoing it on the stage. The lights converge on the host, Zhao Ning, who, microphone in hand, announces in a melodious voice to the audience, "Let us welcome the first group of contestants to the stage to draw their performance order." No sooner had she finished speaking than the venue erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers as the audience eagerly craned their necks toward the entrance of the stage. The contestants from Han Liang's group stepped onto the stage one by one, their expressions a mixture of nervousness and excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for the competition. Han Liang reached into the drawing box, rummaging for a moment before finally extracting a slip of paper. Upon unfolding it, he discovered the number 4. He was to perform fourth. The first contestant to take the stage was Dong Yueyun from Yang Yuxia's team. She moved gracefully, her lithe figure gliding across the stage, while her long, lustrous black hair swayed gently with her movements, exuding a unique charm. In the previous competition, her performance had been quite remarkable, placing her in the upper tier and leaving a lasting impression on both the audience and judges. At this moment, Qin Lanfeng, seated among the judges, raised an eyebrow as she glanced at the song information for Dong Yueyun. Turning to Yang Yuxia, she remarked with a hint of surprise and playful sarcasm, "Teacher Yang, you've enlisted a golden voice songwriter for this piece. It seems you've come well prepared." Yang Yuxia's lips curled into a subtle yet meaningful smile, her gaze drifting momentarily toward An Xing as she replied, "Without enlisting a golden voice songwriter, how could one hope to compete with Teacher An? After all, their previous performance was truly stunning. We must step up our game." Upon hearing this, An Xing maintained a faint smile, responding calmly, "Teacher Yang, you flatter me too much. I merely scribble. Compared to you and the other esteemed teachers, I still have a long way to go." Internally, he pondered why Yang Yuxia had suddenly shifted the focus onto him. What was her intention? Was she attempting to set him up? Seizing the moment, Wu Yu, with a barely perceptible smile, interjected nonchalantly, "Teacher An, your modesty is commendable, but one can easily overdo it." His tone was playful, yet it carried an undercurrent of provocation. An Xing turned to Wu Yu, a slight furrow appearing on his brow, a wave of confusion washing over him. What prompted this unexpected interjection from him? Could it be that their company had sensed something and sought to exploit this opportunity for some gain? A glimmer of caution flickered in An Xing's eyes. He was not fond of being manipulated or unwittingly embroiled in unnecessary disputes. "Modesty is not the issue. I feel that a casual effort suffices." An Xing replied in a calm tone, his gaze sweeping slowly over Wu Yu and Yang Yuxia, as if scrutinizing them while conveying a silent rebuttal. His expression remained composed and unflustered, not at all ruffled by Wu Yu's remarks. Instead, he responded with an air of nonchalance, rendering his true thoughts elusive. Nearby, Lei Menglin keenly sensed a hint of tension in the atmosphere. He squinted slightly, his gaze flitting back and forth between Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu, inwardly perplexed. What is amiss with these two today? The atmosphere felt somewhat off, as if they were harboring a hidden agenda aimed at An Xing. He silently contemplated that this competition may be more than just a contest among participants. The undercurrents swirling beneath the surface were not to be underestimated. "Let us enjoy the music," Qin Lan Fei, who had been quietly observing everything, hastily interjected to diffuse the tension. Upon hearing her words, the crowd tacitly refrained from further comments. The judges' panel momentarily regained its tranquility, and all eyes returned to the stage, eagerly anticipating Dong Yuyan's captivating performance. Yet beneath this facade of calm, each individual harbored their own schemes. Time slipped away unnoticed as Dong Yuyan's melodious voice gradually faded, concluding her performance. Next, Gu Xinglan from Qin Lanfei's team and Zhao Yuqing from Lei Menglin's team took the stage in succession, showcasing their vocal prowess. An Xing, seated at the judges' table, attentively watched the stage, reflecting inwardly. The contestants' performances had shown remarkable improvement compared to the previous round. Their songs not only perfectly aligned with the competition's thematic elements, but also exhibited a more refined vocal technique. The stage presence was compelling, with each note resonating precisely in the audience's ears, drawing them into the experience. As for the quality of the songs, An Xing refrained from hasty judgments. However, judging by the audience's reactions and his own sentiments, these pieces certainly possessed their allure. The ability to engage listeners is already a commendable feat in such a competition. Before long, the stage lights suddenly illuminated, revealing Han Liang cradling a guitar, seated quietly on a bench, the light casting his concentrated silhouette. His appearance instantly captivated the entire audience. "Indeed, Teacher An, you favor this folk style?" Lei Menglin remarked with a slight smirk, his tone imbued with a hint of smugness, as if he had anticipated this very scene. An Xing, hearing this, slightly pursed his lips, feeling somewhat unconvinced. He responded nonchalantly, "It's just as well. After all, the song elements for this competition are limited to this genre, so choosing folk music is rather natural." An Xing found Lei Menglin's reaction somewhat contrived. Han Liang had just made his entrance, and already he was waxing eloquent. It felt disingenuous. The audience below now held their breath in anticipation, eager for Han Liang's performance. As he prepared, the large screen on stage lit up at the opportune moment, displaying the song's details one by one. "Classmate You" performed by, Han Liang composed by, An Xing lyrics by, An Xing. As soon as these words appeared, an uproar of astonishment erupted among the audience. They murmured to one another, their eyes brimming with curiosity and expectation, all speculating what delightful surprise An Xing would unveil this time. "Oh," from Love, discovering elements of regret? Lei Minglin narrowed his eyes slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face as he voiced his thoughts aloud. In his mind, the elements of the last competition involuntarily resurfaced, his desk mate and the sense of regret. Glancing at the Songyu, my desk mate, he was instantly reminded of those female classmates who sat beside him in his youth. They were a fleeting yet unforgettable glow of moonlight during his adolescent years, embodying countless naive yet beautiful memories. Teacher An, you possess quite the charm, don't you? Qin Lanfei remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she regarded An Xing with a knowing glance. She was well aware of An Xing's stunning performance in the previous competition, and her curiosity about how he would interpret the elements of this song was piqued. She eagerly anticipated the enchanting melody he would create this time. In response to the words of Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfei, An Xing remained silent, merely smiling. Within that smile lay a semblance of confidence regarding the song, intertwined with a nostalgic reflection on his youthful days. He understood that music was the most profound form of expression, requiring no excessive words. Once Han Liang began to sing, all answers would be revealed within the melody. Chapter 31. Will you remember tomorrow? Han Liang inhaled deeply, his slender fingers delicately resting on the guitar strings. With a graceful flick of his wrist, he skillfully began to pluck the strings. In an instant, a melodious and soothing tune emerged, flowing like a clear mountain spring, its notes tinkling joyfully. The melody, light as a gentle breeze, wafted across the stage, possessing an almost ethereal charm that effortlessly penetrated the ears of the audience. The once boisterous venue fell into an immediate hush, as if all present had been enchanted into stillness, first taken aback, then gradually softening into expressions of tranquility and rapture. That familiar melody acted as a magical key, quietly unlocking the doors of their memories, pulling them back to a time of unadulterated innocence in their school days. Some individuals instinctively closed their eyes, their minds conjuring images of themselves seated in a classroom. Sunlight streamed through the mottled windows, casting warm light on their desks. As they recalled their classmates playfully bantering with them, others felt a gentle smile grace their lips, reminiscing about the days spent striving for academic success together. Secret notes passed during class breaks, leisurely strolls on the playground after school. At that moment, Han Liang began to sing softly. Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you penned yesterday? Will you still hold dear the you who once cried the most? His voice, slightly raspy yet infused with a sense of narrative, flowed like notes from a vintage record, rich and evocative. Each word he uttered, each inflection, was imbued with profound emotion, perfectly interpreting the feelings embedded within the song, as if drawing the audience into a poignant chapter of their youthful past. Simultaneously, the lyrics unfolded like frames from an old film, vividly portraying the campus scenes long concealed by the passage of time, the laughter and joy within the classroom, the playful chases on the playground, the bittersweet farewells at graduation. Each image struck a chord deep within, enveloping the listeners in a nostalgic embrace that was hard to escape. Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfei were momentarily transfixed by the song and its lyrics, their smiles fading into expressions of astonishment. They slowly turned their heads, their gazes fixed on An Xing, disbelief evident in their eyes. Who could have anticipated that An Xing would craft such a breathtaking piece once again? The talent was truly astonishing. Yang Yuxia, seated nearby, furrowed her brow in concern, her expression revealing a hint of unease. Clenching her fists, she silently lamented how her team, as contestants, could possibly compete with such an exemplary work. Meanwhile, Wu Yu rested his chin on one hand, tapping his cheek absent-mindedly, a look of conflict flickering in his eyes. He was deliberating on how to critique and provoke discussion once the song concluded, for his task from the company was to create buzz during the show. Yet, faced with such an impeccable song, he found himself at a loss. An Xing quietly observed from the judging panel, taking in the scene unfolding before him. He noticed the starkly different expressions of the four individuals, their lips curving slightly upwards in a faint smile. He then redirected his gaze towards Han Liang on stage, as if all of this were entirely anticipated. The peculiar glances and thoughts of others hardly registered with him. Who married the melancholic you? Who read your diary? Who braided your long hair? Who crafted your wedding gown? As the chorus of the song resonated, Han Liang's voice soared, imbued with sincerity and deep emotion, instantly captivating the ears of all present. He tilted his head back slightly, eyes closed, wholly immersed in the music. In that moment, he was no longer a contestant on stage, but a traveler reflecting on youth amidst the river of time, pouring his most tender and fervent emotions into each vibrant note. Below the stage, the audience, already enraptured by the melody, found their hearts profoundly shaken. Initially restrained, they could no longer suppress the emotions that surged from within as Han Liang's singing grew increasingly impassioned. Each face revealed a tapestry of memories. Some shone with gentle warmth. Others trembled at the corners of the mouth, while tears glistened in many eyes. Those secrets, buried deep within their hearts and seldom touched upon, were now gently unveiled by an unseen hand. In the annals of youth, whose memories do not include a deskmate, they were companions through long hours. Confidants who shared laughter and tears, the most beautiful witnesses of adolescence. At that moment, Han Liang's voice pierced through them like a sharp blade, mercilessly extracting their nostalgia for their desk mates and striking at the very core of their beings. The audience's hearts tightened involuntarily, an indescribable pain spreading within. They seemed to return to that innocent age, watching their desk mates fade away, helpless to intervene. They could only savor the beauty of what once was, feeling the weight of an irretrievable regret. You were always so cautious, once borrowing half an eraser from me, and you had inadvertently mentioned how much you enjoyed being with me. Han Liang's voice danced like a spirited sprite, weaving through every inch of air in the venue. Each note, each lyric seemed infused with a soul of its own, overflowing with a profound affection for the desk mate and an endless longing for the fleeting days of youth. This melody possessed a magical quality, effortlessly unlocking the softest corners of the human heart. The more sensitive audience members felt their eyes welling up, tears cascading unbidden down their cheeks, falling silently to the ground and creating sorrowful blooms. Perhaps they were reminded of their desk mate, who had once handed them a note filled with words of encouragement during times of despair. Perhaps it evokes the afternoon of parting with a desk mate at graduation, where the sunlight cascades upon them, yet fails to dispel the sorrow of farewell. At this moment, the four mentors are entirely absorbed, momentarily forgetting the tension and pressure of the competition, neglecting the calculations and dilemmas within their hearts. They gently close their eyes, slightly tilt their heads back, their expressions entranced, allowing the nostalgic melodies to transport them back to the pure and beautiful days of their youth. A smile unconsciously graces Lei Minglin's lips, seemingly recalling the carefree days of his adolescence. A gentle expression emerges on Xin Lanfei's face, perhaps reminiscing about unforgettable moments shared with her deskmate. Young UCS Bru Relaces, immersed in the memories awakened by the song, momentarily setting aside her inner unease. Wu Yu also relinquishes his troubled demeanor, listening quietly, as if the song has cleansed his mind of distractions. In this moment, the entire venue is filled solely with Han Liang's heartfelt singing, and the hearts of those captivated by the song, submerged in reminiscence. To you, my deskmate, Lao Lang lyrics, Gao Xiao Song, music, Gao Xiao Song, released in 1994. Chapter 32. I merely dozed off, and how did you become another's bride? Who encounters the sentimental you? Who comforts the tearful you? Who has read the letter I penned for you? Who let it be carried away by the wind? That subtle regret, akin to the delicate spring rain, seeps unwittingly into the depths of every heart. Initially, it was just a few emotionally stirred spectators who rose first. Their eyes glistened with tears, sorrow unabashedly etched on their faces, vividly painted by the regret woven within the melody. Gradually, more and more individuals were moved, rising as though drawn by an invisible force. At this moment, the entire venue appeared shrouded in an emotion named regret. Everyone was ensnared in the web of memories spun by Han Liang's song, unable to extricate themselves. Simultaneously, the online livestream erupted. The barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave, rolling relentlessly across the screen. I did not comprehend the literary nuances of the tall reeds, nor the mathematical intricacies of the square root. I only know that to my left is you, and to my right is the wall. I rest my head on the desk, my mind lost in thoughts of battlefield conquests. Yet I merely dozed off. And how did you become another's bride? It's all the school's fault for having walls too low, failing to contain my youthful exuberance. Back then, I stacked my books high, believing I was blocking the teacher, only to realize I was obstructing my own future. I marry my deskmate, and we have 2 adorable children. I truly envy you all in those days. My incessant chatter forced me to sit alone, never truly experiencing the companionship of a deskmate. I dare not kiss you under the sunlight. Thus, beneath the calm surface of the sea lay the most tumultuous affection. I suddenly recall how those classmate albums crafted by female classmates once seemed so tedious. Now, I regret not having created my own. Over a decade ago, I sat beside you as a deskmate, and years later, I transported you to the hospital as a reckless driver. The pain from the pin's prick on my hand is truly excruciating. My lively deskmate. One day I inquired if she had someone she liked. She replied affirmatively, mentioning something about her outfit. I glanced around and said there was no one. How foolish I was, for that very day, I wore something with the same letters. Eventually, I learned how to love. The online community expressed their intricately woven emotions through the barrage, each comment like a stone cast into the lake of memories, creating ripples upon ripples. Within the venue, Han Liang's voice lingered, increasingly heartfelt. The days of your have drifted away. I too shall have my wife. I shall show her photographs. I will tell her about you, my deskmate. The audience, once seated steadily, could no longer contain the tumult within as Han Liang's deeply sentimental melody resonated. They rose, their gazes filled with profound emotion. The 4 mentors at the foot of the stage were suddenly jolted back to reality by the powerfully evocative song. They were initially immersed in the nostalgic ambience evoked by the melodies. Yet at this moment, their eyes flew open, revealing profound shock and disbelief. Had the days of your truly slipped away? Indeed, time hastens forth like a fleeting shadow. Those youthful moments have long since vanished. The scenes of laughter and playfulness within the schoolyard can now only be sought within the recesses of memory. Presently, each has embarked upon their own life trajectory, embraced by new friendships, cherished family, and the demands of daily existence. The once inseparable deskmate, with whom countless days and nights were shared, has become a precious story, recollected only in rare moments of reflection, on a leisurely afternoon or a tranquil night. Those innocent times and the beautiful bond of youthful camaraderie are tenderly preserved in the softest corners of the heart. In the control room at the back of the venue, Director Zhang Feng was intently focused on the monitor, his face alight with excitement as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, dampening his collar. Here, Director Zhang, wipe your tears. Assistant Xiao Li appeared by his side, offering a box of tissues, concern evident in his gaze. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Feng turned to see Xiao Li's calm demeanor, devoid of emotion, which caused him to furrow his brow in confusion. Aren't you crying? Han Liang's song transported Zhang Feng's thoughts back several years. He recalled attending a classmate's wedding, that classmate being the very mate with whom he once shared everything. Witnessing her adorned in a wedding gown, becoming another's bride, stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Following the ceremony, he succumbed to drunkenness for 3 days, attempting to numb the pain and disappointment within his heart. Now, Han Liang's voice resurrected those memories with vivid clarity, plunging him back into that intricate emotional landscape. To him, every note of the song seemed to narrate the bittersweet essence of youth, deeply resonating with his heartstrings. How could Xiaoli remain so composed? Chiaoli shukulat sufli, rapling. Director Zhang, why should I cry? Don't you have a deskmate? Zhang Feng probed further. I do. Xiaoli nodded. Then, hearing this song, don't you feel moved? Zhang Feng inquired, perplexed. In his mind, this song should touch anyone who had traversed the corridors of school. It is indeed touching, but I'm all right. Xiaoli maintained his placid expression, as if the song's impact on him was not as profound. Zhang Feng's brow furrowed even deeper. Unable to restrain his curiosity, you never had feelings for your deskmate? At this, Xiao Li's lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating happiness as he replied, "How could I not have feelings for her? She's at home, taking care of our child now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt as though something within him had been struck, his expression freezing in place. Deep within, it felt as if something had shattered. He shook his head helplessly, a hint of relief gracing his features. In that moment, it seemed he emerged from his own memories, beginning to confront the regrets of the past. Beside him, Xiao Li curled his lip, perplexed by Director Zhang's inquiry. On stage, Han Liang's final note lingered in the air, a haunting echo that reverberated through the venue, narrating tales of youthful exuberance. For an instant, silence enveloped the audience, as if everyone was still ensnared in the nostalgia woven by the melody, unable to extricate themselves. Then, a tidal wave of applause erupted, resounding with fervor. Tears streamed down the faces of the audience, glistening like jewels upon their cheeks, yet their hands clapped vigorously, the applause deafening and relentless. In the judges' seats, Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfang were equally swept away by the fervent atmosphere, rising instinctively to their feet. Tears shimmered in their eyes, their faces reflecting deep emotion as they clapped fervently, heedless of the cameras capturing their tears. At that moment, the outcome of the competition seemed inconsequential. What Han Liang's song bestowed upon them was a soul-stirring musical feast, a poignant reflection on the passage of youth. Chapter 33. Teacherin, am I right? As Lei Minglin clapped enthusiastically, he shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself, "It's truly astonishing. This is the essence of music." Qin Lanfei nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Teacher, and has once again bestowed upon us a grand surprise." Though their voices were somewhat muted amidst the fervent applause, they were imbued with the most genuine emotion. Nearby, Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu also offered token applause. Regardless of their true feelings, it was imperative to outwardly express appreciation. Otherwise, one might be perceived as lacking an understanding of music. Let us extend our gratitude to contestant Han Liang for presenting us with such a magnificent performance. Now, we invite the 5 mentors to share their insights. Zhao Ning's voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a refreshing spring flowing through the venue. As her words faded, the audience's gaze collectively shifted towards the panel of mentors. Unable to contain his excitement, Lei Minglin sprang to his feet before Zhao Ning could conclude her remarks. His face radiated enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with fervor. In that moment, he transformed from a seasoned mentor into an ardent fan, freshly enthralled by an extraordinary performance. Han Liang's singing is nothing short of exceptional. His voice soared, resonating throughout the hall. With his profoundly infectious tone, he articulated the innocent love of youth, the purity of friendship, and our deep affection for those carefree days of yore. As he spoke, he animatedly gestured, as if to amplify his expression through physicality. Particularly poignant were the subtle notes of sorrow and longing within the song, a lament for the ephemeral nature of youth and a cherished remembrance of beautiful moments past. Lei Minglin tilted his head slightly, nostalgia glimmering in his gaze, as though he too had been transported back to his own youthful days. This emotion was so authentic and universal, akin to each individual harboring their own youthful narrative. And it was certain that anyone who heard this song would find a reflection of themselves within it, eliciting profound resonance. At this juncture, Lei Minglin's gaze gradually shifted toward An Xing, a smile of admiration gracing his features. Teacher An's creative prowess continues to astound me. Each time, he brings us fresh surprises. Such talent is undeniable. An Xing sat quietly, a subtle smile ever present on his face. He nodded slightly, acknowledging Lei Minglin's praise. Having heard such accolades countless times before, a sense of numbness began to swell within him. As Lei Minglin's commentary drew to a close, Qin Lanfei gracefully rose to her feet. Her gentle gaze swept across the audience, finally resting on Han Liang on stage, a faint smile adorning her face as she spoke. Contestant Han Liang's voice is filled with sincerity and depth. His singing style is unembellished, yet possesses a profound power that resonates deeply within the heart. She paused slightly, seemingly still immersed in the atmosphere created by Han Liang's singing. During his performance, there was a fleeting moment when I felt as if I were being drawn by a mysterious force, transcending time and space, returning to those extraordinarily beautiful days of my school life. The days spent with classmates unfolded before my eyes like scenes from a movie. After finishing her thoughts, Qin Lanfei gently turned her head, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Yuxiao beside her. Yang Yuxiao met Qin Lanfei's gaze with a faint smile, rising slowly and unhurriedly. Clearing her throat, she spoke softly. As both Teacher Lei and Teacher Qin have mentioned, the quality of this song and Han Liang's performance certainly contain many commendable aspects, and the overall presentation was exceptionally outstanding. At this point, Yang Yuxia intentionally paused, her eyes sweeping over Han Liang, and the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly with her pause. However, in my opinion, there are still some minor flaws in Han Liang's performance. Yang Yuxia's brow furrowed slightly, her expression turning serious. Moreover, during your recent performance, there were moments when your breath lacked steadiness and your voice exhibited a barely perceptible tremor. While this may have been caused by the fervent atmosphere and heightened emotions of the moment, such details are nonetheless crucial for a professional singer. This song is undoubtedly a masterpiece, yet you have not fully unleashed its charm, nor delivered it to its utmost potential. Yang Yuxia's words struck the room like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of surprise. Seated nearby, Wu Yu was instantly taken aback by Yang Yuxia's comments. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting utter incredulity. Goodness, those were my words. Wu Yu internally screamed, feeling utterly dismayed. He had painstakingly thought of minor issues in Han Liang's performance, only to have Yang Yuxia preemptively articulate them, leaving him at a loss. He silently lamented. What else could he possibly say? As for finding faults within the song itself, he didn't even dare to entertain such thoughts. Observing the audience's reactions, listening to the thunderous applause and cheers, made it clear just how deeply this song resonated with the hearts of the listeners. He had no desire to be drowned in the backlash of the audience and netizens for speaking recklessly. He merely sought a topic to generate some buzz, not to court disaster. While Wei was still racking his brain for something to say, Qin Lanfei spoke up first. She slightly turned towards Yang Yuxia, her face adorned with a polite smile, though her tone carried a hint of skepticism. Teacher Yang, in my view, Han Liang's performance was nearly flawless, and I am quite curious about the flaws you mentioned. Yang Yuxia, unhurried and composed, wore a faint smile as she replied. The flaw lies in the fact that Han Liang is still too young. He has not been able to convey the sense of poignancy that this song embodies. Upon the utterance of those words, an immediate hush enveloped the entire venue, as astonishment etched itself upon the faces of all present, seemingly unprepared for Yang Yuxia's candid appraisal. Even An Xing was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Yang Yuxia would so incisively pinpoint the crux of the issue. Indeed, Han Liang, due to his tender years and lack of life experience, has yet to fully undergo the transformative emotional changes that accompany growth. During his performance, the narrative depth and the sense of weariness within the song were not sufficiently conveyed. Am I correct, teacher? Yang Yuxia slightly turned her head, her gaze fixed intently on An Xing, as if issuing a silent challenge. An Xing inhaled deeply, gradually rising to his feet. His demeanor was composed and resolute. After surveying the audience with a steady gaze, he spoke slowly and deliberately. What Teacher Yang has articulated is indeed valid. It cannot be denied that Han Liang's rendition lacks the profound sense of weariness that the song demands. Chapter 34, it is not as if she were the one singing on stage. Standing there speaking does not entail any discomfort. And Xing paused slightly, then shifted the conversation. Yet he presented the emotions of the song in a manner uniquely his own. It is widely acknowledged that each song, when performed by different individuals, acquires a distinct essence. This is due to the varied interpretations and feelings each person brings to the music. Thus, I believe it cannot merely be labeled a flaw. And Xing's words were like a gentle spring breeze, dissipating the tension that lingered in the atmosphere. The audience was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into thunderous applause. filled with recognition and appreciation for An Xing's perspective. In the live streaming room, the barrage of comments surged forth like a tidal wave. Teacher An is absolutely right. Although I may not fully grasp the concept of a sense of vicissitude, Han Liang's performance truly moved me, evoking my youthful memories. Why doesn't Teacher Yang come on stage to sing a piece herself, so we can witness what true vicissitude feels like? Merely nitpicking is not sufficient. What does she understand? It's not as if she were up there singing. Standing and talking brings no discomfort. One cannot dismiss her so readily. After all, she is a renowned music director, and her critiques are certainly insightful, though her actual singing ability is another matter. In an instant, discussion surrounding Han Liang's performance ignited a fervor online, with audiences expressing their diverse opinions. Well said, Teacher An. Your words resonate deeply with me. Lai Minglin exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement and rising to vocally support An Xing. His face radiated acknowledgement and admiration for An Xing's sentiments, as if he were declaring that An Xing had articulated the very thoughts he had long harbored but never voiced. Yang Yuxia, upon hearing An Xing's response, found herself momentarily stunned. She had anticipated a rebuttal from him. An Xing had cleverly defused the argument from an alternate perspective. She slightly pursed her lips, a flicker of unwillingness crossing her eyes. However, she understood that prolonging the debate would only place her at a disadvantage. Consequently, she slowly sat down, refraining from further comment, merely adjusting the hem of her clothing in an attempt to conceal her underlying discomfort. Noticing Yang Yuxia's silence, An Xing too settled down with composure. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Wu Yu, as if silently inviting him to share his thoughts. This seemingly casual exchange of glances stirred ripples in Wu Yu's heart, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Feeling An Xing's gaze upon him, Wu Yu slightly pursed his lips, inwardly lamenting his predicament. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose not to rise, instead gently grasping the microphone and stating, albeit with a somewhat stiff tone, "The observations made by my esteemed teachers are entirely valid. I fully concur with their views." Upon finishing, he carefully set down the microphone, his eyes evasive, unable to meet An Xing's gaze. An Xing, upon hearing Wu Yu's words, could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment, gently shaking his head as he pondered. Is Wu Yu truly at a loss for words, unsure of what to say? Or is he simply too intimidated to voice a dissenting opinion? As the mentor's critiques gracefully drew to a close amidst fervent discussions, the host, Zhao Ning, beamed with a smile, her voice melodious and clear. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the mentors for their insightful comments. And we also commend contestant Han Liang for his enthralling performance. Please allow Han Liang to step backstage for a brief respite. Amidst the audience's thunderous applause, Han Liang bowed in appreciation to the four corners of the stage before descending. Subsequently, the stage lights illuminated once more as Lin Yueshi from Wu Yu's team elegantly ascended the stage. The moment she appeared, she captivated the audience's attention. Her performance piqued An Xing's interest, for it is undeniable that a girl who can sing, dance, and perform is always remarkable. As her song concluded, Lin Yueshi flashed a confident smile, waving graciously to the audience. Zhao Ning re-entered the stage, her voice imbued with infectious enthusiasm. Now, let's welcome back Han Liang, Gu Xinglan, Dong Yueyun, and Zhao Yuqing. With her words, the four contestants emerged from backstage, taking their places alongside Lin Yueshi on the stage. At that moment, the grand screen at the back of the stage gradually illuminated, displaying the names of the 5 contestants in neat alignment. Zhao Ning cleared her throat, a hint of tension and anticipation in her tone. Next, we enter the most exhilarating phase, the voting segment. Dear audience members, please pick up your voting devices and cast your precious votes for your favorite contestants. Each vote you cast will determine the fate of these performers. No sooner had she spoken than the suspenseful music erupted, echoing like the rhythmic beating of hearts, resonating deeply within everyone present. The audience eagerly grasped their voting devices, their expressions revealing a mix of seriousness and indecision. Fingers delicately caressed the buttons, as if grappling with the weightiest of choices. On stage, the 5 contestants stood resolutely, their faces striving to maintain composure. Yet the slight tremor in their hands and the tension in their shoulders betrayed their inner anxiety. They were acutely aware of the fierce competition ahead, knowing that the two lowest performers would face the harsh reality of elimination. As seconds trickled by, the voting segment ultimately drew to a close. The atmosphere in the venue became palpably still, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the final results. Zhao Ning inhaled deeply and declared, "Contestants, please turn around." At the moment the contestants slowly pivoted, the screen revealed the numbers one by one. Han Liang, 72. 36. Lin Yueshi, 9. 33. Gu Xinglan, 8. 14. Dong Yueyun, 5. 98. Zhao Yuqing, 4. 19. Han Liang's gaze was fixated on the screen, and upon seeing his overwhelming support rate of 72.36, he secured first place with an undeniable lead. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. He had never anticipated achieving such a remarkable feat. Meanwhile, Dong Yueyun and Zhao Yuqing stood aside, their expressions dimming as they gazed at the glaring numbers on the screen, their disappointment palpable. At that moment, the venue erupted into a thunderous applause. The applause serves not only as a congratulation to the advancing contestants, but also as a recognition of the efforts put forth by all participants. The audience radiates enthusiasm, waving their glow sticks and cheering for the splendid performances on stage. Alas, Teacher An, your prowess is indeed a formidable force. Lei Menglin sighed softly, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. The elimination of his team member, Zhao Yuqing, left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, he understood that the disparity in skill was undeniable. Shaking his head, he gazed at An Xing, his eyes reflecting both admiration and resignation. Who would have thought that Han Liang could achieve such an impressive level of support? Teacher An, congratulations. Qin Lanfei smiled warmly at An Xing, her eyes brimming with sincere commendation. Upon hearing their words, An Xing responded with a polite and humble smile, nodding slightly in gratitude. He had anticipated this outcome for the competition. The song "The One Sitting Next to You" encapsulates the memories and resonances of youth, and achieving such results seemed entirely reasonable to him. Let us extend our congratulations to contestants Han Liang, Lin Yueshi, and Gu Xinglan for successfully advancing to the next round of competition. Host Zhao Ning's voice echoed once more. The applause and cheers intertwined, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Amidst the fervent applause, the advancing contestants smiled as they waved to the audience, then descended the stage with light-hearted steps. Zhao Ning paused briefly to gather her composure before continuing. Next, let us invite the second group of contestants to shine on stage. As her words concluded, the second group of contestants gracefully ascended the stage one by one. Chapter 35. Across the ocean to see you, their eyes brimmed with tension and anticipation. Like the contestants before them, they too would determine their performance order through a draw. After a tense series of selections, the results were revealed. Su Mengyao drew the last position, taking a deep breath to bolster her resolve. Despite being the final performer, her gaze radiated determination and confidence, as if proclaiming to all that she was thoroughly prepared to illuminate the stage with her unique brilliance. The stage lights suddenly blazed to life as Wu Yu's team member, Yi Chen, made a dazzling entrance. He stood tall, striding with self-assuredness, exuding youthful vitality, as a charming idol pursuing a path of singing and dancing. His appearance was akin to that of a radiant star, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The fans in the audience erupted into a frenzy, their screams and cheers rising in waves, seemingly threatening to overturn the entire venue. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on Yi Chen, fervently waving their glow sticks. As time gently flowed by, Shun Yinchu from Qin Lanfei's team, Xia Chenxin from Lei Menglin's team, and Chun Jiao from Yang Yuxia's team ascended the stage in succession, each showcasing their talents. Their performances varied in style. Some were imbued with deep emotion, others burst with energy, while some exuded calm elegance, each displaying an exceptional level of professionalism. An Xing sat among the judges, his gaze fixated on the stage, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he nodded slightly. He privately marveled at the undeniable talent of these contestants, From the current performances, not a single one faltered. Each participant poured their heart and soul into delivering a captivating auditory and visual feast for the audience. Once the contestants concluded their performances, An Xing politely offered his critiques. In an instant, the stage lights flared once more, casting a soft, luminous glow upon the scene. Within this radiance, Su Mingyao appeared, draped in a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, resembling a fairy emerged from a dream, gracefully materializing before the audience. Her figure was light and elegant, each step telling a poignant tale. Standing quietly at the center of the stage, Su Mingyao gazed intently ahead, her eyes reflecting an ineffable sorrow, as if the entire world were enveloped in her emotion. With her lips gently pressed together, her expression was one of focus and depth, as if she were channeling the profound and intricate feelings of the song. Simultaneously, the live stream chat erupted, a torrent of comments flooding the screen. "My goddess, I love you. Yao Yao is so beautiful. That heartfelt gaze shatters my heart. Yao Yao, right atop my head, let me cherish you well." Su Mingyao's fans spared no effort in expressing their admiration and praise, their fervent words racing across the screen, demonstrating their passionate support for their idol. At the mentors' table, Lei Menglin, Qin Lanfeng, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu sat up straight, fully alert, their gazes intently fixed on Su Mingyao, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. They were eager to discover what kind of enchanting melodies and lyrics An Xing would craft, inspired by the themes of a woman's heart and the sea. Just as the crowd was filled with expectation, the information about the song gradually appeared on the screen beside the stage. "Crossing the Ocean to See You" performed by Su Mingyao, composed by An Xing lyricist. An Xing, the moment they saw the title, the expressions of the four mentors froze, their brows furrowing in unison, filled with puzzlement and intrigue. "And your song title is quite something." Lei Menglin couldn't help but take a deep breath, breaking the silence first. With years of experience in the music industry, coupled with the thematic elements presented in the previous session, the heart of a woman and the sea, he instinctively guessed that the song was likely narrated from a woman's perspective. The sea likely symbolized an insurmountable distance, laden with endless longing and concern. "It's just mediocre," An Xing replied, slightly curling his lips, his tone laced with nonchalance. Internally, he scoffed. "You haven't even heard the content yet, and you're already making remarks. Can't you be a bit more composed and not so dramatic?" Lei Menglin turned his gaze towards An Xing, filled with inquiry. He couldn't quite ascertain whether this fellow was intentionally playing it cool or genuinely thought the title was unremarkable and unworthy of note. However, before Lei Menglin could ponder further, a gentle and soothing melody began to flow from the stage's speakers, like a trickling stream cascading softly. The simple, pure piano melody seemed to narrate a poignant love story, instantly capturing everyone's attention and quieting the atmosphere of the venue as they immersed themselves in the enchanting prelude, patiently awaiting the onset of the vocals. "For you, I have spent half a year as savings. Crossing the ocean to see you. For this reunion, I even practiced my breathing before we met." As the echoes of the prelude lingered in the air, Su Mingyao opened her lips to sing. Her unique voice, akin to a gentle breeze in the mountains, was soft and ethereal, instantly seizing the attention of all present. As her song flowed forth, a deeply emotional story gradually unfolded before everyone. Her voice seemed to possess a magical quality, with an emotional control as precise as if measured by the most delicate instruments. Each note, each modulation, was imbued with a soul of its own. Every thread of emotion woven into the song, whether anticipation, affection, or longing, was expressed with exquisite delicacy, especially the strands of yearning, which were interpreted with perfect nuance in her singing. In that voice lies an endless longing for a distant lover, a poignant solitude born from the inability to meet, and an unwavering determination to traverse mountains and seas to reach one another. When the audience closes their eyes, they can envision a woman by the shore, gazing at the vast ocean, yearning for her beloved on the other side. The sea breeze gently caresses her hair, yet it cannot disperse the profound longing within her heart. Words have never managed to convey even a fraction of my feelings. In light of this regret, I pondered through the night, unwilling to succumb to sleep. Su Mingyao's melodious voice resonates beautifully, and though the lyrics may be simple and straightforward, they are imbued with deep emotion. Each word and phrase seems to burst forth from the very depths of the soul. In the face of such intense emotion, any ornate language appears pale and powerless. These unpretentious words, however, accurately convey a love and yearning that penetrate to the very marrow of one's being. Crossing the Ocean to See You by Jinji Zhuan, PUA'd, lyrics by An Xing, music by An Xing. Chapter 36. The ocean is not the place with the most water in the world. The audience, initially lost in their own thoughts, gradually succumbed to the enchanting flow of Su Mingyao's voice. Their gazes turned increasingly dreamy, and their expressions became more and more entranced. It was as though an invisible hand guided them, drawing them irresistibly into the emotional realm conjured by her exquisite melody. Some individuals tilted their heads back slightly, as if peering through the ceiling towards distant loved ones. Others gently closed their eyes, allowing tears to cascade down their cheeks, touched deeply in the softest recesses of their hearts by the song. On the mentor's platform, Lei Menglin, Qin Lanfei, Yang Yuxia, and Wu Yu were equally captivated by the haunting melody. They all slowly closed their eyes, their bodies swaying gently to the rhythm of the music, yearning to immerse themselves fully in the enchanting harmony and feel every subtle emotional wave within the song. At that moment, the hall was filled solely with Su Mingyao's heartfelt singing, resonating within the hearts of those profoundly moved. Memory, it always accumulates slowly within me, indelible. For your promise, I endured even in my most desperate moments, holding back tears. Backstage, director Zhang Feng fixated on the stage monitor, his mouth slightly agape, his face revealing a complex array of emotions. Su Mingyao's voice was like a sharp hook, gently tugging at the sealed memories buried deep within him. At that moment, it felt as if an invisible hand gripped his heart tightly, waves of pain rippling through him. Each note was akin to a small hammer, rhythmically striking against the door of his heart that resisted being opened, reminding him of those missed encounters and unspoken words now transformed into profound regrets. Meanwhile, Shally appeared completely unaffected by the song. Resting one hand on his chin, his eyes were glued to the data streaming across the computer screen. He watched in awe as the viewer count, likes, and comments surged at an astonishing pace. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward, his heart already blooming with joy. To him, these climbing figures were the true indicators of the program's success, signifying that their efforts were being recognized by the audience. This, undoubtedly, was the greatest affirmation of his work. Despite the enchanting melody of Su Mingyao lingering in the air, it was the data that truly exhilarated Shaoli. In a strange city, in a familiar corner, they had once comforted one another and sighed in embrace, regardless of the outcomes they might face. The rhythm of the music began to accelerate, the melody growing ever more passionate, akin to surging waves crashing relentlessly against the shores of the soul. Su Mingyao's voice soared alongside, her previously gentle tone now imbued with boundless emotion and tremendous strength. With her head slightly tilted back and her eyes tightly shut, she poured her entire being into the performance, each enunciation appearing to exhaust every ounce of her strength. The courage to pursue love without reservation is vividly and unreservedly displayed. In this melodic tapestry, the audience is transported to witness a woman fervently enamored. She traverses mountains and rivers, undeterred by the vastness of the journey or the perils that lie ahead, solely to embrace her beloved. This is a love that is pure and passionate, evoking deep emotions. The spectators are entirely immersed in the emotional ambience crafted by the song, unable to extricate themselves. Their eyes are fixated on Su Mingyao on stage, reflecting profound emotion and astonishment. The venue is enveloped by this intense sentiment, as everyone discovers within the song their innermost yearning and longing for love. Amidst the swirling sands, watching you depart fills me with an indescribable sorrow. How I wish to accompany you 1,000 miles until the very end of the world, to share a lifetime together. At this moment, A rich emotion permeates the venue, with many audience members already adorned with tears. These tears cascade down their cheeks, splattering onto the ground, creating a damp imprint that symbolizes the emotional depths within them. Su Mengyao's voice is akin to a sharp chisel, intricately carving the tenderness and helplessness of love into the fabric of the song. With her profoundly infectious voice, she vividly articulates the complex emotions experienced by couples in long-distance relationships. It embodies an unwavering determination to meet, despite the distance and challenges. Even when separated by vast expanses, and despite the arduous journey, the love in their hearts remains steadfast. Yet, simultaneously, the song encapsulates the helplessness and sorrow faced in the face of distance and reality. Each note seems to narrate the nights spent apart, unable to embrace one another, relying solely on phone calls and messages to convey their longing. The yearning during periods of waiting surges like a tidal wave, overwhelming them, while the joy of reunions bursts forth like fireworks, brilliant yet fleeting. The reluctance to part feels like a thorn, deeply embedded in the heart, causing profound anguish. The emotions within the song are sincere and intense, unreservedly showcasing the multifaceted nature of love. The audience, submerged in this melody, perceives their own love stories unfolding before them, moments sweet, bittersweet, or helpless, all awakened by Su Mengyao's voice. Many find themselves resonating deeply, unwittingly lost in memories, tears streaming forth without notice. As the song reaches another crescendo, the viewers in the live stream can no longer remain seated. When love reaches its depths, it becomes uncontrollable, even when one knows it is unsuitable or impossible. Who among us does not experience a fervent love during the radiant years of youth? How can one comprehend the reckless infatuation? Initially, I was in a long-distance relationship with her, but suddenly she expressed a desire to break up. Undeterred by everyone's counsel, I resolutely departed from Ontario, changing trains twice, and journeyed over 1,000 kilometers to Gillen. However, upon arrival, I witnessed another man escorting her home, their intimacy evident. I reassured myself that my purpose was merely to relish Gillen rice noodles. In truth, the most profound sorrow does not stem from the separation itself, but rather from the realization that, in the aftermath, he appears to thrive, swiftly embracing a new partner and embarking on a fresh chapter of life, while you, poor soul, remain ensnared in the past. In my world, no one resembles you. In your realm, anyone could embody my essence. How I envy those who can board a plane to reunite with her, while I am left longing for her presence, reliant upon a time machine to bridge the distance. Ah, Asian, it was only upon encountering you that I understood the sea is not the place with the most water in the world. I have never possessed you, and thus cannot truly claim to have lost you. I merely shared a fleeting moment of happiness with you, and when the time came, you departed. Alas, love, when it runs deep, resembles a gambler with bloodshot eyes, fully aware of the impending loss, yet still wagering everything with reckless abandon. Amidst the incessant repetition of the refrain, the song gradually drew to a close. Su Mengyao's soulful eyes gently closed as the music came to an end. Chapter 37. The sound of breathing amidst the thunderous applause of the audience. The atmosphere on stage was as fervent as a blazing flame. The host, An Xing, radiating elegance and a warm smile, swiftly ascended the stage to stand firmly beside Su Mengyao. As she raised the microphone slightly, her melodious voice resonated throughout the venue. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to contestant Su Mengyao for delivering such an extraordinary performance. At this moment, let us direct our attention to the panel of mentors and see what insightful comments they might offer. As An Xing's words faded, the camera swiftly pivoted, capturing the mentor's reactions with precision. Wu Yu, resembling a rocket ignited, was the first to leap to his feet, his sudden movement startling those around him. Throughout Su Mengyao's performance, his gaze had been fixed on the stage, meticulously observing every detail and astutely identifying the flaws in her rendition. He recognized that this was an opportunity he could not afford to let slip away. He must seize it before anyone else voiced the same concerns. This could very well be his only chance to fulfill the task assigned to him by the company tonight. Wu Yu's abrupt action left Lei Minglin, who had also intended to rise and speak, momentarily frozen in surprise. He had barely lifted himself from his seat when he seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, hovering in midair. A look of confusion crossed his face, his brows knitting into a furrow, his eyes betraying his bewilderment. Gradually, he settled back down, muttering softly, "What's got this guy so worked up?" Qin Lanfeng and Yang Yuxia, in unison, turned their heads to regard Wu Yu with puzzled expressions. They exchanged glances, their eyes communicating the same unspoken question. What has prompted this sudden urgency in him, as if he were being hastened by some unseen force? Standing there, Wu Yu felt the collective gaze of the room converge upon him. He deliberately cleared his throat, producing a pronounced cough to draw everyone's attention. Then, speaking slowly, he feigned a serious tone. "The song performed by Su Mengyao has profoundly moved me. It evokes a deep sense of sorrow. The emotions of helplessness and heartache conveyed in the piece are vividly expressed, stirring a tumult of feelings within me." Pausing briefly, he allowed his expression to turn grave. "However, I must candidly state that while the song is undoubtedly a masterpiece, the flaws in Su Mingyao's performance are glaringly apparent." This unexpected shift in tone struck like thunder across a tranquil lake, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment as they turned their inquisitive gazes toward him. Curiosity filled their minds. What precisely would he articulate, and what shortcomings did he perceive in Su Mingyao's performance? An Xing, seated among the mentors, maintained a gentle smile, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, as though he were witnessing a captivating spectacle. He awaited Wu Yu's forthcoming remarks with eager anticipation, curious to see what astonishing declarations he might unveil. Wu Yu inhaled deeply, his chest puffed out, and his expression grew serious, as if he were delivering a profoundly significant declaration. He slightly tilted his head back and spoke with an air of utmost gravity. During the performance, contestant Su Mingyao's breathing was exceedingly conspicuous, to the point of being rather jarring. Just imagine, when we are enveloped in the emotional ambience crafted by a song, suddenly being interrupted by such abrupt gasps. What a dreadful listening experience that would be. As he spoke, he shook his head slowly, his face etched with a profound sense of sorrow. For a professional singer, the inability to master even the most fundamental breathing techniques is indeed hard to accept. I cannot help but ask, how can such a performance qualify one to be a truly successful singer? Wu Yu's words struck the audience like a thunderous bombshell, stirring a tempest of reactions among those seated below the stage. Whispers and gasps filled the air, with many faces reflecting a dawning realization. Indeed, upon reflecting on Su Mingyao's recent performance, they acknowledged hearing discernible breaths. Yet, under the enchanting melody and intense, emotional delivery, most had instinctively chosen to overlook this minor flaw. Lei Minglin sat nearby, his brow furrowed, his face a canvas of conflict and helplessness. He too had noticed Su Mingyao's breathing issue, but to him, it hardly constituted a significant problem. After all, this was a live performance without any post-production. Any subtlety on stage could be magnified, not to mention these still developing contestants. Even seasoned artists with years of experience in the music industry occasionally encounter similar situations during live performances. He silently scoffed. Is such a trivial issue really worthy of such scrutiny? Qin Lanfeng gazed at Wu Yu in confusion, her eyes filled with disbelief and skepticism. Tilting her head slightly and pursing her lips, she pondered inwardly. Such occurrences are entirely normal in live performances. I can't guarantee that I wouldn't produce any audible breaths when I perform, let alone Wu Yu. Is he not merely picking at straws? What is his true intention in clinging to this matter? Meanwhile, Yang Yuxia nodded slightly, her face adorned with an expression of deep agreement. In fact, she had initially intended to address the breathing issue herself, but since he had already taken the lead, she unhesitatingly aligned herself with him, as if declaring to the audience, "Indeed, I share your perspective." She gently twirled the pen in her hand, a glimmer of subtle satisfaction flickering in her eyes. "Are you in agreement, teacher?" Wu Yu's lips curled into a triumphant smile, an unmistakable air of self-satisfaction gracing his features. He directed a piercing gaze at the previously silent An Xing, as if challenging him. "Let us see how you respond to this." An Xing observed Wu Yu's smug demeanor, suppressing a smirk in his heart, nearly bursting into laughter. He had anticipated something extraordinary from Wu Yu, but was met with this instead. One might have thought it was a profound insight, yet it was nothing short of absurd. An Xing, unhurried and composed, gracefully lifted the microphone, rising to her feet with elegance, her face adorned with a warm smile, her gaze steadily fixed upon Wu Yu. Her eyes conveyed the gentle exasperation one might reserve for a mischievous child. "Indeed, Teacher Wu, the issue you mentioned does exist," An Xing acknowledged, nodding subtly in agreement, her tone measured and respectful. However, with a shift in her expression, she added with a hint of implication, "Nonetheless, I intentionally guided contestant Su Mingyao to perform in this manner." Chapter 38. The essence lies in the heavy breaths. This statement, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred a myriad of waves. The audience, previously engaged in hushed whispers, fell into an abrupt silence, their gazes fixated upon An Xing, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. They exchanged glances, each pondering the peculiarity of deliberately emphasizing breath sounds during a performance. Such a notion was utterly unprecedented. Unfazed, An Xing surveyed the room, relishing the anticipation emanating from the crowd, and then leisurely articulated, "Do you not perceive that these somewhat labored breaths, woven into the melody, profoundly convey a sorrow that penetrates to the marrow?" Each inhalation resembled the choking sobs of a throat constricted by tears, akin to the voice of solitary weeping in darkness. Each sound a lament, each phrase a piercing heartache. Upon hearing this, the audience momentarily stood in stunned silence before erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. They suddenly comprehended that the seemingly jarring breaths concealed such intricate design. An Xing's ingenuity was indeed praiseworthy. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged forth. "Oh my! I knew my Yao Yao could not possibly commit such a trivial error. There must be deeper meaning behind it. I didn't notice it initially, but upon reflection, it truly is as she said. Those heavy breaths resemble a girl stifling her sorrow, unable to restrain her sobs. Absolutely brilliant. Exactly. I always felt an undercurrent of weeping while listening. It was a deliberate design that elevated the detail to perfection. Remarkable, truly remarkable." An Xing's creativity is unparalleled, seamlessly integrating breath sounds into the song to evoke such a poignant atmosphere. Without those breaths, the song sorrow would have lost its essence. Simply extraordinary. At the mentor's table, Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfang appeared as if ensnared by a spell. Their eyes widened like saucers, staring blankly ahead. In their minds, memories of Su Mingyao's performance replayed like a film. What they had initially regarded as a flaw, the breath sounds, now emerged in their recollections as strikingly vivid and rich in nuance. Each breath became a pivotal emotional turning point, deftly advancing the layers of sorrow within the song, akin to the finishing touch that elevated the entire composition to new heights. "Is that so?" Lei Menglin murmured, his voice brimming with astonishment and admiration. Qin Lanfang nodded gently, her expression radiating approval, her eyes reflecting her admiration for An Xing's talent. Beside them, Yang Yuxia slightly parted her lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet the words were swallowed back, restrained. As a seasoned music producer with years of experience, she found herself, after An Xing's exquisite explanation, wholly unable to resist the allure of agreement. What truly astonished her was the realization that, despite considering herself quite experienced in the realms of music composition and vocal techniques, she had never contemplated utilizing breath sounds from such a unique perspective. This seemingly minor detail illuminated her understanding that An Xing's musical prowess might indeed surpass her own. This revelation stirred within her a complex array of emotions, mingling admiration for An Xing with an indescribable sense of loss. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, who had instigated this discussion, stood frozen in place, his expression rigid and his eyes filled with shock and confusion. He had never anticipated such an unexpected explanation from An Xing. which was not only logically sound, but also utterly convincing, leaving him feeling as though he had struck a punch in a cotton, powerful yet futile, and filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration akin to the distaste of consuming something repugnant. "Mr. Wu, what do you think of my explanation?" An Xing's voice shattered the brief silence. A subtle smile lingered on her face, radiating confidence and a hint of mockery as she fixed her gaze on Wu Yu, seemingly amused by his predicament. "You truly are meticulous, teacher," and Wu Yu managed to utter, his voice laden with resignation and reluctance. He resembled a defeated rooster. Slumping down, disheartened, the earlier bravado evaporated. An Xing, observing this, internally smirked, her expression a blend of bemusement, thinking to herself, "What do you mean meticulous? I'm quite robust. Thank you very much." After Wu Yu's dispirited dissent, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, Lei Minglin rose, a perfectly timed smile gracing his face. His laughter was like a gentle spring breeze, effortlessly dispersing the heaviness in the air. Teacher An Xing's creative ability is truly remarkable beyond doubt. Lei Minglin's voice brimmed with enthusiasm as he spoke, raising his thumb in a gesture of unreserved praise. This love song vividly portrays the inner narratives of women, the sorrowful emotions so profound they almost spill over. As I listen, vivid images involuntarily arise in my mind, as if I have stepped into that world filled with love and melancholy. He slightly squinted, a look of rapture on his face, seemingly still lost in the ambience crafted by the song. Moreover, using the sea as a metaphor for distance is simply brilliant. This unique creativity has left me utterly speechless. As Lei Minglin grew increasingly animated, he gestured with his hands, striving to convey his inner astonishment through body language. He refrained from elaborating excessively, instead expressing his high regard for An Xing's work with succinct yet powerful words. Just as Lei Minglin finished speaking, Qin Lanfei elegantly stood up, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she looked at An Xing. Teacher Lei is absolutely right. Teacher and skillfully intertwined the seemingly unrelated elements of a woman's heart and the sea, unexpectedly igniting a breathtaking spark that produced a profoundly moving effect. Truly astonishing. Qin Lanfei's voice was crisp and melodious, each word flowing like heartfelt praise for the depths of her soul. Furthermore, Teacher An's unique application and explanation of singing techniques opened my eyes and left me in awe. Qin Lanfei shook her head slightly, her face adorned with expressions of wonder. Throughout my years in the music industry, I had never envisioned such an innovative approach to conveying the emotions of a song, transforming breaths into powerful tools of expression. This creativity is simply extraordinary. After speaking, Qin Lanfei glanced once more at An Xing, her gaze brimming with admiration, as if she were beholding a legendary figure in the realm of music. An Xing listened quietly to their accolades, maintaining a polite and humble smile throughout. He nodded gently, expressing gratitude towards Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfei. There was not a trace of arrogance or complacency in his smile. It was as if all this praise was merely a given, and he regarded it as motivation to forge ahead. Meanwhile, Yang Yuxia sat silently beside them. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to voice her thoughts. Yet she ultimately chose silence. What she wanted to say had already been articulated by Wu Yu, making any repetition seem superfluous. She merely observed An Xing quietly, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions: admiration, reluctance, and self-reflection. Chapter 39. My Yao is unrivaled. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed mentors for their insightful critiques. Now, let us welcome the contestants of the second team to the stage with resounding applause. An exhilarating moment is upon us as the rankings of this round are about to be unveiled. The voice of host Zhao Ning rang out, crisp and vibrant, brimming with passion and energy, instantly igniting the atmosphere. As her words faded, the remaining 4 contestants, with a mix of buoyancy and tension, ascended the stage. Their faces were painted with a blend of anticipation and anxiety, their gazes fixed intently ahead, as if the very essence of their destinies lay concealed before them. Please direct your attention to the grand screen. Zhao Ning's tone ascended slightly, laced with a hint of mystery and excitement. Under the influence of an invisible force, the audience collectively turned their gaze toward the large screen at the back of the stage. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the names of the 5 contestants began to illuminate the screen, the bold black text standing out brilliantly against the bright backdrop. Momentarily, the support rates of each contestant unfolded like a slowly unfurling enigmatic scroll. Su Mingyao, 83. 17. Xia Chenxin. 6. 74. Chen Jiao. 4. 96. Shen Yinchu. 3. 55. Yi Chen. 1. 58. At the instant these figures were fully revealed, the atmosphere erupted like a powder keg, the audience igniting into a fervent frenzy. Cheers, screams, and gasps intermingled, surging like relentless ocean waves, elevating the ambience to a crescendo. Ma Yao is unrivaled, magnificent. What a pity for my dear Yi Chen. Who would have thought Teacher An's team would once again dominate? It's truly astonishing. On stage, Yi Chen and Shen Yinchu gazed at their support rates displayed on the screen, their smiles gradually fading, replaced by a subtle sense of disappointment. They lowered their heads slightly, their eyes betraying a flicker of dejection. Their once proud shoulders drooped slightly, as if burdened by the weight of less-than-ideal results. Let us congratulate Su Mingyao, Xia Chenxin, and Chun Jiao for their successful advancement. Zhao Ning's voice resonated once more, filled with joy and congratulations, akin to a jubilant melody, gracefully concluding the second team's competition. Qin Lanfei gently turned to An Xing, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions as she sighed softly. Teacher An, your prowess as a mentor is truly admirable, exceptional indeed. Reflecting on her own status as a seasoned frontline singer, having navigated the music industry for years, she felt a complex wave of emotions arise within her. A blend of admiration for An Xing and an ineffable sense of loss at the realization that her own prodigies paled in comparison to those nurtured by this late-blooming amateur mentor. Indeed, Lei Minglin interjected, turning his gaze between Qin Lanfei and An Xing, a sincere smile adorning his face. It is truly Teacher An's talent that has provided the students with greater opportunities to showcase their strengths, which is what makes him truly remarkable. As he spoke, he raised his thumb in genuine acknowledgement of An Xing's abilities. The 2 teachers offered their compliments, to which An Xing humbly replied, attributing his success merely to luck. A modest smile graced his face, and he responded with courteous nods, exuding a demeanor of profound humility. Yet the subtle confidence he radiated was impossible to overlook. Lei Minglin observed An Xing's humble facade and could not help but smirk internally, muttering to himself, "This fellow is at it again with his false modesty. Who doesn't know the true extent of his talents? Yet here he is, pretending." However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, merely shaking his head with a smile. On the other hand, Qin Lanfei found An Xing's humility endearing, stifling a soft laugh behind her hand. Yet, Yang Yuxian nearby wore a less than pleasant expression. Her lips were pressed tightly together, her brows slightly furrowed, and her eyes betrayed a hint of discontent. As a seasoned music producer, it was a bitter pill to swallow being repeatedly outperformed by an amateur music teacher. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend, akin to a jar of mixed flavors toppled over, leaving her quite unsettled. Wu Yu, however, appeared unfazed, seemingly at peace with the unfolding events. He understood well that he was merely a popular figure. It was entirely natural to be outshone by these seasoned professionals and the exceptionally talented An Xing. His participation in the program was primarily to garner attention and enhance his popularity. The only source of his discontent was failing to accomplish the tasks assigned by his company thus far, which left him feeling somewhat dejected. Now, let us welcome the final group of contestants to the stage. Host Zhao Ning's vibrant voice broke the delicate tension among the mentors. As she announced, the last group of contestants slowly ascended the stage under the watchful gaze of the audience, with resolute steps and a mixture of nerves and anticipation in their eyes. Each contestant yearned to shine brightly on this platform. This group consisted of Wei Jiasin from Qin Lanfei's team, Su Yino from Lei Minglin's team, Su Xiang from Yang Yuxia's team, along with Jiang Yingxue and Yang E from Wu Yu's team. Under Zhao Ning's guidance, the 5 contestants swiftly completed the drawing of lots. When the results were revealed, and Yang Yi was assigned to perform last, and Xing instinctively grimaced, internally lamenting, how is it once again the last spot? What a coincidence! With the first contestant, Wei Jiaxin, taking the stage, the competition among the final group commenced, and Xing sat upright in the mentor's seat, leaning slightly forward, his gaze intently fixed on the stage, fully engrossed in the performances of the contestants. Their dancing exhibited a solid and stable foundation, and An Xing found their presentations quite satisfying. Time slipped away in the charged and fervent atmosphere as Su Yuno and Jiang Yingxue showcased their talents in succession. When their performances concluded, the audience remained immersed in the brilliance they had just witnessed, and the stage lights refocused as Su Xiang confidently stepped forward. This is indeed a song penned by a distinguished lyricist and composer. Teacher Yang, your prowess is truly remarkable. Lei Menglin's gaze fell upon the information displayed on the large screen beside the stage, and he could not help but cast a surprised glance at Yang Yuxia. In this fiercely competitive arena, a song tailored by a masterful lyricist undoubtedly serves as a tremendous advantage. This individual possesses considerable talent, so it is only fitting to extend him some extra care. Yang Yuxia maintained her composure, her tone remarkably nonchalant, as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. However, her seemingly understated remark sent ripples of intrigue through the minds of Lei Menglin, Qin Lanfei, and Wu Yusin. They exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of confusion and speculation. Lei Menglin furrowed his brow slightly, pondering inwardly. Could it be that Yang Yuxia is subtly hinting for us to offer more praise for Su Xiang during our upcoming commentary? Qin Lanfei gently pressed her lips together, an imperceptible complexity flickering in her gaze. Meanwhile, Wu Yu raised an eyebrow, his expression contemplative, and Xing, seated nearby, heard Yang Yuxia's words and merely curled his lip in a faintly sardonic smile. The thought of what he was about to say brought an involuntary chuckle to his lips. Chapter 40. There's still just students on stage. Su Xiang's performance continued, the exhilarating music resonating throughout the venue. Qin Lanfang inadvertently turned her head and caught a glimpse of An Xing's lips curving into a subtle smile, an enigmatic expression gracing her face, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. She slightly leaned closer to An Xing and softly inquired, Teacher, and seeing you so joyful, have you recalled something amusing? Her voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with a hint of inquiry, her gaze filled with concern and curiosity. And Xing, absorbed in her own thoughts, responded to Qin Lanfang's question without hesitation. Oh, my Sao gave birth today. The moment the words left her mouth, the atmosphere in the room shifted to an awkward tension. Qin Lanfang's smile froze, a look of embarrassment crossing her features. She had not anticipated such an abrupt and unexpected reply from An Xing opening her mouth to say something. She found herself momentarily at a loss for words, managing only a nervous laugh to mask her discomfort. Nearby, Lei Menglin nearly dropped his jaw upon hearing An Xing's response. He quickly turned his head, eyes wide in disbelief as his lips twitched uncontrollably. Internally, he scoffed, Goodness, this is a live broadcast with the entire nation watching. How did the conversation suddenly veer towards your farm, Sao? And Xing, seemingly oblivious to the unusual atmosphere around her, remained lost in her own world. As Su Xiang's performance concluded, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. When it was time for the mentors to provide their critiques, An Xing abruptly stood up. This action struck the other 4 mentors as particularly unusual. In previous programs, An Xing had always been unhurried, typically the last to speak, and often offering only a few bland remarks. However, today his eagerness to be the first to comment surprised everyone. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, An Xing calmly adjusted the microphone before speaking slowly. His voice was deep and resonant, notably clear in the quiet venue. The song is quite good. It is evident that the songwriter invested considerable effort, aligning well with themes of forgetfulness and water. An Xing first sincerely affirmed the quality of the song, acknowledging the status and influence of the renowned songwriter, believing it only fair to offer some respect. However, She felt that Su Xiang's performance left much to be desired. As An Xing's words hung in the air, the entire venue fell silent. As if the very atmosphere had solidified, the expressions of the four mentors instantly varied. Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfang exchanged a glance, both reflecting a flicker of confusion. They could not fathom why the usually gentle An Xing had suddenly transformed, becoming critical. In past reviews, An Xing had been known for her good temperament, rarely pointing out contestants' flaws so directly. Yang Yuxia crossed her arms, slightly leaning back. Her interest piqued as she observed An Xing. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced her lips, as if she anticipated the unfolding of an intriguing performance. Wu Yu rested his chin on one hand, tilting his head ever so slightly, his gaze fixated on An Xing, assuming an earnest demeanor as he listened intently. An Xing appeared oblivious to the unusual scrutiny from those around him, maintaining a gentle smile on his face as he continued. Firstly, Su Xiang's breath control is quite unstable. Both the verses and the chorus exhibit severe pitch issues. He shook his head slightly, a look of regret etched on his features. Moreover, certain transitions in the song feel overly rushed, resulting in an unnatural quality. It's akin to someone walking who suddenly trips. That jarring sensation disrupts the song's overall beauty. And regarding the high notes at the end, Su Xiang, you experienced a vocal break, did you not? An Xing's gaze bore into Su Xiang on stage, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Though his tone was calm, it was undeniably irrefutable. Su Xiang's complexion drained of color, his brows knitting tightly together upon hearing this. He bit down on his lip, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Deep down, he acknowledged the validity of An Xing's criticisms, recognizing they were indeed accurate. Yet, he recalled that many previous contestants had encountered similar issues without facing such harsh criticism from An Xing. His immediate reaction was to perceive An Xing's remarks as a personal attack. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, recalling his past with Yang Yi. An Xing, being Yang Yi's mentor, could he possibly be aware of the details surrounding their history? Was he intentionally targeting him? This contemplation stirred an inexplicable unease within Su Xiang, prompting him to instinctively avert his gaze from An Xing, his eyes betraying his turmoil. Teacher In, your observations are undoubtedly valid. However, let us not forget that they are merely students, Yang Yuxia interjected, microphone in hand, her smile remaining faint and superficial. Her expression lacked genuine warmth as she directed a hollow gaze towards An Xing. It is entirely normal for students to exhibit flaws during their performances, as they are still in the process of growth. I have duly noted the issues you raised, and I assure you, I will provide him with thorough guidance next time. Her tone was measured, yet it subtly conveyed a sense of defense. Her words, while seemingly affirming An Xing's critique, were essentially an attempt to exonerate Su Xiang. An Xing was not taken aback by Yang Yuxia's sudden rebuttal. He anticipated her reaction the moment he chose to address Su Xiang's shortcomings. He had even foreseen the content of her forthcoming remarks. After all, Su Xiang was a student in her team, and she would naturally not remain passive. Teacher Yang makes a valid point. I hope that if Su Xiang is not eliminated, we will witness his progress in the next round. An Xing wore a warm smile upon her face, her tone relaxed, as if she were engaging in a light-hearted conversation with an old friend, jesting, you needn't trouble yourself. Teacher and Yang Yuxia slightly raised her chin, her tone indifferent, betraying no discernible emotion. Yet, deep within, she harbored a quiet resentment towards An Xing. She felt that An Xing had deliberately sought to embarrass her in front of others, since An Xing was determined to stand up for her student. Yang Yuxia resolved to retaliate in kind. An Xing appeared oblivious to Yang Yuxia's animosity. She merely shrugged, donning an expression of indifference, and gradually took her seat. In her heart, she recognized that her objective had been achieved. As for whether Su Xiang would face elimination, that was beyond her influence. She had merely fulfilled her duty as a mentor, articulating her genuine perspective. Chapter 41. Water of Forgetfulness in the Contestants' Lounge. Yang Yi remained fixated on the screen, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto An Xing. When he witnessed An Xing mercilessly pinpointing Su Xiang's flaws, an unexpected surge of emotions overwhelmed him. akin to being struck by a powerful force. A warm wave surged within him, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had never anticipated that An Xing would stand up for him, and this act of kindness filled him with profound gratitude. He clenched his hands instinctively, trembling slightly, his heart brimming with appreciation. In his mind, he silently vowed that An Xing was not merely his mentor, but also a dear brother and a noble father figure. This bond of friendship, he promised himself, would be forever etched in his heart, destined to be repaid in kind. As An Xing gradually took his seat, Lei Menglin, Qin Lan Fei, Wu Yu, and Yang Yuxia sequentially picked up their microphones to commence their critiques. However, their comments were mostly perfunctory, courteous yet devoid of substance, which was hardly surprising in such a showbiz context. As the stage lights suddenly illuminated, Yang Yi's figure emerged in the center, standing tall, his eyes radiating determination and confidence. Despite feeling a tinge of nervousness, anticipation for the performance overshadowed it. Concurrently, the large screen beside the stage began to unveil the song's details. Water of Forgetfulness, performed by Yang Yi, composed by An Xing, and lyrics penned by An Xing. Upon seeing the title, Lei Menglin instinctively nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He knew well that An Xing's compositions invariably capture the essence of the theme with precision. These three simple words encapsulated the notion of forgetting while simultaneously alluding to the element of water, perfectly interpreting the creative theme of this episode. Truly a stroke of genius. As the audience mulled over the song's title, a simple yet fluid melody began to emanate from the speakers. Initially, it was the gentle notes of the piano, each note akin to a tiny droplet of water, dancing and resonating in the air, instantly creating a subtly melancholic ambience. This sorrow enveloped the stage like a delicate spring mist, shrouding the hearts of every viewer and drawing them into its embrace. In the throes of youthful dreams, one ardently desires to soar forward, traversing mountains and rivers, with no path to retrace. Under the piano's melodic influence, Yang Yi's voice emerged. His unique timbre resonated as if echoing from the depths of time, imbued with a weightiness born of life's tribulations, yet suffused with deep emotion. As he began to sing, he captured the audience's hearts with his poignant expression. With eyes gently closed and his head swaying slightly, he conveyed his innermost pain and helplessness in a low, slightly raspy tone, narrating his tale with heartfelt sincerity. These few opening lines seemed to possess an enchanting magic, vividly conjuring memories of youth in the listeners' minds, times filled with vigor and naivety, where dreams were chased with reckless abandon. The purest longing for love, marked by fearless exuberance, compelled one to boldly pursue their heart's desires. As the song flowed forth, Yang Yi articulated the dedication and sacrifices inherent in love. Each word seems to emerge from the softest depths of the heart, imbued with a nostalgic yearning for the past and a lingering sorrow for what has been lost. Before the audience, a scene unfolds of lovers embracing and parting in the rain. Those once fervent vows gradually crumble in the face of reality. Yet, one remains ensnared in the whirlpool of love, struggling hopelessly to break free. The listeners are immersed in the emotional realm conjured by the song, experiencing the bittersweet essence of love alongside Yang Yi. Suddenly, upon reflection, the heart feels distant, as if one is helplessly adrift at the horizon, coming to understand the complexities of love and hate. The audience, previously marked by subtle murmurs, falls into an instant silence so profound that the sound of a falling pin could be heard. All seem spellbound, leaning forward, their gaze fixed intently upon Yang Yi on stage. In their eyes, a spectrum of sorrow unfolds, as if Yang Yi's voice has transported them into poignant memories. Some furrow their brows, lost in thoughts of misconnections and moments. Others gently bite their lips, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, striving to suppress the pain stirred within by the melody. In a mentor section, Lei Menglin, Qin Lan Fei, Wu Yu, and Yang Yuxiao are equally moved by the song. They slowly close their eyes, swaying gently to the rhythm of the music, their hearts immersed in the world Yang Yi has created. A hint of melancholy graces Lei Menglin's face, as if recalling regrets from his youth. Qin Lanfeng tilts her head slightly back, a look of rapture upon her face, as if she has rediscovered fragments of her former self within the song. Wu Yu's lips curve downwards, lost in contemplation, touched by melodies that reach the tenderest corners of his heart. Yang Yuxia sits quietly, her hands clasped across her chest, despite her efforts to maintain composure. The slight tremor of her shoulders betrays the turmoil within. If you have never known heartbreak, you cannot fathom my sorrow. When tears fill my eyes, do not inquire for whom they fall. The lyrics, simple yet profound, pierce like a sharp dagger into the hearts of those who have weathered emotional storms. Their unpretentious expression, devoid of artifice, strikes precisely at the most tender and fragile recesses of the human soul. In an instant, a hush envelopes the audience, soon followed by a collective sigh of suppressed emotion. Many instinctively bow their heads, their faces reflecting a complex interplay of agony and relief. Those who have been wounded in love find themselves envisioning countless nights spent alone, nursing their wounds. For those who have lost true love, a wave of endless melancholy and regret washes over them. Everyone is enraptured in the emotional tide the song evokes, resonating deeply with Yang Yi. On stage, Yang Yi pours his entire being into the performance. His eyes brim with passion and sorrow, as if narrating an indelible love story. He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently, as if he intended to expel all the anguish and struggles within him with that breath. Immediately, his voice soared, filled with fervor, embodying both a farewell to the past and a hopeful longing for the future. Each note resonated like a cry from the depths of his soul, reverberating throughout the venue. Ah, grant me a cup of forgetfulness, and allow me a night free of tears. Let my sincere emotions withstand the tempest. The love I have given cannot be reclaimed. As the impassioned chorus surged forth, his voice climbed ever higher, striving to break free from the invisible oppression. He unabashedly unleashed his deepest yearning and cries for the elixir of forgetfulness. His body leaned slightly forward, eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, every nerve alive with the melody. His clenched fists and trembling frame spoke volumes of the intensity and weight of his emotions. His song was imbued with boundless suffering, defiance, and resignation. Forgetfulness Water, Andy Lau, lyrics by Lian Su, music by Chun Yaochuan, released in 1994. Chapter 42. He sang the sorrows of widows, the confusion of the 5 guarantee households, and the loneliness of the single man. The audience was profoundly captivated by Yang Yi's voice, ensnared in the melancholic atmosphere crafted by his songs. Some had tears glistening in their eyes, silently wiping their cheeks with their hands. Others clenched their fists tightly, as if cheering for the characters within the song. There are also those swaying gently to the rhythm, unconsciously humming along. The entire venue transformed into a vast resonance chamber of emotions. All were touched by Yang Yi's melodies, collectively immersed in a complex tapestry of nostalgia and yearning for love. Ah, grant me a cup of forgetfulness. Exchange it for a lifetime free of sorrow. Even if I become intoxicated, even if my heart shatters, you shall not witness my tears. As Yang Yi's singing continued, he articulated the widow's grief, the bewilderment of the 5 guarantee households, the isolation of the bachelors, the regrets of the leftover women, and the helplessness and despair of married women. He also conveyed the pain that even ibuprofen could not alleviate. No, it should be said, he sang of the longing of the village's 5 guarantee households for the widows, the reluctance of retired officials for their secretaries, the heart-wrenching sorrow of the village secretary at the departure of the women's director, and the wounds that Yunnan Bai Yao could not heal. Just as Yang Yi elevated the emotional intensity of the song to its zenith, the atmosphere erupted, reaching an unprecedented climax. The audience could no longer contain their excitement and emotion, cries and cheers intertwining, breaking through the venue's ceiling, as if shaking the very earth. Some stood in exhilaration, vigorously waving their hands and shouting Yang Yi's name hoarsely. Others were in tears, overcome with emotion, entirely absorbed in the emotional impact of the song. Among the mentors, Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfang were profoundly moved by Yang Yi's singing. Tears flowed uncontrollably down their cheeks, a testament to their inner turmoil. Their shoulders trembled slightly, a true reflection of being deeply touched. Qin Lanfang lowered her head slightly, one hand gently covering her mouth, attempting to stifle her sobs. Lei Menglin raised his hand, using trembling fingers to wipe away the tears that continued to flow, his eyes filled with sorrow steeped in the emotions of the song. Wu Yu's expression also turned profoundly sorrowful, as Yang Yi's voice acted as a magical key, unlocking the doors of his deepest memories. He involuntarily recalled the scene of parting with the girl he secretly loved at the age of 17. The innocence and naivety of that time, the unspoken words, surged forth with the tide of memory. He squinted slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Though he later achieved great success, she had long since found fulfillment in family. The regrets of that youthful era would forever remain locked in memory. Meanwhile, Yang Yuxia's expression darkened ominously, like the sky before a storm. She clenched her jaw, her hands instinctively forming fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Yang Yi's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. In comparison, Su Ziyang seemed utterly overshadowed. She is a renowned music director, accompanied by a celebrated lyricist and composer who champions her. Yet, she found herself eclipsed by an obscure amateur music teacher, An Xing. This was nothing less than a profound humiliation for her. Her eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a tidal wave. In the realm of emotions, those who love are often wounded by the indifferent. The wrongdoers may live freely, while the victims must bear the pain inflicted by their transgressions. The greatest illusion of a secret crush is believing that the other person reciprocates your feelings. If there truly exists a potion to forget love, I would undoubtedly purchase a cup. I never imagined that heartache could cost me half my life. Why does it seem that everyone interprets the song about forgetting love solely in the context of romantic relationships? To me, it conveys the plight of an individual. The world knows only the bitterness of love, yet love encompasses more than one form. They say that early romance hinders academic pursuits, but no one mentions that marriage can affect one's career. Ajun, how I wish to straighten the hands of the clock into a ruler to measure the distance of my longing for you. Who says all candy is sweet? The wedding candy I tasted was indeed bitter. I recall the first time I stayed in a hotel at the age of 16. Late at night, feeling hungry, I called the front desk to inquire about fast food. From that moment on, I embarked on an irreversible path. The comments, cascading like snowflakes, expressed the innermost sentiments of every viewer. As the final note gradually faded into the air, its resonance lingered in every corner of the venue. Yang Yi appeared to have exhausted all his strength, his hand holding the microphone falling limply. His chest heaved violently, sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet his gaze reflected a profound satisfaction born from fatigue. The audience was utterly immersed in the performance, oblivious to the tears still cascading down their cheeks. Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted, deafening and resounding like rolling thunder. This applause was relentless, a wave after wave, seemingly eager to convey their admiration and affection for Yang Yi through this fervent ovation. We thank contestant Yang Yi for delivering such a soul-stirring performance. Host Zhao Ning gracefully strode to the center of the stage, her face aglow with a warm smile, standing steadfastly beside Yang Yi. She raised the microphone slightly, her clear and melodious voice instantly resonating throughout the venue. Now, let us turn our attention to the mentors' table and hear the insightful critiques from our esteemed mentors. As Zhao Ning's words faded, the camera swiftly shifted, capturing the scene at the mentors' table with precision. Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfei remained ensnared in the emotions of the moment, their eyes still glistening with unshed tears, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yang Yuxia appeared to be the first to rise, and Xing, seated nearby, immediately grasped her intention. This individual was undoubtedly poised to retaliate, especially after she had previously pointed out the flaws in her student, Su Ziyang. Without mercy, she would not let this pass lightly. The performance by An Xing was truly breathtaking. As Yang Yuxia began to sing, her voice resonated with clarity and brightness, accompanied by a subtle smile that left her audience momentarily perplexed regarding her intentions. She was far from naive. The quality of this song exceeded her expectations. The intricate melody and poignant lyrics were impeccable in every aspect. To disparage such a composition would undoubtedly tarnish her own reputation, leading others to question her discernment, an act of folly she would never commit. The song, penned by teacher An, ingeniously intertwines the theme of forgetfulness with the essence of water, encapsulated in the phrase, "forgetting water," which truly impressed me. Continuing, Yang Yuxia spoke with an uncommon assurance, nodding slightly while casting a glance at An Xing, seemingly acknowledging his talent. However, her tone abruptly shifted, her expression turning grave and her words sharpened. Yet I must say, despite the song's near perfection, I found myself greatly disappointed by Yang Yi's rendition. This statement instantly stirred a tempest of reactions, with all eyes converging upon her. Chapter 43. Teacher An, do not forget, this is a competition. What on earth is Yang Yuxia talking about? Yang Yi's performance was simply extraordinary. I find it impeccable. Presumably, she is attempting to regain her standing after An Xing pointed out the flaws of her student, Suziang. How petty. This individual previously caused trouble during Han Liang's performance and now returns to confront An Xing once more. Is she resolute in opposing him? As soon as Yang Yuxia finished speaking, the live broadcast room erupted, the barrage of comments surging like a tidal wave, instantly dominating the screen. Meanwhile, at the mentor's table, An Xing sat with his arms crossed, leaning slightly back. A bemused smile graced his face as his gaze fixed intently on Yang Yuxia, as if he were savoring an intriguing performance. He understood that Yang Yuxia, daring to rebut him, must have come prepared. However, he was unperturbed and eager to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfei exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions revealing their confusion. They had witnessed Yang Yi's performance, which, while not devoid of flaws, certainly stood out among the numerous contestants. They shared a silent inquiry through their eyes. What is Yang Yuxia up to? Why is she suddenly nitpicking? Sitting nearby, Wu Yu's previously dull gaze brightened in an instant. He calculated that he must side with Yang Yuxia this time. Otherwise, he would fail to fulfill the task assigned by the company. With this thought, he straightened his posture, adopting a demeanor of earnest attentiveness, ready to echo Yang Yuxia's sentiments. Yang Yuxia declared, "In my view, the performance of contestant Yang Yi was excessively affected, with an exaggerated emotional investment." She slightly lifted her chin, her eyes glinting with arrogance, as if proclaiming her authority to all present. Moreover, during the performance, there were moments when Yang Yi missed the beat, and at the conclusion, his voice faltered. She continued to enumerate the faults, each critique accompanied by a subtle elevation of her chin. After her tirade, she abruptly turned to An Xing, a faintly provocative smile playing on her lips. "Teacher An, I trust you have noticed these issues as well." Her tone suggested she believed she had seized the upper hand. Observing Yang Yuxia's aggressive demeanor, An Xing found amusement within, yet he maintained a calm smile on his face, thinking to himself, what a trivial fuss. He then rose slowly, meeting Yang Yuxia's gaze with a serene expression. "Indeed, Teacher Yang has made valid points," An Xing acknowledged with a gentle nod, his tone placid, allowing her a semblance of face. However, he shifted the conversation, his eyes revealing a hint of resolve. "Yet, I must disagree with the assertion that the emotional investment was overly exaggerated." He slightly turned to face the camera, his smile growing warmer, as if conversing with an old friend. "We all understand that when performing songs, one must infuse them with emotion to imbue the music with soul." And Xing's voice, deep and magnetic, reverberated throughout the tranquil venue. "The song I composed was intended to convey a message to contestant Yang Yi. Let bygones be bygones. All that has passed is now behind us. Forget the pains of the past and look forward to a new future." His eyes sparkled with encouragement as he gazed at Yang Yi, as if to rally him on. It is precisely for this reason that Yang Yi's performance resonated so deeply. He intertwined his experiences, resulting in an emotional expression that, to teacher Yang, might have seemed somewhat extravagant. And Xing cast another glance at Yang Yuxia, his eyes devoid of hostility, filled instead with sincerity. This was not artifice, but rather a genuine interpretation and understanding of the song. Regarding the subsequent matters you mentioned, teacher Yang, it seems that he may have become overly immersed, infusing his own understanding into the performance. And Xing furrowed his brow slightly, his expression one of comprehension. In the pursuit of artistry, such bold attempts and unique expressions are indeed rare. He paused briefly, his gaze resolutely sweeping across the audience. It was this very passion that rendered Yang Yi's rendition even more captivating. As in Xing's last words echoed through the hall, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. They were profoundly moved by his remarks, rising to their feet, clapping enthusiastically as cheers and applause intertwined, elevating the atmosphere to a new crescendo. I never expected Yang Yi to be a person with a story. According to Teacher An, I find this to be genuine. Indeed, the performance is unedited live, and some imperfections allow us to truly feel the singer's state of mind. In any case, I believe Yang Yi's performance has deeply resonated with me. The netizens in the live stream echoed this sentiment. Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfeng sat nearby, listening attentively. With each of Xing's statements, they nodded slightly, their eyes reflecting recognition and admiration. Having navigated the music industry for many years, they understood all too well the truths articulated by An Xing. After all, aside from the pristine perfection pursued in a recording studio, where one can refine endlessly, every live performance of the same song presents a unique experience and essence, influenced by the performer's current emotional state and the ambience of the venue. This uniqueness is precisely the allure of live music. However, teacher An, let's not forget that this is a competition, not a concert. Yang Yuxia's voice sharply pierced the previously harmonious atmosphere. She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze imbued with a hint of defiance, unreservedly reminding An Xing. After speaking, she refrained from further comment, casting a cold glance at An Xing before taking her seat. Deep down, she recognized the validity of An Xing's words. Continuing the argument would yield her no advantage. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to assert her stance. Professionalism must be the ultimate measure in a competition. As soon as Yang Yuxia took her seat, Wu Yu sprang to his feet as if propelled by a spring. A self-satisfied smile adorned his face, yet his eyes subtly betrayed a hint of obsequiousness towards Yang Yuxia. I found Yang Yuxia's words to be profoundly reasonable. He cleared his throat, deliberately raising his voice to ensure that the entire audience could hear him. This was a formal competition, and the participants should prioritize professionalism, eschewing the superfluous and ostentatious embellishments. As he spoke, he shook his head with feigned gravity, as if lamenting the lack of professionalism in the music industry. In my view, the level of professionalism exhibited by the contestants is paramount. One must not allow extraneous factors to overshadow or obscure the performer's mistakes during their singing. Wu Yu grew increasingly animated, gesticulating fervently as if to underscore the irrefutability of his stance. Upon concluding his remarks, he cast a triumphant glance at An Xing, his smile broadening, as if eagerly anticipating a rebuttal from her. Chapter 44, next issue. An Xing merely shrugged at Wu Yu's words, a nonchalant smile gracing his face, showing no intention to retort. He understood well that he had articulated his viewpoint sufficiently. Wu Yu's emphasis on the professionalism of the competition was, in certain respects, indeed valid, and it would be inappropriate for him to dispute that point. After all, within the framework of the competition, professionalism undeniably stands as a crucial criterion for evaluation. At that moment, Lei Minglin slowly picked up the microphone, his gaze sweeping across the audience, radiating warmth and approval. In my opinion, Yang Yi's performance was nothing short of perfection. His voice was steady and powerful, each word seemingly infused with recognition and encouragement for Yang Yi. He refrained from lengthy analyses regarding the nuances of the performance, instead expressing his most immediate impressions, which were sufficient for Yang Yi and An Xing to feel his support. Seeing this, Qin Lanfeng also took the microphone, her face adorned with an appropriately measured smile. She understood that maintaining neutrality amidst the mentor-esque clash was paramount. Yang Yi's performance was indeed commendable. One could feel the emotion he poured into the song. However, the perspectives of the other mentors were equally valid, allowing for an appreciation of the performance from varied angles. Her words not only acknowledged Yang Yi's remarkable display, but also cleverly balanced the emphasis on professionalism articulated by Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu. Thus, she managed to avoid offending An Xing while maintaining amicable relations with Yang Yuxia. As soon as the mentors concluded their critiques, the atmosphere in the venue lingered in the afterglow of intense discussion. Host Zhao Ning stepped onto the stage with a beaming smile, her steps light and buoyant. Her clear, melodious voice resonated through the microphone. Next, let's extend a warm applause as we invite the remaining 4 contestants to the stage. Amidst the audience's eager anticipation and thunderous applause, contestants Wei Jiasin, Su Xiang, Jiang Yingxue, and Su Yuno ascended the stage in succession. Their expressions were a blend of tension and hope. Some clenched their fists slightly, while others took deep breaths in an attempt to calm their restless hearts. Now, let us turn our gaze to the large screen. Which of the 5 contestants will successfully advance and embark on the next chapter of their dream journey? Zhao Ning's voice rose slightly, imbued with a hint of mystery and excitement, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. All eyes fixated on the enormous screen at the back of the stage. Simultaneously, a tense yet exhilarating melody surged forth, its vigorous rhythm seemingly resonating within every heart, quickening their pulses. As the stirring melody played on, the screen gradually revealed the support rates of the 5 contestants. Yang, 86. 88 Wei Jiasin, 4. 71 Su Xiang, 3. 38 Jiang Yingxue, 2. 77 Su Yuno, 2. 26. The moment these figures were fully displayed before the audience, the venue erupted into a thunderous applause and joyous cheers. The audience rose in excitement, waving their glow sticks and cheering for the contestants who had advanced. An Xing, seated among the mentors, gazed at the results displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Su Xiang, whose performance had evidently exhibited numerous flaws, would successfully progress. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he shook his head gently. Yet, he soon regained his composure, for the results of the competition had already been settled. Let us extend our congratulations to Yang Yi from an S team, Wei Jiasin from Qin S team, and Su Xiang from Yang S team for their successful advancement. Zhao Ning's voice resonated once more, imbued with joy and celebration. With her announcement, the elimination round drew closer to a conclusion. Next, let us invite the successful contestants to the stage. As the host's words faded, those who had already advanced made their way onto the stage. An Xing felt immense gratification witnessing the success of all 3 of his team members. In Qin Lanfei's team, Gu Xinglan and Wei Jiasin stood side by side, their eyes reflecting determination and confidence. Yang Yuxia's team also retained 2 members, Su Xiang and Dong Yueyan. As for Lei Minglin and Wu Yu, their teams were down to a single contestant each, namely Xia Qinxin and Lin Yueshi. They stood on stage, though somewhat solitary, yet their eyes burned with an unwavering passion for their dreams. Now, let's turn our gaze to the large screen. Host Zhao Ning once again issued her command, drawing everyone's attention back to the screen. Numerous keywords densely populated the stage display. These would dictate the genres for the contestants' next performances. Next, we invite the leading contestant in popularity this round, Yang Yi, to select his keywords, which will serve as pivotal clues for his upcoming stage performance. Zhao Ning's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, akin to a gentle spring breeze, instantly igniting the atmosphere. All eyes converged upon Yang Yi, whose every movement tugged at the audience's heartstrings. Taking a deep breath, he confidently strode to the keyword selection area at the front of the stage, his gaze resolute as it swiftly scanned the myriad of options. Without a hint of hesitation, his hand decisively rested upon the element of love. Love had always been the theme he excelled at expressing, and he would not miss this splendid opportunity to showcase his talents. Now, let us invite the 4 mentors to contribute the remaining song elements for contestant Yang Yi. As Zhao Ning's words faded, The camera swiftly shifted to the mentor's table. An Xing, as Yang Yi's mentor, wore a subtle smile, quietly contemplating. Although he did not possess the authority to select, his mind was already crafting ways to assist Yang Yi in seamlessly integrating these elements to create breathtaking music. I choose to indulge. Lei Minglin was the first to grasp the microphone, his voice steady and powerful, as if narrating an untamed tale. He slightly squinted his eyes, a mysterious smile gracing his face, seemingly eager to witness how An Xing would conjure extraordinary sparks from the collision of indulgence and love. I shall choose resignation, Qin Lanfei remarked with a gentle smile. The trio of love, indulgence, and resignation appeared to sketch the outline of a poignant ballad filled with emotional entanglements. For the exceptionally talented An Xing, mastering such a theme might not pose a challenge. I have chosen fire for Yang Yi, Yang Yuxia declared, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. This selection seemed entirely unrelated, even discordant, with the preceding three elements. A glimmer of challenge sparkled in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on An Xing, silently contemplating. I am curious to see just how adept you are, An Xing, at seamlessly blending these seemingly disparate elements into a song that captivates all. In that case, I shall opt for tolerance. Wu Yu contributed, offering his own answer. The term tolerance stood in stark contrast to the earlier keywords, even appearing somewhat contradictory. He tilted his head slightly, a look of pride illuminating his face, as if reveling in the uniqueness of his choice. Thus, the elements for Yang Yi's upcoming performance have been entirely determined. Love, indulgence, resignation, fire, tolerance. Chapter 45. This thought, has it not been unlocked? Teacher Yang Yuxia's approach is truly cunning. The sudden emergence of the fire element is quite a challenge. While the other elements may be manageable for An Xing, the fire presents a formidable obstacle. It remains to be seen how he will navigate this predicament. With 5 keywords at hand, I am eager to witness what masterpiece it will conjure. Viewers in the comments expressed their anticipation for An Xing, fully aware of the daunting task ahead, yet firmly believing that his talent would yield a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, An Xing, upon glimpsing these 5 keywords, felt a song flash through his mind. His eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, and a smile crept upon his lips as he privately reveled in the thought. You chose these yourselves, so do not blame me for unleashing my full potential soon. If Yang Yi were to sing this song, the impact would be unimaginable, akin to the destructive force of both a nuclear and hydrogen bomb combined. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, An Xing maintained an outward calm. Teacher, and could it be that you have already found a direction? Lei Minglin observed An Xing's expression closely, noting the upward curve of his lips, and could not help but inquire. After all, the 5 keywords had only just been revealed, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to conceive a creative idea in such a brief span. I have a slight inkling, but not much, An Xing replied with a gentle smile, his tone modest, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfeng exchanged a glance, both registering a flicker of astonishment. Having navigated the music industry for years, they understood the arduous nature of creation, especially in such a limited time frame. Conceptualizing ideas around such intricate elements seemed almost an insurmountable task. Yet, An Xing had casually mentioned having a thought. How could this not astonish them? Could this fellow truly be a genius of creation? Lei Minglin marveled inwardly. Conversely, Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu, upon listening to An Xing's words, scoffed dismissively. Yang Yuxia furrowed her brow, a smirk of derision playing upon her lips as she muttered, "Humph." To claim one has a direction upon merely seeing the keywords is nothing but a ruse, a ploy to deceive those unacquainted with the craft. Wu Yu nodded in agreement, his face betraying a look of skepticism. They regarded An Xing as merely pretending to be profound, posturing without substance. They held little faith that he could conceive any substantial creative ideas in such a short time. In their minds, they mused, whether he is a stallion or a donkey will be revealed in the next episode. Then we shall see if he was merely boasting. Now, let us welcome contestant Su Mengyao to select the keywords to initiate the next segment of music. Host Zhao Ning's voice rang out crisp and clear, akin to a melodious bell, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Su Mingyao gracefully approached the keyword display area. Her gaze was focused and resolute as she meticulously searched through the multitude of keywords, as if seeking the one that resonated with her very soul. My choice is red dust. Su Mingyao slightly tilted her head, her tone imbued with a touch of resolve as she uttered this distinctive term. Her voice, though soft, resonated like a boulder cast upon a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread far and wide. An Xing, seated in the mentor's seat, involuntarily raised an eyebrow upon hearing this choice. How could this individual select such a term? The word mundane left him momentarily perplexed. Next, let us invite the four mentors to provide Su Mingyao with the remaining keywords. As Zhao Ning's voice fell, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, with all eyes turning towards the mentor's table. Naturally, mundane should be paired with love and hate. So, I have chosen love and hate for contestant Su Mingyao. Lei Minglin, ever so enthusiastic, was the first to rise. He squinted slightly, a confident smile gracing his face, as if he could already hear a song of love and hate resonating in his mind. In that case, I shall choose toasting to the song. Qin Lanfeng followed closely, her voice gentle and melodious. A hint of nostalgia flickered in her gaze, as if reminiscing about those carefree moments spent toasting amidst the mundane. In her view, combining mundane, love, and hate, along with the element of toasting to the song, would certainly present a challenge in crafting a fitting composition, yet it was not insurmountable. Allow me to take the lead. I believe elegance would be rather intriguing. Wu Yu, with a sly grin, sprang to his feet ahead of Yang Yuxia. A mischievous smile danced upon his lips as he mentally calculated. The preceding three keywords were clearly indicative of a melancholic style, while a selection of elegance stood in stark contrast. If he could successfully integrate this term, it would undoubtedly disrupt An Xing's creative process, complicating the song's composition. Upon hearing Wu Yu's choice, An Xing was initially taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. However, his eyes soon sparkled with clarity, the corners of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smile. He silently marveled at how, in light of the earlier three keywords, he had been somewhat at a loss for direction. Yet, with the introduction of Wu Yu's term elegance, his thoughts became markedly clearer. This fellow had indeed provided substantial assistance. With anticipation, An Xing turned his gaze towards Yang Yuxia, curiosity brimming in his eyes as he pondered. What keyword would this Yang Yuxia propose? Would it further refine his vision for the song? My choice is time. Yang Yuxia slightly lifted her chin, her gaze scrutinizing, as if declaring to all that her selection held profound significance. Upon hearing this, both Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfeng furrowed their brows in unison. The keyword time, while seemingly related to the prior terms of mundane, toasting to the song, love and hate, and elegance, posed a formidable challenge when it came to skillfully weaving them into a single composition. Undoubtedly, this would add considerable obstacles to An Xing's creative journey. Beside him, Wu Yu's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. He cast a satisfied glance at Yang Yuxia, his gaze brimming with approval. In his view, the passage of time had only complicated the already intricate elements of creation, undoubtedly escalating An Xing's artistic challenges to geometric proportions. Contemplating this, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile of pride crept upon Wu Yu's lips. However, at that moment, An Xing's expression was one of barely contained amusement. Upon hearing the keyword time, his mind swiftly crystallized the song that Su Mingyao was destined to perform. The melody and lyrics flowed into his consciousness like a continuous spring. Internally, he marveled at the serendipity of it all. These two were indeed rushing to assist him, consistently pinpointing the keywords of extraordinary works. As he pondered, An Xing shook his head in resignation, his face displaying a blend of laughter and exasperation. Witnessing this expression, Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu felt an even greater surge of joy. They mistakenly believed An Xing was overwhelmed by the intricate keywords, their faces lighting up with victorious smiles. Teacher In, is it challenging? Lei Minglin leaned closer to An Xing, inquiring softly. Just a minor issue. I find it rather amusing, An Xing replied with a faint smile, radiating confidence. Observing An Xing's self-assured demeanor, Lei Minglin couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, "Goodness, here we go again with the bravado. With such a plethora of complex keywords, I am curious to see how you will craft this stunning piece." Thus, the keywords for Su Mengyao were fully established. Mundane world, toasting with wine, love and hate, carefree time. Chapter 46. Planning to invite An Xing for a song? Now, let us welcome Han Liang to select the keywords for the next music segment. The voice of host Zhao Ning resonated, instantly drawing the attention of everyone to Han Liang. Amidst the eager gazes of the audience, Han Liang gradually rose, taking a deep breath. He confidently approached the keyword display area, swiftly identifying the term campus and decisively pressing the confirmation button. Han Liang was filled with trust in teacher An Xing. He firmly believed that, regardless of the keywords chosen by the four mentors afterward, teacher An Xing possessed the ability to craft the song that resonated most deeply with him. After all, in previous competitions, every piece that teacher An Xing tailored for him had allowed him to shine brilliantly. The choice made by Han Liang was deemed reasonable by both the audience and the other contestants present, reflecting on Han Liang's past two-stage performances. Both songs he sang were closely linked to the campus theme. His youthful, vibrant, and innocent melodies still echoed in everyone's ears. His adept interpretation of campus themes made the selection of campus as the next keyword an astute continuation of his distinctive style. Next, let us turn our attention to the mentor panel, as we invite the mentors to supplement Han Liang's remaining keywords. As Zhao Ning's words faded, the atmosphere on stage grew tense, with everyone anticipating the mentor's choices. Wu Yu was the first to rise from his seat. He had already contemplated his decision. The moment Han Liang selected campus, he envisioned a keyword that not only related to the theme, but also posed a significant challenge. "The keyword I choose is 4 seasons," Wu Yu said with a subtle smile, one that seemed to harbor a hint of cunning. In Wu Yu's view, the keyword 4 seasons appeared to be intricately connected to campus life, unfolding myriad stories throughout the changing seasons. However, to vividly incorporate the transitions of the seasons into a campus song, portraying the vitality of spring, the fervor of summer, the tranquility of autumn, and the profundity of winter through melody and lyrics, was no simple task. This undoubtedly added considerable difficulty to the songwriting process. Nevertheless, teacher An Xing sat calmly in the mentor's seat, observing everything with an expression of tranquility. He was unfazed by Wu Yu's choice. In his mind, songs of the campus genre were as numerous as the stars, and he had explored various styles and elements. The mere concept of 4 seasons posed no challenge for him. Teacher Wu's 4 seasons is quite intriguing. Lei Minglin leaned slightly forward, picking up the microphone, his voice steady and gentle, imbued with the weight of careful consideration. His gaze swept over the audience before settling on Wu Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Since we have campus in 4 seasons, I shall select youth as my next keyword," Lei Minglin stated with a sense of conviction in his eyes. After speaking, he deliberately glanced at An Xing, his lips curving into a gentle smile. In his heart, youth and campus were a perfect match, as the campus was indeed the stage of youth. With these 2 core elements established, the tone of the song is set. He believes that with An Xing's talent, the creative process should be considerably easier. An Xing felt Lei Minglin's gaze and responded with a knowing smile. "Then my choice is growth." Qin Lan Fong stood gracefully, and as the word growth escaped her lips, it seemed to infuse the campus theme with a vibrant vitality. Amidst the changing seasons on campus and the beautiful moments of youth, growth remains an eternal melody. Her choice undoubtedly enriched the theme of the song. As she took her seat, all eyes shifted to Yang Yuxia. "The word I have chosen for Han Liang is time," hoping that teacher An Xing can compose a song imbued with profound meaning. Yang Yuxia wore a seemingly friendly smile, yet her tone carried a subtle challenge. She slightly raised her chin, her gaze fixed intently on An Xing, with a hint of cunning concealed within her smile. The term time was intrinsically linked to the earlier themes of campus, seasons, youth, and growth, yet it added a profound temporal dimension to the composition, making the task of seamlessly blending these elements into a meaningful song all the more daunting. An Xing found Yang Yuxia's demeanor amusing, though he maintained a gentle smile. He regarded her deliberate reminder as merely a minor interlude. Rest assured, Teacher Yang, I hope to astonish you. An Xing replied leisurely, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. Thus, Han Liang's 5 keywords were finalized: campus, seasons, youth, growth time. An Xing quietly organized these elements in his mind, and the outline of a classic masterpiece began to take shape in his imagination. This song would not pose too much difficulty for Han Liang to sing. Moreover, it was crafted by the hand of a musical maestro whose quality and influence are self-evident. As Han Liang completed his selection, the other contestants took their turns on stage in succession. The atmosphere in the venue oscillated between tension and anticipation with each selection. When the final contestant concluded their choice, the program gradually drew to a close. The lights on stage dimmed, yet the audience remained immersed in the thrilling ambience, reluctant to depart. Teacher, and I look forward to an even greater surprise from you next time, Lei Minglin said with a smile, approaching An Xing with a light step and gently patting his shoulder. Fear not, there will be plenty of surprises in store for you, An Xing replied with a confident smile. He slightly lifted his chin, his eyes sparkling as if to declare to Lei Minglin, next time, I shall surely dazzle you. Teacher, and now you've got me wanting to request a song from you. Qin Lanfang approached with a playful smile. A song request? That poses no issue. As long as the payment is in order, An Xing laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the spacious venue. As he chuckled, he turned and made his way toward the lounge. In the realm of creation, he exudes an air of confidence and assurance, capable of crafting exemplary works tailored for others whenever the conditions are favorable. Lanfei, do you truly intend to invite An Xing to collaborate on a song? Lei Minglin inquired, drawing closer to Qin Lanfei with a curious expression as An Xing walked away. Qin Lanfei nodded slightly, her demeanor earnest and focused. She indeed harbored such intentions, yet she preferred to evaluate his performance in the next session. A subtle furrow creased her brow, her gaze revealing a hint of caution. Although the 6 songs An Xing has composed for the contestants thus far are all of exceptional quality, each showcasing an impressive standard, in Qin Lanfei's mind, one cannot ascertain the true excellence of a lyricist and composer solely based on these few pieces. The art of music creation is an ongoing journey, and the forthcoming performance is equally critical. As you know, in the music industry, fleeting brilliance holds little significance. Qin Lanfei continued, her tone tinged with reflection. Should An Xing maintain such a level in the next session, I would not hesitate to invest a substantial sum to invite him for a song. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes, as if she had already made a significant decision in her heart, awaiting An Xing's reaffirmation of his talent in the forthcoming program. Chapter 47. I want him to greet me like a nightmare in the contestants' lounge, and Xing gently pushed the door, which creaked open. Inside, Yang Yi Su Mingyao and Han Liang were huddled together, fervently discussing the recently concluded match. Sensing a presence, they simultaneously lifted their heads, and upon seeing An Xing, their faces instantly illuminated with radiant smiles, as if they had encountered a cherished friend. Teacher, and the 3 exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with excitement and joy. They quickly rose to their feet. You performed admirably. You did not bring me shame. And Xing strode into the room, wearing a bright smile, his laughter echoing within the lounge. Approaching the trio, he extended his hands, clapping each of their shoulders with a gesture filled with encouragement and affirmation. An Xing, my performance was exceptional. It was truly remarkable. Yang Yi grinned broadly, his eyes narrowing into slits, overflowing with pride. Teacher, and the pressure will be on you for the next round. Su Mingyao playfully winked, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a mischievous grin. She was acutely aware that the 3 of them embodied 3 distinct styles, each represented by 5 keywords. The challenge of ingeniously weaving them into 3 unique songs was immense. Moreover, An Xing would need to allocate ample time for their practice, posing a significant challenge for him. Come on, are you still worried about me? I will work late tonight to ensure I write the songs for you, An Xing declared, patting his chest, his tone resolute as steel. He thought to himself that those songs were already deeply etched in his memory. He could simply transcribe them from memory, a matter of mere minutes, trivial in his eyes. Teacher, and We are not in a hurry. Please do not overexert yourself, Han Liang interjected, stepping forward with a look of genuine concern. He regarded An Xing with sympathetic eyes, apprehensive that he might exhaust himself in his haste. Indeed, teacher An, do you doubt our capabilities? Even with just a day or two, we could master the songs effortlessly. There is truly no need for such urgency. Su Mingyao chimed in, her voice soft and sincere, her gaze reflecting her compassion for An Xing. She understood that songwriting was no simple feat, requiring immense energy and time from conception to completion. Yet, An Xing was pushing himself to the limit for their sake. All right, just wait for my songs when you return. An Xing waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to cease further discussion. His eyes radiated confidence and composure, as if assuring them that everything was well within his control. Exchanging glances, Yang Yi, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang shared a resigned smile, choosing to remain silent. They understood that once An Xing made a decision, it was nearly impossible to alter. Yet, their hearts remained filled with gratitude and admiration for An Xing, silently anticipating that his forthcoming songs would once again allow them to shine brightly on stage. As Su Mingyao and Han Liang departed, the night had deepened, and the city's clamor gradually subsided, leaving only the lingering aroma of late-night street food. An Xing and Yang Yi walked side by side along the street, in search of a humble eatery to soothe their weary bodies and minds. At last, they stumbled upon a bustling stall at the corner, where they settled into an empty spot. The vendor greeted them warmly, and after placing their order, steaming dishes soon adorned their table. At that moment, Yang Yi suddenly set down his chopsticks, his expression earnest and his tone profoundly sincere as he said, An Xing, thank you. His eyes brimmed with gratitude, encapsulating a myriad of unspoken sentiments in those simple 4 words. An Xing was momentarily taken aback, but then, understanding dawned upon him, and he smiled gently, patting Yang Yi's shoulder. We're brothers. There's no need for such formality. He knew well that Yang Yi was expressing his appreciation for defending him during the show when faced with Yang Yuxiao's provocations. To An Xing, it was merely a small act of kindness. How could he stand idly by while his brother was mistreated? Supporting a brother in need was simply the right thing to do. However, it was unfortunate that Su Ziyang had not been eliminated. As he ate, he smacked his lips in disappointment, furrowing his brow with regret. He truly could not fathom how Su Ziyang managed to advance. Actually, it's not so bad that he wasn't eliminated. At least I can step on him a few more times, Yang Yi remarked, a confident and slightly domineering smile gracing his lips. I want him to see me as a nightmare, to tremble at the mere mention of my name. His voice was low but resonated with strength, betraying the determination within. Hearing this, An Xing could not help but burst into laughter, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Once the laughter subsided, he recalled something and asked with concern, She hasn't troubled you again, has she? No, it's all in the past now. Since it's over, let's treat each other as strangers moving forward, Yang Yi replied, lowering his gaze, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes, both relief and a hint of sorrow. Yet, he soon lifted his head, a relieved smile emerging on his face, as if to reassure An Xing and himself that that chapter had been completely closed. An Xing looked at Yang Yi, feeling a sense of comfort, and refrained from probing further. The two continued their late-night meal, occasionally engaging in light conversation and sharing snippets of amusing life experiences. Once they had eaten their fill, they stood up, exchanged farewells, and headed homeward. Upon returning home, An Xing found the house shrouded in darkness and silence. He barely had time to turn on the lights, his coat still on, as he made a beeline for his desk, eagerly powering on his computer. At that moment, his mind brimmed with the 3 songs that had long taken root in his memory, every note and every lyric resonating with clarity. Fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, akin to graceful performers gliding across a stage. In but a fleeting moment, 3 complete songs materialized on the computer screen. Leaning back in his chair, An Xing's gaze leisurely traversed the lyrics and musical scores, stirring within him an ineffable sense of emotion. In his previous life, these 3 songs became renowned across the land, achieving classic status and being sung by countless voices. In this new world, they too would undoubtedly continue to shine, rewriting their own legend. He murmured softly, his voice echoing in the stillness of the room. As An Xing beheld these masterpieces, encapsulating the musical wisdom of his past life, a confident smile involuntarily graced his lips. However, just as he was poised to send the songs to Yang Yi, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang, his hand hesitated over the mouse. A slight frown creased his brow as he pondered. Having returned home for scarcely half an hour, he had composed and prepared to send 3 songs. Would they not be astounded if they discovered this? To the average person, such speed would appear utterly extraordinary, far beyond conventional comprehension of creative output. After a moment of contemplation, An Xing resolved to set an alarm. Skillfully maneuvering on his computer, he scheduled the sending time for the deep of night. Thus, when the students received the songs, they would harbor little suspicion regarding the timeline of creation. Having completed this task, An Xing rose. Stretching languidly as a wave of fatigue washed over him, he yawned and, with a slightly weary demeanor, made his way towards the bedroom. Peacefully, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 48. Ascending to the pinnacle of the monthly rankings, perhaps even claiming all 6 top spots the following day, within the confines of Su Mingyao's villa, Yang Yi, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang diligently practiced the song composed for them by An Xing. An Xing, leaning slightly forward, fixed his gaze intently upon the trio, his eyes betraying a blend of focus and concern. Occasionally, he would furrow his brow, listening intently to every nuance of their performance, ready to offer immediate guidance upon detecting any shortcomings. Yang Yi, the high notes here require a steadier breath. Try and gauge your diaphragm to elevate your voice, he advised. Su Mingyao, the emotion in this lyric is lacking. Envision yourself immersed in the scenario depicted by the song. He turned to Han Liang. Your tempo is a tad brisk. Be mindful of synchronizing with the melody. His voice, gentle yet resolute, delivered each suggestion with precision, serving as a beacon of light in the darkness, guiding the students towards improvement. Suddenly, a bright, ringing phone shattered the tranquility of the rehearsal room. An Xing paused momentarily, then retrieved his phone from his pocket, the screen illuminating with the name Mu Ling. He gently swiped the screen to answer the call. Hello, Mu Ling, what's the matter? An Xing's voice carried a hint of curiosity. An Xing, do you have any updates on the songs for your program? If not, I can arrange for someone to assist. Mu Ling's voice resonated from the other end, imbued with evident concern and urgency. Her dedication to the program was palpable. Following the broadcast of the first 2 episodes, the show had garnered considerable attention, its popularity surging like a fervent flame. Consequently, the trio's fame had also escalated, capturing the public's interest. With the 3rd episode on the brink of airing, Mu Ling felt compelled to ensure that everything was in perfect order. Rest assured, everything is well arranged. They are currently rehearsing, An Xing replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his tone brimming with confidence. Initially, he had anticipated that Mu Ling was calling to urge him to report to the company, only to discover she was inquiring about the program's songs. From his perspective, Mu Ling's concerns were entirely unwarranted, as he had meticulously orchestrated every detail. Then why aren't you practicing at the company? Mu Ling's voice carried a note of puzzlement. She furrowed her brow, contemplating the situation. The company was equipped with professional music practice facilities, providing optimal sound quality and an environment conducive to the students' best performances. She simply could not fathom why An Xing had chosen to rehearse in the villa. No, it's quieter here, and the equipment is top-notch, An Xing patiently elucidated. He cast a glance around. Su Mingyao had invested over $1 million into creating this music practice room, outfitted with equipment that rivaled the finest professional studios. Furthermore, the villa is situated in a tranquil location, far removed from the clamor of the city, allowing the participants to immerse themselves deeply in their musical practice and the emotional realm of the songs. Very well, I shall continue to manage the popularity from my end. Upon hearing An Xing's explanation, Mu Ling felt a twinge of doubt, yet she refrained from pressing further. She understood that An Xing always had his own considerations when making decisions, and since he opted for the villa for practice, it was undoubtedly a well-considered choice. She resolved to respect An Xing's decision and focus her efforts on promoting the program's popularity, striving to garner more attention and support for both the show and the participants. After ending the call, An Xing strolled over to the nearby sofa and sat down slowly, deftly unlocking his phone. He opened the trending topics list, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As expected, the popularity of the program aired last night continued to flourish, with numerous relevant trending topics prominently displayed on the list. Born for Music, the biggest dark horse, An Xing's team claiming the top 3 spots. Yang Yi's Forgetful Water, a heart-wrenching performance. Su Mingyao's heartfelt rendition of Across the Ocean to See You, truly a woman who understands a woman's heart. The latest campus ballads released, Painful Memories of Deskmate. Among these trending topics, in addition to the remarkable performances by the 3 individuals, An Xing's close-up shots during the program were frequently mentioned as well. However, as he scrolled down the screen, he could also spot a couple of discussions regarding his clashes of opinion with Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu during the program. Yet, in comparison to the previous trending topics, the popularity of these discussions was noticeably lower. The commentary section was relatively quiet, mostly consisting of scattered opinions, lacking widespread attention. Subsequently, An Xing switched to the PUA'd music platform. Upon entering the platform, he made a beeline for the song page featuring Yang Yi and the others' performances. He noticed that these songs had already been successfully released and heavily promoted by Muling. The date on the page was remarkably impressive. Topping the list was Lilac, with its playback numbers soaring to over 3 million and download figures reaching nearly 280 to 90,000. The numbers kept fluctuating upward, as if narrating the song's immense popularity. Following closely were Longing and Release, each surpassing 2 million plays, with download rates nearing 90%, equally outstanding achievements. As for Forgetful Water, Deskmate, and Across the Ocean to See You, although they had just been released last night and thus did not quite match the playback numbers of the first 3 songs, they still boasted nearly 1 million plays, with download rates astonishingly reaching 99%. The 6 songs shone like radiant stars, occupying positions 4 to 9 on this month's chart. A closer inspection revealed that their gap from the top 3 was not vast, with less than 1 million downloads separating them. With Muling's ongoing promotion, An Xing was confident that in just a day or 2, his songs would surely ascend to the pinnacle of the monthly chart, or even sweep the top 6 positions. The total download count for the 6 songs has now approached 9 million. If I were to claim 40% of that, it would indeed amount to over 3 million. An Xing silently calculated in his mind, and upon reaching the conclusion, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. His eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, filled with astonishment at how swiftly this fortune had come, far exceeding his expectations. However, An Xing quickly regained his composure, fully aware that such achievements were not mere happenstance. They were intrinsically linked to the exceptional quality of the songs themselves. The classic tracks he had brought forth possessed an inherent power and allure. Coupled with the outstanding performances by Yang Yi and his team on stage, the song's charm was displayed in all its glory. Furthermore, the vigorous promotion by the Muling team played a pivotal role, enabling these melodies to spread rapidly and reach a wider audience. An Xing understood that had he performed these songs himself, without such formidable promotional support, even achieving hundreds of thousands of plays over a month would have been a cause for gratitude. Chapter 49: An Opportunity for You. Yet you are ineffectual upon departing from Su Mingyao's residence. An Xing strolled leisurely along the streets, as the gentle spring breeze caressed him, carrying with it a subtle, floral fragrance. His thoughts lingered on the focused expressions of the students while they practiced their songs, and before he knew it, his steps had led him to the flower shop of Zhou Yusen. An Xing gently pushed open the door of the shop, and the familiar scent of flowers enveloped him instantly. Inside, Zhou Yusen sat behind the counter, her eyes fixated on her phone screen, evidently engrossed in her beloved television drama. "Not busy today?" An Xing inquired softly, a hint of amusement in his voice, breaking the tranquility of the shop. Zhou Yusen abruptly lifted her head, and upon seeing An Xing, her previously concentrated gaze brightened instantly. With a smile blossoming on her lips, she exclaimed, "What brings you here? Aren't you off to guide them?" "I've finished guiding them. Those kids are quite clever. With just a little prompt, they grasp everything," An Xing replied, naturally moving to sit beside Zhou Yusen. His tone was relaxed, as if mentoring the students and singing were the simplest of tasks. "I must say, little star, Has your mind suddenly been illuminated? How come every song you write sounds so delightful? Zhou Yusin paused her show, turned her head, and gazed at An Xing with eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. To her, each song An Xing had recently composed was more breathtaking than the last, each imbued with a heart-stirring magic. Feeling somewhat flustered by her praise, An Xing cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Well, perhaps it was a flash of inspiration that struck me unexpectedly, he chuckled, scratching his head with an air of mystery. The memories of his past life felt like a secret treasure, yet he found himself at a loss as to how to explain it to Zhou Yusin. So he opted for a light-hearted evasion. Your flashes of inspiration are rather swift, aren't they? Just last night, the keywords for the program were released, and today you've already composed 3 songs. Zhou Yusin tilted her head slightly, her gaze laced with skepticism as she scrutinized An Xing. Her tone carried astonishment, but more so, it reflected her admiration for his talent. Upon hearing her words, An Xing instinctively touched his head in confusion, asking, "How do you know this?" He was taken aback by Zhou Yusin's keen interest in his affairs, noting her familiarity with the program's intricacies. Zhou Yusin rolled her eyes at him, feigning disdain as she replied, "Please, I've watched every one of your shows. Besides, you just mentioned that you finished guiding. Doesn't that imply the songs have already been written?" As she spoke, she reached out and gently pinched An Xing's cheek, her gesture affectionate and natural. "I'm not foolish. I possess a bit of reasoning ability, you know." Her eyes sparkled with a playful glint, as if to declare that she wouldn't let him easily deceive her about anything. An Xing gazed at Zhou Yusin, and for some inexplicable reason, the phrase busty yet brainless flashed through his mind. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, "But they say busty women are brainless. How come in your case?" It turned out to be an exception. As soon as the words left his mouth, his gaze instinctively shifted downward, only to hastily avert itself, a slight frown creasing his brow as he silently berated himself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yusin's face flushed, followed by a mixture of annoyance and amusement as she purposely puffed out her chest and retorted with feigned indignation, "Humph, that's just a ruse." An array of thoughts flashed through An Xing's mind, and he exclaimed, "When did you get breast augmentation?" His expression was earnest, yet confusion brewed within him. They saw each other nearly every day. How could he be oblivious to such a significant change? Zhou Yusin shot him a fierce glare, her chest heaving as if his dense demeanor had infuriated her. "Then touch them and see if they're real or fake." At her challenge, An Xing shook his head vigorously, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he stammered, Never mind. With technology so advanced now, augmented ones feel just like the real thing. There's no point in checking." As he spoke, he instinctively recoiled, attempting to escape Zhou Yusin's seemingly predatory gaze. "You fool. Given the chance, you squander it." Zhou Yusin fumed, stamping her foot and reaching for An Xing's ear, her eyes blazing with fury. "Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Reacting swiftly, An Xing sidestepped and grasped Zhou Yusin's wrist, adopting a serious expression as he earnestly advised, "Yusin, as a young lady, you ought to be more gentle. With such a fiery temper, how will you ever find a husband?" This remark utterly incensed Zhou Yusin. She forcefully broke free from his grasp, snatching a nearby throw pillow and hurling it at him. "You infuriate me, you insufferable An Xing." An Xing, quick on his feet, ducked just in time, the pillow soaring past his head and striking a newcomer who had just crossed the threshold of the flower shop. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Zhou Yusin's face blanched as a flicker of panic crossed her features. Before she could finish her apology, her eyes widened in recognition as she exclaimed, "Asian?" Zhou Yusin's voice brimmed with surprise and confusion. Hearing her outburst, An Xing's heart sank, and he swiftly turned to see who stood at the entrance. It was Yang Yi's ex-wife, Asian, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, her hair neatly tied back, and a subtle touch of makeup enhancing her features, though her gaze held an inscrutable depth. "What brings you here?" An Xing's brow knitted in suspicion and irritation. He could not fathom why this woman had suddenly appeared and what her intentions might be. "I came to see you, and lo and behold, here you are," Asian replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if everything had unfolded according to her design. As she spoke, she casually approached a nearby chair and sat gracefully. Her movements so natural it was as if she were in her own home. Zhou Yusin stood rooted in place, her eyes scrutinizing Asian before she took small, tentative steps back to An Xing's side. Regarding Asian, Zhou Yusin felt no particular fondness. Their previous interactions were merely a result of Yang Yi. An Xing fixed his gaze upon Asian, his tone as frigid as the biting winds of winter. I have nothing to discuss with you. In his heart, Asian's actions towards Yang Yi filled him with disdain for this woman. I came to ask you to compose a song for Suziang. Asian seemed entirely oblivious to An Xing's coldness and hostility, continuing to speak with a nonchalance akin to discussing the weather. Chapter 50. How could a mouth as cold as 36 degrees utter such frigid words? Upon hearing this, An Xing was momentarily taken aback, but soon succumbed to laughter, a sound laced with derision and disbelief. He gazed at Asian as if she were the subject of a ludicrous jest. Have you truly lost your senses? How could you conceive such an absurd notion as having me write a song for Suziang? As he chuckled, he shook his head, deeming Asian's request utterly preposterous. If you are unwell, turn left and walk 1,000 meters. There's a clinic nearby. Hurry and seek help. An Xing's smile faded. His finger pointed dismissively toward the entrance as he spoke with unyielding rudeness. His eyes brimmed with disdain, as if he longed to cast Asian from his sight immediately. Asian, confronted by An Xing's frigid and unyielding gaze, felt a pang of anxiety, her brow instinctively knitting together. She attempted a final stand, her tone laced with a hint of grievance and confusion. We were classmates, after all. Can it be that because of my affair with Yang Yi, you have entirely disavowed our camaraderie? As she spoke, she slightly raised her head, her eyes searching for a glimmer of leniency on An Xing's face. Upon hearing her words, An Xing appeared to hear the most ludicrous of jokes, his smile morphing into a more sardonic expression. He gradually stood tall, his posture exuding unwavering resolve, his eyes reflecting an undeniable firmness. My previous amicability toward you stemmed solely from your relationship with my brother. His voice was not loud, yet each word seemed to be extracted through gritted teeth, dripping with scorn. But now, in my eyes, you are nothing less than a mere passerby. An Xing paused momentarily. Stepping forward, his finger firmly directed at the door, his voice rising abruptly. Now, I implore you to leave, at once. This place does not welcome you. Not a moment longer. His gaze was piercing, as if it could devour, fixated on Asian, radiating an aura that suggested if she dared utter another word, he would unceremoniously eject her. Asian was taken aback by An Xing's sudden rigidity, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at him, finding it hard to accept that this once familiar classmate could now be so heartless. What are you staring at? Hurry back to your pretty boy. Zhou Yusin, who had been simmering with anger nearby, could no longer contain herself. Witnessing Asian's predicament, she stepped forward, hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce as she coldly scoffed. Her eyes brimmed with contempt, as if Asian were something vile, unworthy of even a lingering glance. Fine, fine, since you are so devoid of compassion. Do not blame me for being impolite. Asian gritted her teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. Her face flushed crimson with indignation, her chest heaving violently, hands clenched tightly into fists, her nails nearly embedded in her palms. To her, she had merely made a modest request. Yet, An Xing and Zhou Yusin's utter lack of respect left her feeling her dignity had been profoundly insulted. Go away, and tell your pretty boy to wash his neck and wait. An Xing's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a disdainful smile that dripped with sarcasm and contempt. He understood all too well that Asian's so-called lack of courtesy was merely an empty display of bravado. This woman, reliant solely on the support of men, persist no genuine talent. She was not but a jester, utterly unworthy of his attention or even the slightest exertion of energy. Asian inhaled deeply, attempting to calm herself. Yet the seething anger and humiliation within her blazed like an unquenchable fire. With a fierce glare directed at An Xing and Zhou Yusin, she turned on her heel and swiftly exited the flower shop. I've long recognized her true nature. Only that foolish Yang Yi, blinded by love, remains utterly devoted to her, lost in a state of romantic delirium. Zhou Yusen let out a derisive snort, her face contorted in disdain, as if to convey that Asian was the most despicable person on earth. She sighed softly, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and nostalgia, as her thoughts inadvertently drifted back to the past. In those early days, when their group of friends first gathered, Asian had left a rather poor impression on everyone, exuding an uncomfortable aura that set them on edge. Privately, they had worried for Yang Yi, convinced that his relationship with Asian would yield no positive outcome. Yet, Yang Yi, as if under a spell, showered Asian with care and devotion, impervious to their pleas for caution. They refrained from being overly forceful in their intervention, recognizing that Yang Yi's affections were genuine. To accommodate his feelings, they treated Asian with utmost civility, even if their hearts harbored reluctance. An Xing shrugged helplessly, a faint smile of resignation gracing his features as he mused, "Ah, in this life, who hasn't he experienced a bit of folly? It is through the trials and tribulations that one truly grows." He squinted slightly, envisioning Yang Yi's current confident demeanor on stage, and remarked with satisfaction, "At least now, Yang Yi has indeed matured and steadied considerably. After all he has endured, there must be some gains." Yet, a flicker of concern lingered in An Xing's heart, pondering whether Yang Yi's impulsive heart, so easily swayed by love, had also begun to embrace a semblance of rationality. "But Xiao Xingxing, the way you stood up to her was simply spectacular, so manly," Zhou Yusen suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had uncovered a new world. Eagerly grasping An Xing's arm, her gaze brimming with admiration. As she spoke, she exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "How could your icy words come from such a warm heart?" And Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at her enthusiasm, feigning irritation as he replied, "Oh, please. The things you just said were far more ruthless than anything I uttered." A smile danced at the corners of his mouth, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Though he teased Zhou Yusen, he found her candid nature utterly charming. "What do you call this? It's a harmonious partnership. You charge ahead, and I shall surely follow closely, cheering you on." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yusen burst into triumphant laughter. With a playful smile, she winked at An Xing. An Xing gazed at the laughing Zhou Yusen, who was doubled over with mirth, and let out a resigned chuckle, shaking his head, his eyes filled with affection. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily remarked, "All right, enough laughter for now. Let's close up early today and head home for dinner." "Why?" Zhou Yusen's smile vanished in an instant, her face a canvas of curiosity. "An Xing has brought his girlfriend home, and our mother has prepared a sumptuous feast," An Xing replied, as he assisted Zhou Yusen in tidying up the shop, a look of eager anticipation gracing his features. "Wow, really? Then what are we waiting for? I must see just how beautiful An Xing's girlfriend is." Zhou Yusen exclaimed, her spirits instantly lifted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Like a gust of wind, she dashed to the door and swiftly pulled down the rolling shutter with a clang. Moments later, she bounced back, seizing An Xing's hand and urging, "Hurry, don't dawdle. I can hardly contain my excitement." The two exited the flower shop, with Zhou Yusen expertly mounting her petite electric scooter, while An Xing took his place on the rear seat. Turning her head to glance at An Xing, she mischievously declared, "Hold on tight. We're off." With the electric scooter roaring to life, they sped towards home. Chapter 51, Brother. Many of my classmates are your fans within the confines of the compound. Zhou Yusen skillfully maneuvered her electric scooter, coming to a steady halt at the designated spot. "Ah, look at this lovely couple. Their noses seem quite sensitive, returning as if drawn by an invisible scent." At the entrance, Grandpa Zhang, fanning himself with a tattered palm leaf fan, sat on a small stool basking in the sun. Upon catching sight of An Xing and Zhou Yusen, his face instantly blossomed into a broad smile, his eyes narrowing into slits as he jovially teased them. "Grandpa Zhang, you're at again." An Xing replied with a chuckle, feeling no embarrassment, but rather playfully bantering back with him. Grandpa Zhang was like a family elder, and such jesting felt particularly endearing. "Come on in. That boy in Chun has brought home a girlfriend, quite a charming one, like a celestial being," Grandpa Zhang exclaimed, gesturing with his fan towards An Xing's home, his smile growing ever more radiant, as if he were sharing a rare and delightful piece of news. An Xing and Zhou Yusin exchanged a knowing smile, instinctively quickening their pace. Upon entering the house, they found An Xing and his young girlfriend seated in the living room, engaged in conversation with An One. An Xing, with keen eyes, instantly spotted An Xing at the door, leaping up from the sofa in excitement, exclaiming, "Brother An, you're finally back. You little rascal, back to mooch off the food and drink again." An One pretended to grumble upon seeing An Xing, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner joy. An Xing, ignoring his father's words, strode purposefully to An Xing's side, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, his face beaming with approval. "Kid, well done. Your girlfriend seems exceptional, far more accomplished than I was at your age." He then politely turned his gaze to An Xing's girlfriend, scrutinizing her closely. The young lady had brows as delicate as distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, and skin as fair as snow, exuding an innate grace. What captivated him further was the unique aura of elegance and vigor she radiated. An Xing mused to himself. It seemed likely that, like An Xing, she too hailed from a police academy background. "Brother, you mustn't be modest. The songs you wrote for the show are immensely popular. Many of my classmates are your loyal fans, humming your tunes daily. I feel like I'm basking in your glory." An Xing's face was alight with excitement, his eyes sparkling, his tone brimming with pride for his brother. He animatedly gestured, attempting to convey the admiration his classmates held for An Xing's music. "You rascal, always flattering me." An Xing laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Though he spoke lightly, he secretly relished the praise. He slightly turned his body to regard the quietly standing Mu Yunyan, a gentle smile gracing his features as he politely said, "Sister-in-law, hello, I'm An Xing, An Xing's elder brother. Welcome to our home." "Hello, brother. My name is Mu Yunyan," she replied warmly. "To be honest, I am particularly fond of the songs you have penned. Each one has been replayed countless times. The melodies and lyrics possess an almost magical quality, profoundly resonating with the heart." Mu Yunyan wore a gentle smile on her face, her voice soft yet imbued with sincerity. She slightly tilted her head back, her gaze reflecting a hint of admiration as she regarded An Xing, as if she were beholding an idol. "Yunyan, this is your sister-in-law, Zhou Yusin." An Xing, having noticed the greeting exchange between An Xing and Mu Yunyan, hastily introduced with a mischievous grin. He emphasized the term sister-in-law, casting a furtive glance at Zhou Yusin and An Xing's reactions. "Hello, Sister Yusin." Upon hearing the term of endearment, Mu Yunyan immediately extended her hand with warmth, her eyes brimming with friendliness as she looked at Zhou Yusin. She had long heard An Xing speak of Zhou Yusin and was filled with curiosity and affection for this future sister-in-law. The moment Zhou Yusin heard the term sister-in-law, her face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes narrowing into delightful slits. She eagerly grasped Mu Yunyan's hand tightly, as though greeting a long-lost friend, chattering away. "Oh my, Yunyan, it's so wonderful to finally meet you. Please tell me how you and An Xing became acquainted." As she spoke, she pulled Mu Yunyan to the nearby sofa, and the two engaged in an intimate conversation. An Xing, upon hearing An Xing's introduction, instinctively shot him a disapproving glance, her eyes seemingly conveying, "How could you introduce her like that?" An Xing, feeling the weight of An Xing's gaze, sheepishly retracted his neck, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Ahem! At that moment, An One, who had been left on the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat a few times, attempting to capture everyone's attention. A blend of helplessness and embarrassment painted his face as he thought to himself, "As a father, I feel as if I am becoming invisible here. Dad, are you feeling unwell?" And Xing finally turned her attention to her father, her eyes filled with concern. "Oomph." And when scoffed lightly, feeling somewhat displeased yet reluctant to express it, he stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and said, "I'll go check if your mother has prepared dinner. It's already quite late, and my stomach is growling." With that, he made his way to the kitchen, leaving the others in the living room exchanging glances, followed by a burst of cheerful laughter. "Brother, have you completed the song you wrote for the trainees in the next episode?" and Chen's eyes widened with excitement as he eagerly grasped An Xing's arm. Mu Yunyan, who had been engrossed in her lively conversation with Zhou Yusin, instantly perked up at An Chen's words. She slightly turned her body, halting her chatter, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she fixed her gaze upon An Xing, observing their eager demeanor. An Xing's lips curled into a confident smile, radiating assurance that everything was under control. Of course, when it comes to your brother, is there anything I cannot manage? Do not underestimate my capabilities. As he spoke, he gently patted An Xing on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting the pride of an older brother. Wow, brother, you are incredible. You are truly my idol. An Xing's eyes widened in astonishment, his face brimming with admiration as he suddenly gave a thumbs up to An Xing. In just a single day, Ngu had composed a song. The speed of this creative endeavor was truly remarkable. Stay calm. Once the next episode airs, you will see. An Xing pretended to adopt a sage-like demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head slightly with a teasing smile. His affected posturing elicited hearty laughter from An Xing, Mu Yunyan, and Zhou Yusin, filling the living room with joyous sounds and an increasingly warm atmosphere. At that moment, An emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming platter of dishes. Noticing the laughter in the living room, he couldn't help but smile and remarked, An Xing, you rascal, always just chatting away. Why don't you come and help serve the food? He then turned to An Xing, instructing, An Xing, run and fetch your parents. Dinner is ready, and it's time to eat. Upon hearing An Wen's words, everyone sprang into action. An Xing responded with a smile and quickly headed toward the kitchen, while An Xing nimbly rose and called out as he dashed outside. Got it, I'll go get them right away. Mu Yunyan and Zhou Yusin also stood up, beginning to help set the table. In no time, the house was filled with a lively and bustling ambience. Chapter 52. His influence extends beyond our imagination in a daze. Several days have quietly slipped away. The production team of You Are Born for this witnessed An Xing striding into the contestants' lounge accompanied by Yang Yi, Su Mengyao, and Han Liang. At that moment, other mentors were seated with their respective contestants, attentively discussing various competition matters, each preparing diligently for the impending contest. The arrival of An Xing and his companions instantly captivated everyone's attention, as all eyes turned toward them. An Xing's radiant demeanor suggested an unwavering confidence in tonight's competition, as if victory were already in his grasp. Lei Menglin was the first to respond, a broad smile lighting up his face, his laughter resonating in the lounge, shattering the previously tense atmosphere. Oh, and Laosher, you mustn't say that. The essence of participating in a competition is to relish the experience. Friendship comes first, and competition second. An Xing waved his hand slightly, a humble smile gracing his features, his tone casual and relaxed, as if this competition were merely a routine gathering. However, the subtle curve of his lips and the confident gleam in his eyes betrayed a deep-seated conviction. You too. Qin Lanfeng observed the pair with a gentle shake of her head, a tender smile illuminating her face. All right, enough chit-chat. The program is about to commence, and we must prepare ourselves. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. And Xing nodded in agreement, then turned to gaze successively at Yang Yi, Su Mengyao, and Han Liang. He extended his hand, firmly patting their shoulders, his eyes resolute and brimming with anticipation as he earnestly declared, Remember, perform well and do not bring me shame. Showcase the fruits of your practice over these past few days. I believe in you. With that, An Xing straightened his posture and, alongside Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfeng, exited the lounge with measured strides. Their figures vanished at the doorway, while Yang Yi and his companions remained rooted in place, taking deep breaths, their eyes alight with determination. Yang Yuxia, beside Su Xiang, focused intently as she imparted a few final words of advice. Once she finished, she turned leisurely, joining Wu Yu in following closely behind and Xing Yang Laosher. Do you still intend to challenge An Xing during tonight's competition? Wu Yu inquired, leaning closer to Yang Yuxia and lowering his voice, a hint of anxiety mingling with a touch of anticipation in his gaze. He discreetly observed Yang Yuxia's expression, seemingly apprehensive about touching upon a sensitive subject. Upon hearing his question, Yang Yuxia paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Then, she turned to face Wu Yu directly, retorting, "What? Are you not planning to challenge him?" Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable force. "Of course I will. Last time, I failed to create any significant impact, and the company has expressed their discontent with me. This time, they have issued a stern directive, insisting that I must stir up some excitement in this episode." Wu Yu furrowed his brow, his face reflecting a mix of helplessness and anxiety. As he spoke, he curled his lip as if voicing his grievances. Deep down, he recognized that his previous inability to fulfill the company's expectations had placed him in a precarious position. This time, he needed to make an impression, or life at the company would become increasingly challenging. Since that's the case, why ask so many questions? Just follow my lead, and I guarantee the show will come alive, Yang Yuxia replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her smile bore a hint of cunning, as if she had already devised a grand plan in her mind. She lifted her chin slightly, her eyes exuding confidence, suggesting that everything was well within her control. Upon hearing her words, Wu Yu's eyes brightened, as if he had caught a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He nodded eagerly, his face beaming with enthusiasm, declaring, "All right, Teacher Yang, I'll follow your lead." His heart swelled with anticipation, envisioning the sensational effect they would create together under Yang Yuxia's guidance. Welcome to the exclusive presentation of Sound of Your Life, brought to you by Tomato Network. I am your host, Zhao Ning. As Zhao Ning's opening remarks resonated, the show commenced. Finally, it's on air. I've been waiting for days. It feels like my flowers have wilted. I'm so looking forward to it. I wonder what shocking songs Teacher An will unveil this time. I predict that if the 3 members of Teacher An's team don't secure a top 3 finish today, I'll livestream myself in front of fan. Someone said the same last time, and it ended up being a non-issue. As the show began, the live broadcast room burst open like a dam, with viewers flooding in like a tidal wave. Within mere minutes, hundreds of thousands of avatars flickered across the screen, and this number continued to surge at an astonishing rate. Backstage, Director Zhang Feng's brow was furrowed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the data screen before him. Assistant Xiao Li stood nearby, equally tense, afraid to breathe, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he monitored the fluctuating data in real time. Director Zhang, the viewership in the live room has already surpassed 1 million. Xiao Li's voice trembled with excitement. It was remarkable that the program had reached such an astounding figure right from the start, far exceeding anyone's expectations. He mused to himself, if this trend continued, the upcoming figures could be astronomical, perhaps even reaching 1.5 million or 2 million. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Feng nodded slightly, though a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Yes, this aligns closely with my expectations. His voice remained steady and composed, as though everything was under his control. Yet, only he understood that this achievement far surpassed his initial projections. He initially believed that achieving 600,000 to 700,000 viewers for the 3rd episode would signify considerable success. However, the current reality has far exceeded his expectations. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a resolute glimmer shining within them, as he silently vowed to elevate this program to unprecedented heights, aiming for 3 million viewers online. He aspired for it to become a truly phenomenal music show, igniting an unparalleled storm within the entertainment industry. Director Zhang, look at these comments. They are all discussing An Xing, Xiao Li remarked, swiftly maneuvering the mouse to enlarge the comment interface. The screen was inundated with a flurry of comments, akin to falling snowflakes, with nearly 3 out of every 5 comments devoted to An Xing. In contrast, the equally prominent Qin Lanfeng and Wu Yu appeared somewhat dim in comparison. One is a well-known first-tier singer, and the other a popular star, yet their allure pales beside that of An Xing. This is quite understandable, as the quality of the songs composed by An Xing is extraordinarily high. Zhang Feng sighed softly, a trace of admiration illuminating his face. Each of the 6 songs he had written for the contestant had ascended the monthly charts, and his melodies now resonate through every street and alley, heard wherever one goes. His influence has far surpassed our imagination. Zhang Feng paused momentarily, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. unless the quality of An Xing's songs declines in this episode. His popularity will only continue to surge. At this thought, Zhang Feng instinctively clenched his fists, his palms damp with perspiration. He silently prayed that An Xing would not falter in this episode. It is essential to maintain a high standard of creation, bringing forth more surprises and breakthroughs for the program. Chapter 53. Over the fire, the 9 contestants sequentially drew lots for their performance order. The wheel of fate gently turned, and the first fortunate soul to grace the stage was Lin Yueshi. As the sole representative of Wu Yu's team, she bore the hopes of her entire group. With the pulsating music erupting unexpectedly, Lin Yueshi transformed into a meteor ignited, radiating brilliance upon the stage. Her body moved with abandon to the rhythm, each gesture imbued with strength and fervor, as if she sought to ignite the entire venue. The audience was instantly captivated by her zeal, their cheers and screams echoing in waves. At the judges' table, An Xing leaned forward slightly, his gaze unwaveringly following Lin Yueshi's form, nodding occasionally. In his mind, he silently praised the choreography for its ingenuity, noting the fluidity and emotional impact of her movements. The dancer's expressiveness was remarkable, creating a lively atmosphere that enveloped the stage. However, when her singing harmonized with the music, An Xing furrowed his brow slightly. In comparison to the stunning dance, her vocal performance appeared somewhat lacking, with flaws in pitch and breath control. Nonetheless, An Xing reconsidered. In such a performance style, audiences often prioritize the vitality and visual impact on stage, rarely dissecting the minutiae of the song as they would in a purely vocal recital. After Lin Yueshi's performance concluded, the stage momentarily plunged into darkness. Soon after, a spotlight pierced through the gloom like a sword, illuminating the center of the stage where Gu Xinglan, a contestant from Qin Lanfei's team, made his entrance. As the music began, his voice flowed like a gentle stream, instantly transporting the audience to a different realm. An Xing reclined in his chair, attentively listening to Gu Xinglan's rendition. In his view, Gu Xinglan's prowess among the contestants was indeed commendable, showcasing a high standard in both timbre and vocal technique. Gu Xinglan's performance was met with enthusiastic applause and cheers from the audience. When the stage lights dimmed once more and then reignited, all eyes were drawn to the entrance of the stage. Yang Yi ascended with measured steps, his expression radiating determination and confidence, as if the entire world had narrowed down to him and the stage before him. Meanwhile, the large screen displayed the song information, Over the Fire, performed by Yang Yi, composed and penned by An Xing. Upon seeing the title, Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfei, who had been reclining in their chairs, immediately sat upright. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, their hearts brimming with questions. What kind of masterpiece could An Xing have crafted from the elements of love, indulgence, helplessness, fire, and forgiveness? In their imaginations, this song might unleash an emotional tempest or unfold as a delicate introspective monologue. They were eager to listen, yearning to witness yet another musical miracle from An Xing. In the backstage of the program, Director Zhang Feng fixated his gaze upon the screen before him, his eyes unblinking as if attempting to penetrate its very essence. Assistant Xiao Li stood nearby, scarcely daring to breathe, his hands clenching instinctively into fists, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Both were acutely aware that Yang Yi's forthcoming performance would decisively influence the trajectory of the show, which was teetering on the brink of success. Its significance was unmistakable. Within the contestants' lounge, the lighting was dim and the atmosphere stifling. Su Xiang sat alone in a corner, leaning forward as he fixated on the silhouette of Yang Yi on the large screen. His gaze was rife with resentment and jealousy, his teeth clenched, and his lips twitching slightly. I am eager to see what tricks Yang Yi and that An Xing will conjure this time, he muttered inwardly, his hands tightly balled into fists, knuckles whitening with the strain. It was as though he sought to vent his discontent towards Yang Yi through this clenched grip. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, a Zhen curled up on the sofa, enveloped by darkness, save for the faint glow of the television screen illuminating her somewhat haggard face. She watched intently as Yang Yi's every move unfolded before her, her eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. The simple yet melancholic strains of the piano flowed like a gentle stream through the quiet night, each note resonating with a soulful essence, striking at the heartstrings of the audience and evoking a sense of desolation and oppression, as if drawing them into a world steeped in sorrow and inevitability. Standing at the center of the stage, Yang Yi appeared somewhat solitary. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling dramatically, as if endeavoring to absorb all the emotions of the world. A profound sadness glimmered in his eyes, akin to the faintest star in the night sky, stirring a sense of compassion in those who beheld him. Gradually, he raised his hand, gently bringing the microphone closer to his lips, which quivered slightly as he began to sing softly. Have I promised you too much? Or was what I offered simply insufficient? You always have countless reasons, while I have consistently attuned myself to your feelings. Yang Yi tilted his head slightly back, his pure and crystalline voice, like a mountain stream, resonated through the air above the stage. This brief passage of lyrics incisively dissected the intricate and bewildering emotions within the realm of love. In an instant, the previously murmuring audience fell into a profound silence. Everyone instinctively halted their actions, leaning forward, their eyes riveted upon Yang Yi upon the stage. Their expressions gradually morphed into ones of focus and enchantment, as if drawn by an invisible force, slowly immersing themselves in the essence of his song. Their thoughts drifted into a realm fraught with emotional entanglements, experiencing the protagonist's confusion and helplessness. Let you go wild, let you indulge, believing that one day you would be moved. Regarding the rumors, I feigned indifference. Yang Yi's voice continued to flow on the stage, each note resembling a seed imbued with deep emotion, falling into the hearts of the audience. The lyrics, akin to a divine stroke of genius, vividly portray the unwavering indulgence and acceptance one partner extends to another within the realm of love. The bittersweet essence of being ground to dust in affection, yet resolutely holding on despite the helplessness, is etched with profound intensity. Seated on the mentor's platform, Lei Menglin's originally sharp gaze gradually softens as his eyes gently close, his expression easing as if he were being led by the melody into a realm exclusively his own. Qin Lanfei also delicately shuts her eyes, her elongated fingers subconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest, perhaps marking the rhythm of the song or reflecting the emotional tides within her heart. In this world woven by melodies, they seem to rediscover echoes of their past selves, be it a love that etched itself indelibly into their souls or an unforgettable moment. In stark contrast, Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu exhibited entirely different reactions. Yang Yuxia furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated intently on Yang Yi, revealing a subtle complexity in her eyes. Wu Yu too slightly knitted his brows, his lips pressed together, his previously casual posture now noticeably stiffened. They had anticipated identifying flaws in Yang Yi's performance, yet his nearly flawless rendition left them at a loss. Even more surprisingly, this seemingly simple song quietly unlocked a long-sealed door deep within their hearts, stirring emotions in soft corners they had yet to acknowledge, creating ripples of sentiment within. Chapter 54. How could I bear to blame you for your mistakes? Only when all dreams have shattered can one see your tears and regrets. How I long to give you another chance, how I yearn to ask whom you truly love. Yang Yi's voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, gently weaving through the lyrics. The song's essence, filled with helplessness and forgiveness, surged forth like a tidal wave. With a profound understanding of music, he skillfully manipulated the nuances of his voice, peeling back the layers of sorrow, reluctance, and determination, presenting these complex emotions to the audience in an unfolding manner. His voice, at times deep and mournful, resembled a wandering soul lost in darkness, expressing endless sorrow. At other moments, it rose slightly, imbued with a stubborn resolve, as if questioning fate itself. The audience below appeared spellbound, ensnared by the poignant melody, unable to extricate themselves. Those sensitive souls had eyes brimming with tears, their faces etched with sorrow. In the embrace of Yang Yi's song, they seemed to traverse time, returning to their own painful pasts, The memories of suffering, struggle, and helplessness surged forth like a relentless tide, ensnaring them in its grasp. At the back of the venue, director Zhang Feng stood before the monitor, intently observing every movement of Yang Yi on stage. His breath quickened, his chest heaving violently, and he could no longer suppress a deep breath, attempting to calm the tempest of emotions raging within him. In that moment, he felt something deep within him, something he had long held on to, quietly shattering. It was an indescribable sensation, as if this song was not merely for the audience, but resonating within his very soul, awakening emotions he had buried for far too long. Meanwhile, Assistant Xiao Li stood nearby, fixated on the data screen of the live broadcast. He watched as the number of online viewers skyrocketed like a rocket, breaking records with each passing second. He understood that Yang Yi's performance had undoubtedly propelled the program to a new zenith. Since love is fraught with complexities, one must not evade but confront it with courage. Having given his heart, can it be reclaimed? In the dimly lit contestants' lounge, Su Xiang sat in silence, his mouth slightly agape. Yang Yi's heartfelt singing had unlocked a long-sealed door within his memories, and a flood of unendurable past rushed forth. Once, he too was a passionate romantic, filled with beautiful dreams of love. Yet, the harshness of reality struck him like a heavy blow, shattering his dreams of romance. Due to his poverty, he could not provide a better life for the girl he cherished, helplessly watching her step away from his world, laden with despair and disappointment. In that moment, his heart felt as if it had been torn into countless fragments, pain and despair clinging to him like shadows. It was in that instant he silently vowed to rise above it all at any cost. He firmly believes that only by possessing wealth can one attain everything and prevent the loss of cherished possessions. At this moment, Su Xiang gazes at Yang Yi on stage, radiant yet deeply melancholic, as if witnessing the reflection of his former self, humble and helpless in love. A complex emotion flickers in his eyes, a blend of nostalgia for the past and resignation to the present. She taught you a lesson. I shall impart one to her as well, Su Xiang murmurs softly, a bitter smile curling his lips, steeped in self-mockery and resolve. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Asian, curled up on the sofa, feels the dampness on her cheeks. Trembling, she reaches out a hand, gently wiping away the incessant flow of tears, her lips quivering, yet unable to form coherent words. Is this your inner monologue directed at me? Asian gazes at Yang Yi's figure in the live stream, her voice barely a whisper, fragile like a flickering candle in the wind. Her thoughts drift back to the past when Yang Yi was so forgiving and indulgent toward her. No matter how capricious her demands, he would acquiesce without hesitation. Regardless of her wrongdoings, he would gently forgive. After marriage, he cradled her in his hands, utterly devoted and caring. Yet, amidst this boundless adoration, she lost herself, becoming increasingly reckless. Failing to cherish what she had, she ultimately shattered their love with her own hands. With this realization, Asian's shoulders tremble slightly, tears cascading forth like a torrent. Her body curls tighter, as if that could envelop her inner anguish and regret. In the resonance of Yang Yi's song, she finally confronts the mistakes of her past, her heart heavy with remorse and guilt towards him. How could I bear to blame you for your mistakes? It was I who granted you too much freedom, leading to your loneliness, plunging you into the whirlpool of emotions. As the chorus erupts, Yang Yi skillfully manipulates the dynamics of his voice. At times, it wails softly, gently articulating his inner turmoil and pain. At others, it rises in passionate cries, allowing emotions to explode in an instant. He layers the sentiments of the song, gradually elevating its essence. Each note resonates with his profound understanding of the piece, every lyric seeming to burst forth from the depths of his soul. Through his performance, the audience feels as if they have entered a world rich with love's anguish and compassion, intimately touching the struggles and helplessness of the protagonist in love. They sense the relentless pain that shadows them, alongside the enduring grace that persists despite the scars. In the audience, those once absorbed in the melody are now ignited with emotion. Tears stream uncontrollably from their eyes, tracing down their cheeks and falling to the ground. Unable to contain their fervor any longer, they rise one by one, lifting their hands high, swaying gently to the rhythm of Yang Yi's song. At that moment, the entire venue is enveloped in a fervent, emotional atmosphere. How could I bear to see you suffer? It was I who granted you your freedom, perhaps excessively so. If you wish to soar, I shall bear the pain. Yang Yi's melodious voice reverberates, akin to the surging waves of the ocean. Layer upon layer, it elevates the selfless love and tolerance for one's beloved to an exhilarating climax. Each note he sings is imbued with boundless affection. The audience finds themselves enveloped in the world conjured by his song, as if they are present, experiencing the protagonist's inner turmoil and resolve. Their eyes glisten with emotion, and their thoughts drift to distant memories of selfless moments of love in their own lives, or of times when they were cherished with such profound tenderness. Over the Fire by Jeff Chong, lyrics by Chun Jiaming, music by Chao Junhong, released in 1995. Chapter 55, a fiery performance, forever the backup. In a live broadcast room, the barrage of comments poured forth at this moment. A fiery performance, forever the backup. Alas, I have long since deviated from the path. Yet I insist on witnessing how far I can go. After a breakup, do you still remember your ex? How to put it, remembering seems too fickle. Forgetting feels too heartless. To be honest, that person is like a tree I crashed into. It hurt immensely. From now on, I will walk around that tree. Perhaps after a long time, I will forget how painful the collision was. Yet, that tree will always remain. Reflecting on it, I still feel regret. 3 years together. Not even a single photograph. Only a pile of worthless chat logs. Morning porridge is more palatable than midnight wine. Those who deceive you speak more sweetly than those who love you. I don't care. As long as it's her, I shall embrace the mess. In games, you know to surrender when you cannot win. In work, you recognize when to give up. Yet when the one you adore does not reciprocate, you stubbornly refuse to relent. One can only say you deserve it. As the final note faded into the air like a shooting star, the venue fell into a brief silence, which was swiftly shattered by thunderous applause. The applause surged like a relentless tide, ebbing and flowing in waves. The audience rose in unison, their faces aglow with excitement, their hands fervently clapping. In the most ardent manner, they expressed their admiration for Yang Yi's remarkable performance. Host Zhao Ning gracefully approached the center of the stage, her smile radiant, her gaze filled with appreciation for Yang Yi. Grasping the microphone, her voice resonated clearly and powerfully. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to contestant Yang Yi for delivering such a soul-stirring performance. Now, let us invite the mentors to share their insights. As Zhao Ning's words echoed, the stage lights instantaneously focused on the panel of mentors, with the cameras swiftly turning to capture their expressions. Lei Menglin and Xin Lanfei slowly opened their eyes, their gaze still lingering with the enchantment and emotion of the music. It must be said, Teacher and consistently surprises us in the most unexpected ways. Lei Menglin was the first to seize the microphone, his voice brimming with passion and admiration. The indulgence and helplessness of love were exquisitely portrayed in this song. The kind of tolerance expressed sounded so melancholic, evoking a deep sense of reflection. He paused momentarily, his eyes shining with contemplation, and continued. One party's indulgence and tolerance do not grant the other the liberty to act recklessly and without restraint. This precisely underscores the theme of fire. At this point, Lei Menglin turned to An Xing, a smile of admiration gracing his face as he raised his thumb and exclaimed, Teacher An, you are extraordinary. Your creative talent is simply astonishing. Hearing this, An Xing responded with a polite smile, giving a slight nod. However, deep within, he had grown somewhat numb to Lei Menglin's incessant praise. After all this time, he had grown accustomed to Lei Menglin's boasting. Once Lei Menglin took his seat, Xin Lanfei gracefully rose to her feet. Clearing her throat, her voice was gentle yet profoundly resonant. Yang Yi's performance evoked a remarkably unique sensation within me. He did not merely interpret the song. Rather, he seemed to narrate a poignant tale of love. Her eyes sparkled as if reminiscing about each moving moment encapsulated in the song. This narrative possessed a powerful allure, drawing every listener into its depths, allowing them to empathize as if they had personally experienced an unforgettable romance. In just 3 simple sentences, Qin Lanfei bestowed high praise upon Yang Yi. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu. Wu Yu remained seated, showing no immediate intention to rise. Instead, he slightly tilted his head, directing his gaze toward Yang Yuxia. Backstage, Yang Yuxia had fervently asserted that he should follow her lead, and now he awaited her words. A faint smile graced Yang Yuxia's lips, concealing an elusive meaning. She stood up at a measured pace, her demeanor composed as she began from a professional standpoint. This song, crafted by Teacher, and is indeed impeccable. Both the melody and lyrics are masterpieces. She paused briefly, then shifted her tone to one of gravity. However, I must speak candidly. Regarding Yang Yi's recent performance, it does not meet my standards. Her words ignited a stir among the audience, whispers rippling through the crowd, their faces etched with astonishment. Seemingly unfazed by the commotion, Yang Yuxia continued methodically. Throughout the performance, Yang Yi's breath control was commendably steady, which deserves acknowledgement. Yet, in terms of his overall grasp of the song, I believe he fell significantly short, particularly in the chorus, which serves as the emotional climax of the piece. I feel he could have unleashed the heart-wrenching emotions contained within, projecting them powerfully to elevate the audience's experience. At this juncture, she gently shook her head, a hint of regret flickering in her gaze. In reality, he merely raised his volume slightly, lacking the profound impact that should have resonated from such a performance, rendering it quite unsuccessful. No sooner had Yang Yuxia concluded her critique than Wu Yu sprang from his seat like a coiled spring, his face flushed with excitement. I believe what Teacher Yang said is absolutely correct, he exclaimed before swiftly returning to his seat, as if he had accomplished a most significant task. An Xing, seated among the mentors, could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing their evaluations. He took a deep breath, slowly rising to his feet, his gaze piercing and unwavering as he fixed it upon Yang Yuxia. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Teacher Yang, your perspective holds merit. However, there are aspects that you may not fully comprehend. Upon hearing An Xing's response, Yang Yuxia slightly raised an eyebrow, a subtle flicker of challenge dancing in her eyes. Addressing An Xing with deliberate emphasis, she remarked, "Oh, then I invite you, Teacher An, to generously enlighten me with your insights." An Xing lifted his chin slightly, surveying the audience before speaking deliberately. I believe everyone is well aware of the keywords drawn by contestant Yang Yi, 2 of which are the helplessness and tolerance inherent in love. The expression of such emotions need not be conveyed through heart-wrenching displays. Excessive outpouring may render feelings superficial. Resembling me à lamentation. He paused momentarily before continuing, asserting that Yang Yi's seemingly restrained singing style precisely conveys the helplessness and tolerance of love in a nuanced and profound manner, reaching the audience in its entirety. I am confident that every attentive listener can genuinely perceive the emotional depth embedded within his song. At this juncture, An Xing's gaze once again locked onto Yang Yuxia, a hint of inquiry lacing his tone. As a seasoned mentor in the music realm, surely you must be aware of this, Teacher Yang? His words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of thought throughout the room. Chapter 56, indeed. Teacher An is remarkable. After a brief moment of silence, the venue erupted with thunderous applause as the audience lauded An Xing's brilliant interpretation. Qin Lanfei, seated nearby, gazed at An Xing, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. She nodded gently, fully endorsing An Xing's explanation, her eyes brimming with admiration. Brothers, I just try what Teacher Yang mentioned. A heart-wrenching roar is truly inappropriate. It's likely to attract complaints from next door. Regardless, I believe Teacher An is correct. Yang Yi's subdued singing style just now profoundly illustrated the helplessness of the one in a disadvantaged position in love. Indeed, the key word is tolerance. Would you roar at someone you have forgiven? In the live streaming room, a multitude of netizens overwhelmingly sided with An Xing. Yang Yuxia, seated at the mentor's table, felt her smile freeze upon hearing An Xing's well-reasoned rebuttal, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She had never anticipated that An Xing would deftly utilize Yang Yi's keywords to counter her so incisively and precisely. In that moment, she felt as though she were firmly anchored in place, her mind a blank, unable to conjure any words of rebuttal. After a brief silence, Yang Yuxia forced a strained smile, which appeared somewhat rigid and unnatural. She leaned slightly forward, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation and unwillingness, stating, "Teacher, it is indeed remarkable. It was my oversight. I was abrupt." With that, she quickly took her seat, seemingly attempting to mask her inner embarrassment with emotion. Deep down, Yang Yuxia understood that An Xing had just invoked her title. Should she attempt to rebut further, it would undoubtedly portray her as unprofessional and narrow-minded, only exacerbating her humiliation before the audience. Seated nearby, Wu Yu felt a tumult of complex emotions, akin to a bottle of mixed flavors spilled over. Observing Yang Yuxia's discomfiture, he felt a pang of regret, recalling how confidently she had pounded her chest backstage, assuring him that everything was under her control, urging him to follow her lead to create ample topics for discussion on the show. Yet now, in their first encounter, Yang Yuxia was rendered speechless by An Xing's words. Wu Yu couldn't help but internally grumble. This Yang Yuxia appears quite decisive, yet at a crucial moment, she is so unreliable. Had I known, I should have relied on myself next time. I can no longer place my hopes on her. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his expression growing increasingly grim. He could only clench his fists, contemplating how to confront An Xing in the future. After all, if he failed to complete the tasks assigned by the company, his future resources would dwindle significantly. Let us express our gratitude to Yang Yi for his splendid performance. Now, let's welcome the next contestant to the stage. The host's voice, brimming with passion and vitality, resonated like a resounding bell throughout the studio. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Yang Yi descended from the stage, bearing a hint of fatigue, yet unable to conceal his excitement. Ascending the stage was none other than Su Ziyang. His songs continued to be meticulously crafted by that renowned lyricist and composer, undoubtedly kindling considerable anticipation for his performance. As the music commenced, the melody was lively and fluid, immediately showcasing a commendable standard. However, after only a brief moment of listening, An Xing merely shook his head gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Su Ziyang's vocal performance was, regrettably, subpar, with several conspicuous instances of off-key notes throughout the song. The originally harmonious and beautiful melody was marred by these blunders, rendering it particularly jarring to the ears. An Xing could not help but murmur to himself. Could it be that this fellow was so moved by Yang Yi's singing that he became emotionally overwhelmed, leading to his evident disarray? Observing Su Ziyang closely, he noticed that the young man's eyes were slightly reddened, as if he had just undergone an emotional outpouring. Strangely, however, the song he was performing was not one of sorrow, leaving An Xing perplexed. Instinctively, he cast a glance towards Yang Yuxia beside him, who, in an instant, wore a face of deep disappointment, her previously expectant gaze now filled with frustration and anger. Clearly, she had never anticipated that the Su Ziyang she held in such high regard would falter so drastically on such a significant stage. At last, Su Ziyang's performance came to an end. The audience initially fell into a brief silence, before a smattering of scattered applause emerged. An Xing found himself devoid of any desire to comment. He understood all too well that the eyes of the public are discerning. Su Ziyang's mistakes were evident to all, requiring no further elaboration from him. Shortly thereafter, Wei Jiasin from Qin Lanfei's team stepped onto the stage with a light and buoyant stride. She resembled a lively and charming sprite, capturing the audience's attention the moment she appeared. Her sweet smile and sparkling eyes instantly transformed the atmosphere into one of light-hearted joy. The enthusiasm of the audience remained unabated, as cheers and applause surged towards her, warmly welcoming this little angel of the stage. Wei Jiasin was like a vibrant nightingale, her melodious voice painting a vivid tapestry upon the stage. As the final note gently faded, the stage lights flickered in a dreamlike dance before abruptly reigniting. the intense brilliance instantly seizing everyone's gaze. Han Liang's upright figure emerged like a dazzling new star amidst this radiance. He stood tall, his demeanor exuding determination and confidence. In the mentor's seat, Lei Menglin, who had been reclining slightly, immediately straightened his posture, his eyes fixed intently on Han Liang on stage, brimming with anticipation. Qin Lan Fei was no exception. She elegantly adjusted her skirt and sat up straight, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Both of them were filled with reverie regarding the keywords Han Liang had drawn. Campus, seasons, youth, growth time. What poignant and evocative song might these poetic and storied words conjure together? Wu Yu and Yang Yuxia, too, shook off their earlier languor, suddenly invigorated and alert. They could only recall that as the program progressed, opportunities to create topics and showcase their influence had become increasingly scarce. At this moment, they were filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipating the unexpected creations that An Xing would produce in response to such keywords. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, director Zhang Feng's emotions roiled like a tumultuous sea. Difficult to calm, he fixated intently on the monitoring screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes betraying a hint of tension and anticipation. At this juncture, the number of viewers in the live broadcast had skyrocketed to over 1,800,000, a figure that filled him with both astonishment and exhilaration. He silently prayed, yearning for the program to continue to work its miracles, hoping that the viewer count would successfully soar to the heights of 2 million. The song's information gradually appeared on the screen. Chapter 57. The Tale of Time performed by Han Liang, composed by An Xing, lyrics by An Xing in an instant. The eyes of Lei Menglin sparkled like stars. As a celebrated lyricist and composer in the music industry, the mere sight of this song title felt like discovering a hidden treasure. He inwardly marveled at An Xing's brilliance. With just these 5 simple characters, he artfully intertwined the themes of campus life, the changing seasons, youth, growth, and the passage of time. The prelude of the song wafted in like a gentle breeze. The crisp strumming of the acoustic guitar resonated repeatedly, akin to a pair of tender hands softly knocking on the long-sealed door of memory. Each note danced with vitality, reminiscent of a babbling brook, guiding the listeners to involuntarily revisit the past, as scenes long buried by time gradually emerged in clarity within their minds. As the melody gently progressed, the strings joined in like ethereal spirits, the lilting tones of the violin blending seamlessly with the profound, rich timbre of the cello. Together, they wove a vibrant tapestry of sound, enhancing the song's depiction of reminiscence with hues that were either bright and radiant or deep and distant, enriching the musical landscape with depth and dimension. On stage, Han Liang took a deep breath, his gaze revealing a blend of nervousness and anticipation. He slowly raised his hand, placing the microphone steadily before his lips, his mouth trembling slightly before he began to sing, his magnetic voice unfurling in the air. The blossoms of spring, the winds of autumn, and the setting sun of winter. The melancholic youth within me once thought naively. The windmill spun rhythmically through the seasons, a constant in the song of cyclical time. Han Liang's voice, reminiscent of time's gentle caress, held a slight rasp yet brimmed with narrative depth. As his voice resonated, an invisible enchantment enveloped the audience, drawing them into a realm overflowing with nostalgia and sentiment. Lei Menglin's eyes, already wide with astonishment, now appeared almost round, his disbelief palpable, as if witnessing the most incredible miracle. An Xing's succinct lyrics, seemingly simple, were imbued with boundless ingenuity. Through the emblematic elements of spring's flowers, autumn's winds, and winter's sunsets, he skillfully illustrated the grand backdrop of time's passage, akin to a historical scroll unfurling slowly before the audience. Within this scroll, the unique confusion and innocence of youth were portrayed with exquisite detail, laid bare for all to see. Even more remarkable was An Xing's ability to intricately connect the cycles of the seasons with personal growth. As Han Liang's voice soared, one could envision a youthful boy navigating the river of time, enduring the trials of life, gradually transforming from naivety to maturity. In just this segment of lyrics, An Xing seamlessly integrated the 5 keywords that Han Liang had drawn upon. The tumultuous waves of Lei Menglin's inner shock surged, difficult to quell. He marveled inwardly at the sheer brilliance of this creative talent, almost terrifying in its prowess. How on earth did An Xing manage to intertwine such a multitude of intricate elements so seamlessly? It was truly awe-inspiring. His gaze was fixed intently on Han Liang on the stage, his ears greedily capturing every note, fearful of missing any splendid moment. The flowing water carried away the tales of time, transforming a person amidst the poignant, sentimental anticipation of youth. Han Liang's voice resonated in the air above the stage. His distinctive timbre and interpretation akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples within the hearts of the audience. Qin Lanfei's originally graceful features were momentarily furrowed in thought, her eyes brimming with confusion and contemplation. Han Liang's performance bestowed upon her an unprecedented sensation. If one were to claim he was off-key, upon closer inspection, the pitch was remarkably accurate. Yet, there lingered an indescribable peculiarity in the sound. It was as if, within the familiar musical framework, an unexpected variation had emerged, disrupting conventional auditory perception. This singular style of singing was something she had never encountered in her musical journey before. Unconsciously, Qin Lanfei turned her gaze toward An Xing. There he was, with his eyes gently closed, completely absorbed in the music, a look of rapture illuminating his face. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, as if merging with Han Liang's melody, relishing the musical feast. A whisper of doubt arose within Qin Lanfei. Could this unique singing style have been intentionally imparted to Han Liang by An Xing? But why would he encourage Han Liang to adopt such an unconventional approach? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and inquiry, her understanding of An Xing's creative intentions growing ever more elusive. Meanwhile, seated on the opposite side, Wu Yu and Yang Yuxia had an entirely different reaction. Upon hearing Han Liang's performance, their eyes instantly brightened, akin to hunters spotting their prey in the darkness. They exchanged knowing glances, fully comprehending each other's thoughts. Regarding the quality of the song itself, they could not deny An Xing's astonishing creative talent. The melody and lyrics blended flawlessly, vividly narrating the tales of youth. However, Han Liang's distinctive singing style, in their eyes, became a significant flaw. Wu Yu leaned slightly forward, a barely perceptible smirk of satisfaction gracing his features as he whispered to Yang Yuxia, "Teacher Yang, it seems we have finally caught an opportunity. Han Liang's singing sounds so awkward. I wonder how An Xing will cover for him this time." Yang Yuxia nodded slightly, a knowing smile curving her lips. A glimmer of anticipation lit her eyes, as if she could already envision An Xing in a predicament, secretly pondering, An Xing, An Xing. Let us see how you will exonerate Han Liang this time. The two were eager, ready to seize this opportunity during the upcoming critique session to make the most of it. Faded photographs, ancient letters, and weathered Christmas cards. In your youth, the song I penned for you has likely faded from your memory. The past promises are akin to the vibrant bookmarks found within textbooks, inscribing countless beautiful verses that ultimately dissipate like smoke. Han Liang's voice continues to resonate, each enunciation clear and steady, as if every word emerges from the depths of memory, entwined with the weight of time's dust, gradually released, imbued with a sense of tranquility and acceptance forged through life's trials. Qin Lanfei, whose brow was once furrowed in concentration, now finds her features softening like the melting snow of spring as the plaintive strains of the song envelop her. Her gaze shifts from initial confusion to a luminous clarity, as if, in that fleeting moment, she has finally grasped the profound essence behind Han Liang's unique style of singing. The Story of Time, Zhang Aijia. Lyrics, Luo Daiyo. Music, Luo Daiyo, released in 1981. The text references the 1982 rendition by Luo Daiyo. Chapter 58. Time is as precious as gold. 3 moments hold the weight of wealth. Han Liang's uniquely captivating performance served as a key, unlocking a door to the profound essence of the song. Within the melody, she experienced an unprecedented sense of the richness of time. Each note and every lyric emerged as messengers of time, guiding her through the long-buried past. As she listened to Han Liang's voice, Qianlong Feng felt as though she were enveloped in a serene afternoon, seated opposite a long-lost friend, with the fragrant tea wafting gently between them. Together, they reminisced about the myriad moments of their past, the laughter and tears, the dreams and confusions, all vividly revived within the song. Each line of the lyrics resonated like a heartfelt sigh from an old companion, striking a chord deep within her soul and evoking endless echoes of shared sentiment. At that moment, the audience was also immersed in this poetic and picturesque melody, as if under a spell. Their faces radiated a look of rapture, eyes gently closed, bodies swaying softly to the rhythm as if they had forgotten the world around them. They were wholly absorbed in the world of memories and emotions that Han Liang's voice had conjured. The entire auditorium was suffused with a warm and profound atmosphere, where everyone discovered their own reminiscences of youth and the passage of time, the distant journeys, yesterday's dreams, and the laughter that had faded away. As they reunited, they reflected on the vast distances they had traversed. No longer the familiar selves of old, they bore dreams once fervent yet changed. Han Liang's voice grew increasingly profound, imbued with the richness of experience, exuding a weighty yet enchanting quality. As the melody ascended, he prepared for the eruption of high notes, which burst forth like a volcanic eruption. The sound, as if harnessing millennia of power, surged forth, carrying with it a tide of emotions and sentiments from the depths of his heart. Each soaring note seemed a passionate shout directed at the years gone by, a confessional to his former self, revealing the buried stories and unspoken regrets and reconciliations to the audience without reservation. The audience was profoundly impacted by this emotional force. Holding their breath involuntarily, their gaze fixed intently on Han Liang. Their eyes shimmered with shock and emotion, as if they could see the myriad experiences he had traversed, feeling the tumultuous waves of his inner world. The flowing water carried away the tales of time, altering them irrevocably, in that nostalgic and sentimental recollection of youth. As the song resounded time and again, the viewers in the live stream could no longer remain seated, unleashing a torrent of comments. This song evokes an inexplicable feeling, yet I can't quite articulate it. Brother, could it be the sensation of a ponytail brushing against your desk from the girl in front of you? How wonderful it would be to wake up still in my school uniform, resting on my desk. In the textbooks, dreams reside. Within the backpacks, youth flourishes. The stories of our vibrant youth are beautiful and unforgettable, lingering only in the melodies of songs. Childhood succumbs to examinations, youth to monetary pursuits, middle age to the responsibilities of parenthood, and old age to the frailties of the body. In the end, temperament wears thin, and a lifetime passes in the blink of an eye. It seems we have become too astute in our existence, thus finding ourselves bereft of true gains. The elders of yesteryears lived in a delightful haze, marrying and working without the burdens of overthinking, while today's generation seemingly possesses everything. Brothers, refrain from incessantly lamenting the burdens of life. Forge your own path instead. I once was inconspicuous, yet now I am sought after daily, with even affluent entrepreneurs greeting me with, "Waiter, come here." Truly, every fleeting moment is worth its weight in gold. 3 moments equate to a fortune. These lyrics resonate like a piece of prose poetry. In a live stream, the barrage of comments flowed like a torrent, a furious cascade of words revealing the innermost sentiments of the viewers. Each comment resembled a stone cast into the tranquil lake of the heart, stirring ripples that merged into a tide of emotion, surging within the realm of the internet. In the backstage, Zhang Feng sat slumped in his chair, as if his very essence had been drained. His gaze was vacant and lost, as if his soul had drifted to distant shores. With the passage of time, his reflections deepened, and memories of the past surged forth like an unrelenting tide. This An Xing is, indeed, relentless in her pursuit, Zhang Feng murmured, his voice tinged with both resignation and awe. He felt that the songs crafted by An Xing were akin to a surgeon's scalpel, incisively dissecting the most tender recesses of the human psyche, unearthing emotions long buried beneath the sands of time. Director Zhang, is it truly that exaggerated? Assistant Shally questioned, his face a mask of confusion. To him, Youth was merely a segment of life's journey. Although it is a cherished phase worth reminiscing, one must ultimately gaze forward and not remain ensnared in the past. Is there no regret in your youth? Zhang Feng inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Xiao Li's. His eyes filled with perplexity. He pondered that despite Xiao Li's recent graduation, traversing from middle school to high school, and then to university, who could emerge from those youthful years without a tinge of regret? I haven't, Xiao Li retorted almost instinctively, his tone unwavering, accompanied by a hint of innocent glee. In his recollection, youth was abundant with sunshine and laughter. Those days spent with friends were simple and joyous, seemingly devoid of anything warranting regret. You. Zhang Feng opened his mouth, yet the words were swallowed back. He suddenly recalled Xiao Li's previous exuberance when he shared that his first love was now by his side, having borne him child. The blissful expression on Xiao Li's face at that moment left a profound impression on Zhang Feng. Ah, I envy you. Zhang Feng sighed deeply, his voice laden with a wealth of emotion. In his gaze, a hint of envy and desolation flickered, starkly contrasting with Xiao Li's youthful and vibrant visage. Throughout his own youthful years, he had experienced an abundance of missed opportunities and regrets. Those unfulfilled dreams and the fleeting encounters with people had transformed into an everlasting ache within his heart. Conversely, Xiao Li seemed remarkably fortunate, blessed to share his life with his beloved and to possess a blissful and harmonious family. As Xiao Li listened to Zhang Feng's words, he grew increasingly perplexed, scratching his head in a simple-minded manner and revealing a bashful smile. He could not comprehend why Director Zhang would express such sentiments. Yet he sensed the intricate emotions woven into his words, a profound melancholy and reflection that he, at his tender age, was yet unable to fully grasp. Chapter 59. The Youth of Waiting, the Youth of Tears, the Youth of Memories. The melodious voice of Han Liang gradually descended into silence, its lingering echoes seemingly entwined within every corner of the auditorium, refusing to dissipate. The host, adorned with a radiant smile, gracefully ascended the stage. Let us express our heartfelt gratitude to contestant Han Liang for his extraordinary performance, she proclaimed. Now, let us invite the four esteemed mentors to share their insights and unique perspectives on this song. As the host's words faded, the spotlight instantly focused on the panel of mentors. Yang Yuxia had already begun to rise, poised to be the first to express her thoughts. However, in that moment, Lei Minglin interjected, seizing the opportunity to speak first. Yang Yuxia momentarily froze, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features as her lips curled involuntarily. Reluctantly, she settled back into her seat, her expression betraying her dissatisfaction. Clearing his throat, Lei Minglin's voice trembled slightly, infused with passion and nostalgia. This song has opened the door to the depths of my heart, unveiling memories of youth that resonate profoundly within me, entrancing me completely. He paused briefly, his eyes shimmering with fervor, before continuing, particularly the lyrics, which are simply exquisite, akin to beautiful prose. They intricately and vividly portray the rich tapestry of youth, brimming with stories. As Lei Minglin spoke with increasing fervor, he leaned slightly forward, his hands gracefully gesturing in the air. From a youth of waiting, the youth of tears, to the youth of memories, it encapsulates the transformative journey of youth through its various stages. The song not only resonates clearly with the keywords from the previous episode, but also masterfully intertwines them through exceptional artistry. It layers the wistfulness brought by the passage of time, drawing us irresistibly into a profound contemplation of the past, making it difficult to extricate ourselves from this emotional vortex. While speaking, Lei Minglin shook his head, his expression evolving from initial rapture to deep reflection, as if he had relived his youthful days within those fleeting moments. Finally, he settled back into his seat, immersed in his profound appreciation for the song. At that moment, Qin Lanfeng did not immediately rise to speak. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze intentionally drifting toward Yang Yuxia. She had observed the anxious moment when Yang Yuxia had risen only to be forced back down. Internally, Qin Lanfeng mused, "This one is clearly restless. It seems she is gearing up to stir trouble." As anticipated, the moment Lei Menglin took his seat, young Yuxia sprang up abruptly. A subtle smile played upon her lips as she cleared her throat and began. Teacher An Xing's song has truly taken me by surprise. She paused momentarily, a hint of complex emotion flickering in her eyes. The ability to ingeniously intertwine seemingly unrelated keywords into a stunning masterpiece is truly admirable. The song conveys profound themes of the passage of time and the fleeting nature of youth, deeply resonating within the softest corners of our hearts. At this point, Yang Yuxia slightly leaned forward, nodding towards An Xing as a gesture of acknowledgement for his creative talent. However, as soon as her words fell, she abruptly shifted her tone, her demeanor transforming into one of sharpness. Nevertheless, regarding Han Liang's performance today, I find it exceedingly lacking. This statement landed like a heavy bombshell, instantly stirring a tempest in the audience. Expressions of surprise and confusion adorned the faces of the spectators, soon followed by a chorus of gasps. What is going on? Is Yang teacher at it again? I thought Han Liang's performance was quite good. What's the issue? She's just trying to stir up trouble, but too cowardly to directly criticize the song, so she targets the contestant instead. In a live broadcast room, the barrage of comments from viewers surged like a tidal wave, filled with disdain for Yang Yuxia's actions. Everyone chimed in, expressing dissatisfaction with her behavior, believing she was deliberately creating controversy and disrupting the program's harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Qin Lanfeng and Lei Menglin, seated beside Yang Yuxia, watched her with keen interest, their eyes glinting with amusement. They both understood that Yang Yuxia was poised to engage in a new round of competition with An Xing. As for An Xing, he remained calm and composed in his seat, sporting an ever-present, unflappable smile. His gaze was profound and tranquil, akin to an unfathomable lake, devoid of any hint of disarray. Even before Yang Yuxia spoke, An Xing had already anticipated her words. After all, Han Liang's unique singing style was something he had specifically taught. An Xing was well aware of the potential criticisms that might arise and had already devised a strategy to address them. Did you not detect the somewhat incongruous essence in Han Liang's performance? Yang Yuxia raised her voice, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. His singing is rather lackadaisical, and although the pitch issues were not overtly apparent during the performance, a discerning ear could still catch them. Furthermore, his enunciation was excessively pronounced. I understand he likely intended to infuse more emotion into the song through this method. Yet, he overdid it, rendering the emotional expression contrived, as if he were forcibly cramming feelings into the melody. Yang Yuxia's remarks directly pinpointed Han Liang's performance flaws. The audience's previously rising chorus of gasps gradually subsided, as they fell into contemplation, their faces reflecting a thoughtful expression, seemingly re-evaluating Han Liang's performance. Surprisingly, there was a hint of agreement with Yang Yuxia's words. I wholeheartedly support Teacher Yang's perspective. Wu Yu stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Yuxia. Our program is indeed a genuine competition. The standards for the contestants' pitch accuracy and vocal techniques are exceedingly stringent, while the pursuit of emotional expression in a song is undoubtedly significant. One must never forsake the fundamental essence of music in favor of sentiment. Wu Yu slightly turned her head to glance at Han Liang, her expression tinged with regret. Han Liang, I have always recognized your previous performances, yet today's rendition has left me profoundly disappointed. I truly cannot endorse it. As Wu Yu's words hung in the air, Qin Lanfei, who had remained silent until then, furrowed her brows in concern. She gently bit her lip, her gaze revealing a hint of conflict. It is undeniable that both Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu possess a valid point. After all, this is a competition, and the contestants' techniques and foundational skills are vital metrics of their proficiency. Singing cannot rely solely on emotion. It also requires a solid foundation as its underpinning. In the live broadcast room, the comments began to surge once more. Truth be told, what Yang and Wu just articulated does resonate. I had a lingering feeling that Han Liang's performance this time fell significantly short compared to his previous two. His voice, once clear and pristine, now seems unexpectedly hoarse. It feels rather peculiar. I hesitated to voice my thoughts for fear of backlash, but I must admit, Han Liang's performance this time struck me as akin to a street thug, lacking in composure. The online community, under the guidance of Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu, began to voice their doubts regarding Han Liang's singing. A faint smile played on Yang Yuxia's lips, her eyes sparkling with a hint of provocation as she directed her gaze towards An Xing, her tone laced with mockery. Teacher, in light of our critiques, do you have anything to say? Chapter 60. Teacher Yang, having listened to Teacher Qin's performance, what are your thoughts? An Xing's demeanor was composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he leisurely rose to his feet. His gaze calmly traversed Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu, his tone serene, yet imbued with an unmistakable conviction. What you two have articulated does indeed hold merit, and I do not dispute that. An Xing's voice resonated clearly in the auditorium, devoid of any semblance of panic or resistance, as if engaged in a casual discourse with an old friend. However, with a shift in tone, a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. He slightly turned towards Qin Lanfeng and proposed with a smile. Yet here, I have a thought. Might I request Teacher Qin Lanfeng to perform a piece live, for the sake of comparison? Upon uttering this, An Xing's confident smile blossomed even more radiantly, as if he had already foreseen the unfolding events. Qin Lanfeng was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Clearly unprepared for An Xing to suddenly pivot the conversation towards her and invite her to sing. In her brief hesitation, the director backstage, Zhang Feng, instantly recognized the splendid opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly communicated through the intercom with urgency and excitement. Quickly, have Teacher Qin Lanfeng perform a piece. This is a captivating opportunity. With the director's directive, all eyes in the venue promptly focused on Qin Lanfeng. Well then, since everyone is so eager, I shall not shy away from the spotlight. Qin Lanfeng quickly adjusted her demeanor, donning a warm smile as she graciously stood up. Observing this, An Xing promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket, his fingers deftly gliding across the screen until he swiftly located the sheet music for Tales of Time, presenting it to Qin Lanfeng. Qin Lanfeng's professional expertise in the realm of music is widely acknowledged, leaving no room for doubt. At this moment, anticipation filled the air, as everyone hoped her performance would provide a more direct and clearer juxtaposition to Han Liang's rendition. Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu exchanged glances, both harboring a flicker of confusion. They could not discern An Xing's true intentions. This seemingly straightforward request appeared to conceal deeper motives. A sense of unease began to stir within them. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lanfeng gently cleared her throat. She then slightly lowered her head, her focus intently fixed on the sheet music in her hands. Subsequently, her lips parted gracefully, and a melodic stream of song flowed from her mouth. Her voice, pure and gentle, exuded an innate charm that enveloped every listener present. Within her song, a hint of melancholy emerged, akin to the gentle spring rain, soft yet profoundly penetrating the heart. It effortlessly drew one in, allowing a deep connection to the innocent yet bewildering emotions of youth. An Xing stood nearby, nodding slightly, his eyes reflecting admiration and approval. He silently marveled at her prowess, recognizing that, as a professional singer, Qin Lanfeng's talent was indeed beyond reproach. As the audience sat quietly, their initially eager expressions began to reveal a hint of confusion. They listened attentively, yet their minds wandered, contemplating a lingering thought. Something seemed amiss in the melody. This sensation left them feeling an inexplicable void. Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu, positioned at the judges' table, furrowed their brows in unison, resembling two firmly locked mountain peaks. Wu Yu slightly tilted his head, his gaze reflective. He too had noticed the differences between Qin Lanfeng's rendition and Han Liang's. However, as a non-professional music producer, he found merit in both interpretations and deemed them acceptable. In contrast, Yang Yuxia, a seasoned music producer, immediately discerned the nuances between the two performances. When compared, Han Liang's singing evoked the image of a weathered elder, reminiscing about the passage of time while seated in a rocking chair. His voice was imbued with reflections on the swift passage of time and the tumultuous journey of life, emphasizing profound contemplation of the changes wrought by the years. On the other hand, Qin Lanfeng's interpretation mirrored that of a youthful girl, quietly reminiscing about her own coming of age during a tranquil afternoon. Her voice was vibrant with the innocence of youth, capturing the fleeting moments of first love and the carefree days spent with friends, alongside the subtle melancholy that often accompanies youth, all beautifully articulated in her song. Han Liang's voice resonated deeply with those who had weathered the storms of life, allowing them to glimpse their own shadows within his melody. Memories of struggles and missed opportunities surfaced, immersing them in nostalgic reflections on their personal narratives. Conversely, Qin Lanfei's performance struck a chord with younger audiences, especially those currently navigating their own youthful experiences or those fondly reminiscing about their past. They effortlessly discovered echoes of their youth in her song, recognizing familiar scenes and emotions that resonated profoundly with their own lives. As the final note lingered in the air, the resonance of Qin Lanfei's performance remained palpable throughout the studio. Yang Yuxia seemed to awaken from a splendid dream, her gaze still tinged with a sense of disorientation. An Xing wore a subtle smile, his eyes fixed intently on Yang Yuxia. At this moment, he spoke slowly, his voice clear yet imbued with an undeniable significance. Teacher Yang, having heard Teacher Qin's performance, how do you find it compares to Han Liang's? As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, keenly observing Yang Yuxia's reaction. Yang Yuxia's countenance darkened momentarily. She pursed her lips in a gesture filled with reluctance and resignation, responding somewhat dismissively. Each has its own merits. In reality, she knew better than anyone that to continue asserting her perspective would only lead to her own frustration. After all, neither the audience present nor those watching from their screens are naive. Following the conclusion of the program, it is inevitable that professionals will conduct meticulous analyses and comparisons of the two versions. At that point, if one remains obstinate in their opinions, they risk being labeled as unprofessional and biased. With this thought, Yang Yuxia let out a quiet sigh, reluctantly taking a seat. Yet the feeling of frustration within her refused to dissipate. Beside her, Wu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood frozen, mouth agape, his mind a blank canvas, utterly unprepared for Yang Yuxia's unexpected capitulation. A wave of confusion washed over him. What on earth was happening? Hadn't Teacher Yang previously spoken with such conviction? Why was she now retreating? An Xing seemed to sense Wu Yu's unease, his gaze shifting towards him like a spotlight, the gentle smile still adorning his face. Teacher Wu, you appear to have something on your mind, he remarked. After a brief pause, a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. Feel free to share. I'm all ears. Once you are finished, I shall gladly elucidate the intricacies of the matter. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu felt as though he had been thrust into a dilemma, akin to being roasted over an open flame, discomfort radiating through him. Deep down, he recognized that he was merely a fleeting star in the limelight, an outsider to the realm of musical expertise, lacking the knowledge of its profound intricacies. Yet now, with An Xing's prompting, to remain silent would imply insecurity and lack of confidence. Conversely, should he choose to speak, he feared the potential for missteps and ridicule. Caught in this predicament, Wu Yu found himself unable to advance or retreat, his face a canvas of shifting hues, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 61. This is called professionalism from a professional standpoint. Teacher Qin Lanfei's singing is undoubtedly textbook level, and I naturally lean towards her. However, much like our everyday preferences, where everyone has their own tastes, when I compare the performances of these two artists, I find that Han Liang's interpretation possesses a unique charm that resonates more deeply with me. Wu Yu is acutely aware that Yang Yuxia has already withdrawn. If he were to stubbornly persist, it would be a blatant folly, inviting unnecessary discomfort upon himself. After Wu Yu finished speaking, the live chat was already ablaze, with comments flooding in like a torrent. I believe both versions are exceptional. Without comparison, one would never realize how many different nuances a single song can convey. Indeed, Teacher Qin's voice is as delicate as a gentle spring breeze, softly caressing the heart. Han Liang, on the other hand, embodies a seasoned traveler, each note imbued with the stories of time. I had long anticipated that Teacher An's decision to have Han Liang perform this way was laden with significance, and it has proven to be the case. An Xing observed Wu Yu's performance with a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself that Wu Yu is not as inflexible as he seemed and demonstrates a commendable awareness of the situation. Subsequently, he politely nodded towards Qin Lanfei and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Teacher Qin, for your splendid performance, which has allowed us to appreciate the song's distinctive charm." Upon hearing this, Qin Lanfei's eyes crescented with joy, and she chuckled softly, contemplating the right moment to discuss the rights to cover this song with An Xing. To acquire such an exquisite piece and reinterpret it in her own style would be an exhilarating prospect. An Xing returned his gaze to the stage, filled with admiration as he looked at Han Liang, half-jokingly remarking, "To achieve this unique vocal quality, Han Liang has certainly endured considerable hardship over the past few days." As he spoke, a glimmer of appreciation shone in his eyes. Standing on stage, Han Liang radiated an honest and simple smile. He believed that as long as he could deliver a flawless rendition of the song, all his efforts would be worthwhile. The viewers in the live chat were instantly ignited by An Xing's words, and the comments began to flood in once more. "Now I understand why Han Liang's voice has taken on such a husky, weathered quality. He must have really worked hard. Could it be that teacher and had Han Liang eating spicy food daily, smoking and drinking to strain his voice? It's certainly possible. For the sake of artistic effect, one must sometimes be hard on oneself. That's quite a commitment. Han Liang is incredibly dedicated. This is what professionalism looks like." You uninformed individuals should refrain from making baseless comments. Although An Xing did not elaborate on the specifics of Han Liang's experiences, the viewers' imaginations soared, conjuring a narrative of their own. At that moment, host Zhao Ning noticed An Xing taking his seat and promptly stated, "Thank you, esteemed teachers, for your insightful critiques. Next, let us welcome the next contestant to shine on stage." As Zhao Ning's words faded, the sole representative of teacher Lei Menglin's team, Xia Chenxin, gracefully ascended the stage with light steps. Her figure was enchanting, and her gaze radiated confidence and anticipation. After taking a deep breath, she commenced her performance. As Xia Chenxin concluded her act, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. Following her, Dong Yueyan from Yang Yuxia's team made a dazzling entrance. Adorned in a form-fitting performance outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she elicited gasps and cheers from the spectators the moment she appeared. Dong Yueyan moved confidently on stage, captivating every audience member with her voice and performance. As her act drew to a close, the stage lights suddenly brightened, becoming resplendent and brilliant. The final contestant, Su Mingyao, appeared like a fairy emerging from a painting, clad in a striking red classical attire that mesmerized the entire audience. The gossamer fabric danced gently in the breeze, seemingly infused with the essence of millennia. Su Mingyao glided with graceful steps toward the center of the stage, her eyes reflecting determination and composure, as if the entire stage had transformed into her personal domain. The audience erupted in fervor, a harmonious blend of astonishment and cheers cascading like waves, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. On the judging panel, Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfang exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with realization. They paused briefly on Su Mingyao's classical ensemble, as a thought simultaneously flashed through their minds. This must be a piece of classical music. They then recalled the keywords drawn by Su Mingyao and silently nodded in agreement. The style of music seemed to resonate naturally with those keywords, an almost fated pairing that could beautifully convey its profound meaning. In stark contrast, Wu Yu and Yang Yuxiao exhibited a different reaction. Their brows furrowed tightly, an air of unease evident in their expressions. A sense of foreboding quietly blossomed within them. They instinctively exchanged glances, recognizing the shared concern reflected in each other's eyes, as if foreseeing the impending events that would deliver a significant impact upon them. At that moment, the stage's large screen gradually illuminated, revealing the song's information word by word. Xiaosa Zhou Yihui, performed by Su Mingyao, composed and penned by An Xing. The simplicity of those 5 characters left Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfang momentarily speechless. Their eyes were glued to the words, filled with shock and contemplation. Merely gazing at the song title, They felt as though they could penetrate the screen, touching the unique essence of carefree detachment that transcended worldly troubles. Lei Menglin slightly tilted his head, his gaze intertwining with Qin Lanfang's in the air. In that instant, they discerned the same astonishment reflected in each other's eyes, a shared admiration for An Xing's creative talent, marveling at how he could unearth such distinctive expressions from seemingly ordinary themes. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and Yang Yuxia's expressions grew increasingly grave, their fingers instinctively tightening around the armrests of their seats, the unease within them intensifying. The prelude of the song gently begins to resonate. A series of clear and melodious Guzheng strings flow from the stage's speakers, instantly creating an atmosphere that is both classical and enigmatic. The audience feels as if the scene before them has suddenly transformed, as if drawn by the power of the music. They are transported to a world brimming with the valiant spirit of the rivers and lakes. Following this, the rhythm abruptly shifts, and the exhilarating drum beats surge forth like a stampede of galloping horses, striking forcefully. The thunderous beats reverberate, each strike seemingly crashing against the hearts of the listeners, stirring their emotions profoundly. Concurrently, the modern melodies of the electric guitar join in, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the venue. These two distinctly contrasting musical elements intertwine, creating a powerful auditory impact. The fierce clash between traditional and contemporary elements leaves the three mentors, Lei Menglin, Qin Lanfang, and Yang Yuxia, wide-eyed in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. Chapter 62. A graceful stroll on stage. Su Mengyao took a deep breath, lightly tapping her feet as she confidently stepped forward. Simultaneously, she swung her long sleeves with vigor, the ample fabric tracing an elegant arc through the air. Like lively ribbons or surging waves, it exuded an innate charm and grandeur, commanding attention. In that fleeting moment, her lips parted slightly, and a clear, penetrating melody emanated from her mouth. The world is vast, and travelers hurry by. Tides rise and fall, entangled in the complexities of love and life, yet few can truly fathom them. Su Mengyao's voice lingered in the air, imbued with a power that resonated deeply within the hearts of her audience. As she began to sing, the spectators were utterly captivated. Gasps of astonishment and cheers intermingled, cascading like waves throughout the venue. Their eyes widened in awe, fixated on Su Mengyao as if spellbound. With a light and graceful form, she danced in harmony with her song, the grand sleeves of her ancient attire flowing effortlessly. At times, they flowed like clouds in water. At others, they billowed like fervent battle flags. Each movement was impeccably timed, perfectly synchronizing with her voice, creating an unparalleled auditory and visual feast that relentlessly challenged the audience's emotional defenses. In the mentor's seat, Lei Menglin gasped in astonishment. With such simple lyrics, he felt as though his soul had detached from his body, floating amidst the vast cosmos. Gazing down upon the rise and fall of all things, he poignantly grasped the impermanence of life and the unpredictability of worldly affairs. He couldn't help but reflect. If it were him facing the same keywords that Su Mengyao had drawn, he could never have imagined crafting lyrics so profound and heart-stirring. Moreover, the melody of the song was nothing short of a stroke of genius. The masterful fusion of classical and contemporary elements felt like a wondrous encounter across time, igniting vibrant sparks. The graceful tune possessed the elegance of classical music while maintaining the dynamic vitality of pop, making it irresistibly catchy, as if enchanted, prompting listeners to hum along. Lei Menglin could no longer suppress his yearning for music. He swiftly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, casting aside the surrounding clamor, and immersing himself entirely in Su Mengyao's voice. At that moment, he felt as though he was enveloped in a pure world that belonged solely to music. He reveled in the melodious strains and moving lyrics, indulging in the soul-cleansing experience that music provided. Oh, the tumult of the mundane world, passionate and profound. Gatherings and partings are inevitable. Leave half in clarity, half in intoxication. At least in dreams, you follow me. Su Mingyao's voice rose once more, enveloping listeners in a unique blend of feminine grace and underlying strength. Her distinctive timbre vividly portrayed the complexities and nuances of emotions depicted in the song. In her voice, an expansive tapestry of the human experience unfurled. In the realm of mortal love, the spirited and grand demeanor of revelry emerges vividly within the hearts of the audience. It is as though they can envision a gathering of ancient warriors, clad in traditional attire, seated in a courtyard illuminated by the moonlight, raising their goblets in joyous libation. Their voices soaring in song. The harmonious blend of laughter and melody reverberates through the stillness of the night sky, conveying a profound affection for life and an ardent yearning for freedom. Seated in the mentor's chair, Qin Lanfeng is utterly captivated by Su Mengyao's enchanting voice. Her lips part slightly, a look of rapture gracing her features. Unconsciously, her head sways gently in rhythm with the song, her eyes tightly shut, completely immersed in the exquisite world crafted by the music. In that moment, she becomes the protagonist of the song, experiencing the intricate tapestry of love, hatred, joy, and sorrow firsthand. In stark contrast, Yang Yuxia's demeanor is markedly different. She sits there, her expression as grim as the foreboding sky before a tempest. Her gaze is fixated on Su Mengyao on stage, filled with urgency and helplessness. She strives to discern even the slightest flaw in Su Mengyao's performance. Yet her efforts yield nothing. The flawless execution of the song, breathtaking in its beauty, leaves her at a loss. The sense of defeat surges within her like a tumultuous tide, relentlessly battering her inner defenses, leaving her engulfed in despair and frustration. Meanwhile, Wu Yu has long since closed his eyes, wholly absorbed in the atmosphere of the song. At this moment, his mind is a blank slate, all distractions cast away into the ether. The pressures of corporate tasks and the burden of creating topics seem trivial in the face of such exquisite melody. He feels as though his soul is freely soaring through an ocean of music, relishing the rare tranquility and beauty, as if the troubles of the world no longer pertain to him. I wager youth for tomorrow, while you exchange sincerity for this life. The passage of time knows not the sorrows of the world. Why not embrace life with a carefree spirit? As the stirring chorus resounds, Su Mengyao transforms into a queen commanding the stage. Her voice suddenly resonates with power and clarity, as though it can shatter all barriers and penetrate the very depths of her audience's hearts. The song embodies a passionate devotion to love and steadfastness, infused with a sense of carefree exuberance. Under Su Mingyao's interpretation, these emotions surge forth like a tidal wave, reaching a crescendo. The audience feels their blood begin to boil, deeply attuned to a fervent aspiration to break free from all constraints and embrace the liberty of their dreams. Within this melody, they seem to shed all shackles of existence, running freely across the boundless expanse of the earth, reveling in unrestrained joy. In the mentor's seats, Lei Menglin, Qin Lanfeng, and Wu Yu, at that very moment, open their eyes wide. Their gazes are filled with astonishment and wonder, as though they have witnessed the most incredible miracle. The three of them fixate their attention unwaveringly on An Xing youth for tomorrow, sincerity for this life. These two simple yet profound sentences, imbued with boundless power, stirred a tempest within the hearts of the three individuals. The crowning glory of the entire song lies in the final line, "Live life with grace." It serves as the artistic flourish that elevates the entire composition to a sublime new height, leaving an enduring impression. In that fleeting moment, a wild thought flashed through the minds of Lei Menglin, Qin Lanfeng, and Wu Yu. Could it be that An Xing is not human? How else could he have crafted such a breathtaking masterpiece? Faced with the fervent gaze of the trio, which seemed to penetrate his very soul, An Xing bashfully touched his nose. He then gestured towards them with a subtle nod, encouraging them to continue listening. Only then did they awaken from their reverie, slowly retracting their gaze, each exhaling deeply in an attempt to quell their tumultuous emotions. Subsequently, they once again surrendered themselves to the enchanting voice of Su Mengyao. Observing their reactions, An Xing's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. It was entirely understandable for seasoned musicians like Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfang to react so profoundly. However, the fact that Wu Yu was equally moved by the song surprised An Xing. He couldn't help but inwardly ponder. Could it be that this fellow, upon hearing the song, was so touched that he might reform his ways? Live life with grace. Yi Qianwen. Lyrics. Chen L. R. Ing Wang Huel Ing. Music. Chen Di L. Chun Xian N. Released in 1991. Chapter 63. Drink today, worry tomorrow. The resounding chorus echoed repeatedly, surging like tumultuous waves within the studio. Su Mengyao's voice soared ever higher, propelling the atmosphere to an unprecedented zenith. The audience's fervor was ignited, a symphony of cheers and applause intertwining in harmony. Excitement and exhilaration radiated from every face, bodies swaying instinctively to the rhythm. Simultaneously, the live stream was ablaze with fervor. The barrage of comments cascaded like a flurry of snowflakes, instantly enveloping the screen in a dazzling display. I wager my youth for tomorrow. I repay my debts with borrowed funds. When I pass, make sure this song accompanies my farewell. Drink today, worry tomorrow. Women merely affect my sword-drawing speed. Romantic entanglements greatly hinder my journey through life. Why do I hear heaven and earth are oily? The pot's lid is verdant. Stir, fry, and let it fall. Xiaofang, Xiaowei, Ajing. Lily, I do not wish for a reunion in the next life, but only hope for eternal companionship in this one. With heartfelt sincerity, I love you all. Some live recklessly carefree. I, however, live in the weariness of life and death. Backstage, Zhang Feng was utterly entranced, his gaze fixed upon the monitor, a smile of uncontainable satisfaction gracing his features. Tonight, the three students of An Xing's team delivered three distinctly magnificent songs, resonating deeply within his soul. He could almost envision his program dominating the trending list tomorrow. Beside him, Shally was already immersed in the world of music, nodding his head and humming along to the rhythm, a carefree smile illuminating his face. For someone with little worry in life, this song bestowed upon him a pure sense of ease, allowing him to revel in unprecedented lightness and joy amid the jubilant melody. As Su Mingyao's song gradually came to a close, its lingering echoes permeated every corner of the studio. The audience erupted into thunderous applause that seemed to last an eternity. Host Zhao Ning ascended the stage, standing steadfastly beside Su Mingyao. With a radiant smile and microphone in hand, her voice rang clear and melodious. Thank you, contestant Su Mingyao, for delivering such a breathtaking and stunning performance. With this, Zhao Ning slightly turned, her gaze directed toward the panel of mentors, enthusiastically proclaiming, "Now, let us invite our four mentors to share their insights on Su Mingyao's remarkable display." No sooner had Zhao Ning's words left her lips than Lei Menglin sprang to his feet, his face flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement, his voice trembling with exhilaration. For this song, I can only describe it with two words: phenomenal. His declaration ignited a powder keg of enthusiasm, and the audience erupted in a frenzy of cheers and approval, wholeheartedly endorsing his sentiments. Lu Menglin took a moment to steady his fervent emotions before continuing. Teacher and is truly remarkable. With just 5 keywords, he has crafted such a masterpiece, allowing us to profoundly experience the essence of a carefree and unrestrained spirit. The lyrics, the melody, have left my heart in a state of unrest. Teacher in, my admiration for you flows like an unceasing river, akin to the relentless surges of the Yellow River, overwhelming and uncontrollable. As he spoke, Lu Menglin gazed at An Xing with profound respect, his eyes brimming with adoration, as if An Xing were the deity of music in his heart. Faced with Lu Menglin's fervent, almost frenzied gaze, An Xing felt a chill run down his spine, a tightening sensation he could not suppress. He awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head in an attempt to alleviate the slightly awkward atmosphere. At that moment, Qin Lanfang gracefully extended her hand, elegantly taking the microphone. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and awe, her tone infused with emotion as she remarked, "This evening, Su Mingyao has truly opened my eyes. From the moment she stepped onto the stage, I knew we were in for a visual and auditory feast. The bold and free-spirited essence of the song was brought to life through her performance. She is not merely singing. She is narrating a tale, a story of courage, of freedom, of liberation. Through her voice, she has imbued this song with vibrant vitality. As she spoke, Qin Lanfang's eyes shone with excitement as she looked at Su Mingyao on stage. Giving her a thumbs up, her gaze filled with admiration. Yet beneath this praise, a subtle wave of melancholy washed over her. She couldn't help but recall her own Team-S students, whose performances paled in comparison to Su Mingyao's. Even without the divine enhancement of An Xing's songwriting, Su Mingyao's prowess, confidence, and charm on stage far surpassed that of her own students. Qin Lanfang sighed inwardly, thinking, truly, comparing people breeds frustration. How can there be such a vast disparity among students? With this thought, she slightly shook her head, a trace of a helpless smile gracing her lips, lamenting her earlier misjudgment in selecting the right individuals. As Qin Lanfang's words echoed, suddenly, all eyes in the room converged upon Yang Yuxia and Wu Yu. An Xing reclined comfortably in his mentor's chair, exuding an air of tranquility. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, his gaze tinged with amusement. At that moment, he pondered to himself, what criticisms could these two possibly muster in the face of such a splendid performance? Amid the audience's anticipation, Yang Yuxia remained firmly seated, showing no inclination to rise. Conversely, Wu Yu, as if propelled by a momentous decision, abruptly stood up. His sudden action startled the crowd, eliciting curious glances directed toward him. Teacher, the song you composed is In My Heart, truly an unparalleled masterpiece. As Wu Yu began to speak, his words, brimming with passion and admiration, detonated like a heavy bomb, instantly stirring a tempest at the scene. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even An Xing was momentarily taken aback, pondering in silence. What exactly is this fellow up to? Has he perhaps chosen the path of flattery? Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu gazed earnestly at An Xing and continued. The myriad profound meanings embedded in the song may, given my current experiences, elude my full comprehension. Yet, the carefree emotions that Su Mingyao expressed on stage profoundly moved me. Wu Yu paused slightly, a glimmer of contemplation regarding life flickering in his eyes. Reflecting on our existence, which spans a mere 20 to 30,000 days, we often find ourselves shackled by various constraints, confined by societal judgments and norms. When considered thoughtfully, one might wonder, why must it be so? Life is fleeting. Why not live it with a touch of liberation, embracing spontaneity, savoring each day as it comes? As he spoke, a serene smile graced his face. He turned once more to An Xing, his tone imbued with sincerity and gratitude. Teacher An Xing, I am genuinely thankful for your creation of such a splendid piece. Listening to this song felt like a baptism of the soul, imparting many invaluable truths about life. Wu Yu's heartfelt words resonated with authenticity, each syllable seemingly infused with the truest emotions from the depths of his being. Standing there, his gaze unwavering, he appeared as a different person from the one who had previously strained to conjure topics merely to fulfill corporate obligations. Under the enchanting influence of Su Mingyao's song, Carefree Journey, Wu Yu finally saw the light. He cast aside the so-called corporate tasks, no longer sacrificing his true self for fleeting popularity. He recognized that losing oneself in a facade of false grandeur is far less desirable than boldly adhering to one's genuine feelings. He chose to embrace the true beauty of life and to live each day with effortless grace. Chapter 64. Fall Compression. Wu Yu's impassioned oration resonated throughout the auditorium, akin to a fervent speech that lingered in the air. An Xing listened intently, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Initially, he furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the veracity of Wu Yu's words. Soon thereafter, the corners of his mouth twitched upwards in a subtle smirk, internally musing. It appears this fellow is genuinely intent on reforming. However, this development was not entirely unwelcome, as it would mean acquiring another devoted admirer. As An Xing contemplated this, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, their faces alight with excitement and fervor. They clapped vigorously, cheering loudly. For every utterance from Wu Yu unlocked a profound yearning for freedom and a carefree existence deep within their hearts, resonating with each individual present. Simultaneously, the live stream became a veritable cauldron of enthusiasm. Wu Yu's fans fervently inundated the screen with comments, fervently supporting their idol. Wu Yu is absolutely right. This song is simply extraordinary. Wu Yu has impeccable taste. Support Wu Yu. Be brave and true to oneself. The barrage of messages fell like snowflakes, transforming the live stream into a vibrant spectacle. At the mentor's table, Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfang exchanged a moment of mutual surprise as they absorbed Wu Yu's discourse. A shared glance between them elicited a knowing smile. In stark contrast, Yang Yuxia's response was entirely different. She sat there, her expression a vivid portrayal of turmoil, her mouth twitching involuntarily, her eyes filled with reluctance and dissatisfaction. Internally, she wrestled with her thoughts, desperately searching for flaws in Su Mingyao's performance and the song itself. Yet, to her astonishment, Wu Yu had preemptively surrendered, extolling An Xing and the song without reservation. Yang Yuxia felt as though she had struck a punch into a pillow, her efforts rendered futile, leaving her deeply frustrated. In that moment, observing Wu Yu sitting down with a look of contentment, she recognized that her continued critique would be in vain. Reluctantly, she stood, forcing a strained smile, and offered a few light praises for the song in a nonchalant tone. Her voice was unremarkable, devoid of excessive flattery or any hint of disparagement. As though she were merely fulfilling a routine obligation, her earlier sharpness and scrutiny completely absent. After Yang Yuxia's tepid commentary concluded, An Xing responded with a calm, subtle smile, imbued with a hint of playful mockery, as if to say, I expected this individual to be more formidable, yet here they are, ultimately subdued and compliant. In An Xing's eyes, Yang Yuxia's previous challenges had dissipated into mere memories, and this anticlimactic conclusion was, in fact, anticipated. With the mentor's critiques complete, host Zhao Ning summoned the contestants to the stage. Now, let's turn our attention to the big screen. Tonight, one contestant must bid farewell to our stage, a realm brimming with dreams and passion. As Zhao Ning's words hung in the air, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. All present held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the screen. On the grand screen, the names of 9 contestants illuminated sequentially. Following this, the data beneath their names began to flicker and pulse rapidly. In an instant, a flash of brilliance revealed the complete support rates of the 9 contestants before the audience. Su Mingyao, 33. Shiguetan Liang, 32. 88 Yang Yi, 24. 37 Lin Yueshi, 2. 64 Gu Xinglan, 2. 37 Wei Jiasin, 2. 18 Xiaqinshin, 1. 24 Dong Yueyin, 1. 04 Suziong, 0. 07. Upon seeing this set of data, the audience was momentarily stunned before erupting into an ear-splitting chorus of gasps. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to scroll frantically, instantly inundating the screen. Wow, the 3 students have teacher and have completely crushed the competition. The disparity is staggering. How can this competition even proceed? It feels like the ultimate champion will undoubtedly be determined by the internal rivalry within Teacher N's team. This is truly baffling. Who on earth voted for Su Ziong? His performance tonight was utterly dismal. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 4 mentors were a spectacle in themselves. Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfang appeared utterly drained, both exhaling a sigh filled with helplessness and sentiment. Their lips curled into a bittersweet smile, their eyes flashing with a hint of desolation. As seasoned figures in the music industry, one a celebrated lyricist and composer, the other a frontline singer, they found themselves comprehensively outclassed by an amateur music teacher, An Xing, and his students. Such news would undoubtedly serve as a source of ridicule. However, both were acutely aware that throughout the 3 episodes, An Xing had crafted 9 exquisite songs, complemented by the stellar performances of Yang Yi, Han Liang, and Su Mingyao. Each segment was nearly flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Defeated by such formidable adversaries, they could only acquiesce graciously. In stark contrast, Wu Yu maintained a serene smile, radiating an air of ease and delight, his eyes shimmering with excitement. After the events of the night, Wu Yu had entirely shed the burdens of worldly concerns, immersing himself in the pure joy that music bestowed upon him. He found himself less invested in the outcome of the competition. Conversely, Yang Yuxia's demeanor was markedly different. Sitting in the mentor's seat, her expression was dark and foreboding. She bit her lip tightly, her hands instinctively clenching, the veins on her hands slightly protruding. Reflecting on the extensive resources she had devoted to Su Ziyang, including enlisting a renowned lyricist to tailor songs for him. The sight of his numerous blunders on stage felt like a severe blow to her pride. As a distinguished music producer, she had always prided herself on nurturing exceptional talent. The dismal performance of her protege left her feeling as though she bore an indelible stain upon her career, an affront to her dignity. The waves of anger and regret surged within her, relentlessly battering the defenses of her heart. It is with great regret that Su Ziyang from Yang Yuxia's team has been eliminated. As the host announced the moment, Su Ziyang managed a wry smile and bowed deeply to the audience below the stage. He had already anticipated this outcome in his heart. Had his performance not encountered any unforeseen circumstances, he would not have faced elimination. However, he acknowledged that this was entirely his own issue. As he descended from the stage, Su Ziyang cast a glance at Yang He, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Now, the next segment commenced, the selection of keywords. The esteemed Ms. Su Mingyao, the first-place winner of this episode, was invited to step forward. After Zhao Ning's words, Su Mingyao advanced, standing beside her. They turned their gaze towards the grand screen, ready to select their musical style keywords. Following Zhao Ning's announcement, 5 random keywords representing musical styles appeared on the screen. Ancient style, folk, rock, R&B, and traditional folk song. Chapter 65. The keywords of Han Liang as the 5 musical style keywords illuminated the large screen one by one. Su Mingyao slightly tilted her head back, her gaze infused with confidence. I choose the ancient style. The other 4 musical genres were entirely unfamiliar to her, enveloped in uncertainty and challenge. However, the ancient style resonated with her, as she had previously performed 2 songs that bore a slight connection to it. In terms of melody and emotional expression, she had accumulated some experience, making it relatively easier for her to navigate. The audience, upon hearing Su Mingyao's choice, displayed no signs of surprise. Instead, they revealed expressions of anticipation. They recognized her potential within the realm of ancient music and eagerly awaited her to unveil yet another marvel. Now, let us invite teacher Lei Menglin to select keywords for Su Mingyao, announced the host, Zhao Ning, with a smile, her voice crisp and captivating. Lei Menglin nodded slightly, his discerning gaze fixed upon the screen. At that moment, 3 keywords emerged prominently: celebration, madness, loneliness. He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, pondering the compatibility of each word with ancient music. After a brief pause, he raised his head, his gaze resolute and slowly articulated. I choose loneliness for Su Mingyao. Following him, Qin Lanfang gracefully rose. She scrutinized the 3 keywords displayed on the screen: sadness, solitude, hope. After a moment of reflection, a faint smile graced her lips as she softly declared, I choose solitude. These 2 keywords harmoniously complemented the subtle elegance often embedded within ancient music. When it was Wu Yu's turn, he wore a smile, his demeanor relaxed. The screen revealed 3 keywords: Jianghu, chivalry, supernatural. Without a hint of hesitation, he confidently stated, I choose Jianghu. At this juncture, all eyes turned toward Yang Yuxia. She rose slowly, her gaze firmly fixed on the screen. The keywords transcendence, ordinary, mundane met her sight. Yang Yuxia squinted slightly, a delicate smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. She mused internally, recognizing a subtle connection between these 3 keywords and those chosen previously. However, while ordinary and mundane were more relatable to the public and relatively easier to create, Incorporating the essence of transcendence was no simple feat after careful consideration. Yang Yuxiao resolutely proclaimed, "I choose transcendence." At the very moment Yang Yuxiao confirmed her choice, the screen instantaneously flashed the 5 keywords for Su Mingyao's next performance. Ancient style, loneliness, solitude, Jianghu, transcendence. An Xing observed these 5 keywords, a confident smile gracing her lips. This was remarkably simple. Her mind brimmed with several songs that aligned perfectly with these keywords. Any one of them would surely astonish the audience. Why does it feel like this episode's keywords are quite similar to the last ones? The types are the same, yet it feels more like a single person's journey through Jianghu. It shouldn't revolve around romance, right? It would be best to narrate the tale of a chivalrous hero. In the live streaming room, the online viewers were engaged in lively discussions, sending waves of comments. As the segment for Su Mingyao's keyword selection drew to a close, the host Zhao Ning gracefully turned to one side of the stage, raising her hand in an elegant invitation. Next, let us welcome contestant Han Liang to the stage. Upon taking his place beside Zhao Ning, she slightly turned, offering him the microphone with sincere words. "Contestant Han Liang, please select your keyword." No sooner had she spoken than the stage's large screen illuminated with a burst of vibrant colors, revealing 5 musical genre keywords in succession. Rap, traditional folk song, New Year's song, lyrical pop, square dance music. The moment these 5 terms appeared, the audience erupted in a tumultuous wave of astonishment and exclamations. Whispers filled the air as the viewers exchanged looks of surprise and confusion. They were well aware of Han Liang's remarkable prowess in the folk music domain, his storytelling voice harmonizing beautifully with the folk style. Yet, now, amidst this pivotal choice determining his musical direction, there was no trace of folk music to be found. This undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for Han Liang. On the judging panel, An Xing sat up straight, his gaze revealing intense focus. He was acutely aware of Han Liang's musical characteristics, and, among the 5 options, the only genre he could truly master was lyrical pop. The other 4 music styles, whether it be the rhythmic cadence of rap, the unique charm of traditional folk songs, the joyful atmosphere of New Year's songs, or the energetic vitality of square dance music, presented a formidable challenge for Han Liang to grasp and perform perfectly within a limited time frame. The 4 mentors leaned forward, their eyes fixated on Han Liang. In that instant, the air in the entire studio seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath, awaiting Han Liang's decision. Taking a deep breath, Han Liang's chest rose and fell slightly as he sought to calm the turmoil within. He lifted his gaze, resolutely fixing it upon the large screen. After a brief pause, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice quivering with a hint of tension, yet imbued with determination. "I choose lyrical pop." Upon hearing this, An Xing's taut nerves relaxed immediately, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, inwardly grateful. Thank goodness he didn't make the wrong choice. This truly is the path most suited for him. In a live streaming room, the comments began to swirl like snowflakes in a frenzy. I knew Han Liang would choose lyrical pop. His voice truly doesn't suit other styles. I'm curious what Han Liang would sound like in rap. It might surprise us. Square dance music is the eternal classic. Traditional folk songs are forever the best. Viewers expressed diverse opinions regarding Han Liang's choice. Some lamented the missed opportunity to see him challenge a new style, yet the majority felt that this decision was entirely reasonable. After all, to showcase his best self on stage, selecting a familiar and fitting style was indeed the wisest course of action. Next, let us invite the mentors to supplement the song keywords for contestant Han Liang. Zhao Ning's voice rang out once more, shattering the brief silence. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lei Menglin stood up from his seat. He gazed intently at the 3 keywords displayed on the screen. Passionate, joyful, ardent. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and declared with unwavering conviction, "I choose passionate." To him, lyrical music inherently emphasizes the delicate expression of emotions. The term passionate serves as an embellishment, capable of further elevating the emotional depth of the song, creating a perfect harmony between the two. Following this, Qin Lanfei gracefully glided to the forefront. Tilting her head slightly, Her eyes reflected contemplation as she scrutinized the three keywords on the screen. Elegant, mad, absurd. After a brief moment of reflection, a gentle smile graced her lips as she softly proclaimed, "I choose elegant." This keyword resonates beautifully with Lei Menglin's choice of passionate, each adding a distinctive charm. Together, they form a clever complement, painting a picture imbued with love and warmth. When it was Wu Yu's turn, he stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the three keywords: confusion, struggle, dream. He found himself ensnared in deep thought, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing his inner turmoil. To him, the emotions encapsulated within these three keywords starkly contrasted with the affectionate and warm terms previously chosen by Lei Menglin and Xin Lanfei. To arbitrarily select one to incorporate would undoubtedly escalate the creative challenge for the songwriter, An Xing. After much internal deliberation, Wu Yu finally lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he stated, "I choose confusion." Chapter 66. The pressure mounts for teacher, and after Wu Yu made his choice of the word confusion, he slightly turned his body towards An Xing, wearing a smile he deemed considerate. He even nodded gently, as if to convey a silent message. "Look how thoughtful I am." Selecting a relatively simple keyword to ease the creative burden. Observing Wu Yu's series of gestures, An Xing could not help but feel a pang of helplessness within, silently lamenting, "This confusion is worlds apart from the previous deep affection and elegance. It is entirely off the emotional spectrum. Had he chosen dream or struggle, I might have found some resonant thoughts among the songs in my mind. But now, here we are, faced with confusion." And Xing shook his head slightly, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Yang Yuxia, hoping that her chosen keyword might usher in a glimmer of opportunity. As Yang Yuxia rose, the audience's attention swiftly turned to the large screen. In an instant, three enigmatic keywords emerged. Next year, bright moon, tomorrow. The moment these words appeared, the entire studio fell into a brief silence, with puzzled expressions adorning everyone's faces. And Xing was no exception, his brow furrowed tightly, and a grave look flickered in his eyes as he mused, "The difficulty has skyrocketed, despite having a wealth of songs in my repertoire. Selecting one that perfectly aligns with these keywords is no easy feat in contrast." Yang Yuxia's lips curled into a subtle smile of satisfaction. "These three keywords were crafted as a nightmare specifically for you." And Xing, after a brief pause, her gaze flitted between the words on the screen, and then she spoke with unwavering certainty, "I choose tomorrow." To Yang Yuxia, the words next year and bright moon offered an expansive creative canvas, one that a talented creator like An Xing might easily navigate and ingeniously incorporate into a song. However, the word tomorrow, while seemingly simple, was laden with complexities. To harmoniously blend it with the dissimilar styles of lyrical pop, deep affection, elegance, and confusion posed an unimaginable challenge. At this thought, Yang Yuxia cast a sidelong glance at An Xing, her eyes gleaming with a hint of provocation, as if to say, "Let us see how you handle this." Yet, at that moment, An Xing was lost in his own contemplations, entirely oblivious to Yang Yuxia's challenging gaze. His mind raced through the recesses of his memory, searching for a fitting song. But no matter how hard he strained, the familiar melodies that danced in his mind seemed incapable of seamlessly aligning with this set of keywords. With a resigned sigh, An Xing acknowledged that he would have to wait until the program concluded to return home and calmly sift through his recollections. After all, the abundance of songs in his mind made it difficult to search through them all in a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, on stage, Han Liang felt a tightness in his chest upon hearing Yang Yuxia's choice. His hands unconsciously clenched, palms slick with sweat, his heart brimming with anxiety. The five keywords, lyrical pop, deep affection, elegance, confusion, and tomorrow, present a challenge that exponentially surpasses the previous round. The image of An Xing, weary from late-night creative endeavors, unconsciously surfaces in Han Liang's mind, stirring a pang of bittersweet emotion within him. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream escalates, with netizens expressing their opinions fervently. "This is quite a predicament. Teacher and must be under immense pressure. Indeed, I was hoping for a sweet and romantic song, But now with the intrusion of the keywords Wu Yu and Yang Yuxia, the style has completely shifted. I bet 5 dimes that teacher and will undoubtedly create another masterpiece, likely a poignant love ballad. With his talent, he can surely pull it off. As the audience frets over An Xing's creative trials, they remain filled with anticipation. Should An Xing manage to craft a stunning song from these 5 keywords, his status among fans would soar like a rocket, just as Han Liang's keywords are confirmed. The tense atmosphere in the venue lingers. The host, Zhao Ning, raises his hand in an inviting gesture, his voice ringing clear and bright. Next, let us welcome contestant Yang Yi to the stage. Upon Zhao Ning's announcement, Yang Yi steps beside him. Simultaneously, the stage's large screen illuminates, presenting Yang Yi's 5 musical style keywords: R&B, hip-hop, pop, dance music, theatrical style, and children's songs. The audience gasps in surprise. They are well aware that Yang Yi possesses a distinct musical flair. However, these 5 options seem to diverge sharply from his established style, as if they belong to an entirely different realm. Standing on stage, Yang Yi gazes at the displayed keywords, feeling momentarily engulfed in darkness, nearly choking on his disbelief. His eyes widen in shock as he stares at the words, internally lamenting, "None of these musical styles play to my strengths." His gaze rapidly scans the screen, and his mind races. Wait, children's songs. Perhaps I could give that a try? This fleeting thought is swiftly dismissed. No, I cannot choose that. It would be utterly embarrassing. Yang Yi furrows his brow, employing a process of elimination. His focus lingers on R&B and theatrical style. For him, these 2 genres loom like insurmountable mountains. The complexities of R&B's rhythm and melody are far beyond my immediate grasp. The theatrical style necessitates profound expertise and a unique vocal delivery, which I completely lack. Both options are unequivocally unsuitable. He gently shakes his head, sighing inwardly. Next, his attention shifts to dance music, conjuring images of his own clumsy attempts at dancing on stage, sending a shiver down his spine. I have no foundational skills in dance. To learn to sing and dance in such a brief period, while coordinating seamlessly, is nothing short of a pipe dream. With that thought in mind, Yang irresolutely eliminates dance music from consideration. After eliminating the 3 options, only hip-hop pop remained on the screen. Although it bore the essence of hip-hop, it still retained a touch of mainstream appeal, which he believed he could adeptly navigate. Yang Yi weighed his options repeatedly in his mind, and the more he contemplated, the more he was convinced that this choice represented his current path forward. Furthermore, he harbored immense trust in An Xing, firmly believing that An Xing would skillfully intertwine hip-hop and pop to compose a song perfectly suited to him. After much reflection, Yang Yi took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and with a gaze as resolute as a blazing torch, declared loudly, "I choose hip-hop pop." At that moment, An Xing, seated below the stage, gently closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He understood Yang Yi's circumstances all too well, and in his view, hip-hop pop was indeed the most fitting choice for him. Naturally, had Yang Yi boldly opted for children's songs, An Xing would not have minded. After all, his musical treasury contained numerous remarkable children's songs, which, if showcased, would undoubtedly astonish the audience. Chapter 67. A deliberate targeting of teacher An Xing. No pretense left as Yang Yi's voice faded. The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. The online community was equally perplexed, each expressing their thoughts. I can't believe Yang Yi chose a hip-hop style instead of a dance number. This choice is so incongruous with his previous performances. I actually think this suits Yang Yi best. At least it has some connection to popular music. Thank goodness he didn't choose a children's theme. That would have been devoid of challenge. After Yang Yi opted for the hip-hop genre, host Zhao Ning turned his gaze to the panel of mentors, inviting them to select additional keywords for Yang Yi's performance. Lei Minglin was the first to rise. He glanced at the screen, which prominently displayed 3 keywords: illusion, nonchalance, humanity. With a slight bow of his head and arms crossed over his chest, he fell into contemplation. Hip-hop music has always emphasized rhythm and attitude, and pairing it with nonchalance would yield a comparatively favorable outcome. Furthermore, This would facilitate An Xing's creative process. After some reflection, Lei Minglin lifted his head and assertively declared, "I choose nonchalance." Following him, Qin Lanfang stood up, her gaze fixed on the three keywords displayed: pain, tragedy, sorrow. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lanfang furrowed her brow. Each of these words presented a significant challenge for An Xing's creative endeavor. She weighed her options internally. Pain, in contrast to tragedy and sorrow, offered a more direct form of expression. This could enable An Xing to better integrate it with the hip-hop style. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Lanfang softly stated, "I choose pain." The instant Qin Lanfang's words left her lips, the audience below erupted in a flurry of whispers. The combination of hip-hop with nonchalance and pain seemed utterly contradictory. Indeed, one embodies exuberance while the other signifies inner turmoil. How could such a song be crafted? Teacher An Xing was certainly feeling the pressure. The audience exchanged remarks, their faces alight with curiosity and confusion. Meanwhile, An Xing, seated among the mentors, felt an ominous premonition rise within her upon seeing these two keywords. The disparity between them was indeed considerable, and merging them into a hip-hop track would present an extraordinary challenge. Before she could ponder further, Wu stood up from his seat. Simultaneously, the stage screen displayed three astonishing keywords: handsome, uncool, rogue. The audience erupted in astonishment at these seemingly simplistic yet profoundly incredulous words. He stood on stage, his heart racing as if lodged in his throat. His eyes were fixed on the screen, internally screaming, "These keywords are utterly outrageous." An Xing, resting her chin on one hand, furrowed her brow in contemplation. His eyes revealed a profound sense of bewilderment as he pondered internally. These keywords are exceedingly bizarre. Could it be that someone is deliberately sabotaging me, complicating my task? At that moment, the live broadcast room erupted in chaos, with comments surging like a tidal wave. What on earth are these absurd keywords? What is the production team up to? Isn't this clearly an attempt to make things difficult? The previous keywords at least had some logic, but now it's just a free-for-all. Indeed, it feels like a deliberate attack on Teacher An Xing. They're not even pretending anymore. In the production team's backstage, Director Zhang Feng stared intently at the monitor, and upon seeing the three keywords, his brows furrowed tightly. He suddenly turned to his assistant, Xiao Li. His tone laced with inquiry. "Xiao Li, have you been receiving some sort of benefit behind my back? What is the meaning of these keywords?" Xiao Li, looking innocent, quickly raised both hands and exclaimed, "Director Zhang, please don't wrongfully accuse me. This has nothing to do with me. All the keywords are generated randomly by the computer. I swear I haven't interfered." Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze returning to the screen, murmuring to himself, "That is peculiar. How could a computer randomly generate such keywords? It appears as though there is a deliberate arrangement behind this." Xiao Li, appearing quite composed, reassured him, "Director Zhang, don't overthink it. Our production team has always operated with integrity. Those who walk upright fear no shadows. Moreover, perhaps this will not pose a challenge for Teacher An Xing at all. If he can indeed create an extraordinary song with such ludicrous keywords, it would only serve to highlight his prowess, and our program would shine as well." Zhang Feng nodded slightly, inhaling deeply as he refocused his attention on the monitor, his expression tinged with anticipation. Meanwhile, Wu Yu wore a look of helplessness, his expression torn. In the past, encountering such outrageous keywords would have thrilled him, as he would have seen it as a golden opportunity to trip up An Xing. However, times had changed. His appreciation for An Xing's talent flowed like an unending river, and now he only felt a throbbing headache. Wu Yu took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. After considerable hesitation, he finally steeled his resolve and said slowly, "I choose rascal for Yang." He thought to himself that perhaps the combination of carefree and rascal could yield a favorable outcome, thereby alleviating some pressure on An Xing's creativity. Just after Wu Yu made a selection, Yang Yuxia stood up with a smile, unhurriedly. In an instant, the stage lights brightened once more, revealing three entirely new keywords: Mandarin, Cantonese, multiple languages. The audience was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a chorus of furious outcries. "Isn't this a cover-up? What is this nonsense about language types? This is pushing someone to the brink." The atmosphere in the venue was rife with discontent and skepticism, as people exchanged glances filled with dissatisfaction. An Xing was also taken aback, his eyes widening slightly, internally grumbling. Is this even a thing? They've even included language selection. He was acutely aware that Yang Yi would undoubtedly speak some Cantonese, which was not a significant issue. However, given Yang Yuxia's temperament, it was highly probable that she would opt for multiple languages. The mere thought of this caused An Xing to furrow his brows. Although he could indeed recall some relevant songs, the prospect of Yang Yi mastering several languages in such a short span was a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged wildly, with netizens erupting in excitement. This is utterly unfiltered. Don't even think about it. Teacher Yang will definitely choose multiple languages. Is there a possibility that even if Teacher Yang selects multiple languages, Teacher N could still write it? If that happens, Zhao Ritian would crown him the most extraordinary lyricist. The viewers in the live stream felt a rising tension within themselves. I choose multiple languages. Yang Yuxia's statement did not catch anyone by surprise, and Yang Yi's keywords were all firmly established. Hip-hop, popular, carefree, anguish, multiple languages. This choice undoubtedly multiplied the difficulty of An Xing's creative endeavor. Chapter 68. In the absence of Su Ziyang, there will still be Zhang Ziyang and Li Ziyang. After completing her selection, Yang Yuxia's lips curled into a slight smile. She deliberately turned a glance at An Xing, her face adorned with what seemed to be a congenial expression. Teacher N, I possess unwavering confidence in your capabilities, she remarked. An Xing met Yang Yuxia's gaze with a composed demeanor, offering only a faint smile in return. Indeed, Teacher Yang, you are truly overestimating me. The emphasis on overestimating was intentional, carrying a subtle hint of mockery. Yang Yuxia continued to smile, yet her expression concealed a trace of cunning. Naturally, I have always held your creative prowess in high regard. However, anyone could discern that this admiration was laced with provocation. An Xing shook her head in resignation, realizing that engaging in verbal sparring with her was futile. It would be more prudent to conserve her energy and unearth a masterpiece from the depths of her memory. She resolved to demonstrate her true prowess at the appropriate moment. As the seconds ticked away, the other participants gradually completed their selection of keywords. Unlike the challenging keywords of Yang Yi's group, their selections were relatively conventional, devoid of overly contradictory or difficult combinations. Eventually, host Zhao Ning stepped into the center of the stage, a professional smile gracing her face. Thank you all for tuning into this episode of Sound Born From You. We shall see you next time. As Zhao Ning's closing remarks echoed, the lights dimmed gradually, marking the official conclusion of the program. Just as An Xing prepared to rise from her seat, she heard Qin Lanfei's voice behind her. Teacher N, please wait. Is there something you need, Teacher Qin? An Xing turned, a hint of curiosity on her face. Qin Lanfei regarded An Xing and slowly spoke. I would like to request a song from you, if you were amenable. This thought had crossed her mind since the previous episode. An Xing's compositions had left a profound impression on her, yet she had hesitated, contemplating whether to wait for another episode. However, after being astounded by An Xing's 3 new songs this time, she could no longer remain passive. If she continued to hesitate, the opportunity to request a song from An Xing might become insurmountable. An Xing was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Qin Lanfei's request. After a brief silence, she replied calmly, "You may discuss this matter with my company." In An Xing's view, it was most appropriate to let Mu Ling handle it. She was confident that Mu Ling could manage all pricing and conditions adeptly. Teacher and has already signed with a company? Which one is it? Qin Lanfei exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. At the onset of the program, An Xing had merely been a novice music teacher. Yet in the span of just 3 episodes, she had been signed by a company. Which company had such discerning vision and acted so swiftly? Muyu Media. You can reach out to them, An Xing replied casually. Upon hearing the name, Qin Lanfei furrowed her brow slightly. It seemed she had never heard of this company before. It must be a small firm, she mused. Yet, she reflected that as long as An Xing remained with this company, his exceptional talent could potentially transform it into a giant within the industry in no time. Noticing Qin Lanfei's silence, An Xing turned and made his way toward the contestants' lounge. Upon his entrance, Yang Yi, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang rose to their feet. An Xing, about the song for the next episode. Yang Yi began, only to be interrupted by An Xing. It's a minor issue. You need not worry about it. I have a plan. An Xing was acutely aware that the songs for these three, based on their keywords, posed a significant challenge. However, with the vast array of songs from his previous life at his disposal, he was confident that with a moment of reflection, he would be able to find the perfect match. Hearing An Xing's assurance, the trio felt their anxieties dissipate. After several episodes, they had developed an unwavering trust in An Xing. If he said there was no problem, then there was certainly no problem. They nodded silently, refraining from further conversation. An Xing shifted his gaze to Yang Yi and asked earnestly, "By the way, Yang, what languages do you speak?" This question was crucial as it pertained to the songs he would provide him. There's no need to mention Mandarin. I also know some Cantonese and Minnan. Yang Yi replied succinctly. An Xing was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He was aware of Yang Yi's knowledge of Cantonese, but had not anticipated that he could also manage a few phrases in Minnan. Sensing An Xing's curiosity, Yang Yi sheepishly scratched his head and explained, "When I was young, I lived in Minnan with my parents for a time." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced An Xing's face as he began to sense a direction for his thoughts. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. The four instinctively turned their gaze toward the door, which swung open to reveal Su Ziyang. "What brings you here?" Yang Yi's brows furrowed instantly, his tone laced with disdain. An Xing, however, regarded Su Ziyang with curiosity, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Su Mingyao and Han Liang exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation. Yet they sensed an underlying tension in Yang Yi's voice. "I came to offer my apologies." Su Ziyang's voice was low and sincere as he slightly bowed his head. "I will be breaking up with Zhen shortly." He then deeply bowed toward Yang Yi. "She is no longer my concern. There is no need for you to discuss matters between you and her with me." Yang Yi turned his head away, still unwilling to grant Su Ziyang a favorable reception. To him, the past was irreparable. The feelings they once shared were irretrievably shattered. Su Ziyang straightened up, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He understood that Yang Yi's animosity towards him could not be alleviated by mere words of apology. "Here's a bank card. It contains the money Zhen previously gave me," Su Ziyang said, producing a bank card from his pocket and extending it toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi did not reach out to accept. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Su Ziyang, his eyes brimming with perplexity, unable to comprehend the intentions behind his words. "Initially, it was Zhen who sought me out." Su Ziyang inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "She claimed she could provide me with resources and assist me in entering the entertainment industry, so I acquiesced. However, my time with her was rather brief." He paused slightly, a hint of guilt etched upon his face. "I am aware that my choice has inflicted considerable harm upon you. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness." At this juncture, Su Ziyang raised his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on Yang Yi, enunciating each word with deliberation. "But I wish to convey to you that I shall employ the very tactics that Zhen used against you to confront her." Yang Yi's eyes widened in shock, his lips parting slightly. He yearned to utter something, yet found his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. "Here, take this card. The money was rightfully yours." Su Ziyang stepped forward, unceremoniously thrusting the card into Yang Yi's hand. He then turned on his heel and strode towards the exit. As the door closed behind him, the lounge was enveloped in a profound silence. Su Mingyao and Han Liang exchanged glances, their eyes alight with curiosity, communicating through their expressions. The palpable essence of gossip unmistakable. "Take it, do not ponder too much," An Xing approached, gently patting Yang Yi's shoulder in a bid to console him. Yang Yi managed a wry smile, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I have not thought much about it." He understood that even in the absence of Su Ziyang, there would still be Zhang Ziyang and Li Ziyang. Given Zhen's character, it was only a matter of time before similar events would transpire. He could not help but reflect that Zhen would likely never have imagined that the very tactics she once wielded would one day be turned against her. Chapter 69. Tomorrow. A man, both perplexed and profoundly graceful, has departed. An Xing embrachet Yang Yi's shoulder dichtly. Shall we indulge in a drink? Yang Yi turned to An Xing. I shall refrain. I must return tonight to compose songs for you all. An Xing shook his head. Among the trio of Su Mengyao, Yang Yi, and Han Liang, only Su Mengyao had a faint idea for their upcoming song. Yang Yi and Han Liang, however, were still shrouded in uncertainty regarding their composition. Brother Yang, we shall accompany you for a drink. Su Mengyao quickly interjected. Han Liang nodded in agreement. See, you have company now, An Xing remarked, gesturing towards Su Mengyao and Han Liang with a smile. He understood that they were eager to seize the opportunity to be Yang Yi's audience and perhaps unearth some gossip. Nevertheless, he deemed it preferable for Yang Yi to have company rather than languish alone. All right then, let us find a place. Seeing this, Yang Yi no longer insisted on An Xing joining them. Let us head to my house. If we drink too much, we can simply collapse in a bed. So Mengyao proposed. An Xing regarded the three of them and chose not to say more. He thought to himself that occasionally allowing everyone to unwind was beneficial. Besides, he might not successfully pen the song tomorrow, so he would let them revel in this night. After bidding farewell to Yang Yi, Su Mengyao, and Han Liang, An Xing returned home. Upon entering, he settled onto the sofa and casually opened the drawer beneath the coffee table, retrieving several sheets of music. Su Mengyao's song was relatively easier to compose. He had numerous melodies corresponding to the initial 4 keywords in his memory. However, the crux lay in the final word, transcendence. In the realm of Jianghu, transcendence often signifies a detachment from the entanglements of love and enmity. Propping his chin on his hand, An Xing fell into contemplation, occasionally murmuring to himself, with a word of width between the brows, behold a segment of worldly splendor, who has not tasted both sorrow and joy. After humming a couple of lines, An Xing's eyes suddenly sparkled, and a joyful smile graced his face. No longer hesitating, he seized his pen and began to write fervently. Just as he set the pen down, preparing to savor his work, a series of knocks echoed from the door. An Xing rose to open it and found Zhou Yusin standing outside, holding a large bag of snacks. What brings you here? An Xing asked, momentarily taken aback, then stepped aside to let Zhou Yusin in. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come over for a drink, Zhou Yusin replied, nonchalantly making her way to the sofa and placing the snacks and a few bottles of beer on the coffee table. What is the matter? Are you lovesick? An Xing teased with a smirk. He casually opened a bottle of beer and grabbed a piece of pork jerky, chewing heartily. Lovesick, you silly head. Zhou Yusin's face flushed crimson, and she shot An Xing an indignant glance. She had merely been moved by the 3 songs An Xing had composed while watching a program that evening. Tossing and turning in bed, her mind was filled with memories of their playful antics together, and she could no longer contain herself, hence her visit, far from any notion of being lovesick. If you aren't lovesick, why are you blushing? An Xing was relentless, deliberately extending her finger to poke at Zhou Yusin's flushed cheek. Zhou Yusin found this action both amusing and exasperating, so she deftly changed the subject. This house is stifling. You haven't even opened a window. As she spoke, she pretended to wrinkle her nose in disdain. Though small, this place is quite complete. Naturally, someone accustomed to grand mansions like you would find it uncomfortable. An Xing chuckled nonchalantly and continued to enjoy her barbecue and drink. I noticed yesterday that the song you wrote for the monthly chart has garnered quite a number of plays. When your money arrives next month, how about we move to a bigger house? A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Zhou Yusin's face as she leaned closer to An Xing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That could work. An Xing contemplated the suggestion seriously, finding it rather plausible. Although she felt comfortable in the small house, it would be nice to enhance their living conditions with some wealth. Perhaps they could find a 2-bedroom apartment and convert one room into an office for a high-spec computer. She had heard that the 4090 graphics card boasted exceptional performance. It's settled then. Once your money arrives, let's go house hunting, and you must take me along to help you evaluate, Zhou Yusin declared, wrapping her arm around An Xing's shoulder. Sure, you'll need to help me make the right choice. An Xing replied with a smile and a nod. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, discussing myriad topics. Suddenly, Zhou Yusin seemed to recall something, setting her food down and looking earnestly at An Xing. By the way, little star, do you have any ideas for the song we need to create for the next show? Upon hearing Zhou Yusin's question, An Xing set down her bottle and furrowed her brow in concentration, responding seriously, I have some thoughts for Su Mingyao's song, but I'm completely at a loss for Yang Yi and Han Liang's. She paused. Yang Yi's is the most challenging, blending hip-hop and pop styles while incorporating 4 languages. I genuinely can't conceive of an appropriate song at the moment. As for Han Liang's, I have a few ideas, but they lack perfection. I have no choice but to settle for what I have. I feel like the production team is intentionally making things difficult for you, Zhou Yusin exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Just thinking about the absurd keywords from Han Liang and Yang, it made her suspicious. She couldn't believe it was all coincidental. Don't worry. These minor challenges won't stump me, An Xing said, her lips curving into a confident smile as she offered Zhou Yusin a reassuring glance. They fell into a brief silence, each taking a sip of their drink. Suddenly, Zhou Yusin's eyes lit up as she slapped An Xing's shoulder excitedly, exclaiming, Little star, I've thought of something. Perhaps we can connect Han Liang's keywords in this way. An Xing, intrigued, lowered her arm. How do we connect them? She inquired, eager for the explanation. If Zhou Yusin failed to articulate a coherent idea, An Xing would feel compelled to return the slap. Without a moment to wipe her greasy hands, Zhou Yusin, her eyes gleaming with excitement, eagerly said, we can combine these 4 keywords in pairs. Profound affection and elegance can indeed intertwine seamlessly. Confusion and tomorrow are not inherently contradictory. Imagine a man, both deeply affectionate and graceful, grappling with the departure of his beloved, showcasing his bewilderment about the future, all set to a lyrical melody. Such a concept inspires creativity, does it not? Upon hearing Zhou Yusin's words, An Xing's eyes sparkled with realization, as if something elusive was beckoning to be grasped within her mind. Tomorrow, confusion, a man imbued with profound affection and elegance. An Xing murmured to herself, will I still be loved tomorrow? With this thought, she snapped her fingers, recalling a song that resonated perfectly with Han Liang's keywords. Yusin, you are simply remarkable, An Xing exclaimed, her excitement causing her to cradle Zhou Yusin's face in her hands and bestow a hearty kiss upon her forehead. Oh dear, your hands are all greasy. Zhou Yusin playfully chided An Xing, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Far from being offended by An Xing's affectionate gesture, she felt a warm sweetness in her heart. The two often engaged in such playful banter and intimate interactions. However, having just eaten, An Xing's hands were slick with oil, leaving Zhou Yusin's face feeling sticky. Oh dear, I got too excited. Let me help you with that. An Xing chuckled shyly, hastily retrieving a few tissues. Zhou Yusin readily leaned in, presenting her cheek. As An Xing's hand brushed against her face, Zhou Yusin instinctively closed her eyes, a radiant blush illuminating her features, reflecting pure bliss. Chapter 70. Using a child to sustain our relationship, why are you closing your eyes? An Xing suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Zhou Yusin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yusin abruptly opened her eyes, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she retorted, mind your own business. An Xing truly was a dense fool. How could he ask such a silly question when they were so close, and she had her eyes shut? Truly, he was beyond hope. Then you wipe it yourself, An Xing said nonchalantly, shoving a tissue into her hand. You deserve to be single for life. Zhou Yusin shot him an indignant glare. She took the tissue and began to wipe her face, muttering to herself. Being single was just fine. The freedom of solitude was quite delightful, wasn't it? An Xing shrugged, appearing utterly unconcerned. To him, the single life was unrestrained, allowing one to do as they pleased. If your parents heard you say that, you'd be in for it, Zhou Yusin remarked with a smirk, reveling in the thought. Aunt Zhang and uncle were always nagging about having grandchildren. If they were to hear An Xing's words, they would surely give him a good scolding. What is there to fear? They haven't pressured me yet. I'll deal with it when they do, An Xing replied, scratching his nose. If they did pressure you, would you just marry anyone? Zhou Yusin tossed the used tissue aside and turned to face him, her gaze piercing. But I have you, An Xing said with a mischievous grin, half-jokingly. Zhou Yusin was momentarily taken aback, her mind blank as her heart raced, the sound of its pounding echoing in her ears. You want me? She retorted, feigning indifference by raising her chin. Really? With our close relationship, you wouldn't agree? An Xing exaggeratedly widened his eyes, his face a portrait of disbelief. I never said I wouldn't agree. Zhou Yusin blurted out instinctively. As soon as the words left her lips, a warmth spread across her face, and she quickly added, "It depends on how you perform." After saying that, she stole a glance at An Xing, her eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. "What kind of performance do you want? It's just having a child, after all. It's not that complicated." An Xing leaned back against the sofa, his hands leisurely cradling the back of his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Zhou Yusin abruptly tilted her head, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at An Xing. You want me to have a child?" Seeing the astonishment on her face, An Xing couldn't help but chuckle. He straightened his posture, leaning forward slightly as he teased. "Haven't you seen that video?" "What video?" Zhou Yusin asked, perplexed. "Using a child to sustain our relationship," An Xing concluded, bursting into laughter. Only then did Zhou Yusin realize that An Xing was merely jesting at her expense. Flustered and furious, her cheeks flushed with color, she playfully scolded, "You little star, how dare you tease me?" As she spoke, she suddenly rose and lunged towards An Xing. The two engaged in a spirited tussle on the sofa, neither willing to yield. The sofa creaked incessantly under their weight. Before long, An Xing found himself pinned beneath Zhou Yusin, her grip tightening around his neck, his face buried against her chest. His face flushed crimson as he raised his hands high, shouting hoarsely, I surrender, I surrender. Will you dare to tease me again next time?" Zhou Yusin wore a triumphant expression, completely oblivious to the fact that the strap of her sundress had slipped down during their vigorous play. With An Xing's face still pressed firmly against her, he was rendered immobile. I can't breathe, please let me go," An Xing pleaded, his voice muffled in her embrace. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yusin hastily released him, concern etched across her features. "Oh, are you all right? I didn't use much force just now," she inquired. An Xing awkwardly sat up, pointing at Zhou Yusin's chest, gasping, "It's your fault for suffocating me like that." Zhou Yusin looked down and gasped, startled by the expanse of bare skin exposed to the air. Flustered, she quickly adjusted her strap and playfully scolded An Xing, "Hey, little star, how could you take advantage of me?" Despite her words, a hint of mischief danced on her lips. "Clearly, you were the one pinning me down," An Xing retorted, perplexed at her size. He pouted, his gaze roaming over her figure. Goodness, with proportions like these, one hand wouldn't suffice to encompass them. At least, ensure the future would be secure. Zhou Yusin proudly puffed out her chest, and An Xing couldn't help but agree, nodding vigorously. After their playful banter, An Xing glanced at the time, nearly 2 a.m, and suggested, "Let us finish this drink and then rest." Zhou Yusin raised her glass, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she looked at An Xing. "Tell me, if this were strong liquor, would you pass out after a single sip?" "Oh please, you underestimate me," An Xing scoffed. "I could handle a cup of ergo tea easily." Just as she began to finish her sentence, a thought struck her. "What could you handle?" Zhou Yusin asked. Curiosity piqued as An Xing trailed off. "I'd just end up choking and crying," An Xing chuckled, realizing she had inadvertently thought of a song fitting for Yang. It was a serendipitous moment. "How odd," Zhou Yusin muttered before tilting her head back and downing her drink in one go. An Xing, not to be outdone, followed suit and emptied her glass as well. "When are you heading back?" "I need to start writing songs," An Xing remarked, tidying up the coffee table as she glanced at Zhou Yusin, who was lazily reclining on the sofa. "I can't take it anymore. I feel dizzy," Zhou Yusin replied, one hand pressed to her forehead, her brows knitted in discomfort. "Then let me carry you to bed," An Xing offered without hesitation, accustomed to Zhou Yusin's frequent overnight visits. An Xing gently placed Zhou Yusin on the bed. With half-closed eyes, Zhou Yusin drowsily inquired, "How much longer will you be writing?" "You should rest first. I can't say for sure myself. However, I do feel inspired now and should be able to write quickly," An Xing replied patiently. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yusin nodded lightly, pulling the air-conditioning blanket over herself. As soon as An Xing stepped out, she swiftly rose, shedding her dress and remaining in her undergarments before returning to bed. Her gaze fixated on the doorway. Time passed, and soon the sound of steady breathing filled the room. Meanwhile, An Xing had already composed the songs for Yang, Yi, and Han Liang. Yet, he did not enter immediately, choosing instead to lounge on the sofa, engrossed in a game. It was not until nearly 4 in the morning that An Xing set down his phone and stealthily entered the room. Chapter 71. Get up quickly. You're weighing me down the following noon. An Xing, in a state of drowsiness, felt as though he had sunk into a soft haven of tenderness, too comfortable to open his eyes. Subconsciously, he shifted his head, seeking a more comfortable position to continue indulging in his dreams. Little star, you need to get up quickly. You're making it hard for me to breathe, Zhou Yusin murmured, feeling as if a heavy stone pressed against her chest, making each breath a struggle. With great effort, she extended her hand and feebly pushed An Xing's head. At her gentle nudge, An Xing abruptly awakened from his stupor. He suddenly opened his eyes, as if a thought had sparked in his mind. With a swift motion, he sat upright, hurriedly grabbing the phone resting beside his pillow. The screen lit up, and the glaring numbers met his gaze. Past noon. Oh no, I'm going to be late, An Xing exclaimed, his mind racing as he hastily grabbed a jacket from the chair beside him, throwing it on with little care before dashing into the bathroom. In less than 3 minutes, An Xing emerged from his grooming ritual, his hair slightly tousled, yet his demeanor invigorated. As he tied his shoelaces, he called out to Zhou Yusin, who remained sprawled on the bed. Find somewhere to eat. I need to deliver the song to them. With that, he burst through the door, slamming it shut behind him. This little star, Zhou Yusin muttered, rubbing her chest, still feeling the weight of his presence. He complained about my size yesterday, yet seemed to enjoy himself just now. A faint smile crept onto her lips as she slowly rose from the bed, stretched luxuriously, and made her way to the bathroom. Having frequently visited this place, she had prepared her own set of toiletries. After freshening up, Zhou Yusin returned to her room, swiftly tidying the bed. She then gathered the remnants of their previous night's indulgence from the living room and carried the trash outside. Downstairs, Zhou Yusin mounted her petite electric scooter, humming a cheerful tune, and, basking in the afternoon sunlight, set off toward the flower shop. Meanwhile, An Xing arrived at Su Mingyao's residence. Yang Yi and Han Liang, their hair in disarray, sat on the sofa with sleepy expressions. Su Mingyao had just changed into comfortable loungewear and joined them on the sofa. I deliberately arrived a bit late to see if you would slack off, yet here you are, still asleep. An Xing feigned annoyance, struggling to suppress a smile as he adopted a serious expression. Teacher in Haven T, you also overslept? Su Mingyao murmured quietly. What do you mean I overslept? Do you have any idea how late I stayed up last night writing songs for you? An Xing retorted. While I toiled through the night. You all were warned not to drink too much, and yet here you are, sleeping until noon. Are we even going to practice the songs? An Xing raised his voice, cleared his throat, and deliberately adopted the demeanor of a stern teacher as he began to lecture the 3 individuals before him. Aren't we here, waiting for your song? Yang Yi scratched his head, his expression awkward, and quietly defended himself and his companions. All right, I shall let you off this time. But if you dare to slack off again next time, do not blame me for being ungracious. An Xing feigned seriousness as he issued the warning. Having said that, he opened his bag and retrieved 3 copies of sheet music. Now, pay close attention and learn well, he instructed, handing the sheets to each of them. The trio accepted the scores with both hands and proceeded into the rehearsal room. Watching their departing figures, An Xing let out a long sigh, a faint smile gracing his face. It had been quite some time since he had last admonished students. This feeling was rather exhilarating. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and his companions arrived at the rehearsal room ahead of him. Brother Yang, has teacher An's uncle come to visit today? Why is he so irritable? Han Liang inquired in a hushed tone. How would I know? Yang Yi shrugged, feeling quite wronged. The trio had not been intoxicated from drinks the previous night. Rather, they had been eagerly awaiting news from An Xing. After all, he had previously sent songs at midnight. They all yearned to see their songs at the earliest opportunity. To their dismay, they waited until dawn without receiving anything and eventually dozed off in a daze. Don't take it to heart. Teacher and can be like this at times. Su Mingyao, the most authoritative among them, reassured them. When An Xing first taught her, she had experienced the same teacherly indulgence. During their initial encounter, she had even been brought to tears. Later, she realized that An Xing was merely seeking an excuse. This left Su Mingyao both amused and exasperated. Every time An Xing had one of his moods, she played along willingly. "What are you three chatting about?" An Xing entered the room to find them huddled together, whispering rather than studying the sheet music. "Teacher, and we were just saying how handsome you look today," Su Mingyao quickly responded. "Yes, indeed," Han Liang added eagerly. An Xing, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. "Focus on the sheet music. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Upon hearing An Xing's words, the trio ceased their chatter and directed their attention to the scores, for that was the paramount task at hand. An Xing settled comfortably on the sofa, waiting for the three to approach him with their inquiries after they had reviewed the material. Su Mingyao was the first to approach him. "Teacher, this song feels quite similar to my previous one. I don't believe there are any notable points to be cautious about," she whispered as she stood before him. "Yes, fundamentally, the differences are minimal, but you must convey a sense of profound emotion, a deeper tone, similar to the first song I gave you," and Xing explained, elaborating on certain techniques related to the piece. "Rest assured, teacher, this song is well within my grasp," Su Mingyao replied with determination in her eyes. With that, she stepped aside and began to practice softly. Before long, Han Liang approached An Xing. "Teacher, may I sing it for you to see how it feels?" An Xing nodded, attentively listening to Han Liang's performance. Although there was no accompaniment yet, Han Liang's a cappella rendition was commendable. However, An Xing discerned certain issues. When singing this song, it is imperative to convey deep emotion, infusing the voice with a sense of narrative. Most importantly, while embodying this sentiment, one must also exhibit the charm of a refined gentleman, allowing the audience to experience a sense of bewilderment through the poignant storytelling woven within the melody. And Xing meticulously pointed out Han Liang's shortcomings. "Teacher, do you think it would be appropriate for me to immerse myself in Yang Ji's situation while performing this song?" Han Liang pondered for a moment before softly speaking. This remark took An Xing by surprise. It seemed that Yang Yi had shared his circumstances with Han Liang and Su Mingyao the previous night. Nevertheless, upon reflection, An Xing realized that Yang Yi's predicament was indeed somewhat aligned with the essence of the song. "Certainly, that would be no problem," An Xing affirmed, believing that Han Liang's immersion could yield a commendable effect. After Han Liang departed, Yang Yi approached An Xing with a forlorn expression. "An Xing, I find myself rather perplexed by this song." Chapter 72, 10 million to acquire all, writes upon hearing Yang Yi's words, and Xing offered a subtle smile. "What seems to be unclear?" Yang Yi settled beside An Xing, gesturing to several spots on the sheet music, his brow slightly furrowed. "You see, this section requires a rap style with a particularly brisk tempo, and I'm uncertain about the techniques to employ for singing it. Moreover, the haka phrase you noted later, I am entirely unfamiliar with." After expressing his concerns, he looked at An Xing with anticipation. "Now, please listen as I sing it once." An Xing accepted the sheet music, cleared her throat, and began to hum softly. Yang Yi sat beside her, his gaze fixated on An Xing, his ears perked up attentively. Not far away, Han Liang and Su Mingyao were also drawn by the commotion, setting aside their own sheet music to focus intently on An Xing. Once the performance concluded, An Xing set down the sheet music and smiled at Yang Yi. "So, do you feel it now? An Xing, you are nothing short of a genius. I never imagined this song could be sung in such a manner. It's simply magnificent," Yang Yi exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. After hearing An Xing's rendition, he felt the slightly rebellious style melded perfectly with the song, as if it had been infused with soul, rendering it vibrantly alive. "My own skills are merely average. With your presence here, you could certainly inject some more intensity in these areas for an even better effect." And Xing maintained her smile, gently tapping on the sheet music to highlight the aspects Yang Yi should pay attention to. "Understood. I'll remember." Yang Yi nodded confidently. "As for the haka phrase, it's just the last line. I'll send you a voice message shortly. Listen to it a few times and practice mimicking it, and you'll master it in no time," and Xing added. Yang Yi nodded eagerly in response. Just then, the arrangers Su Mingyao had booked arrived, and Xing engaged in conversation with them, articulating her thoughts and requirements for the arrangement in detail. The discussion was fervent and engaging. By the time everything was settled, dusk had begun to fall. "You all should practice diligently according to the plan. Feel free to reach out to me if any issues arise, and Xing instructed Yang Yi, Han Liang, and Su Mengyao before turning to leave. In a reception area of Muyu Media Company, Qin Lanfeng sat on the sofa alongside her manager Zhang Li. Lanfeng, while it's true that An Xing possesses considerable talent, it hardly seems necessary for you to personally come here to invite him to write a song, does it? Zhang Li murmured in a hushed tone, her voice laden with bewilderment. In her eyes, Qin Lanfeng was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, sought after by renowned songwriters eager to compose for her. The fact that An Xing, still relatively new to the scene, commanded such attention from Qin Lanfeng struck her as rather absurd. Zhang Jia, your perspective is misguided. Qin Lanfeng gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Despite An Xing's current level of fame, every song he crafts is a masterpiece. Just look at this month's music platform rankings. The top 6 are all his works. His prowess is not to be underestimated. As she spoke, Qin Lanfeng's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Zhang Li, upon hearing this, shook her head dismissively. Lanfeng, there are many talented songwriters out there. However, his current status has yet to rise. It is truly unnecessary for us to make such a grand effort. Upon hearing this, Qin Lanfeng slightly curled her lips, revealing a trace of a helpless smile, and let out a gentle sigh. She understood that although Zhang Li was well-versed in the entertainment industry, her perspective could sometimes be overly limited. To her, An Xing's talent was unparalleled. Missing this opportunity to invite him to write a song might lead to regret in the future. Sister Zhang, please urge them. The song for Gu Xinglan and Wei Jiasen's competition needs to be written as soon as possible. Qin Lanfeng shifted the topic, her tone calm, yet imbued with an air of authority. Zhang Li opened her mouth, intending to offer further persuasion, but the words faltered on her lips. She understood that Qin Lanfeng's position in the entertainment industry was now solidified, and her popularity was soaring. The company had to support her. As her manager, she could not afford to be too assertive. If it were another artist, who would dare speak to their manager in such a tone? Watching Zhang Li rise and leave the reception room, Qin Lanfeng maintained a serene demeanor. She had long since grown accustomed to Zhang Li's somewhat limited viewpoint and did not take it to heart. At that moment, her thoughts were solely focused on collaborating with An Xing, hoping to secure an exceptional song that would be uniquely hers. Shortly thereafter, Mu Ling entered, smiling as she approached Qin Lanfeng and warmly extended her hand. Miss Qin, what an honor it is to have you here. I never expected you to grace us with your presence, making this place shine. Qin Lanfeng quickly stood up, grasping Mu Ling's hand and responding with a smile. You, Ms. Mu, are truly the one who is young and accomplished. I remember when I was your age, I was still struggling in the practice room. The two engaged in mutual flattery, then resumed their seats and chatted casually, bridging the gap between them. Ms. Mu, let us speak candidly. Qin Lanfeng sensed the moment was right, her expression shifting to seriousness as she directly addressed the core issue. I am here today to request your company's An Xing to write a song for me. Mu Ling nodded slightly. In fact, from the moment she learned of Qin Lanfeng's visit, she had anticipated this request. Thankfully, she had acted swiftly to bring An Xing into the company. Otherwise, given the talent An Xing was currently displaying, many would undoubtedly be vying for his attention. Sister Fei, I certainly regard your request with seriousness. However, I must first understand your collaboration conditions. Mu Ling inquired cautiously. I am not one to beat around the bush. Qin Lanfeng straightened her posture, her tone turning grave. I desire a song in the style of Xiaosa Zhou Yihui. I am willing to pay 10 million to buy out all the rights. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling did not hesitate to decline outright. Sister Fei, I am afraid I cannot agree to such terms. Oh, why not? Qin Lanfeng exclaimed in surprise. Her proposed price was indeed astronomical. It is worth noting that the copyrights of well-known lyricists and composers in the market typically range in the millions. She genuinely appreciated that style of music, which was why she initially offered such a high price, only to be met with refusal. Sister Fei, while other matters can be negotiated, the issue of copyright is non-negotiable. An Xing has made it abundantly clear from the outset that the core copyright will not be sold. Mu Ling, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained steadily, recalling An Xing's words. Copyright is the rooster that lays the golden eggs. This copyright must remain in our own hands. Qin Lanfeng fell silent, bowing her head as she began to weigh the pros and cons internally. After a considerable pause, she lifted her gaze and spoke anew. Very well. We shall adhere to An Xing stipulations regarding the copyright. As for the price, I can only offer 1 million, along with a share of the song's revenue. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling nodded slowly. Even without the copyright, Qin Lanfeng's willingness to present such a generous offer was indeed unexpected. Sister Fei, please hold on a moment. I will communicate with An Xing right away. With that, Mu Ling rose, stepped outside the reception area, retrieved her phone, and dialed An Xing's number. Chapter 73. Investment in the company. After obtaining An Xing's consent, Mu Ling returned to the reception room. Sister Fei, I just communicated with An Xing, and he has no objections to the conditions you proposed. I would like to inquire when you hope to have this song completed. Mu Ling beamed as she looked at Qin Lanfeng. Upon hearing this, Qin Lanfeng's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly stood up. The sooner, the better. If it can be finished by next month, I will release it then. Next month? Mu Ling's brow furrowed slightly. With only 1 day left in this month, the timeline felt rather tight. Nevertheless, she rallied her spirits and endeavored to keep her tone as untroubled as possible. I cannot guarantee it, but I will certainly emphasize your urgency to An Xing. Qin Lanfeng nodded gently, displaying no excessive concern. Given An Xing's previous creative pace, she felt that the likelihood of receiving the song on time was quite high. After bidding farewell to Qin Lanfeng, Mu Ling returned to her office. The computer screen on her desk still glowed, displaying several entertainment news articles yet to be closed. All were trending topics that emerged following last night's program broadcast. Yang Yi, Han Liang, and Su Mengyao each occupied a trending search term. An Xing dominated another, and one more was related to Wu Yu. It seems that An Xing's rise is even swifter than I anticipated, Mu Ling murmured to herself, her gaze intent, revealing a sense of determination as if she had made an important decision in her heart. Soon after, she grabbed her bag and left the company in haste. Meanwhile, at Zhou Yusin's flower shop, An Xing had just hung up the phone when Zhou Yusin curiously inquired, "Who was that? You seemed quite serious on the call." "Oh, it was Mu Ling. She mentioned that Qin Lanfeng is looking to buy a song from me." An Xing casually stuffed her phone into her pocket, her tone indifferent. "Wow, little star, you are simply amazing. Qin Lanfeng is seeking you out to write songs. That's incredible." Zhou Yusin's eyes widened in astonishment and excitement. Observing Zhou Yusin's reaction, An Xing felt a surge of modest pride, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Calm down. Would you like me to ask her for an autograph? Really? That would be fantastic." Zhou Yusin's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly nodded. "You said it, so you better not back out." She had always wanted Qin Lanfeng's autograph, but had previously felt too shy to ask An Xing. Now that An Xing brought it up, she naturally welcomed the opportunity. "But what did you offer her?" Zhou Yusin leaned closer to An Xing, their faces nearly touching. 1 million plus 10% of the song's additional earnings. A satisfied smile spread across An Xing's face. She was quite content with this price, and she had already decided on the song for Qin Lanfeng. Something akin to Xiao Sazoi Hui. Perhaps Xiao Hongchun would be quite fitting. She was confident that once this individual received the song, she would cherish it dearly. 1 million, plus the royalties? Little star, you are about to become a millionaire. Zhou Yusin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She felt genuinely happy for An Xing from the depths of her heart. After all, witnessing An Xing's increasing success brought an indescribable joy. Ahem, let us maintain a low profile. Once the money arrives, I'll treat you to a grand feast to celebrate properly. An Xing burst into hearty laughter, and seeing Zhou Yusin in her adoring demeanor filled her with immense pride. "Shall we dine at a 5-star hotel?" Zhou Yusin gazed at An Xing with eager anticipation. "No problem. We can eat whatever we desire. I only fear you might not be able to fit it all in." An Xing waved her hand dismissively. "Money is meant to be enjoyed. It should be spent when necessary. Truly, my little star, all those years of nurturing you were not in vain." Zhou Yusin, brimming with excitement, embraced An Xing, playfully rubbing against her. "Ahem, I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Just as Zhou Yusin was hugging An Xing, a teasing cough echoed from the doorway. Zhou Yusin, startled, quickly released An Xing, and they both turned to see Mu Ling standing there, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. "What brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up." Zhou Yusin approached the door, pulling Mu Ling inside. "I came to find An Xing. I figured he'd be here with you," Mu Ling said, her face radiant with joy as she looked at An Xing. "So, did you not finalize things with Qin Lanfang?" An Xing scratched his head, his expression puzzled as he regarded Mu Ling. Mu Ling gently shook her head and replied, "We've come to an agreement, but she wants the song by next month. Will you have enough time?" "Next month is perfectly fine. Once the next program starts, I'll hand it over to her." An Xing waved his hand nonchalantly. For him, composing a song was merely a matter of minutes. If Qin Lanfang inquires, I'll just say it was created concurrently with Xiaosa Zoe Hui. And that'll make sense. That's great. I knew you wouldn't find this trivial matter challenging. Mu Ling smiled softly. You didn't come all this way just for that, did you? An Xing looked at Mu Ling, sensing that she had something else to discuss. After all, such a minor issue could easily be resolved with a phone call. There was no need for a personal visit. I did come to discuss something significant with you. Mu Ling's smile faded, her expression turning serious. Upon hearing this, An Xing straightened up, and Zhou Yusin perked up her ears. Are you interested in investing in the company? Mu Ling dropped a bombshell. At this revelation, An Xing was left speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked, You want me to invest in your company? Mu Ling nodded emphatically, her gaze resolute. Indeed, let us join forces to expand and strengthen the company, creating new glories together. An Xing instinctively shook his head, a wry smile on his face as he replied, Forget it. I know nothing about managing a company. It's far more comfortable for me to remain a carefree slacker and wait for my share. You won't have to concern yourself with company affairs. Mu Ling anticipated An Xing's response and explained calmly. You will invest through your songs, and I'll handle everything else. We'll each hold a 50% stake in the company, and you will retain all copyright. An Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Mu Ling. The conditions make it seem as though Mu Ling is preparing to work for herself. With the copyrights in her possession, even if she departs from the company, she can carry all her songs with her. This indeed constitutes a core resource. What could Mu Ling possibly be after? Mu Ling, you. Zhou Yusin furrowed her brow, hesitating to speak. You all know that I am not in need of money. Mu Ling sighed softly and spoke slowly. I ventured out to start my own business to surpass my father, not wanting to be used as a pawn in his marriage arrangements. Upon hearing Mu Ling's words, An Xing and Zhou Yusin fell silent. They were well aware of Mu Ling's father, the head of one of the 3 major entertainment companies in Huayu Group. The ambition to surpass Huayu Group is indeed a daunting challenge. So, you're interested in the resources of my songs? An Xing's mind raced, suddenly grasping Mu Ling's intentions. With her unique status, no one in the entertainment industry would dare to trip her up easily. And with the exceptional quality of her songs, under Mu Ling's guidance, they might just carve out a niche for themselves. Indeed, now that Yang Yi, Su Mingyao, and Han Liang have started to shine, we will use them as our breakthrough point, advancing step by step towards the pinnacle of the industry. Mu Ling's gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering. After hearing this, An Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter. He rose to his feet, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Mu Ling and extended his right hand. To collaboration, may it be a pleasant endeavor. Chapter 74. Why the urgency? After reaching an agreement with An Xing, Mu Ling hurriedly took her leave. An Xing and Zhou Yusin casually entered a nearby restaurant. The establishment was bustling with noise, with waitstaff darting back and forth. The two found a secluded corner and ordered a few home-style dishes. Little Star, do you think Mu Ling might have a crush on you? Zhou Yusin casually remarked, picking up a piece of green vegetable with her chopsticks, her eyes discreetly glancing at An Xing to gauge his reaction. Impossible, An Xing retorted without a moment's hesitation. In his mind, Mu Ling sought him out solely for his musical talent. There were no ulterior motives at play. He harbored not even the slightest romantic inclination towards her. But that's 50 of the company's shares. You're just providing songs. The terms are exceedingly generous. Zhou Yusin continued, chewing thoughtfully, a hint of skepticism on her face. To her, Mu Ling's offer seemed quite extraordinary, prompting her to ponder further. She has her reasons, as she clearly stated, An Xing responded, shaking his head in resignation. Do you genuinely believe her claims? Zhou Yusin asked, setting down her chopsticks and looking earnestly at An Xing. How can one know without trying? An Xing shrugged, appearing nonchalant. For him, the opportunity for such collaboration was invaluable. Even if he did not surpass YU Group, he would still reap substantial rewards. There was no need to overthink the other matters. All right. However, I've heard that when men acquire wealth, they tend to become quite flirtatious. Zhou Yusin changed the subject, looking at An Xing with a playful smile. That applies to others. I'm not that kind of person. I am quite devoted, An Xing replied, casting a flirtatious glance at Zhou Yusin. Instantly, a blush crept onto Zhou Yusin's face, and she hastily lowered her head, pretending to focus on her bowl of rice while mumbling, Is that so? I haven't noticed. I don't have a girlfriend, so of course you wouldn't see my devoted side. An Xing continued. Just then, he noticed that Zhou Yusin's bowl was nearly empty, and naturally, he picked up the communal chopsticks to serve her a few more vegetables. Then, why don't you find someone? Zhou Yusin's voice was barely above a whisper, her head still downcast. Yusin, my family isn't pushing me. Why are you so anxious? An Xing asked, puzzled. Is it not acceptable to inquire? Zhou Yusin's voice wavered slightly, her demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. Perhaps fate has not yet arrived. An Xing said, his gaze lingering on Zhou Yusin. Sensing his attention, Zhou Yusin looked up, her flushed cheeks meeting An Xing's eyes. In that fleeting moment of connection, An Xing felt a pang of nervousness and quickly averted his gaze, attempting to maintain his composure. Let us eat. There is no need to talk so much. Okay. Zhou Yusin replied obediently, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment. After that, the two fell into silence, hastily finishing their meal before parting ways to return home. May arrived, with gentle breezes caressing the air. Inside Zhou Yusin's flower shop, An Xing sat in a chair, his eyes fixated on the screen of his mobile phone. Gazing at the balance in his bank account, a smile crept uncontrollably across An Xing's face, stretching nearly to his ears. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, up to 1 million. 6 million, Rainy. We've struck it rich, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he set his phone down. A broad grin illuminating his features. That's a staggering sum. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yusin immediately abandoned her tasks and rushed to An Xing's side, her head leaning in closer, eyes fixated on the string of numbers on the screen, brimming with astonishment. See, my brother is now a bona fide wealthy man, An Xing declared with a triumphant air. Indeed, we must celebrate with a lavish feast tonight, Zhou Yusin exclaimed, throwing her arms around An Xing's neck in her enthusiasm. Tonight won't work for me. I have to record a program. An Xing pouted, gently prying her hand away. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. Zhou Yusin smacked her forehead, then set a time. I need to save room for a grand meal later. As she spoke, she patted her abdomen. Let us say tomorrow evening. You'll have to fast all day to make up for it, An Xing said with a mischievous grin. If I truly starve all day, I'll be a sight to behold at dinner. They'll think you've brought along a famished ghost, Zhou Yusin chuckled, her eyes narrowing into slits from laughter. Why worry? We'll eat to our heart's content. Let them say what they will. An Xing laughed heartily, waving dismissively. Zhou Yusin pondered for a moment and realized An Xing had a point. As long as he was unbothered, she needn't care about others' opinions. All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow, we'll first go house hunting. After selecting the perfect one, we shall indulge in a grand feast. As she spoke, she fished her phone from her pocket. Look, I've done some research over the past few days. These properties are quite impressive, fully furnished and equipped with appliances, ready for immediate move-in. She presented the phone to An Xing. An Xing blinked in surprise, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Really? You've already narrowed it down so quickly? He had mentioned the topic of real estate casually to Zhou Yusin before, not expecting her to take it so seriously. Of course. Take a look, Zhou Yusin urged, gently guiding his head towards the screen as he lingered in thought. An Xing smiled, then diligently examined the property information on her phone. The two of them exchanged thoughts, deliberating for quite some time, ultimately settling on the tomato community. I'll come by to pick you up tomorrow at noon, and then we'll head out to view the houses, An Xing remarked, glancing at the time and realizing he needed to hurry to the production team. Zhou Yusin gave an okay sign, her face radiating with joy. No problem. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. After An Xing departed from the flower shop, Zhou Yusin promptly locked the door and hopped on her little electric scooter, heading towards her workplace. In the production team's lounge, An Xing observed Yang Yi, whose expression was somewhat tense, and felt a pang of sympathy. It appeared that this particular song posed a challenge for him. In recent days of practice, there remain some imperfections. It is not entirely flawless. Regrettably, time has grown insufficient. Adopting a relaxed mindset and doing one's utmost will suffice. An Xing gently patted Yang Yi's shoulder. An Xing, I comprehend, Yang Yi replied, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Brother Yang, there is something I have long wished to express. Han Liang softly interjected from his side. Upon hearing his words, An Xing, Yang Yi, and Su Mingyao all turned their attention towards him. This song of yours can actually be infused with your own experiences. The emotions within the melody will manifest naturally. At Han Liang's remark, Yang Yi's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 75, Born to the Sound of You, semifinals regarding Han Liang's words. Yang Yi had contemplated them long before. However, if that were the case, the song would lose its original, carefree charm, completely contradicting the established keywords and straying far from the creative intent. It was better to stick with the rehearsed version. An Xing glanced at Yang Yi and shrugged. Although this rendition was not flawless, it was undoubtedly sufficient for advancing to the next stage. After all, each individual has their distinct style. It is unreasonable to expect everyone to master every genre of music. Yang Yi nodded vigorously, signaling his understanding. After parting ways with the three, An Xing returned to the mentor's lounge to await the program's commencement. Hardly had he settled in when Wu Yu approached with a beaming smile, plopping down beside An Xing. Brethren, your confidence radiates. This episode, you must be certain of victory. Wu Yu's smile bore a hint of flattery. Just a bit, An Xing replied, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a faint smile. Recalling the trending topics surrounding Wu Yu, An Xing couldn't help but marvel. This fellow certainly knows how to leverage the show to generate buzz. His previous critiques had successfully crafted a favorable reputation, garnering him a substantial fan base. Brethren, do you think you could help me write a song? You can set any conditions you like. Wu Yu leaned closer, his tone dripping with sycophancy. Previously, the company had urged him to actively create topics during the show to boost its popularity. However, after inadvertently praising An Xing last time, the outcome was surprisingly positive, with viewers commending his discerning taste. The company seized upon this topic to great effect, yielding unexpected publicity results. Wu Yu relished the sweetness of this success, finding it far easier than deliberately stirring up trouble. Now, the company had assigned him a new task, to capitalize on this momentum by requesting a song from An Xing, aiming to further enhance his popularity and status. Noticing the lounge was temporarily empty, Wu Yu seized the opportunity to approach An Xing. You can directly contact Muyu Media with your conditions. An Xing waved his hand dismissively, adopting a businesslike demeanor. This is your company? Wu Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. He hadn't anticipated that An Xing had already signed with the company. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Securing a song might not be as simple as he had hoped. Just reach out. As long as the conditions are met, I could provide not just one song, but several. An Xing smiled. To him, these were all opportunities for profit. Who would ever complain about having too much money? All right, I will contact them tomorrow. Brethren, you must tailor a song for me then. Wu Yu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The thought of performing a song by An Xing, transforming from a mere popular singer into one of true talent, made him unable to suppress a grin. Before long, Qin Lanfei and Lei Menglin arrived, politely greeting An Xing. At this point, they had already begun to regard An Xing as their equal. An Xing casually produced a prepared song and handed it to Qin Lanfei, saying, Teacher Qin, here's a song for you. Please see if it suits your taste. Wow, Teacher Qin, you have already asked Brethren for a song? Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Yu gasped in astonishment. He had intended to approach An Xing first to request a song, only to discover that Qin Lanfang had acted with greater alacrity. Beside him, Lei Menglin also displayed a look of surprise. Previously, he had heard Qin Lanfang mention her desire to collaborate with An Xing on a song, but he had not anticipated that within just a few days, the composition would already be in her possession. Indeed, it is likely that by the end of the month, you will be able to hear this song, Qin Lanfeng remarked, her face radiating joy as she received the musical score. As she gazed at the composition, her smile deepened with every glance. Lei Menglin and Wu Yu, filled with curiosity, longed to draw near and take a look, yet they refrained from doing so. They were acutely aware that, prior to the official release of the song, this constituted a commercial secret. Although they were all colleagues and maintained a cordial relationship, it was not close enough to justify intruding upon another's confidential matters, and thus they suppressed their inquisitiveness. Before long, Yang Yuxia arrived, her expression peculiarly scrutinizing the four individuals in the lounge, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Particularly, she noted Wu Yu seated beside An Xing. In light of the recent trending topics, Yang Yuxiao realized she would be left to fend for herself. With the previous round's challenging keywords, she thought, "I refuse to believe you can produce another quality song." Casting a glance at An Xing, she inwardly muttered, despite acknowledging An Xing's undeniable talent, she could not regard it as a leverage against her. An Xing, for his part, noticed Yang Yuxiao's gaze but chose to disregard it, viewing her as nothing more than a mere jester. Moments later, the clock struck 8. "Welcome to Born for Music. I am your host, Zhao Ning." With Zhao Ning taking the stage, the fourth episode commenced. An Xing and the four mentors took their places on the judging panel, while 8 contestants gradually made their way to the stage to initiate a new round of drawing lots. This episode would see the elimination of 2 contestants, while the remaining 6 would advance directly to the finals. As the live broadcast began, netizens eagerly engaged, with a flurry of comments flooding the screen. "My Yao, I love you. Hey, my little darling. My little puppy Han Liang, you look so handsome today." In the production team's backstage area, director Zhang Feng observed the viewer count surge past 2 million, a smile spreading across his face. "Director Zhang, we've broken 2 million, Assistant Xiao Li exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Calm down, calm down. This is merely the beginning," Zhang Feng replied, attempting to maintain composure, though the upward curve of his lips betrayed his excitement. If tonight proceeds smoothly without any issues, they might even have a shot at surpassing 3 million. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. He understood that the fervor was largely attributable to An Xing. The few songs he had released the previous month had ignited a sensation. While not everyone could hum the tunes, they were undeniably resonating through the streets and alleys, though not all would seek to discover the artist or songwriter. The foundation was laid, and naturally, curiosity would lead some to investigate, revealing the connection to their show. Zhang Feng merely felt regretful. Had he known the program would achieve such immense popularity, he would have planned for several more episodes during the initial preparations, thus not missing out on numerous valuable opportunities. 3 million. This program has likely become the most talked about of the year. Xiao Li, standing nearby, gazed at the constantly fluctuating numbers on a large screen and could not help but murmur softly. Though his words were spoken lightly, Zhang Feng caught them. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the screen, a confident smile still gracing his lips as he replied slowly, "This is merely the beginning." On stage, the 8 contestants had completed their draw. The first to take the stage was Su Mengyao. As the stage lights illuminated, Su Mengyao appeared in a flowing ancient-style gown. The hem of her dress trailed on the ground, swaying gently with the breeze. The title of the song gradually emerged on the stage. Chapter 76. Mutual Forgetting, performed by Su Mengyao, composed by An Xing. Lyrics by An Xing. The prelude of the song gently resonates, akin to a soft breeze, subtly wafting into the ears of the audience. The melodious sound of the guzheng intertwines with the crisp notes of the zither. In an instant, this enchanting melody draws everyone present into a world rich with the essence of ancient chivalry. Lei Menglin, upon hearing this distinctive prelude, momentarily pauses and instinctively turns to look at Qin Lanfei beside him. This must be Persian style, right? Qin Lanfei, equally captivated by the music, tilts her head, her gaze meeting Lei Menglin's, uncertainty lacing her tone. "Indeed, it is Persian style. I never expected An Xing to incorporate this genre into the song," Lei Menglin replies, regaining his composure and nodding firmly, a spark of admiration flickering in his eyes. To him, the Persian elements, skillfully woven into An Xing's arrangement, blend seamlessly into the song, creating a rich atmosphere that resonates with Su Mingyao's previous theme of chivalry. The audience falls silent, each individual enveloped in a unique musical ambience. On stage, Su Mingyao appears as if she has stepped out from a painting. With light, graceful steps, her figure sways elegantly, each movement imbued with the charm of millennia. She slowly raises her hand, gently placing the microphone near her lips. Then, with her ruby-red lips parting softly, her voice flows forth, plucking a flower of smiles. Contemplating the changes of the world. In the end, does winning or losing truly matter? The sun and moon wax and wane, wealth and nobility fade away. This morning's visage ages from last night. As Su Mingyao begins to sing, her slightly hoarse voice instantly imbues the song with a sense of time-worn depth, making each note feel like it carries a story. Her voice rises and falls gently, the emotions within the lyrics subtly permeating the atmosphere. The audience below unconsciously immerses themselves in the ambience crafted by the song, deeply sensing the faint sorrow and helplessness it conveys. In the judges' seats, Lei Menglin is already in a state of astonishment. In just a few lines, the imagery of desolation and solitude washes over him like a tide. The unpredictability of life and the vicissitudes of the world are laid bare at this moment. The radiant smile of a blooming flower stands in stark contrast to the ups and downs encountered along the journey of life, much like the elusiveness of fate, stirring ripples within his heart. With a widened brow, behold the scenery of the world. Who among us does not savor the bittersweet? The sea stretches endlessly. Grievances and favors are hard to tally. What was yesterday, today should be forgotten. As Su Mingyao's voice resonates once more, Lei Menglin closes his eyes slowly, surrendering to the experience. From this segment of lyrics, he genuinely perceives a broad-minded attitude towards life. It feels as though a voice whispers in his ear, urging him to release past grievances and embrace a new life with a tranquil heart. This openness resembles that of a transcendent hermit, standing high above in the heavens, perceiving life, love, and human nature with profound clarity. Qin Lanfang lightly bit her lip, struggling to fully comprehend the profound meaning behind the lyrics. Nevertheless, the melancholic and desolate melody struck a chord deep within her heart. An overwhelming desire surged within her. She yearned for this song. Yet, as her thoughts shifted, she recalled the exquisite piece that An Xing had just shared with her. With this in mind, Qin Lanfang couldn't help but smile softly, leaning back against her mentor's chair. Closing her eyes and immersing herself entirely in the ambience conjured by the music. Beside her, Wu Yu is already enraptured, seemingly oblivious to the world's troubles. The pressures from the company had dissipated, and at this moment, he felt utterly relaxed, fully savoring the enchanting melody. In stark contrast, Yang Yuxia's countenance darkened the instant the music began. As a professional music director, she understood the value of this song better than anyone. An Xing, you are truly remarkable. Yang Yuxia murmured under her breath, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards An Xing, who was also reclining in her chair, lost in the music. A tinge of bitterness welled up within Yang Yuxia. How wonderful it would have been if she had never encountered An Xing on this show. With that thought, she took a deep breath, slowly leaning back in her chair, attempting to immerse herself in the world of music as well. The waves of time roll on, and youth takes flight. Even amidst the tumult of ages, the spirit remains undeterred. The wind blows softly, and in the midst of life's chaos, the joys and sorrows of love drift away like leaves in the breeze. As the chorus erupted, Su Mingyao raised her voice, instantly elevating the song's emotional intensity to its zenith. At that moment, her singing was infused with strength, yet retained tenderness, with two distinctly different sensations harmoniously merging within her performance. The unwavering devotion to love and the fierce struggle against the injustices of fate poured forth unabashedly. A world of chivalry, painted with both the sharpness of blades and the warmth of romance, sprang to life through her voice. The bustling vibrancy of the Jianghu and the sweetness of love were vividly depicted, as if each scene unfolded like a painting before the audience's eyes. Yet, upon closer inspection, there lingered a sense of longing and helplessness for the mortal realm. Like a wandering hero who has braved countless storms and witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Though filled with grand aspirations, one cannot help but harbor deep-seated sentiments for this tumultuous world. Meanwhile, the livestream's comments surged like a tidal wave, rolling in fervently. What divine lyrics are these? With such a phrase, I am covered in goosebumps. Indeed, how broad must one's mindset be to possess such an elevated spirit? Not just this line. Every phrase within is imbued with beauty and poetic grace. Teacher An Xing is truly extraordinary. The previous episode songs were similarly poetic gems. And here we are again. I, Zhao Riqian, bestow the title of legendary teacher upon An Xing. Upon hearing this song, one reflects on the past, where once the mire seemed insurmountable. Now it appears as light as a feather. The audience, almost unconsciously, inundates the screen with comments, articulating their inner astonishment. The poetic lyrics once again strike a chord deep within their souls. At this very moment, this melody, imbued with a subtle melancholy and solitude, transforms into a unique soundtrack for their contemplation of the vicissitudes of life. As the chorus resonates repeatedly, Su Mingyao on stage becomes increasingly immersed in her performance. Her gaze is filled with profound emotion, as if the entire universe has dwindled to just her and this song. Ultimately, amidst the thunderous applause of the audience, the song gracefully draws to a close. Yet, its lingering echoes seem to swirl in the air, refusing to dissipate, leaving an endless aftertaste for all to savor. Forget Each Other by Xi and Xiaoqi, lyrics by Li Manting, composed by Zhou Shihui, released in 1994. Chapter 77. Is it time to enter the mode of flattery? Gratitude to contestant Su Mingyao for presenting us with such an exquisite performance. The host, Zhao Ning, beamed as she stepped into the center of the stage. She stood beside Su Mingyao and raised her voice to announce, "Now, let us invite the mentors to provide their feedback for contestant Su Mingyao." As Zhao Ning's words echoed, the camera shifted to the mentor's table. Lei Menglin instinctively rose, as was his habit, but beside him, Wu Yu was quicker, speaking first. The song composed by Teacher and is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Lei Menglin was momentarily taken aback, then let out a resigned smile, slowly settling back down. Is this fellow really embarking on a flattery spree? Wu Yu, oblivious to Lei Menglin's thoughts, grew increasingly fervent, eloquently expounding. This song aligns perfectly with the keyword drawn by Su Mingyao in the previous episode. Its transcendent ambience seems to usher us into a unique realm of solitude, where melancholic emotions linger like shadows. I am deeply impressed by Teacher An's creative talent. He paused briefly, his gaze directed at Su Mingyao, and continued, moreover, contestant Su Mingyao's rendition has infused this song with soul. Her voice, rich with narrative, brings each lyric to life, making every note resonate with a poignant experience. The song and her performance complement each other harmoniously, presenting us with a vibrant tapestry of a life filled with grandeur and color. In his earnest attempt to articulate his feelings, Wu Yu poured forth his thoughts, leaving no sentiment unexpressed. In his view, such unreserved praise would surely delight An Xing, possibly even leading her to compose a song for him in her exuberance. With this thought, Wu Yu glanced at An Xing, only to find her pouting with evident disdain. He was momentarily stunned. After all, he had adorned his words with such beauty, showering accolades upon An Xing and Su Mingyao. Why this sour expression? However, Wu Yu was acutely aware that he had exhausted his repertoire of eloquence, so he obediently closed his mouth and took a seat. No sooner had Wu Yu settled down than Lei Menglin cleared his throat and remarked, "What Teacher Wu just articulated is indeed accurate. Yet I would like to add a few words. The lyrics penned by Teacher and in this song are nothing short of eye-opening." With a smile gracing his face, Lei Menglin turned his gaze to An Xing. Each line crafted by Teacher and is laden with profound meaning. Phrases such as a single word rests between the brows, witnessing a segment of worldly scenery, and the countenance of this morning ages from last night, when savored, evoke deep reflections. Teacher and has created such a high-quality masterpiece with merely these 5 keywords. In this regard, I find myself lacking. With that, Lei Minglin shook his head in self-mockery, recalling how every song presented by An Xing in past episodes had struck a chord within him, leaving him introspective. Each song possesses a unique charm, a level of ingenuity that is nearly unattainable. Not to mention, the melodies are utterly intoxicating. As Lei Minglin's words resonated in the air, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. It is noteworthy that Lei Minglin is a celebrated songwriter. Previously, he had praised An Xing, and many netizens suspected it was mere flattery. Yet now, he candidly admitted that he cannot measure up to An Xing, which raises profound implications. Has An Xing surpassed the caliber of a renowned songwriter? The audience couldn't help but recall the previous episodes, where An Xing's compositions were nothing short of classics, each stirring significant waves in the music scene. Upon reflection, perhaps labeling An Xing as merely a top-tier songwriter seems rather inadequate. Lei's commendation indeed carries immense weight. Qin Lanfang, with a smile gracing her lips, slowly rose and half-jokingly remarked, "I am someone who cherishes honesty, eschewing all pretentiousness. Lei Minglin chuckled e artidi, entirely devoid of any airs associated with his esteemed status." Qin Lanfang nodded gently, then turned her gaze towards Su Mengyao on stage, her eyes shimmering with admiration. I have always held Su Mengyao's vocal prowess in high regard. During her performance just now, the song's essence of solitude, transcendence, and loneliness was vividly brought to life by her distinctive voice. Through her singing, she has vividly portrayed the love, hate, and the myriad joys and sorrows of life before us listeners. Standing on stage, Su Mengyao felt her cheeks warm with excitement upon hearing Qin Lanfang's praise. The high esteem with which Qin often regards her performances fills her with immense joy. Once Qin Lanfang took her seat, all eyes turned to Yang Yuxia. An Xing was no exception, wearing a faint, enigmatic smile as she quietly observed Yang Yuxia's evaluation. Yang Yuxia glared her throat, gradually standing up with a courteous smile directed at An Xing. "Once again, I find myself looking at you with newfound respect, An Xing." After a brief pause, her gaze shifted to Su Mengyao on stage, continuing, "The song aligns remarkably with the theme, and Su Mengyao's performance was commendable." At this juncture, Yang Yuxia slightly furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before adding, "However, I believe Su Mengyao could elevate her emotional investment in the performance. If the parts of the song that inherently evoke feelings of loneliness and desolation could be expressed with greater intensity, it might deliver a more profound emotional impact to the audience." Listening to Yang Yuxia's remarks, An Xing involuntarily pursed her lips. She had anticipated some innovative insights, yet was met with a lack of substantive critique, leaving only trivial comments. This inadvertently spared her considerable effort. Beside her, Wu Yu stared at Yang Yuxia in astonishment. Yang Yuxia, surprisingly, did not nitpick this round. It seems An Xing's talent has truly captivated her. Seemingly aware of Wu Yu's peculiar gaze, Yang Yuxia abruptly turned her head and cast a glance at him. However, she uttered not a word, her expression somewhat unnatural, before gradually returning to her seat. In truth, her heart was heavy with a sense of frustration, akin to the bitter taste of gall. Faced with An Xing's work, she found no grounds for critique, and could only resort to insipid remarks to mask her discomfort. As the 4 judges concluded their evaluations, Su Mengyao descended the stage with a smile. Soon after, the next contestant, Wei Jiasin from Teacher Qin's team, graced the stage. The atmosphere in the venue surged with renewed enthusiasm, all eyes fixated upon the performance. An Xing, observing Wei Jiasin's rendition, felt a sense of satisfaction within. Regardless of the song's merits, it at least resonated well with her own thematic elements. Chapter 78, This Brashness. Like a rogue, as Wei Jiasin's performance concluded, the audience remained enveloped in the lingering resonance of her artistry. The next contestant, Xia Chenxin from Lei Minglin's team, ascended the stage. Xia Chenxin's performance was remarkably striking, with numerous commendable elements. As a mentor, An Xing diligently listened and provided insightful feedback. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room at the back of the stage, Director Zhang Feng scrutinized the data displayed on the live broadcast screen, his smile stretching almost to his ears, exuding an air of exhilaration. Since Su Mingyao's performance ended, the viewer count had skyrocketed past 3 million, akin to a rocket's ascent. Even more astonishing was the fact that this figure showed no signs of decline, but rather climbed steadily at an observable pace, exhibiting a formidable momentum. Director Zhang, look, although the other contestants' works may not rival the compositions of Teacher An, they are still quite captivating for the audience. Assistant Shaoli, standing nearby, couldn't suppress his excitement as he gazed at the data. Zhang Feng's lips curled into a knowing smile as he remarked, "This is not merely a matter of the contestants' abilities. It is largely due to their appealing appearances." Shaoli scratched his head in confusion, clearly perplexed by Zhang Feng's words. "You young lad, how could you possibly comprehend such complexities?" Zhang Feng feigned profundity, waving his hand dismissively, adopting a rather pretentious demeanor. Yet, deep down, he understood that the youthful and vibrant appearances of the contestants indeed captured the attention of many viewers, significantly enhancing the program's allure. As he spoke, Zhang Feng's gaze inadvertently fell upon An Xing, recollecting previous episodes. He realized that An Xing consistently surprised him. He eagerly anticipated the appearances of her students, Yang Yi and Han Liang, especially given the challenging keywords they had drawn, which were not as easily navigable as Su Mingyao's. "An Xing, please do not falter with these two students," Zhang Feng muttered, a slight furrow of concern creasing his brow. "Director Zhang, with so many episodes under your belt, what is there to worry about? Teacher An will undoubtedly excel," Shaoli interjected, unable to contain his reassurance. In his heart, he believed An Xing possessed extraordinary talent, consistently delivering astonishing songs and guiding her students to remarkable performances. There was no way she would stumble at a critical juncture. "I am merely being prudent and considering all possibilities. It never hurts to be prepared," Zhang Feng chuckled, attempting to console himself. In truth, he yearned more than anyone for An Xing to maintain her impressive prowess. Such success would allow him to boast among his peers that An Xing rose to fame through his program. Seeing this, Shaoli shook his head in resignation and returned his attention to the monitoring screen. At that moment, Lin Yueshi from Wu Yu's team was passionately expressing herself on stage. She had drawn the keyword dance music, clad in a sizzling dance outfit, her movements vibrant and exuberant, eliciting waves of cheers and screams from the audience below. In a secluded corner, Wei Jiasin and Gu Xinglan from Qin Lanfei's team sat with furrowed brows, their faces etched with worry. "Alas, Xinglan, in terms of vocal prowess, we are not lacking. Why is it that we are consistently overshadowed by them?" Wei Jiasin pouted, casting a resentful glance at Yang Yi and his companions in the distance. What else could it be? Their mentor is An Xing. Gu Xinglan sighed helplessly, her lips turned downwards, her heart heavy with discontent. Both of them share a name that contains the character for star. Yet why does An Xing excel so effortlessly while they feel as if they fall short? What if we advance this time? We could ask Teacher Qin to invite Teacher and to assist us in crafting our next song. Do you think that's feasible? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Wei Jiasin's eyes as she turned to Gu Xinglan. Gu Xinglan nearly choked on her own saliva upon hearing this, rolling her eyes in disbelief and regarding her with a look of incredulity. "Do you truly believe that is realistic?" Wei Jiasin, feeling a bit embarrassed under the scrutiny, retracted her neck and offered a sheepish smile. "I was merely suggesting, what if it works out? Let's not forget, we are currently rivals." Gu Xinglan patted her forehead in exasperation, patiently explaining, "Once the competition concludes, perhaps we could reach out to Teacher An about a song, but right now, it is futile to even consider it. Do not make a fool of yourself." Hearing this, Wei Jiasin lowered her head in silence, her gaze inadvertently drifting back to Yang Yi and his group. In that moment, the resentment in her eyes had faded, replaced by a profound envy. She silently contemplated how different her situation might be had she been in Teacher An's team from the start. Surely she would also shine brightly and become the center of attention. Yang Yi was engaged in light-hearted banter with Su Mingyao and Han Liang when, by chance, He caught Wei Justin's gaze. That girl is clearly envious of us. A faint smile grudged young Ye's lips. Indeed, who wouldn't be? After all, teacher and is our mentor. Su Mingyao beamed, her eyes narrowing with pride. It is of little use to envy. Encountering a benefactor like teacher and is a stroke of luck not afforded to everyone. Han Liang remarked with a hint of wistfulness. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, a sense of gratitude swelling within him. Yes, in the journey of life, encountering a benefactor is indeed a rare and fortunate occurrence. As Lin Yueshi's performance concluded, the applause from the audience resonated fervently. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yi stood up and confidently made his way to the stage entrance. When the stage lights illuminated once more, their brilliance enveloped the entire area, and Yang Yi stood poised at the center of the stage. At that moment, a playful smile graced his lips, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. He resembled a rogue straight out of a tale, yet inexplicably captivating the attention of all present. The audience erupted in excitement upon Yang Yi's appearance, their anticipation swelling like a tidal wave. Here he comes. Yang Yi's last drawn keyword was notoriously difficult. Let us hope teacher and does not falter this time. Just based on Yang Yi's expression, I know he has got this. That roguish demeanor is simply unparalleled. He looks just like a true rascal. In this performance, which languages will teacher An Xing incorporate into the song? I can hardly wait to hear it. The anticipation for this event is palpable. Teacher An Xing has never disappointed, and this time will surely be no exception. In a live broadcast room, netizens' enthusiasm soared, and the comments flowed like snowflakes in a winter storm. On the mentor's platform, Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfeng sat upright, their eyes fixed intently on Yang Yi on stage. Like the audience, they were filled with eager anticipation for Yang Yi's song. They looked forward to teacher An Xing's continued brilliance, crafting an exceptional piece from such unique keywords. Meanwhile, Yang Yuxia sat nearby, a faint smile gracing her features, though it subtly betrayed a hint of skepticism. She mused inwardly that no matter how talented An Xing might be, it would be nearly impossible to consistently produce high-quality songs with such intricate keywords. Should this song exhibit even the slightest flaw, it would present her the perfect opportunity to strike back. At that moment, the song's details appeared on the screen. Chapter 79, You Are Ruthless, performed by Yang Yi, composed by An Xing, lyrics by An Xing. Upon seeing the title of the song, the audience erupted in astonished gasps. Lei Menglin stood momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing An Xing beside him, then at Yang Yuxia. Was this title a scathing remark? Did An Xing think that the keywords chosen by Yang Yuxia were too challenging, thus seeking revenge? The mere thought struck him as ludicrous. Qin Lanfei mirrored his surprise, her expression turning peculiar as her gaze involuntarily swept over Yang Yuxia. Meanwhile, Yang Yuxia, who had originally worn a smug smile, suddenly found it collapsing. Deep down, she realized that An Xing was likely mocking the difficulty of the keywords she had provided. Nevertheless, she scoffed internally, determined to see what tricks An Xing had up his sleeve. At that moment, the prelude of the song began to play. The powerful rhythm instantly captured the audience's attention, with each resounding beat resonating deep within their hearts. The song's carefree, yet slightly resentful emotion swiftly permeated the venue. Lei Menglin and Yang Yuxia widened their eyes in astonishment. The melody was evidently extraordinary. Its stylish composition and unique flair made it unforgettable and highly distinctive. On stage, Yang Yi wore a mischievous grin, reminiscent of a charming rogue. Slightly tilting his head, his raspy voice emanated from the microphone. If you wish to leave, I shall not hold you back. A love forced to stay cannot endure for long. Restless in solitude, boundaries blur. Do not presume that an underground romance remains concealed. Us Yang Yi sung. The atmosphere enveloped the entire venue, a blend of nonchalance intertwined with bitterness. The lyrics, seemingly delivered in a carefree tone, concealed profound insights into the helplessness of love. Between the lines, one could sense an individual feigning strength after enduring emotional turmoil, burying inner pain beneath seemingly light-hearted words, revealing disappointment and powerlessness toward the relationship. The audience fell silent, their eyes fixated on Yang Yi on stage. I say you are ruthless, wielding an innocent gaze. When lies are told twice, I take them to heart. I say I am foolish, my ears soft and yielding. Just for a fleeting atmosphere, I harbor a belly full of anger, yeah. Yang irradiated vitality on stage, each movement imbued with strength and infectious energy. In that moment, he wore a playful expression, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Alongside the lyrics, he appeared to narrate a story that was both exasperating and amusing. The audience found themselves immersed in a vivid emotional realm. They were no longer merely listening to a song, but rather witnessing an enthralling theatrical performance. Upon seeing you, I am reminded of the past, instantly sending my blood rushing to my head. My heart shall forever hold resentment for you. You indulge in delightful feasts while I am left here to face the chill of solitude. Truly, I will thrive, it matters not. As the chorus resounds, the infectious rhythm becomes unstoppable. The audience below, unable to resist, begins to sway. The expression of astonishment on Lei Menglin's face remains unceasing. He never anticipated that An Xing would create such a breathtaking song in this manner. The lyrics candidly express the anger, resentment, and pain following betrayal. This emotional transition from nonchalance to fury is intricately portrayed through the lyrics. Coupled with the song's mischievous undertones, the rebellious essence is fully revealed. The elements of the song align perfectly with the keywords associated with Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Qin Lanfei and Wu Yu have already begun to move their bodies in rhythm. Overwhelmed by the song's powerful tempo, Yang Yuxia, however, has regained her composure. Despite the song's brilliance, it does not hint at her own experiences. Moreover, with the song now halfway through, Yang Yi still has a crucial keyword element yet to unveil. This is indeed the focal point she intends to grasp. Furthermore, Yang Yi's performance bears slight imperfections in his theatrical delivery, which is something she can critique. With this thought, a subtle smile graces Yang Yuxia's lips. No matter how talented An Xing may be, he cannot craft such a demanding song in just a few days, nor can he refine a singer ill-suited to this style. As Yang Yi's voice continues to soar, his dynamic performance ignites the audience's fervor. What's up? Speak up or just shut up. What exactly is it that disturbs your inner peace? The culprit is a man's most fatal pride, you know, or perhaps the woman's proud high heels and crimson lips. Another segment of vigorous rap ensues, prompting the audience to raise their hands in exuberance. Upon hearing this, Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfei furrow their brows. Judging by the time, the song should be nearing its conclusion. Yet, only 2 languages have been presented thus far, and Yang Yi's multilingual keywords have yet to materialize. This causes concern for both of them. Has teacher An Xing forgotten the crucial keywords? Meanwhile, Yang Yuxia's smile has transformed into a triumphant smirk. An Xing has ultimately faltered. As the song approaches its end, the complete set of keywords remains unfulfilled. It appears he is not all-powerful. However, before Yang Yuxia can revel in her fleeting joy, Yang Yi's voice strikes her with a powerful blow. If unspoken thoughts remain, who will ever know them? If you truly love, please exercise patience. The introduction of Minnan dialect sends shockwaves through the audience. Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfei's expressions brighten. 3 languages have now been achieved, fulfilling the requirement entirely. Yet, Yang Yuxia's smile abruptly freezes, her lips cease to rise, and astonishment flickers in her gaze. Nonetheless, Yang Yi's song continues unabated. A glass of erguo too, causing tears to flow. Seng, dun, jing, mo, to. A true hero never looks back. Minnan, Cantonese, Mandarin, Hakka. Each language, a distinct segment, rendered Yang Yuxia momentarily speechless, as if turned into a mere muggle. At that moment, her heart brimmed with sheer astonishment. How could this be possible? Suddenly, Lei Menglin slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet with an exuberant cheer. Although these 4 languages only graced the conclusion of the song, they did not feel out of place. Instead, they seamlessly blended into the melody like a stroke of genius, magnificently showcasing a spirit of carefree abandon, allowing the rebellious essence of the piece to resonate profoundly. Qin Lanfei could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The song's finale was astonishing, far exceeding her expectations. Unconsciously, she turned her gaze towards An Xing. Her eyes filled with admiration. Noticing Qin Lanfei's gaze, An Xing offered a subtle smile, conveying a calm demeanor and a knowing look that suggested, "Well played." You are tough. Chun Xiaochun lyrics. David Tao Zhongyong Kai Jinan music. David Tao Kai Jinan released in 2003. Chapter 80. The double standards of Wu Yu at this moment. The barrage in the live stream surged forth. Goodness, the arrangement of this music is absolutely phenomenal, so stylish. The rhythm is incredibly strong. My legs have been shaking for the entire duration of the song. Though I do not comprehend the language at the end, it surely meets the standards of multiple tongues, doesn't it? Teacher An Xing, I must commend your ingenuity. It's remarkable how you can weave such disparate keywords into a song of this caliber. I must go to my ex-girlfriend's building after the show and sing this song to her. Count me in. I will live stream it. Bro up there, you'd better have some ergo too. Liquid courage does wonders. It's best to bring along a brick. If your ex-girlfriends don't wish to hear your melodious voice, let them experience the sound of their own screams. As the song concluded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Host Zhao Ning slowly approached the breathless Yang Yi. We extend our gratitude to contestant Yang Yi for that splendid performance. Now, let us invite the four mentors to share their thoughts. As Zhao Ning's words faded, the camera panned to the judges' table. Lei Minglin glanced at Wu Yu and, upon noticing he remained seated, gradually rose to his feet. I truly did not anticipate that teacher An Xing could craft such a golden song from seemingly unrelated keywords. At this juncture, Lei Minglin cast a look at An Xing, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He continued, "What struck me most was the melody of this song. Though repetitive, the incorporation of the Morin Coors sound between the verses adds a wild quality that enhances the song's edgy charm. Furthermore, the song's multifaceted melody, humorous yet poignant lyrics, and Yang Yi's distinctly personalized performance vividly narrate a complex emotional tale of betrayal. It also captures the journey of individuals facing adversity, traversing from anger to helplessness, and eventually seeking to find peace. I'm truly in awe of teacher An Xing." With that, amidst the audience's applause, Lei Minglin gradually took his seat. Following him, Qin Lanfang stood with a smile. Contestant Yang Yi's performance exuded an air of apparent ease, laced with a hint of mockery. It felt akin to recounting one's embarrassing moments before friends, imbued with humor and a carefree spirit, evoking laughter while also revealing underlying sorrow. In the chorus, Yang Yi unleashed the explosive power of his voice, fully expressing the pent-up anger and pain within. This powerful rendition allowed us to glimpse the fire and defiance in his eyes. In my opinion, Yang Yi has masterfully grasped the essence of this song. Upon hearing Qin Lanfang's words, An Xing was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that her contribution to the song had inspired such praise from her? Before she could ponder further, Yang Yuxia stood up. The creative prowess of teacher An Xing has truly opened my eyes time and again. Yang Yuxia, with a hint of admiration in her gaze, looked at An Xing, setting aside the facts. The songs composed by An Xing consistently leave me astounded. However, I cannot allow An Xing to overshadow me indefinitely. Although this song is commendable, it diverges somewhat from the keywords of our program. The multilingual keywords were only utilized by teacher and in the final segment, which barely meets the criteria. Upon hearing Yang Yuxia's remarks, the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. There seemed to be little to discuss, as the requirements had indeed been met. In my opinion, the late introduction of these elements felt somewhat contrived. Did it? I found it quite astonishing. Lei Minglin frowned, feeling that Yang Yuxia was merely stirring up trouble. At least in his view, the last four lines felt like a stroke of genius, rather than a mere attempt to fill space. However, noticing that Yang Yuxia had not yet finished, he refrained from interrupting her. As for Yang Yi's performance, the style of singing and dancing did not suit him well. During the performance, his heavy breathing was quite pronounced, indicating a lack of stability. Furthermore, a segment of operatic singing struck me as somewhat unrefined. Listening to Yang Yuxia, everyone sensed she was nitpicking. Given the previous performances, it was known that Yang Yi was not particularly suited for this genre. Any minor flaws were generally understood by the audience. Yet, Yang Yuxia's insistence on this point left many bewildered. Wu Yu could no longer remain seated. He stood up, his gaze resolute as he addressed Yang Yuxia. I cannot agree with your statement, Teacher Yang. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Yang Yuxia was momentarily taken aback, turning to him with a look of surprise, as if to say, "What business is this of yours?" Wu Yu chose to disregard Yang Yuxia's incredulous expression and calmly continued, "In my perspective, the essence of a singer's performance lies in their ability to evoke emotions in the audience. Yang Yi's rendition perfectly conveyed both the mood and sentiment. I believe everyone here can attest to that. Therefore, I feel that your criticisms are merely minor blemishes and should not undermine the contestants' efforts." Wu Yu's words caused the corners of Yang Yuxia's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Internally, she was seething, thinking, "Now you say that singing must convey emotion? Didn't you previously assert that this is a competition that emphasizes professionalism?" Despite her inner turmoil, Yang Yuxia maintained her composure and took the microphone. "I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Wu's sentiments, but I am merely expressing my personal viewpoint. This is a competition, not a concert or a commercial performance. Professionalism is paramount." As soon as Yang Yuxia concluded, Wu Yu eagerly interjected, "Teacher Yang, your statement is without fault, but I maintain that the essence of a song lies in its emotional depth. Otherwise, possessing only technique renders one akin to a cold, unfeeling machine. When we listen to music, do we not seek the emotions embedded within the songs, thereby discovering a resonance within our own hearts?" After Wu Yu spoke, Yang Yuxia's gaze turned menacing, as if she could slay with her eyes. She clenched her fists, striving to calm the tempest raging within her. "Teacher Wu, you are absolutely right. It was my folly," Yang Yuxia admitted through gritted teeth, subsequently sitting down in resignation. She truly could not comprehend how, previously, Wu Yu had firmly stood by her side, asserting that emotional expression in singing was unnecessary, that technique was paramount. And now, he seemed to contradict himself, advocating for emotion over technique. Meanwhile, An Xing, having listened to their exchange, was taken aback, his eyes reflecting a hint of incredulity. Wu Yu, indeed, left one somewhat speechless. Chapter 81. The midnight radio gently plays a song as Yang Yuxia took her seat. Wu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, directing a glance at An Xing that seemed to convey a sense of approval. An Xing reciprocated with an appreciative look, and their silent exchange did not escape the notice of Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfei, who shared a resigned smile. Expressing gratitude for the mentor's critiques, the host announced the next contestant. Amid the host's voice, the program continued. Gu Xinglan from Qin Lanfei's team stepped onto the stage, ready to perform. Meanwhile, backstage, Xiao Li wore a worried expression, unable to suppress his concern as he turned to Zhang Feng, anxiously asking, "Director Zhang, should we really not intervene with their quarrel?" To Xiao Li, the intense confrontation between the two seemed likely to generate negative repercussions. Zhang Feng, however, allowed a knowing smile to grace his features as he replied at a leisurely pace, "Xiao Li, your experience is still lacking. In this industry, controversy breeds popularity. The audience revels in the excitement. As long as they don't resort to physical violence, everything remains within our control." With that, he confidently patted Xiao Li on the shoulder. Xiao Li scratched his head, his brow still furrowed, his expression betraying confusion as he struggled to grasp the deeper meaning behind Zhang Feng's words. Nevertheless, he chose to respect his superior's perspective. Zhang Feng's gaze shifted to the live stream viewer count, the ever-increasing numbers drawing him in like a magnet. At that moment, the count had surged past 370,000, tantalizingly close to the 400,000 mark. "Will this surge push us over 400,000? Zhang Feng mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "It's doubtful," Xiao Li remarked softly, considering the program is nearing its conclusion. Although An Xing's team still has Han Liang to perform, relying on him to attract 30,000 viewers seems implausible. To Xiao Li, this appeared to be nearly an insurmountable challenge. "Well, even so, these figures are quite impressive." Zhang Feng nodded slightly, his demeanor calm. "Although we may not break 400,000 this time, the next finals could yield even greater surprises." The two refocused their attention on the monitoring screen. At that moment, Gu Xinglan's performance had just concluded, and on stage, Dong Yueyan from Yang Yuxia's team was passionately singing. She had drawn a lyrical song in the previous round, and now her enchanting voice flowed through the air like a gentle stream. Seated at the mentor's table, An Xing narrowed his eyes, listening intently. The young woman's performance surpassed her previous efforts, evidently a result of her hard work. As Dong Yueyun concluded her song, An Xing refrained from being overly critical, instead offering a standard evaluation. In an instant, the stage lights brightened once more as the final contestant, Han Liang, made his grand entrance. Clad in a pristine white suit, he stood tall and graceful, exuding the charm of a gentleman who seemed to have stepped straight out of a fairy tale. Meanwhile, the information for the song Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow gradually appeared on the screen, performed by Han Liang, composed by An Xing, and penned by An Xing. Upon seeing the title flash before his eyes, Lei Minglin was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen in astonishment. His gaze was fixed intently on the words, and he pondered inwardly, what a clever title this is. The keywords of tomorrow, confusion, and deep affection, which Han Liang had drawn, were seamlessly woven into the title by An Xing. Observing Han Liang's attire at that moment. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, he emanated the demeanor of a refined gentleman. It was evident that the stylistic elements of this song were already becoming clear. An Xing was surely presenting something fresh and innovative this time. As Lei Minglin's thoughts meandered, a gentle yet melancholic piano melody drifted onto the stage like a soft breeze. Each note transformed into crystalline water, flowing gracefully into the hearts of every listener. With eyes closed, one could envision a couple embraced under the moonlight, whispering tender words to each other, yet subtly tinged with a hint of uncertainty about the future. On stage, Han Liang stood tall, slightly bowing his head as he gradually raised the microphone to his lips, his eyes brimming with deep emotion. Then, his rich and magnetic voice emerged from the microphone, reminiscent of aged fine wine, intoxicating and alluring. The midnight radio softly played a familiar melody, one that you and I had long since known. Even as you forgot, I still remembered. Will you still love me tomorrow? Han Liang gently tilted his head back, his tender voice akin to a gentle breeze, caressing the audience's ears. It was as if he were whispering sweet nothings to a lover, unreservedly revealing the intricate emotions encapsulated within the song. Every movement he made on stage radiated elegance. His gestures and turns exuded the essence of a true gentleman. The audience gazed at him, and in a moment of reverie, they seemed to envision a scene. In the tranquil midnight, the moonlight bathed the street, and a heartfelt gentleman watched his beloved depart. His eyes were filled with confusion and reluctance, gazing at the receding figure of his love, questions swirling within him. Yet, he remained uncertain how to confront the impending tomorrow, pondering where the path of love would lead. The once raucous venue fell silent in that moment. The audience was immersed, their hearts unwittingly drifting alongside Han Liang's melodious voice into the realms of distant memories, some beautiful, others tinged with regret. Some recalled their own poignant romances, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Others found themselves lost in contemplation of future relationships, brows slightly furrowed. Everyone was captivated by Han Liang's song, ensnared in this world of music filled with confusion and deep affection, unable to break free. I have long understood the rules of pursuing love. Though I cannot love you, I remain at a loss as to how to express it. I believe that one day you will surely depart. Yet, will you still love me tomorrow? At the mentor's seat, Lei Minglin felt as though his very bones had been drained of strength, leaning helplessly against his chair. As a distinguished lyricist and composer, the moment Han Liang's voice resonated, he sensed that this was yet another quality masterpiece destined to create ripples in the music industry. The melancholic melody flowed like a gentle stream, coursing through the heart, with each note seemingly imbued with weight. The elegant lyrics unfolded like verses of poetry, precisely capturing the confusion and struggles within the soul of a passionate man. Lei Minglin felt as though something had lodged in his chest, causing a dull ache. He could not help but reflect, after years of immersion in lyrics and melodies, how many compositions could strike the soul with such profound impact. Qin Lanfei had long since closed her eyes, wholly enveloped in the realm of music. The subtly sorrowful tune felt like a pair of gentle hands, softly brushing away her inner restlessness, prompting her to involuntarily find tranquility. She mused that this song was meant to be experienced alone in the stillness of the night, with headphones on repeat, gradually savoring its essence. Each listening would surely unveil new insights. Chapter 82. Will you still love me tomorrow? Will you? Sat there, tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. Since relinquishing those futile obsessions, he has devoted himself entirely to music. The songs composed by An Xing, initially stunning upon first listen, reveal an endless depth of intricate emotions the more one immerses oneself in them. Each note seems to narrate the bittersweet experiences of life, allowing one to increasingly grasp the helplessness and sorrow inherent in existence. Yet, Yang Yuxia's expression was as dark as coal. She fixed her gaze intensely on Han Liang on stage, her heart brimming with resentment and indignation. She mentally berated An Xing, questioning what thoughts occupied his mind. How could he consistently create such perfectly aligned songs based on those elusive keywords? Even more infuriating was his ability to mold a once awkward student like Han Liang into such an exceptional performer. At that moment, Han Liang shone on stage, his voice overflowing with emotion, singing with a skill that was nothing short of masterful, leaving no room for criticism. Yang Yuxia felt as though she had punched into cotton, her frustration trapped with no outlet. The thought of this episode's contestants likely sweeping the top 3 made her stomach churn, feeling as if she had ingested something vile. Meanwhile, An Xing remained blissfully unaware of Yang Yuxia's scowl. With a smile gracing his face and his eyes filled with pride, he watched Han Liang on stage. Once a shy young boy, he now radiated brilliance. His performance was even more effortless than during rehearsals, showcasing his talent to its fullest extent. An Xing silently nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his efforts had not been in vain. Every story can only have one theme song. I know your ultimate choice. Every love can only have one outcome. I deeply understand that I am certainly not that choice. As the chorus erupted, Han Liang's voice soared, the high notes piercing through like beams of light breaking through the clouds, clear and not at all jarring. In that moment, his singing seemed imbued with a soul, expressing the profound uncertainties and fervent desires to grasp love wholeheartedly. The audience was completely ignited. They could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into deafening cheers. The sound surged in waves, as if it could topple the entire venue. Hands were raised high, joyfully waving, their faces glowing with excitement. It seemed they were using this energy to release the pent-up emotions that had long been buried within. Among the crowd, some who had been deeply wounded by love found themselves moved to tears by Han Liang's song. Their shoulders trembled slightly as memories surged forth like a tide. Pain, regret, and longing were magnified infinitely in that moment. As tears streamed down their faces, they fixated on the scrolling lyrics on the screen, involuntarily humming along. Each note seemed to soothe the wounds deep within their souls. It seems to encourage them to bravely confront their past and wholeheartedly embrace life anew. Since love was once shared, why must one truly possess the beloved? Even in parting, sorrow need not be overwhelming. The melody in the midnight air continues to echo that song. Will you still love me tomorrow? Han Liang's voice resonates on stage, the final English phrase detonating like a bomb, momentarily stunning the entire audience. Upon hearing those words, Lei Menglin's eyes widen in disbelief. Having navigated the music industry for years, he prides himself on having encountered various styles of work. Yet, this ingenious design still takes him by surprise. Could a song be crafted in such a manner? That poignant line in English is nothing short of a stroke of genius, elevating the entire composition's essence. Qin Lanfeng, initially with her eyes closed, was wholly immersed in Han Liang's singing. However, at the instant that English phrase rang out, she abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze. For reasons unknown, that lyric seemed imbued with a unique magic, stirring ripples across her previously tranquil heart and igniting an inexplicable restlessness within her. She felt her cheeks warm slightly, a blush creeping up her face, bestowing upon her a distinctive charm. Meanwhile, Yang Yuxia found herself in a mental fog, completely dazed. She had been scrutinizing Han Liang's performance, searching for flaws. Yet, as he continued to sing with increasing prowess, particularly with that final line, the impact on her was unprecedentedly intense. Staring blankly at the stage, her heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Wu Yu, seated nearby, sparkled with excitement in his eyes. Upon hearing that English line, a thought flashed through his mind. If only I could persuade An Xing to let me cover this song. Perhaps I could reignite my career in the music scene and recapture that sense of elegance. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, even beginning to strategize in his mind how to broach the subject with An Xing simultaneously. The barrage of comments in the live stream, which had been incessantly scrolling, suddenly paused for a moment. Then, a torrent of messages surged forth like a tidal wave. Wow, so elegant. This line has shattered my heart. I see a passionate man, lost in confusion and pain as he faces the departure of his beloved, just like me. Asian, Xiaofeng, Xiaowei, Ilian, I truly cannot forget you. Given chance, I would never step foot in that foot massage parlor again. Luxurious and graceful, the song penned by An Xing is simply astonishing. Hearing this at night makes me want to cry, yet I dare not, fearing I might wet the electric blanket and electrocute myself. Tomorrow I will still love you. But will you still love me tomorrow? Since we once loved, why must we truly possess each other? Indeed, it matters not whether love endures forever. What counts is the experience of having loved. Having tasted that sweetness is sufficient. In the backstage of the program, Zhang Feng wept profusely. Beside him, Shaoli continuously offered him tissues. Director Zhang, are you all right? Shaoli inquired with concern. I am fine. It's just that certain sorrowful memories have resurfaced, Zhang Feng replied. His voice choked with emotion. Han Liang's song pierced his heart, evoking memories of parting ways with his former girlfriends, which caused him to lose composure. Shaoli, who had never experienced the pains of love, remained silent, unable to comprehend Zhang Feng's feelings, and continued to hand him tissues one after another. As the music ceased, Han Liang closed his eyes and gently lowered the microphone, completely enraptured. The camera zoomed in, capturing the tears at the corners of his eyes. Witnessing this scene, An Xing was momentarily taken aback, internally criticizing, wow, does he need to be that invested? The tears that fell were not only seen by An Xing, but by all the viewers present. The audience's cheers and applause grew increasingly fervent. It was only when the host ascended the stage and stood beside Han Liang that the audience gradually quieted down. Thank you, contestant Han Liang, for providing us with such enchanting music. Now, let us invite the mentors to offer their evaluations. Will you still love me tomorrow? Wang Zhilei, lyrics, Yang lied. Music, Tong Angi, released in 1995. The version referenced in the text is Tong Angi's rendition, released in 1989. Chapter 83, Elegance. That profound elegance as the host's words faded. Lei Menglin instinctively cast a glance at Wu Yu beside him. He found a young man still immersed in the emotional currents of the song, his eyes glistening with tears, hurriedly wiping them away. Observing this, Lei Menglin's lips curled into a faint smile, and he felt a sense of reassurance as he stood up. The song composed by teacher An Xing struck me with an immediate sensation of elegance, that profound elegance that resonates deep within. After a brief pause, Lei Menglin's gaze swept across the audience, and he continued, the lyrics intricately depict the confusion and determination within love, capturing the psychological turmoil of gain and loss with remarkable depth. In my view, this song is a perfect match for the theme drawn by contestant Han Liang. It is impeccable and harmonious. Lei Menglin chose not to elaborate further, as he remained deeply immersed in the atmosphere created by the song. His thoughts still somewhat disoriented and reluctant to detach from the experience. As Lei Menglin settled back into his seat, Qin Lanfang rose with a gentle smile, gracing her features. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as they turned toward Han Liang on stage, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Tonight, Han Liang's performance appeared to me as if he were a refined gentleman stepping forth from a realm of poetry and paintings, exuding grace and exceptional charm. As Qin Lanfang spoke, vivid images of Han Liang's heartfelt rendition on stage flooded her mind. causing her cheeks to warm slightly, a subtle blush creeping upon her face. She mused inwardly, "Alas, it has been ages since I felt such a fluttering in my heart." Regrettably, the gap in age loomed large, and she found it impossible to indulge in such youthful romantic pursuits. Steadying herself, Qin Lanfang continued. Han Liang's tender and nuanced voice flows like a clear mountain spring, effortlessly captivating the listener and drawing them into its embrace. Compared to his previous performances, this song truly showcases his solid vocal technique, which has genuinely surprised me. With a slight nod, her eyes brimmed with encouragement. I suggest you explore a wider variety of song styles, allowing us to witness the full breadth of your capabilities. I am confident you will astonish us with even more unexpected delights. An Xing, seated among the mentors, quietly absorbed Qin Lanfang's commentary, inwardly agreeing with her insights. Indeed, compared to Han Liang's earlier folk-style performances, this emotionally rich song accentuated his vocal prowess. As a leading singer, Qin Lanfang's discerning, I naturally recognized this distinction. However, An Xing was somewhat taken aback that Qin Lanfang would recommend Han Liang to experiment with diverse styles. Recalling when she first met Han Liang, he had been plagued by a lack of confidence in his singing. Yet, through this period of guidance and refinement, his potential was gradually being uncovered. A faint smile played at the corners of An Xing's mouth as she pondered, perhaps, as Qin Lanfang suggests, encouraging Han Liang to delve into various styles could unleash his full potential, allowing him to shine even brighter on his musical journey. As Qin Lanfei took her seat, Wu Yi remained seated. Yang Yuxiao pursed her lips and, mustering her courage, stood up. "Teacher An Xing never fails to surprise me," Yang Yuxiao remarked, glancing at An Xing. An Xing responded with a modest smile. Regardless of the keywords presented, An Xing has an extraordinary ability to compose high-quality songs within a limited time frame. Furthermore, her skill in guiding contestants so effectively in a short period leaves me in awe. Teacher Qin also mentioned that contestant Han Liang should experiment with different musical styles. It might yield unexpected results. Yang Yuxiao refrained from provoking any conflict, as she did not wish to face Wu Yu's ire once he stood. Given that the outcome was already determined, any further comments might only exacerbate the situation. It would be wiser to raise the difficulty for An Xing during the keyword selection later. Seeing Yang Yuxiao sit down, Wu Yu's expression flickered with disappointment. He then rose and lavished An Xing with excessive praise, leaving her internally bemused. This individual is excessively effusive, she thought. Thank you to the 4 mentors for your comments. Now let us invite the contestants to the stage, announced the host, Zhao Ning, after Wu Yu took his seat. One by one, the contestants ascended the stage and stood beside Zhao Ning. Now, let us turn our attention to the big screen. As Zhao Ning's words faded, the names of the 8 contestants appeared before the audience. Tense music began to play, prompting the audience to grasp their voting devices and cast their precious votes for their favorite contestants. After 1 minute, the music halted. The screen displayed the support rates for the 8 contestants. Su Mingyao, 38. 14 Han Liang, 30. 63 Yang Yi, 23. 11 Wei Jiasin, 2. 84 Xia Chenxin, 2. 46 Lin Yueshi, 1. 66 Gu Xinglan, 0. 87 Dong Yueyun, 0. 29. Upon witnessing this, the audience erupted in cheers. The live stream's comments flooded in. Oh wow. Once again, An Xing dominates the top 3. She's truly remarkable. This is a clear demonstration of superiority. Does anyone understand? An amateur music teacher has managed to overshadow these big names. I initially suspected there might be some behind-the-scenes manipulation, but after hearing An Xing's students perform, I can't believe it. At the mentor's table, Yang Yuxiao furrowed her brow, her expression dark enough to evoke rain. She never anticipated that her sole hope within the team would be eliminated so brutally in the competition. The formidable talents of Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfei advancing to the finals were understandable. However, the fact that Wu Yu, a star who gained fame through social media, also had a contestant reach the finals left Yang Yuxia feeling scorched, as if she had been publicly slapped, her dignity thoroughly bruised. Yet, with the die cast, the harsh reality of the competition lay before her. No matter how much indignation brewed within her, she was powerless to alter the outcome. Let us extend our warmest congratulations to Su Mingyao, Han Liang, Yang Yi, Wei Jiasin, Xia Chenxin, and Lin Yueshi for their successful advancement to the finals. The host's impassioned voice suddenly resonated throughout the venue, igniting an atmosphere of fervor. The audience buzzed with anticipation, their eyes sparkling with excitement for the forthcoming competition. Everyone was acutely aware that the next segment would involve the selection of keywords for the final songs, a pivotal moment that would significantly influence the contestants' trajectories in the ensuing round. Now, let us invite the 5 mentors to assist in selecting keywords for contestant Su Mingyao. Zhao Ning, microphone in hand, announced with resounding clarity. This was a newly instituted rule by the production team, whereby contestants no longer possess the autonomy to choose their keywords. Instead, the mentors would undertake this responsibility. An Xing found this change to be entirely reasonable. In his perspective, as a mentor, he was intimately familiar with the strengths and characteristics of his students. Assisting them in choosing keywords would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to the contestants making their own selections. As always, Lei Menglin was the first to rise. At that moment, the screen displayed 3 keywords: pop ancient style, pop lyric, pop rock. Chapter 84. The Yearning of Love. The grudge of filicide, the hatred of spousal abduction. Lei Menglin lifted his gaze towards the large screen, and as the 3 keywords came into view, a knowing smile crept upon his lips, revealing a depth of meaning. To him, these randomly generated words seemed to be orchestrated by fate itself, clearly intended to bolster Su Mingyao's bid for the championship title. "I choose the genre of popular ancient style," Lei Menglin declared, his voice resolute and brimming with confidence. In his heart, this musical style was the perfect match for Su Mingyao. Throughout the previous episodes, she had consistently demonstrated a unique charm in her renditions of songs in this genre, conveying the emotional essence of each piece with remarkable finesse, leaving the audience in awe each time. The audience nodded in unison, acknowledging Lei Menglin's choice. They were well aware of Su Mingyao's exceptional prowess in this style. Opting for popular ancient style undoubtedly added a significant advantage for her in the finals. The crowd's attention swiftly turned to Qin Lanfeng. With a graceful smile, she elegantly rose to her feet. In that moment, the 3 keywords materialized on the screen: annihilation, reincarnation, destiny. Qin Lanfeng's gaze traversed the words, her brow furrowing involuntarily. She recognized that these keywords were intimately tied to the ancient style. However, integrating them into a song would prove to be an extraordinary challenge. Annihilation was too grand and abstract, while destiny was overly broad. In contrast, reincarnation, though not without difficulty, seemed to possess a narrative quality that could more readily unfold within ancient-style music. After careful deliberation, Qin Lanfeng straightened her posture and resolutely stated, "I choose reincarnation." In her view, this keyword would be more manageable to incorporate into a song, given her creative style and abilities. As soon as Qin Lanfeng made her selection, the atmosphere in the venue erupted with excitement. The audience buzzed with animated conversations, exclamations of enthusiasm filling the air. The live broadcast was a cacophony of fervor, with comments cascading like snowflakes across the screen. "Oh dear, will reincarnation paired with ancient style lead teacher and to present yet another love song? I believe this combination inevitably leads to a tale of romance. Hold on, there are still 3 keywords left to choose. I think we should steer clear of love themes. Otherwise, it might just make us weep." Once Qin Lanfeng had taken her seat, Yang Yuxia gradually stood up, her piercing gaze fixated on the screen, and after a brief moment, the 3 keywords appeared: animal, tree, flower. Upon witnessing this, the audience began to murmur among themselves. These keywords held significant potential. "I think tree might be the most favorable choice. I suspect Yang Yuxia will undoubtedly opt for the most challenging one: animal, or perhaps flower." Yet, a slight smirk began to form on Yang Yuxia's lips, almost lifting her expression skyward. The category of tree was already dismissed in her mind. Her gaze swept between the animals and the flowers, ultimately settling on the keyword flower. "I choose flowers." Yang Yuxia's tone was light, yet could not conceal the excitement bubbling within her. The concept of trees and reincarnation was straightforward, while the connection between animals and reincarnation was easily conjured. However, the association with flowers eluded Yang Yuxia. Now let us see what you and Xing can concoct. With this thought, she shot a provocative glance at An Xing, who responded with a look that conveyed disbelief. For him, the notion of flowers was hardly a challenge. After all, one flower, one world rendered the concept of reincarnation trivial. Observing An Xing's nonchalant expression, Yang Yuxia let out a cold laugh before taking her seat. Wu Yu took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the three keywords displayed on the screen: Desert Charm, Northern Landscape, Jiangnan Watertown. In that moment, his brow furrowed tightly. The stylistic disparity among these keywords was staggering. The audience was equally astonished, a chorus of gasps rippling through the crowd. How on earth could one choose? The regional styles were all over the place. Indeed, the difficulty had escalated dramatically. Voices rose as everyone expressed their concern for An Xing regardless of Wu Yu's choice. It would pose a significant challenge for An Xing. An Xing found himself momentarily taken aback, having participated in so many episodes. He had never encountered such a combination of keywords before. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Wu Yu, who seemed to sense his attention and turned with an awkward smile, his eyes seemingly pleading. "Brother, you can't blame me. The producers have set a particularly tricky question." Seeing this, An Xing shrugged helplessly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he averted his gaze. Wu Yu steadied himself, refocusing on the screen, scanning between the three keywords. After a moment of contemplation, his expression gradually solidified as he settled on the keyword Jiangnan Watertown. He quietly calculated how this might relate to flowers, believing that this choice could lend a distinctiveness to the song An Xing might create. "I choose Jiangnan Watertown," Wu Yu declared, his voice not loud, but imbued with conviction. Upon hearing this answer, An Xing nodded inwardly, feeling quite satisfied. In his mind, the combination of these four keywords had already sparked several fitting song ideas. Once Wu Yu made his selection, all eyes turned to An Xing, brimming with curiosity to see what keywords the mentor of Su Mingyao would choose. With a smile, An Xing rose at a deliberate pace, his gaze composed as it fell upon the screen. Feelings of longing, the vengeance for a father's murder, the hatred for a wife's abduction. As soon as these three keywords appeared, An Xing could not help but twitch his lips. What on earth was this? The themes of vengeance for a father and hatred for a wife's abduction had both made an appearance. Laughter erupted from the audience below, while Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfang exchanged bewildered glances at An Xing. These keywords were indeed peculiar. Fortunately, the sentiment of longing is rather conventional. An Xing shrugged and took the microphone. "I choose the sentiment of longing." As for the latter two options, An Xing had not given them a moment's thought. With this sentiment of longing, she could effortlessly conjure a myriad of songs based on prior keywords. The audience did not find An Xing's choice surprising. The live chat reflected a sense of mild regret among some viewers. It would have been better if she had chosen the bitterness of a stolen love. I believe the theme of avenging a father's death would have been more fitting, interwoven with elements of love and conflict. I concur. Transcending reincarnation to seek the murderer of one's father, only to discover that it is the person one loves. What an exhilarating twist. Are you all fiends? I extend my gratitude to the 5 mentors for their selections. I now announce that contestant Su Mingyao's keywords for the next round are ancient style, reincarnation, flowers, the waterways of Jiangnan, and the sentiment of longing. After host Zhao Ning concluded, she turned to invite Su Mingyao to the side and then continued. "Han Liang, please step forward." Once Han Liang stood beside her, Zhao Ning directed her gaze toward the panel of mentors. "Now, I invite the 5 mentors to select keywords for contestant Han Liang." Chapter 85. Keywords of Han Liang. Lyrical rock as the host's voice faded. Before Lei Menglin had the chance to act, Wu Yu sprang to his feet with remarkable swiftness. His mind raced with calculations, determined to be the first to select a keyword. He feared that if he waited for others to choose first, the remaining options might prove unsatisfactory, potentially causing discomfort for Teacher, which would be most awkward. After all, in his heart, Teacher was akin to a deity. He could not afford to burden the teacher with his own blunders. Just as Lei Minglan prepared to rise, he was unexpectedly preempted by Wu Yu's sudden movement, prompting a resigned smile from him, as if to convey, "This lad is truly impatient." At that moment, the stage lights flickered and three keywords gradually emerged: dream, ordinary, animal. Wu Yu's eyes widened at the sight of these terms, his heart sinking. He had anticipated keywords related to music genres. How did these come to be? Nevertheless, his mind was agile, and he quickly regained composure, opting for ordinary. He weighed the potential of this word in his mind, convinced that teacher and could artfully explore its depths. Unable to contain his excitement, he turned to An Xing and playfully shot her a wink, as if to say, "Teacher An, I have chosen a splendid keyword for you." Upon witnessing Wu Yu's antics, An Xing pursed her lips, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation, shaking her head in resignation. Following this, Lei Minglan rose slowly, his demeanor calm as he cast a steady gaze upon the newly revealed keywords. However, upon closer inspection, his previously relaxed brow furrowed tightly. The screen displayed reality, winter, sea. This combination of keywords seemed utterly disparate. Fortunately, after a moment of contemplation, Lei Minglan selected reality for Han Liang. In his view, ordinary and reality were a perfect match. While winter could relate to ordinary, it imposed too many constraints, far overshadowed by the versatility of the keyword reality. Once Lei Minglan finalized his choice, Qin Lanfang inhaled deeply and rose with poise. Her eyes fell upon the screen, where a new set of keyword awaited: happiness, sorrow, mourning. Instantly, her brow furrowed slightly, her gaze oscillating between happiness and sorrow, her heart ensnared in conflict. These two words were intricately linked to the previously chosen keywords. Yet, once a decision was made, the song's style and emotional tone would diverge dramatically. Qin Lanfang's mind raced through the repertoire of songs previously crafted by An Xing, most of which were imbued with sorrow and reflection, seldom touching upon the theme of happiness. She pondered that given An Xing's creative style and areas of expertise, sorrow would likely be a more manageable keyword for him, increasing the likelihood of producing a poignant masterpiece. Lost in contemplation, Qin Lanfei's eyes glimmered with determination as she spoke without hesitation. "I choose sorrow." As soon as her words left her lips, the online audience erupted in fervent discussion. The barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave. Why not choose happiness? Indeed, Teacher An Xing has penned so many songs, yet none about joy. Alas, yet another melancholic ballad. I shall surely shed tears after listening. However, sorrow seems more fitting. After all, where is happiness in the reality of ordinary people? At that moment, Yang Yuxiao rose to her feet. The previous three keywords were evidently still closely interconnected, and her chosen keyword was of utmost significance. In no time, the three keywords appeared on the screen: classical folk, campus folk, lyrical rock. This time, they represented musical styles. The audience below the stage gasped upon seeing this set of keywords. Wow, two folk genres. These are precisely Han Liang's forte. Brothers, let us not forget, this selection is made by teacher Yang Yuxia. Alas, knowing Yang's tendencies, she will surely opt for lyrical rock. Han Liang singing rock could indeed be intriguing. A subtle smile graced Yang Yuxia's lips, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes as she declared, "I choose lyrical rock." After speaking, she intentionally glanced at Qin Lanfei and added, "I believe Teacher Qin is correct. It is high time for Han Liang to experiment with different styles to fully showcase his capabilities." Qin Lanfei was taken aback by this remark. Yang Yuxiao was clearly using her previous suggestion as a pretext to challenge Han Liang, effectively placing the blame on her. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had indeed suggested that Han Liang explore various styles during her critique. Now, with Yang Yuxia using it as an excuse, she found herself momentarily speechless and could only inwardly lament her predicament. I am quite pleased with Teacher Yang's choice. Challenging Han Liang with songs of different styles is precisely what I have long anticipated. An Xing noticed the change in Qin Lanfei's expression and quickly stood up, addressing the situation with composure. He understood that Yang Yuxia's maneuver was quite cunning. However, he remained unfazed. believing that this presented a valuable opportunity for Han Liang to transcend his limitations. Since teacher An has said so, I shall await the outcome with great interest. Yang Yuxia wore a faint smile, casting a meaningful glance at An Xing before slowly taking her seat. Her demeanor suggesting she was keen to observe how An Xing would respond this time. An Xing merely smiled in response, unperturbed. To him, the lyrical rock style, combined with the other three keywords, had already begun to form a powerful song in his mind. Now, he simply needed to see if the keyword he was about to draw would perfectly align with the vision of the song he had conceived. With a sense of anticipation, An Xing turned his gaze toward the screen. Upon seeing the three keywords, his expression froze momentarily, and he was momentarily taken aback. Regardless of the perspective, marriage and friendship are remarkably more aligned with the preceding keywords. However, An Xing's lips curled into a subtle smile as she resolutely proclaimed, "I choose destiny." The moment her words fell, the audience erupted in waves of astonishment. This choice had caught them entirely off guard. The viewers in the live stream inundated the chat with comments. What on earth? Choosing destiny? Isn't marriage and friendship a far better choice? Is teacher An preparing to showcase her skills? With destiny in play, it feels as if the song is about to reach an entirely new level. With An Xing's decision, Han Liang's 5 keywords were also conclusively established. Ordinary, reality, sorrow, lyrical rock, destiny. Chapter 86. The Affection of Lanyang, the Light of Hope, the Power of Lilies. Upon a selection of keywords by Han Liang, the host Zhao Ning, with a gentle smile and warm gaze, called out, "Please welcome contestant Yang Yi to step forward." Yang Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm his inner tension, and walked steadily to stand beside Zhao Ning, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Now, let us invite the 5 mentors." Zhao Ning's voice resounded once more as he turned his attention towards the panel of mentors. Lei Menglin did not immediately rise. Instead, he thoughtfully glanced at Wu Yu. As expected, Wu Yu was already on his feet, eager to make an impression. Qin Lanfang furrowed her brow slightly and leaned closer to Lei Menglin, whispering with a hint of exasperation. Lei Menglin merely shook his head gently, choosing to remain silent. Everyone was aware of Wu Yu's impulsive nature, and further discussion seemed futile. Oblivious to the reactions around him, Wu Yu's gaze was fixated on the screen, where 3 keywords were prominently displayed. Rainy day, spring, sunny day. He inhaled deeply, not due to the complexity of the keywords, but rather because they were astoundingly simple. So simple, in fact, that he found himself at a loss as to which one to choose. He stood there, hesitating for quite some time, before finally, with determination, he closed his eyes. Extending a finger into the air, he began to point randomly, muttering, "Whichever little rooster points to is the one." The audience, caught off guard by this unexpected display, collectively froze for a moment before erupting into laughter. In the live broadcast room, viewers flooded the comments with excitement. "Wow, Wu Yu is something else, using this method to make a selection. I'm dying of laughter. He must think it's too easy and can't decide which one to pick." Wu Yu's antics, I give it 7. 3, not just because he has 1, 2, but also because I have 1. 5. An Xing, witnessing Wu Yu's antics, could not help but twitch her lips in amusement. Wu Yu is truly a character, resorting to such childlike antics. Lei Menglin and Qin Lanfang exchanged knowing glances, quickly covering their mouths to stifle their laughter, their eyes brimming with playful mockery. As if to say, you rushed to be the first to choose, and now look at the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Wu Yu continued to point in the air, finally landing on the keyword spring. Slowly opening his eyes as if guided by divine intervention, he declared with unwavering conviction, "I choose spring." In his heart, he believed it was fate, as though the heavens themselves were assisting him in selecting an excellent keyword for teacher An. He had complete faith that teacher An would master this keyword with ease. As soon as Wu Yu finished speaking, Lei Menglin leisurely stood up. At that moment, the screen flickered, revealing 3 new keywords: ocean, breeze, earth. Lei Menglin swiftly scanned the words, his mind racing to weigh the options. In an instant, he dismissed the ocean from his thoughts. After all, the connection between the ocean and spring seemed rather tenuous. The gentle breeze and the earth, at first glance, appeared to resonate harmoniously with the essence of spring. However, upon further reflection, Lei Minglin realized that the term breeze was too commonplace for a creative master like An Xing. It posed little challenge. As for the earth, it offered a wealth of imagery to explore, presenting a moderate level of difficulty. It was simpler than the ocean, yet afforded more creative latitude than the breeze, perfectly suitable. Without much hesitation, after a brief pause, Lei Minglin resolutely declared, "I choose the earth." He understood that this choice would provide An Xing with ample room for expression while imbuing the entire song with greater depth and tension. Subsequently, Qin Lanfei rose with a smile, her gaze fixed on the screen. Poetic, dreamlike, intoxicating upon seeing these three keywords. She did not hesitate and chose poetic without a second thought. After all, An Xing had previously penned several songs rich in poetic essence. This genre was akin to child's play for him. Upon witnessing the keywords selected by the three, An Xing's mind already conjured a song perfectly suited to the theme. Next, it was Yang Yuxia's turn. She stood and directed her gaze towards the set of keywords displayed on the screen, her brow furrowing in concentration. Love, freedom, grief. Each of these keywords bore a significant connection to the previous elections, making Yang Yuxia's decision particularly challenging. Her eyes darted back and forth among the three options. Love was An Xing's forte, so she could not choose that. Freedom had also been a well-explored theme in An Xing's past works. Finally, Yang Yuxia's gaze lingered on the keyword grief. Although An Xing had also written numerous songs on this theme before, its combination with the previous keywords still posed a relatively greater challenge. "I choose grief." Yang Yuxia exclaimed without hesitation. No one was surprised by her choice. It seemed the only feasible option for her, or perhaps she was choosing something different to accommodate An Xing. As Yang Yuxia made her selection, An Xing slowly rose, a faint smile gracing his lips. The final set of keywords was then revealed. The affection of Longyang, the light of hope, the might of lilies. Upon witnessing this scene, An Xing nearly choked on his own shock. Was this truly happening? The affection of Longyang, the might of lilies? What on earth were these phrases? Meanwhile, the audience and netizens erupted in laughter. Imagine if An Xing chose the affection of Longyang. What would everyone think? I believe the might of lilies is quite formidable. This is hilarious. Previously, it was the vengeance of a murdered father and the resentment of a stolen wife. Now we have the affection of Longyang and the might of lilies. Lei Minglin and Qin Lanfei, seated beside An Xing, were equally taken aback. The four individuals exchanged peculiar glances with An Xing, each pondering the question, why is it that teacher could draw such eccentric keywords? Even Zhang Feng, the director backstage, appeared momentarily taken aback. He abruptly turned to Shaoli, exclaiming, "What on earth did you put in there?" Shaoli, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and replied, "I just searched online for a random assortment of keywords. How was I to know it would turn out so coincidentally?" After a moment's consideration, he suggested softly, "Should we allow teacher An Xing to draw again?" However, it was already too late. Director Zhang, exasperated, pressed his hand against his forehead. At that moment, An Xing spoke up, declaring, "I choose the light of hope." The other two options were, of course, out of the question. Not only was there uncertainty about her ability to articulate them, but the program itself might not even be able to air. The majority found An Xing's choice reasonable, though a small portion of netizens expressed disappointment. Thus, all of Yang Yi's keywords had been selected: spring, earth, poetic, heartache, light of hope. Following this, the subsequent contestants approached one by one, with their respective keywords also chosen by the mentors. The program reached a brief intermission at this juncture. Just as An Xing rose, Qin Lanfei beside her grasped her arm and earnestly said, "Teacher An, thank you for your help just now." Chapter 87, Then May I Pursue You Xan? No need. I had intended for Han Liang to explore other styles, and this occasion is quite fitting. An Xing waved his hand nonchalantly, his demeanor relaxed, as though it were merely an ordinary matter. "Brethren, how did I perform today?" Just as Qin Lanfei was about to speak, Wu Yu darted over from the side like a gust of wind, his face beaming with a wide smile. "Good, very good, exceptionally good." An Xing's lips curled slightly, offering a few perfunctory remarks. Deep down, he understood that Wu Yu's performance today was merely adequate. Yet, witnessing the boy's eager expression. He found it difficult to dampen his enthusiasm. Wu Yu remained oblivious to An Xing's insincerity, his face flushed with excitement, convinced that he had indeed impressed An Xing. Brother-in, regarding what I mentioned earlier about you composing a song for me, what do you think as Wu Yu spoke? He cautiously scrutinized An Xing's expression. Observing Wu Yu's demeanor, An Xing could not help but chuckle inwardly, knowing full well that the boy could not contain himself and would inevitably bring up the matter. Like I said, just contact my company about it. There's no use discussing it with me, An Xing replied leisurely with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's previously uplifted smile instantly faded, his face reflecting disappointment. However, he quickly regained his composure, acknowledging that many songwriters had restrictions once they signed with a company. Furthermore, judging by An Xing's attitude, as long as the company approved, the matter could indeed proceed. With this thought, Wu Yu's spirits lifted once more, and a radiant smile returned to his face. Great, I'll have my manager reach out immediately. With that, Wu Yu dashed out, as though invigorated. What a lively character Wu Yu is, Qin Lanfei remarked, watching his retreating figure, a forced smile on her face as she shook her head in resignation. An Xing shrugged, raising his hands and chuckling softly. I never anticipated he would be so persistent about this. After bidding farewell to Qin Lanfei, An Xing turned ahead towards the contestants' lounge to check on the student's condition. Yang Yi and the others have been waiting for quite some time. An Xing. For the next episode, Yang Yi approached An Xing, his tone laced with concern. The keyword for the next episode are quite challenging. Do not worry, just await my song. An Xing replied, chuckling at the trio's anxious expressions. Teacher, we meant to say, please do not stay up all night writing. Your health cannot withstand such strain. Su Mengyao interjected, with Han Liang nodding in agreement. Hearing their words, An Xing chuckled softly, then nodded. All right, I will deliver the song to you by tomorrow evening. After all, he already had 3 songs in mind, and their difficulty was manageable. He certainly had the time to guide them. Let us go. Let us all visit Mengyao's house tonight and unwind. Yang Yi exclaimed, throwing an arm around An Xing's shoulder. An Xing paused momentarily, his mind racing through the plans for the evening. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly nodded in agreement. All right, it is a perfect opportunity for everyone to gather. Subsequently, the 4 of them boarded the vehicle. Throughout the journey, Yang Yi chattered incessantly like a cheerful horn, eliciting continuous laughter from everyone. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady halt in front of Su Mengyao's villa. Su Mengyao had already instructed the servants in advance, ensuring that everything was impeccably prepared. The 4 entered the living room and took their seats. Come, let us raise a glass to Teacher. Without Teacher, we would not have achieved today's success. We owe much to your guidance. Su Mengyao stood, holding her wine glass steadily, her eyes filled with gratitude as she earnestly gazed at An Xing. Indeed, An Xing, you must finish this drink. Yang Yi also rose, grinning broadly. Although Han Liang remained silent, his gaze was resolute, fixed intently on An Xing. His eyes conveyed deep respect, and his hand trembled slightly as he lifted his glass, silently expressing his heartfelt gratitude. An Xing looked at the 3 energetic students before him, a smile of appreciation gracing his face as he remarked, ultimately, it is your own efforts that matter. I merely offer a helping hand. An Xing understood that. Aside from Yang Yi, both Su Mengyao and Han Liang would have thrived in the entertainment industry even without his presence. After all, with their strong family backgrounds and commendable qualities, their futures were boundless. The 4 engaged in lively chatter about trivial matters, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, An Xing felt himself becoming pleasantly intoxicated. Han Liang, in a state of mild inebriation, took Su Mengyao's hand, insisting on reading her palm, which sent her into fits of giggles. Yang Yi, meanwhile, brought a bottle of wine and settled beside An Xing. An Xing, there is something I've been wanting to ask you for quite some time. Yang Yi began, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. His previously jovial expression now bore an unusual seriousness. An Xing, reclining comfortably on the soft sofa and toying with his wine glass, felt a flicker of curiosity at Yang Yi's words. What could be so mysterious? When are you marrying, you Xin? As soon as Yang Yi uttered this, An Xing was taken aback nearly choking on his drink. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yang Yi. "Who told you that?" he exclaimed, wondering if this guy had drunk too much and was rambling incoherently. "Come on, it's obvious Xian likes you. What, do you not like her?" Yang Yi slammed his glass down, causing some liquid to splash. He turned his head, his eyes locked onto An Xing. An Xing's heart skipped a beat. But he feigned composure, waving his hand dismissively while striving to sound casual. "You're overthinking it. We're just ordinary friends, completely normal." As he spoke, he instinctively averted his gaze from Yang Yi, his eyes wandering. "Really?" Yang Yi leaned in, as though uncovering a secret, inching closer to An Xing. "Yes, of course it's true." An Xing endeavored to make his voice sound more resolute, yet the slight flush of his ears betrayed his inner discomfort. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yi straightened his posture, scrutinizing An Xing from head to toe, his expression morphing into one of peculiar bemusement. Suddenly, he blurted out, "So, can I pursue Xian now?" "Get lost." Before Yang Yi could finish his sentence, An Xing delivered a swift kick, albeit lacking in force, which nonetheless sent the unsuspecting Yang Yi tumbling to the ground with a yelp of dismay. The commotion immediately caught the attention of Su Mingyao and Han Liang, who turned their heads in curiosity. "What are you staring at? Can't you focus even on palmistry?" An Xing feigned anger, casting a glare at the two. Su Mingyao and Han Liang hastily averted their gazes, though their eyes occasionally darted back to An Xing, brimming with a sense of gossip. "See, you claim you have no feelings for Xian." That kick nearly filled the room with the scent of jealousy. Yang Yi, grimacing as he rose from the floor, returned to the sofa while rubbing his behind, his eyes glinting with playful mockery as they settled on An Xing. Chapter 88. Your actions clearly indicate An Xing gazed at Yang Yi with a face full of exasperation, opening his mouth, yet finding himself momentarily at a loss for words to counter. This fellow, after indulging in drink, spoke incessantly as if his mouth were equipped with a machine gun. Yang Yi shifted in his seat, inching closer to An Xing until their shoulders nearly touched. "Ah Xing, you're no longer a child. Stop dawdling. If you don't break the ice between you and Xian, one day she might be whisked away by someone else, and you'll find no solace for your tears," Yang Yi implored, a look of exasperation etched across his face. "Impossible. Xian would never leave. She is not that kind of person," An Xing instinctively retorted without a moment's thought. "Pish-posh. You refuse to give her a clear commitment. Yet you are so certain she won't abandon you." Yang Yi pointed a finger at An Xing, his smile tinged with mockery. "Isn't that a classic case of want to have your cake and eat it too?" With that, Yang Yi leaned in closer, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he spoke with gravity. "Reflect on this. Ah Xing, your behavior is quintessentially that of a cad." "Nonsense. I am not reckless. I hardly have any female friends, so how could I be deemed a cad?" An Xing exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright, panic lacing his voice as though he had been unjustly accused. A cad does not merely refer to surrounding oneself with a throng of women. Yang Yi reclined against the sofa, comfortably nestling in as he gazed at the ceiling, speaking leisurely. "You are well aware that Xian has feelings for you, and you, too, harbor affections for her. It is patently obvious. Yet, you refuse to offer her a definitive statement, which is akin to stringing her along. Do you wish to take advantage of her?" Yang Yi's consecutive remarks struck An Xing's heart like heavy blows. He was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling as though all strength had been sapped from him, leaning back against the sofa, confusion clouding his gaze. He repeatedly questioned himself. Could it be true, as Yang Yi suggested, that he is indeed a cad? Yet, he and Xian had always interacted in this manner since childhood. Previously, he had never perceived anything amiss. Their bond was intimate, characterized by mutual companionship. Why, now that they had matured, did their dynamic come to be labeled as cad-like by others? An Xing's thoughts spiraled into chaos, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, Han Liang interjected. "I believe An Xing is thinking this way. If he were to formalize a relationship with Xian, he might fear that it would complicate their interactions, ultimately resulting in losing even the friendship they currently share." Han Liang scratched his head, speaking cautiously. Upon hearing Han Liang's words, An Xing abruptly sat up straight. His gaze fixated intently on Han Liang and Su Mengyao. Astonishment etched on his face as he inquired, "When did you two join the conversation?" Upon being questioned by An Xing, Han Liang and Su Mengyao exchanged awkward glances, scratching their heads in embarrassment. They could hardly admit that they had quietly approached because they were seated too far away to clearly hear the conversation between An Xing and Yang Yi. An Xing, Han Liang suggested thoughtfully, "You may indeed be grappling with this mindset." At this opportune moment, Yang Yi interjected, successfully redirecting An Xing's attention back to the conversation. An Xing pouted, inwardly vexed that just as he had managed to divert the topic, Yang Yi had pulled him back. Resigned, he leaned back on the sofa, his gaze growing vacant as his thoughts drifted away. Han Liang's words had unlocked a door within An Xing's heart that he had long sought to avoid. Upon reflection, he realized that his feelings were indeed as Han Liang had described. Currently, without a defined relationship with UXN, their interactions were lighthearted and free from constraints. There were no excessive burdens or responsibilities. Everything felt so harmonious and natural. However, once a relationship was established, that feeling would inevitably shift. An inexplicable weight of worry would settle in his heart. Fear of loss, fear of change. Moreover, as the relationship deepened, the sense of responsibility would only grow heavier. Life is not merely about romance. It encompasses the mundane realities of daily existence as well. Should trivial matters lead to conflict, it would be unavoidable. If it were to culminate in a breakup, they might find themselves unable to remain friends. This was a scenario An Xing was loath to envision. Contemplating this, a heavy stone seemed to press upon An Xing's heart. Noticing his silence, Yang Yi spoke with gravity. An Xing, ponder this carefully. Don't let regret shadow your decisions. With that, Yang Yi rose and made his way to the restroom. Upon hearing his words, An Xing furrowed his brow. He stood up, poured himself a glass of wine, and downed it in one gulp. "Teacher In, I shall take my leave now. There's no need to tidy up here, as an assistant will come tomorrow," Su Mengyao remarked, sensing the mood, but not lingering. While she was unaware of the nature of An Xing's relationship with UXIN, she understood that such matters required An Xing's own contemplation. With that, she ascended the stairs, leaving Han Liang and An Xing alone in the living room. At this moment, Han Liang sat beside An Xing and firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Teacher In, I understand your feelings." Upon hearing this, An Xing turned to Han Liang, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. What could this young boy possibly understand? Did he too harbor feelings for his childhood sweetheart? This thought sparked a glimmer of realization in An Xing's mind, conjuring the image of Su Mengyao. Could it be that Han Liang shared his sentiments? "Oh, then tell me, what feelings do you have?" An Xing set down his wine glass. "Because, you see, we both relish the sensation of having her by our side. Moreover, this feeling, this mode of interaction, seems perfectly normal to us. Yet, we have overlooked one crucial aspect. We have already reached a juncture where marriage is a topic of consideration. However, we tend to overthink things, leading us to this predicament." Han Liang concluded with a deep sigh, his face reflecting a profound melancholy. And then what? An Xing found herself intrigued, recognizing the validity in what Han Liang had expressed. Given their years of acquaintance, he seemed to possess considerable insights. She pondered that it would be prudent to cast aside any superfluous thoughts. At this point, Han Liang spoke with unwavering conviction. "Consider this. After knowing each other for over a decade, both parties are already well aware of each other's character. Is there truly a reason to fear future interactions?" An Xing subconsciously nodded repeatedly, then turned to Han Liang, inquiring, "So, tonight, will you be sleeping in Su Mengyao's room?" Upon hearing this, Han Liang was momentarily taken aback, a flush of color gracing his cheeks. "Teacher In, what are you rambling about?" "We are discussing your situation," he stammered, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Huh, you're too afraid to act, yet you dare to criticize me," and Xing shot him a disdainful glance. Han Liang, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually muttered, "I'm going to bed," before making his exit. And Xing touched her nose, poured herself a glass of wine, and downed it in one gulp as she headed towards the guest room. Indeed, she needed to give her own situation some serious consideration. When Yang Yi emerged from the bathroom, He found the living room completely deserted. What the hell? I just went to the bathroom. Where did everyone go? He scratched his head in bewilderment. Chapter 89. The frustrated Zhou Yusin the following day. Zhou Yusin stormed out from An Xing's residence, visibly perturbed. As she walked, she murmured under her breath, "That little star, we clearly agreed yesterday to go house hunting today. Now, he not answering his phone, and there's no one at home. Where on earth could he have gone?" With her hopes dashed, Zhou Yusin had no choice but to turn back to her flower shop. Not long after the shop's door swung open, Mu Ling and El Shirhan entered, chattering and laughing. "Yusin, bring us a few beautiful flowers," Mu Ling exclaimed, her face beaming with joy and her voice bright. Zhou Yusin looked up, and the frown that had clouded her face transformed into a light smile as she replied, "What brings you both here? Feel free to choose whatever flowers you like. No need to be polite with me. Choosing is one thing, but I certainly must pay for them. I can't just take your flowers for free." Mu Ling responded with a hearty laugh before turning to the side to begin selecting flowers. El Shirhan then settled beside Zhou Yusin, gently taking a seat. Zhou Yusin paused her bouquet arrangement, her brow furrowing in curiosity as she asked, "What brings you two together today? You didn't come just to buy flowers, did you?" "Indeed, we came to buy flowers, but we also wanted to check in on you, our busy bee." El Shirhan smiled, a hint of mystery in her expression. "Is there a special occasion today that prompted this sudden desire for flowers?" Zhou Yusin inquired, pulling over a chair to sit across from El Shirhan, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, Mu Ling approached with her chosen flowers and chimed in, "Today marks the official joining of her in my company. Such a momentous occasion surely calls for a bouquet to commemorate it." "Oh, really? That is simply wonderful." Zhou Yusin's eyes sparkled with delight, and a genuine smile illuminated her face. She quickly rose and enveloped El Shirhan in a hearty hug, exclaiming, "Congratulations! You're bound to achieve great things from here on. This is all thanks to your An Xing. Otherwise, Shirhan wouldn't have come over so readily," Mu Ling teased. "Ling, don't say that. I reached out to you the moment my contract expired," El Shirhan retorted, exasperated. Previously, when she had joined the company, Mu Ling hadn't even embarked on her entrepreneurial journey. Had that not been the case, she might not have joined her current company. Although she had ascended to the ranks of a second-tier singer, the struggles she faced remained known only to her. Over the past 6 months, it had become evident that her company wanted her to engage in some dubious dealings, even requiring her to accompany others for meals. After she declined, her resources dwindled significantly. Joining Mu Ling's venture was a decision she had contemplated for some time. At the very least, Mu Ling would pressure her into socializing for favors. Even if the resources were sparse, she would at least enjoy a more comfortable existence. When the time comes, let Little Star provide you with a few songs. It will surely elevate your career to new heights, Zhou Yusin murmured softly. El Shirhan smiled without replying, fully aware that joining Mu Ling's company would indeed grant her access to An Xing's songs. "By the way, Yusin, do you know where An Xing has gone? I've been trying to reach him today, but he hasn't answered." As Mu Ling delicately arranged the flower she had just selected, she casually inquired. Early this morning, she had received an invitation from Wu Yu's agent to record a song. The offered price was exceedingly generous, a full 1 million, and they only requested the singing rights, provided that Wu Yu would be the original vocalist. Seizing such a splendid opportunity for collaboration, Mu Ling immediately sought to contact An Xing, but after several attempts, her calls went unanswered. "I have no idea where that guy has disappeared to," Zhou Yusin remarked, her lips curling in annoyance at the thought of An Xing. She had risen early that day and had meticulously applied her makeup. She had even coordinated with Uncle An and Aunt Zhang, eagerly awaiting the moment to implement their plan after purchasing the house with An Xing. Yet, it seemed as though An Xing had vanished into thin air. "Well, I suspect he might be with Yang Yi. Let me give him a call," Mu Ling suggested, picking up her phone to dial Yang Yi's number. After a brief wait, a groggy voice responded on the other end. "Hello, Linga, what is up? Are you still asleep?" The sun is already high in the sky. Mu Ling couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement at Yang Yi's languid tone. "At this hour, you're still in bed?" "Oh, I had a bit to drink last night and was just getting up." Yang Yi yawned, his voice heavy with sleep. Isn't Xing with you? Mu Ling cut straight to the point. Yeah, we're at Su Mingyao's place. He is probably still not awake. We all drank too much yesterday. Yanya replied, his words slurring slightly. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling understood. They must have indulged excessively the previous night and were still recovering. All right, when An Xing wakes up, have him return my call. He mumbled a vague acknowledgement before hanging up. With a resigned shake of her head, Mu Ling turned to Zhou Yusin and spread her hands, saying, well, An Xing is at Su Mingyao's place, likely still drunk and asleep. Zhou Yusin felt relieved upon hearing this. Knowing An Xing's whereabouts quelled her worries, and she decided not to dwell on it further. They could discuss their previously agreed-upon matters once An Xing awoke, and since it was still early, they had ample time in the afternoon. The three friends then engaged in lively chatter. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, feeling groggy, rubbed his aching temples and slowly rose, making his way to the room where An Xing was situated. Upon opening the door, he found An Xing already dressed and sitting on the edge of the bed. Ah Xing, Mu Ling is looking for you. She tried calling but couldn't get through. Yang Yi leaned against the doorframe, his voice still hoarse from the previous night's revelry. My phone died and shut off, and Xing shrugged helplessly, raising his darkened phone as evidence. There's a charger in the living room. Yang Yi gestured lazily towards the direction of the living area, and Xing nodded and walked straight to the living room, locating the charger to power his phone. As soon as he switched it on, several unread messages popped up on the screen, the top one being from Zhou Yusin. And Xing suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling that he had made plans with Zhou Yusin to go house hunting today. Filled with regret, he swiftly tapped out a message on his screen, informing Zhou Yusin that he would be there shortly. No sooner had he sent the message than Zhou Yusin replied instantly. A glance at her response revealed that Mu Ling was also at the flower shop, and Xing pondered that Mu Ling was likely seeking him regarding Wu Yu's request for a song, as the latter had just mentioned it to him yesterday. The efficiency was impressive. It was remarkable how quickly they had managed to get in touch with Mu Ling, and Xing decided to let his phone charge for a while. Once it had enough power, he would head over immediately, determined not to delay matters any further. Half an hour later, and Xing stood up and called out to Yang Yi in the room, instructing him to relay to Su Mingyao and her companion that they should take a break today, and he would send the song over in the evening. With that, and Xing turned and left the villa. Chapter 90. A girl should maintain some modesty. Just moments ago, Little Star mentioned she would be arriving shortly. Zhou Yusin set her phone aside, a smile dancing in her eyes, as she remarked to Mu Ling and Lu Shihan. As soon as An Xing wakes up, the first thing she does is reply to you, without even considering giving me a call. Mu Ling said her, a sly grin playing at the corners of her mouth. Zhou Yusin's lips curled up slightly, an involuntary sweetness illuminating her face. Really? Are you this happy? Mu Ling observed her demeanor, feigning exasperation as she rolled her eyes. I truly can't stand you. It was at this moment that Zhou Yusin realized, awkwardly clearing her throat in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Yusin, have you and An Xing confirmed your relationship? Lu Shihan leaned in curiously, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. To everyone, the pair resembled a couple, yet for all these years, they had never uttered a word of acknowledgement. It was forgivable during their school days, but now that they had graduated and been working for several years, surely a declaration was overdue. Not yet. Zhou Yusin lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Seriously? Mu Ling gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief. After all this time, how is it still not settled? Lu Shihan echoed her astonishment, her eyes nearly bulging. I feel too shy to bring it up. And An Xing hasn't mentioned it either, Zhou Yusin stammered, nervously tugging at the hem of her shirt. Wait, then have you? Shared bed? Mu Ling blurted out, her candor startling Zhou Yusin, whose face turned a vivid shade of crimson. Images of her and An Xing in the same room flashed through her mind. Indeed, they had lain together on the same bed. Yet, to claim they had done anything more seemed a stretch. Shouldn't that not count? Zhou Yusin's voice dwindled to a mere whisper, her head nearly buried in her chest. Mu Ling and Lu Shihan exchanged glances, piecing together Zhou Yusin's expression and her vague answers. It was evident they were merely a step away from crossing the threshold of their relationship. That simply won't do. A girl ought to maintain some decorum. You haven't even established a relationship yet. Mu Ling opened her mouth, but the words failed to escape. Oh, come on, what era are we in? There is no need for such antiquated notions. Zhou Yusin instinctively retorted. Yet as the words left her lips, she sensed their inappropriateness and quickly added, My situation with Little Star is different. If I were you, I would take the initiative instead of waiting for An Xing, Lu Shihan earnestly advised. Her gaze fixed on Zhou Yusin. You still don't understand his temperament. If you wait for him to speak up, you might be waiting for ages. Exactly. With his dense head, if he were to get a clue, the sun would have to rise from the west. Mu Ling chimed in, her expression one of exasperation. If you take the lead, perhaps this matter will finally be resolved. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Just a moment ago, you said girls should be modest. Zhou Yusin cautiously interjected, lifting her head. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling nearly swooned, her vision momentarily darkening. You mentioned that your situations are quite different. Lu Shihan feels quite helpless. But what if Xiaoxing refuses? Wouldn't that jeopardize their friendship? Zhou Yusin expressed her concerns, which were her primary worries. At least for now, their interactions were exceedingly pleasant. Do you truly think he would reject you? Mu Ling rolled her eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yusin awkwardly chuckled. All right then, I will find an opportunity to speak with him this afternoon. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yusin motivated herself internally. An image of her and An Xing purchasing a house together flashed in her mind. Perhaps using Uncle In and Aunt Zhang as a pretext to articulate her feelings would present a splendid opportunity. That's the spirit. The sooner they establish a relationship, the sooner they can marry and eventually welcome a plump little boy into the world. How wonderful that would be. Mu Ling beamed, her eyes narrowing with delight. And what about you? Why aren't you in a hurry to find someone? Zhou Yusin's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully glared at Mu Ling, deftly shifting the conversation toward her. Me? Why should I rush? Isn't Shihan still single? Mu Ling's eyes sparkled mischievously as she turned to Lu Shihan, attempting to involve her in the discussion. If I were to announce a relationship, I suspect half my fans would disappear. Lu Shihan shrugged with a faint smile, responding nonchalantly. This reasoning was quite sound, leaving Zhou Yusin and Mu Ling momentarily speechless. Linger, are you perhaps still waiting for that special someone? Zhou Yusin suddenly leaned closer to Mu Ling, her face alight with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling instinctively recoiled, her gaze darting, and she quickly waved her hands in denial. Waiting for whom? I don't have anyone. Please don't make wild assumptions. Her words tumbled out rapidly, and a fleeting look of panic crossed her face, though it did not escape Zhou Yusin's notice. If you won't share, then never mind. Zhou Yusin pouted, surprised by Mu Ling's strong reaction to the topic. Just then, An Xing walked in. 3 beautiful ladies. What are you discussing that brings such joy? He inquired with a cheerful demeanor. We're talking about your lifelong commitment, Mu Ling remarked with a teasing smile directed at An Xing. Hearing this, Zhou Yusin lowered her head, staring at her toes, too shy to meet An Xing's gaze. An Xing, taken aback by the unexpected subject, froze momentarily, awkwardly scratching his head and chuckling nervously. Ahem, why are you worrying about such things? Afterward, he casually took a seat next to Zhou Yusin and turned to Mu Ling, redirecting the conversation. Did you come looking for me because you wanted to invite me to write a song? Indeed, his manager contacted me early this morning, proposing terms similar to those for Qin Lanfan. Mu Ling replied, her expression relaxed. Tell him it's fine. After the next episode, I will write him a song. An Xing agreed without hesitation, with a reward of 100,000 and a share of the profits. Who in their right mind would refuse such an opportunity? Very well. I shall respond to him promptly. By the way, Shihan has also joined the company. You must compose a few songs for her and support her wholeheartedly. Mu Ling turned to look at Lu Shihan, her face brimming with anticipation. Not a problem. Once the program concludes, I will write several pieces and hand them over to you for arrangements. An Xing replied without hesitation. Now that the company is his own, he cannot be stingy with his artists and must offer unwavering support. He mentally calculated that upon returning, he would meticulously organize a selection of songs suitable for public enjoyment and entrust them to Mu Ling for further development. I shall not intrude upon your sweet moments then, Mu Ling remarked, winking at Zhou Yusin. With a hearty laugh, she seized Lu Shihan's arm and swiftly made her exit, vanishing in an instant. An Xing and Zhou Yusin exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. "Let's go buy a house," An Xing declared, to which Zhou Yusin eagerly nodded. Together, they closed the flower shop's door, and An Xing hopped onto Zhou Yusin's little electric scooter, setting off towards their destination. Chapter 91. Are this young couple here to purchase a home? In the sales office of the Tomato Joy Residence community, An Xing and Zhou Yusin stepped inside. "Welcome," the sales representative, Xiao Fong, greeted them warmly. "Please show us the 120 square meter 3-bedroom, 2-living room, and 2-bathroom layout," Zhou Yusin stated directly. "Certainly, please follow me," Xiao Fong replied, guiding them toward the model area. "Yusin, do you think 3 bedrooms might be a bit excessive?" An Xing whispered, considering that he lived alone and that a 2-bedroom unit would suffice. A 3-bedroom might even feel rather empty. "Let's take a comprehensive approach. In the future, when we marry and have children, we won't need to move again," Zhou Yusin quietly explained. Upon hearing this, An Xing opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from arguing. There was some merit to her words. Moving again would indeed be a cumbersome task. Moreover, should guests visit, having an additional room would provide them with accommodation. "Here it is, our star layout, 120 square meters, with a north-south orientation and dual balconies," Xiao Fong announced as they entered the model unit. The living room, master bedroom, and a secondary bedroom all face south, and the master bedroom boasts a spacious viewing balcony. As Xiao Fong enthusiastically detailed the features, An Xing listened intently, feeling quite satisfied with the layout. This community offers fully furnished, move-in ready homes. The price is quite reasonable at $8,100 per square meter. With taxes and fees included, it would be approximately $1 million. "What do you think?" Xiao Fong inquired with a smile after her presentation. "Not bad, I suppose," An Xing replied in a rather indifferent tone. "Are the appliances and furniture all included?" Zhou Yusin asked. "Of course. This is truly a ready-to-move-in home, equipped with a fully smart setup," Xiao Fong declared proudly. "Please help us calculate a budget," An Xing requested before stepping out of the model unit. Xiao Fong's expression brightened as she quickly led An Xing and Zhou Yusin to a seating area in the lobby. "Please wait a moment. I will prepare a budget sheet for you," she said before hurrying away. At that moment, a middle-aged couple entered the office, scanning the room before purposefully approaching An Xing. They reached him and naturally pulled out chairs to sit down. "Ah, are this young couple here to buy a house?" Someone remarked, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Startled, An Xing looked up from his phone, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, puzzled that he had never mentioned the prospect of buying a home to his parents. Had Zhou Yusin inadvertently informed them? He instinctively glanced at her. Zhou Yusin was currently engaging warmly with An Wen and Zhang Yun. After exchanging greetings, her eyes began to dart around nervously, unsure of where to place her hands and feet, visibly anxious. An Xing observed with a hidden smile, realizing how transparent the girl was with her feelings. "Oh, we are here to help An Chun check out the wedding house," An Wen remarked casually, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Upon hearing this, An Xing nearly dropped his jaw, silently scoffing. "An Chun has only just started dating. Isn't it a bit premature to arrange for a wedding house? What are you two here for? Also to look at wedding houses?" Zhang Yun interjected with a smile, her gaze flitting curiously between An Xing and Zhou Yusin. No, An Xing instinctively began to deny, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he recalled the conversations from the previous night between Yang Yi and Han Liang. After a moment's hesitation, he shifted his response, neither denying nor affirmatively answering Zhang Yun's inquiry. Simply saying ambiguously, "It's just that I have some spare funds and thought about improving my living situation." From the moment An Wen and his wife arrived, Zhou Yusin had been all ears, intently listening to their dialogue, particularly An Xing's response. When she heard the word no, her heart sank momentarily, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. Yet, An Xing's subsequent remark brightened her spirits, making her feel invigorated. He hadn't outright denied it. Although he didn't explicitly state it was for a wedding house, his attitude seemed to have subtly shifted compared to before. In the past, he would have immediately dismissed similar questions without a second thought. An Wen and Zhang Yun were equally surprised by An Xing's answer. They exchanged glances, pondering whether their son had finally come to a realization. Since you have a bit of extra money, how about taking Yusin to buy something later? Zhang Yin suggested, her tone softening, losing some of its teasing edge. Of course. Once the paperwork is done, remember to go. And Xing replied, turning to Zhou Yusin. Yusin, are you busy? Not at all. I'm completely free. Quite idle, actually. Zhou Yusin responded instinctively. After saying this, she felt a surge of urgency in her tone. However, the words had already escaped her lips, and there was no taking them back. Observing their interaction, Zhang Yun and Anwen could hardly suppress their smiles. Yet, they did not forget the purpose of their visit today. Little star, what size of house are you planning to buy? We could offer An Xing some references. Zhang Yun casually redirected the conversation. Yusin said a 3-bedroom of 120 square meters, and Xing replied without much thought, instinctively blurting it out. Oh, a 3-bedroom sounds great, spacious enough for 2 people to live comfortably. Just perfect. Anwen chimed in with a warm smile, casting a significant glance at An Xing and Zhou Yusin. Actually, I think a 4-bedroom would be better. Zhang Yun interjected seriously, her tone laced with concern for their future. Young people these days are inclined to have a second child. If you end up with 2 children, a 3-bedroom might be a bit cramped. By your logic, if a 3rd child comes along, wouldn't we need a 5-bedroom? It is not entirely unfeasible. Should it prove challenging, we may consider switching to a villa, which offers ample space. Upon hearing the exchange between his parents, An Xing felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it agreed that they would assist An Xing in house hunting? How did the conversation so quickly veer towards himself? The topic had diverged to an absurd degree. He glanced around, hoping to find a way to steer the discussion in another direction. Meanwhile, Zhou Yusin, seated nearby, had her head bowed low, her ears flushed a deep crimson, nearly betraying her embarrassment. Hearing terms such as second child and 3rd child made her heart race like a rabbit trapped within her chest. A second child seemed somewhat acceptable, but was a 3rd child not a bit excessive? She pondered whether to ask her father for some funds to partner with An Xing in purchasing a 4-bedroom property outright. Just as she was mired in thought, the distinct sound of high heels clicking approached. Good day, Mr. An. Here is the budget sheet you requested. Please take a look. The saleswoman, Xiao Fong, approached with a light step, her face adorned with a professional smile as she presented the document in her hand. An Xing hurriedly reached out to receive the budget sheet, lowering his gaze to review its contents. Chapter 92. A man should prioritize his career. An Xing meticulously reviewed the budget sheet, finding the various expenses to be quite reasonable, with no grounds for criticism. He then accompanied the sales representative, Xiao Fong, to process the payment. Upon returning, after completing the transaction, he observed Zhou Yusin and Zhang Yun engaged in a lively conversation, their faces radiant with smiles, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Father, mother, wouldn't it be wise to explore other unit types and gain further insights? An Xing inquired as he approached Anwen and Zhang Yun. We're quite familiar with it already, Anwen replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively, his tone so relaxed that it seemed as though they were merely on a casual outing. Seeing his father's demeanor, An Xing felt a clarity in his heart, curling his lips in a slight smirk. To claim they were helping An Xing find a wedding home was likely just a pretext to gauge my sentiments. Well, little star, since you have purchased a home, why not have Yusin move in? Her lease is about to expire, and living together would allow you to look after each other, Zhang Yin suggested, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Despite her tone being one of negotiation, her gaze carried an unmistakable insistence that was hard to refuse. As long as Yusin doesn't mind, I have no objections, An Xing replied nonchalantly, considering the matter trivial. Previously, Zhou Yusin often visited his home, and they had grown accustomed to living together and caring for one another. Moreover, the words spoken by Yang, Yi, and Han Liang from the previous night echoed in his mind, prompting him to ponder that this was essentially akin to a form of cohabitation. Moreover, he had intended to find a right moment to express his feelings to Zhou Yusin, and perhaps this presented a fortuitous opportunity. Of course, I have no issues. After all, my lease is about to expire, and I am rather disinclined to seek a new place. However, you must reduce the rent for me, Zhou Yusin replied, her eyes sparkling as she looked at An Xing with a cheerful smile. She had initially worried that An Xing might refuse, which was why she enlisted Zhang Yun's help to advocate on her behalf. To her surprise, An Xing's acceptance was so swift that it exceeded her expectations. Huh, am I really going to charge you rent? An Xing laughed heartily, stepping forward and naturally taking Zhou Yusin's hand. Father, mother, let us first inspect the house and then move in. We should be able to settle in tonight. Zhang Yun and An exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with smiles, and they gestured for them to hasten their preparations. Shall we inform old Zhou? Zhang Yun looked toward An. If old Zhou finds out, he will be even more delighted than you, An replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Zhang Yun considered this, realizing that their families had known each other for over 30 years, and their temperaments and personalities were thoroughly understood. Zhou Jinghao had long regarded An Xing as a prospective son-in-law. The knowledge of their cohabitation would undoubtedly bring him immense joy. As for the concern of An Xing being irresponsible, neither Zhang Yun nor An had contemplated such a notion, nor had Zhou Jinghao. They were well aware of An Xing's character and felt reassured. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, An Xing, having enjoyed a hearty meal, reclined lazily on the sofa of his new home, leisurely scrolling through his phone. At this moment, having just emerged from her bath, Zhou Yusin stepped out of the bathroom enveloped in a veil of steam. Her damp, long hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, and she donned essentially chosen sleepwear that subtly revealed her fair skin. Approaching the sofa, she plopped down beside An Xing, her face adorned with a playful anticipation. Xiao Xing, have you finished writing your song? Zhou Yusin tilted her head slightly, almost leaning in close to An Xing, her warm breath gently brushing against his cheek. An Xing, engrossed in the world of his phone, was jolted from his languor as if struck by a bolt of lightning upon hearing her words. Oh no, I almost forgot about that. Thank goodness you reminded me, he exclaimed, scrambling to rise from the sofa. In a flurry, he darted towards his study, leaving Zhou Yusin in a state of astonishment on the couch. Really? He didn't even spare me a second glance? Zhou Yusin's face fell with disappointment. Lowering her gaze, she